After a shipwreck, Lu Yun finds himself adrift on a deserted island. A beautiful woman, determined to save him, performs artificial respiration. Thus begins a comically absurd chapter of survival for the two. Is he dead? One of the girls exclaims, her short skirt fluttering in the breeze as panic washes over her pretty face. Look at his lips, they're so purple. Is there still hope? The two girls, dressed in revealing outfits, are helplessly crouched on the beach, encircling the man who has been washed ashore by the waves. Lu Yun lies soaked, eyes closed, his complexion as pale as parchment. He is unconscious from drowning. While the girls are in a state of frantic confusion, a clear and gentle voice suddenly cuts through the air. Let me take a look. Fong Ro strides over, her professional attire accentuating her poise and composure. As a crew member on the cruise ship, she has undergone extensive first aid training and steps forward to address the emergency. Kneeling beside Lu Yun, she swiftly lifts his eyelids and observes intently for a moment. Then, looking up at the two girls, she reassures them, don't panic, he's still alive. His pupils are not dilated, he's merely unconscious from drowning. There's still a chance. Before her words have fully settled, Fong Ro adjusts her stance, placing her hands on Lu Yun's chest, and commences chest compressions with precision and strength. The sound of her slightly hurried breaths mingles with the soft rustle of her clothing as she works. Moments later, Lu Yun suddenly coughs violently, seawater mixed with sand spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he shows no signs of awakening. The rise and fall of his chest remains faint and almost imperceptible. Fong Ro's heart sinks, realizing that mere compressions will not suffice. Artificial respiration is imperative. The thought sends a shudder through her fingertips. It is the first time she has had to engage in such intimate contact with a man. But as she gazes at Lu Yun's lifeless face, the urgency of saving a life overrides her hesitation. Taking a deep breath, she steels herself. Leaning slightly forward, she cups Lu Yun's chin to open his airway, pinches his nose, and lowers her lips to his with determination, administering artificial respiration. Her warm breath, infused with a subtle fragrance, flows into him, carrying with it an undercurrent of anxiety. In the depths of his unconsciousness, Lu Yun feels as though he is submerged in a chaotic abyss. Am I dead? Why is it so quiet around me? Amidst the haze, he suddenly perceives a distinctly different sensation. A soft warmth envelopes him, and the hope of life courses through his being, dispelling the cold and suffocation around him. This miraculous feeling compels him to instinctively seek more, and he slightly parts his lips, yearning to grasp this tenderness. Yet, before he can fully engage with the softness, it abruptly vanishes, leaving only the faint trace of a delicate fragrance upon his lips. Fong Ro straightens up, breathless, and glances down at Lu Yun, still motionless. Taking another deep breath, she leans in once more, prepared for a second attempt at artificial respiration. Just as her lips approach his again, Lu Yun, who had been unconscious, suddenly stirs. That wonderful sensation has returned. This time, I will savor it. He instinctively turns his head, actively capturing Fong Ro's lips. Fong Ro, focused on her task, is momentarily frozen, her eyes widening in shock. The unexpected sensation sends a jolt through her, and a startled sound escapes her throat. Flustered and indignant, she quickly pushes against Lu Yun's chest, using the force to recoil and sit upright, her lovely face flushed with embarrassment as she wipes her lips. You? She exclaims, raising her hand as if to strike him. The two girls rush to intervene. What are you doing? You can't bully him in this state. Fong Ro grits her teeth in frustration. You don't understand. He took advantage of me. Is that even possible? He's in this condition and still trying to be a rogue. One girl responds incredulously. I'm not lying. I chose to save him. Why would I slander him? If you don't believe me, wake him up and let him speak for himself. The girls exchange skeptical glances and begin to shake Lu Yun's body. Hey, wake up! Wake up! This commotion finally stirs Lu Yun from his stupor. His heavy eyelids feel leaden as he struggles to pry them open. In his blurry vision, the first thing he sees is a pair of flushed, stunning faces, adorned with a mix of embarrassment and beauty. Lu Yun winces, murmuring softly, Is this paradise? It must be. People like me shouldn't end up in hell. Hearing his words, Fong Ro scoffs, turning away without a reply. The two girls, relieved to see Lu Yun regaining consciousness, exhale in unison. One marvels, You truly are lucky. We thought you were done for. As Lu Yun attempts to lift his head, his vision gradually clears, revealing two exquisite figures before him, their skin as radiant as fine jade. Truly beautiful. He manages a weak smile, his cracked lips curling. It seems I have indeed stumbled into paradise. Where else could such angels reside? The girls burst into giggles at his remark. One playfully narrows her eyes at him, then turns to Fong Ro, saying, I believe you now. This guy is quite the charmer, coming back to life just to flirt. The other steps forward, lightly pushing his arm. Get up. This isn't paradise. We've washed ashore on a deserted island. Chapter 2. The Indifferent Beauty. What? An uninhabited island. Lu Yun struggled to prop himself up, but his arms felt as if they had lost all strength. Collapsing helplessly halfway, the girl behind him, quick-wit, promptly supported his back, fearing he might strike against the rocks. In his flustered state, Lu Yun lost his balance and toppled backward uncontrollably. In the next moment, the back of his head rested upon a soft, smooth surface, where a faint fragrance enveloped his senses. He unexpectedly found himself nestled in the girl's embrace, his cheek pressed against her warm thigh. The pronounced curves of the girl's chest shielded him from the sun's rays, enveloping him in a gentle, warm shadow. Oh! The girl's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and in a flurry, she pushed against his shoulder, her tone a mixture of embarrassment and urgency. You must get up. Lu Yun swayed slightly from her push, his hazy consciousness becoming even more muddled. Don't move. You're making me dizzy. He rubbed his throbbing temples and took several deep breaths to steady himself. Once he regained his composure, he hoarsely inquired, Wait, did our cruise liner suffer a maritime disaster? Have we drifted to an uninhabited island? The girl nodded rapidly, her voice tinged with residual fear. Yes. Our ship suddenly rocked violently, and then it began taking on water. We fought desperately to reach the lifeboats, and after drifting at sea for quite a while, we finally arrived at this island. It's a miracle we survived. I just wonder how the others on the ship are faring. Standing off to the side with a cold expression, Fong Ro finally spoke. Rest assured, the Hope cruise liner is well equipped with life-saving apparatus. This maritime disaster was not due to an unforeseen natural calamity, but rather the result of the ship running aground. There is a hidden reef beneath the surface, and our luck has truly been unfortunate. She paused for a moment before adding, the rate of water intake caused by the grounding was not rapid, allowing ample time for passengers to escape. Moreover, the sea is calm today, making evacuation relatively manageable. Many should have been able to find lifeboats and survive. We just don't know where they have drifted to now. The two girls gently placed their hands over their chests, finally exhaling in relief, and quickly introduced themselves. I am Lin Shui, and this is my sister, Lin Yu. We are traveling together. The girl in the white short skirt smiled as she gestured toward her twin sister. They then turned to Fong Ro, expressing gratitude. Thanks to you. He was saved. What is your name? Fong Ro, I am a crew member on the ship, Fong Ro replied coolly. When her gaze inadvertently fell on Lu Yun, it still carried a hint of lingering embarrassment. Lin Shui immediately turned to Lu Yun, her curiosity piqued. And you? What is your name? Lu Yun. He coughed a couple of times, the taste of seawater lingering in his throat. He glanced at Fong Ro's sharply tailored uniform, then furrowed his brows. Unable to contain his critique, your ship navigated quite impressively, didn't it? In broad daylight, it managed to collide directly with the reef? Don't modern cruise liners have radar and sonar detection? How could such a large reef go undetected? At his words, Fong Ro let out a cold huff, her tone revealing a hint of displeasure. That is a question you should pose to the navigation team. I am merely a junior crew member. I neither operate the ship nor understand the equipment. Her words rendered Lu Yun speechless, creating a momentary atmosphere of awkwardness. Lin Shui quickly intervened, glancing at the two of them and inquiring, What shall we do now? There is not a soul in sight on this island, and it will be perilous once night falls. Lu Yun took a deep breath, propping himself against the beach as he attempted to rise. However, as he straightened up, a wave of dizziness swept over him, accompanied by a tumultuous churn in his stomach, as if countless waves were crashing within. His complexion paled, and he doubled over, clutching his knees as he retched. Lin Shui hurried to his side, gently patting his back with concern in her voice. How are you feeling? Are you unwell? Lu Yun bent over, heaving a couple of times, with a few salty droplets spilling from the corner of his mouth, splattering onto the sand and leaving a small damp patch. Wiping his mouth, he forced a smile and shook his head. I'm fine. It's better once I've expelled it, though I still feel a bit lightheaded. Lin Shui sighed in relief, yet soon furrowed her brow as she surveyed the expansive beach. So shall we just wait here for rescue? Or? Lu Yun straightened himself, battling the lingering dizziness as he surveyed the desolate island. It was the peak of summer, and the scorching sun bore down from above, rendering the sand unbearably hot beneath his feet. The coastline stretched into the distance, and a mere 100 paces along the beach revealed a lush grove of trees. The foliage was so dense that it nearly obscured the sky, with vines entwined around robust trunks, and unknown greenery peeking out from the underbrush, exuding an air of untamed wilderness. He pointed towards the grove with conviction. Of course, we must wait for rescue, but we cannot simply idle on the beach. The heat is oppressive, and without any supplies, we risk perishing from hunger, thirst, or heat exhaustion. We must venture into the forest to search for water and food. Our survival takes precedence. Lin Shui immediately grasped her sister Lin Yu's hand, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Great. Let us go now. My sister and I can help look for wild fruits. Lin Yu nodded eagerly, her small hand tightly clutching her sister's garment, filled with anticipation. The three turned to set off, only to find Feng Rou still standing motionless, showing no intention of joining them. Lin Shui cautiously approached, softly asking, Feng Rou, aren't you coming with us? Feng Rou hesitated, her gaze sweeping across the barren beach before she ultimately shook her head. You all go ahead. I will stay here. She patiently explained, we can't all enter the forest if a rescue boat passes by or if other survivors wash ashore. We would miss the opportunity without anyone to keep watch. I will remain here to monitor the sea and ensure a safe landing point for you. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. You are right. That is a prudent plan. Thank you for keeping watch here while we search for sustenance. Rest assured, your share will be guaranteed once we find something. Feng Rou did not respond, merely casting him a fleeting glance before turning away. Her profile taut and radiating an air of aloofness. A hint of perplexity stirred within Lu Yun. He had not wronged her in any way. Yet why did this crew member regard him with such cold indifference? Could her earlier jest about the cruise ship running aground have upset her? With no time for Lu Yun to ponder further, he turned and, accompanied by Lin Shui and Lin Yu, made his way step by step toward the dense woods. Chapter 3. The woodland adventure. The trio had scarcely taken a few steps when Lu Yun's attention was suddenly captured by something shimmering coldly on the beach. It was a thin shard of stone, its edges relatively sharp, as if it had been polished by the relentless waves for quite some time. His eyes brightened, and he hurried over to pick it up, weighing it in his hand before scrutinizing it closely. He then dashed to a nearby rock formation and crouched down, diligently beginning to refine the stone. Curious, Lin Shui bent down to observe his actions. As she did so, her loose collar slipped slightly, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin that spun the head. Lu Yun, absorbed in his task, couldn't help but steal several glances, his heart racing in response. Lin Shui soon sensed his gaze and felt her cheeks flush crimson. Quickly, she adjusted her collar and shot him a playful glare. Lu Yun hastily averted his eyes, regretting the moment, and redirected his focus to the stone. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Yu asked, what are you planning to do with that stone? Do you think it looks nice? Holding the increasingly sharp shard, Lu Yun lightly traced it across his palm, a hint of pride in his tone. We are currently unarmed, and venturing into unfamiliar woods poses certain dangers. This little treasure could prove invaluable in times of trouble. You will soon see its utility. Lin Shui tilted her head in thought, her eyes lighting up suddenly. I get it. You intend to use it as a knife, right? Very astute. Lu Yun replied with a smile. With this, we can cut things, and in case of danger, it can serve as a means of defense. Its applications are significant. As they conversed, the trio had already entered the woods. A refreshing scent of grass and foliage instantly filled their nostrils. The dense canopy shielded them from the oppressive heat outside, rendering the air cool and humid. The high concentration of negative ions invigorated their spirits, bringing about a sense of tranquility and elation. Were it not for their dire circumstances, this primal forest would indeed be a splendid retreat. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their robust trunks entwined with vibrant green vines, while nameless wildflowers flourished wildly among the underbrush, exuding a raw, untamed vitality. Lin Shui and Lin Yu gazed in awe, exclaiming, wow, these trees are extraordinarily tall. That trunk must be several hundred years old. Lin Yu, brimming with excitement, rushed forward and wrapped her arms around the trunk of a massive tree, her face tilted upwards in astonishment. Goodness, I can barely embrace it alone. This tree is enormous. The sisters chattered animatedly around the grand tree, completely oblivious to the peril lurking above them. A thick, black-striped serpent coiled itself on a branch, its scales glistening ominously. Upon hearing the commotion below, its triangular head slowly descended, its crimson tongue flicking out with a hiss, cold vertical pupils fixated on the two unsuspecting girls beneath. Suddenly, the serpent opened its mouth wide and lunged toward Lin Yu's head. A snake. Lin Shui was the first to hear the ominous hissing sound. She lifted her gaze and was met with the sight of a large serpent lunging towards them, causing her face to drain of color in sheer terror. Lin Shui let out a piercing scream, instinctively pulling the still excited Lin Yu with her as they stumbled backward. Yet the snake's speed was staggering, and it was mere moments away from striking Lin Yu. In a critical instant, Lu Yun reacted with remarkable swiftness, dashing forward almost in the blink of an eye. With his left hand, he clamped down on the serpent's head with a grip as unyielding as iron, forcibly halting its impending bite. The serpent, measuring over 2 meters in length and possessing immense strength, erupted in fury as its head was restrained. Its muscular body coiled around Lu Yun's arm, tightening with a force that threatened to shatter his limb. Lu Yun, Lin Shui, and Lin Yu cried out, their faces paling, their voices trembling with urgency. Yet Lu Yun remained remarkably composed. Having participated in numerous wilderness survival shows with commendable success, he possessed ample experience dealing with non-venomous pythons. With his right hand tightly gripping a sharpened stone shard, he maintained his hold on the snake's head with his left, preventing any movement. Gradually, he lowered his arm, leveraging the serpent's constricting force to flip it off his limb. Swiftly, he planted his foot on the snake's vulnerable segment, rendering it incapable of further struggle. The serpent writhed violently beneath his foot, yet could not inch closer to Lu Yun. With a steely gaze, Lu Yun positioned the stone shard with precision at the juncture of the snake's head and neck, executing a swift and decisive cut. The keen edge of the stone severed the serpent's spine in an instant. The hissing and flicking of its tongue abruptly ceased, and the creature convulsed a few times before falling completely still. Only after confirming the serpent's demise did Lu Yun exhale in relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to the trembling sisters. "Do not be afraid, all is well now." The sisters, still shaken by the encounter, instinctively swallowed hard. They exchanged glances, their faces still pale. Once Lin Shui regained her composure, she cautiously approached. Her gaze fell upon the massive serpent, and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. Without hesitation, Lu Yun crouched down, expertly handling the serpent's corpse with the stone shard. He carefully made a precise incision beneath the serpent's belly, skillfully avoiding the internal organs. Next, he delicately peeled away the snake's skin, his fingers deftly maneuvering to extract the resilient hide in one complete piece, which he rolled up and tucked into his clothing. The snake's skin boasted remarkable toughness and could serve as a makeshift container when dried, or be used for bandaging wounds in critical moments. After dealing with the skin, he meticulously extracted the snake's innards, leaving only the full gallbladder intact. Lu Yun rubbed the slimy surface of the gallbladder between his fingers before stowing it away in his pocket, knowing it had properties to dispel heat and detoxify. Following this, he quickly dug a deep hole in the moist earth with the stone shard, burying the snake's head and entrails to prevent any lingering scent from attracting other predators. Finally, he hoisted the headless serpent's body onto his shoulder, its flesh glistening with freshness, giving Lu Yun an air of primal wildness as it hung beside him. Lin Shui gazed at him and couldn't help but mutter softly, "Lu Yun, you look like a character from a horror film." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun raised his head to look at the two sisters, his tone earnest. "Our current predicament is not much better than that of a horror movie. Appearance is inconsequential. Survival is of paramount importance." Lin Yu, having recovered from her earlier shock, leaned closer to Lu Yun, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Lu Yun, you are truly remarkable. Your techniques in both capturing and processing the snake are so professional. Did you study this before?" Lu Yun smiled gently, a hint of warmth at the corner of his lips. "It's nothing, just a bit weak at the moment. Otherwise, that little serpent would not dare to flaunt its fangs before me. By the way, do you often watch survival shows?" Lin Yu shook her head, while Lin Shui pondered for a moment before replying. "I've seen a bit while scrolling through short videos, you know? Those shows where one person survives in the wild for several days and wins a prize in the end. There are several renowned survival experts abroad, but I haven't watched them closely. If you enjoy survival shows, you might see me on one," Lu Yun said with a smile. "What? You've been on television? Which country's survival program did you participate in?" The sisters' eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Yun nodded. "Most domestic survival shows are scripted for entertainment, enhanced with various dramatic effects. However, the program I participated in was a genuine wilderness survival documentary. I ventured into the Amazon rainforest, uninhabited islands, and even won a championship in one episode." "Wow, you are amazing." The sisters' eyes sparkled with admiration as they gazed at Lu Yun. "So, does that mean with you around, we will surely survive, right? As long as there are no large predators on this island and resources are sufficient, we will undoubtedly endure," Lu Yun assured confidently, patting his chest. With his words, the sisters felt a wave of relief wash over them, their demeanor towards Lu Yun warming considerably. Lin Shui smiled and asked, "Lu Yun, is it all right if we call you brother Lu Yun? I am 22 this year. How old are you?" Lu Yun replied, "I am 1 year older than you." Lin Yu quickly chimed in, "I am the same age as my sister, 22, so calling you brother is just right." Lu Yun studied the two sisters before him. They bore an uncanny resemblance, both possessing fair complexions and striking beauty, with curvaceous figures. Lin Shui appeared gentler, while Lin Yu exuded a more vivacious spirit. Lu Yun nodded with a smile. "Of course, calling me brother feels quite endearing. You are twins, aren't you? You look remarkably alike." "Bingo!" Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands. "Remember our faces, don't mix us up." "All right, noted. A pair of beautiful sisters," Lu Yun replied with a smile, though his gaze lingered on their ample chests and slender waists for a few seconds longer. Lin Shui noticed his gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly, and quickly shifted the topic. "Brother Lu Yun, do we continue moving forward?" I was so focused on the snake that I forgot about our main goal. Lu Yun then withdrew his gaze. Yes. We need to find water first. Water is more vital than food. With such lush vegetation nearby, there must be a water source. If we follow the terrain, we should be able to locate a stream or spring. As he spoke, he hoisted the snake meat over his shoulder and grasped a stone shard, leading the way. Stay close and do not stray, he cautioned. The forest is thick with underbrush and vines. Be careful where you tread. The two sisters hurried to follow. Having just endured a perilous experience, they now held a profound trust in Lu Yun, trailing closely behind him and lightening their footsteps considerably. Chapter 4. Remove your clothing. The trio had not ventured far when two towering coconut trees suddenly emerged in the clearing ahead. Their stout trunks soared into the heavens, adorned with a cluster of a dozen green coconuts, a sight that sparked envy in the onlookers. Lu Yun came to an abrupt halt. He tucked the stone shard into his waist, bent down to tighten his trousers, and turned to the sisters behind him. Which of you can climb trees? Lin Shui quickly shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her tone. We cannot climb trees. Growing up in the city, we have barely seen wild trees, let alone scale such lofty coconut palms. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, a touch of embarrassment evident as she replied, I am only proficient in academic subjects, and I lack any other skills, climbing trees included. Lu Yun sighed, unable to resist a teasing remark. Well, you two are of little use on this deserted island. At this, Lin Shui panicked. She feared Lu Yun would perceive them as burdens and abandon them to fend for themselves. Stepping forward urgently, she explained, Lu Yun, although we cannot climb trees or forage for food, we are obedient and willing to work. She puffed out her chest, her gaze resolute. We understand that surviving is paramount. If we can wait for rescue, that would be ideal. Once we return to the city, we will surely repay you. If help does not come, we will do whatever you ask. We are not afraid of dirt or toil. We can learn whatever we need to, including climbing trees. You can teach us, and we will certainly apply ourselves. Lin Yu quickly nodded in agreement, affirming, yes. We are not picky. We can do any task. Seeing the earnestness on the sisters' faces, Lu Yun smiled with a semblance of appreciation. Good. Your attitude is commendable. That is indeed more valuable than anything else. He shifted his gaze to Lin Shui, his tone steady. Remove your undergarment. What? Lin Shui froze in place, her face flushing crimson. She instinctively crossed her arms and took a step back, her eyes wide with alarm. What are you planning to do? Lin Yu, equally startled, instinctively stepped behind her sister. Lu Yun pointed to the nearby coconut tree. What are you thinking? The bark is quite rough, and when I climb, my hands and arms will surely be scraped. We currently lack even basic medical supplies. If a wound becomes infected, it could lead to serious complications. Using your undergarment to wrap around my hands will at least cushion the impact and reduce abrasions. Only then did Lin Shui exhale in relief, though her cheeks remained aflame. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Then, please turn around. All right, hurry up. Do not dawdle. We must work as much as possible while it is still light. Once night falls, we will be at a disadvantage with the mosquitoes, Lu Yun said, turning his back to the sisters. Soon, a rustling sound of fabric could be heard behind him. After a moment, a pair of warm hands gently poked Lu Yun's shoulder, presenting him with an undergarment imbued with warmth and a faint floral fragrance. Here, for you. Lu Yun accepted it, kneading the fabric in his hands, attempting to soften it further. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Shui exclaimed, both embarrassed and annoyed, lightly swatting his arm. If you're going to use it, just use it. Why are you fiddling with it? Lu Yun turned to her, shaking the undergarment in his hand. If I don't soften it, it will chafe my hands when I wrap it around. Don't worry, I'll wash it and return it when I'm done. With that, he ceased his teasing, tearing the undergarment into two pieces, wrapping them around his palms, and tightening them securely to ensure a firm grip. He then approached the coconut tree, planting his feet against the trunk and gripping the rough bark tightly, nimbly beginning his ascent. The undergarment provided a cushion, rendering the coarse bark considerably less abrasive against his hands. In a few swift movements, he reached the waist of the tree and extended his hand towards the coconuts at the top. The coconut trees on the island were exceptionally tall, their branches nearly obscuring half the sky. It seemed the fertile soil and abundant oxygen here fostered such lush growth. After considerable effort, Lu Yun finally reached the summit of the tree. He secured his legs around the trunk to stabilize himself and drew a shard of stone from his waist, ready to harvest the coconuts. He carefully sliced through the leaf stalk at the top of the coconut to avoid any obstruction from the branches. Then, he positioned the blade against the connection point of the coconut and the tree, deftly sawing back and forth, the sharp edge of the stone perfectly severing the resilient fibers. Once he had cut down a coconut, he shook it to confirm it was filled with juice. At this point, Lu Yun was parched, having dealt with a python, processed snake meat, and climbed this towering tree. His throat felt as if it were on fire. He promptly used the stone to carve a small opening at the top of the coconut and tilted it towards his mouth, gulping down the refreshing, sweet coconut water. The cool nectar slid down his throat, infused with a subtle fruity aroma, instantly quenching his inner heat. The fatigue that had enveloped him dissipated significantly, prompting him to exclaim in delight. Below, Lin Shui and Lin Yu watched with longing, their mouths watering. The two gazed upward, their eyes filled with desire. Unable to contain herself, Lin Yu cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted up to him, "Lu Yun, please toss one down to us. We're dying of thirst." Lu Yun smiled and nodded, slicing another plump coconut before calling down, "Step aside a bit and gather some grass to cushion the ground. I'll toss the coconuts down. Don't let them break." The sisters immediately complied, rushing to the nearby grass patch to gather a large handful of soft blades, laying them down thickly at the base of the tree. Seeing their efforts, Lu Yun picked up the coconut he had just harvested, aimed for the grassy mat, and began to toss them down. Thud, thud, thud. The green coconuts landed on the grass with dull thuds. Lin Shui hurried over to pick one up, and along with Lin Yu, they eagerly attempted to open it for the coconut water. However, the shell was exceedingly hard, and despite their efforts of twisting and striking, their fingers grew sore and red, yet they could not manage to create even a small opening in the coconut. They could only anxiously circle around the coconut, their mouths almost curling in frustration. Just as the sisters found themselves at a loss, Lu Yun had already cut down all the coconuts hanging from the tree, tossing them one by one onto the grass mat. He then released his legs from the tree trunk, grasped the bark with both hands, and slid down the tree slowly. He landed firmly, showing no signs of clumsiness. Approaching the sisters, he couldn't help but chuckle at their flustered demeanor. "Look at you two in such a hurry. Hand me the coconuts, and I shall open them." Lin Shui and Lin Yu, as if seeing a savior, hurriedly handed over the coconuts they were holding. Lu Yun took the coconuts, picked up a shard of stone, and targeted the top third of the coconut, tapping gently with the pointed edge. Soon, he found a softer spot. With a decisive strike, he carved out a small opening and returned it to Lin Shui. "Quickly drink up. The freshly picked coconut water is the sweetest." Lin Shui eagerly took the coconut and brought it to her lips for a sip. The refreshing coconut water slid down her throat, instantly quenching her thirst. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, this is delicious. It's so much sweeter than the coconut water from the supermarket." Lin Yu quickly grabbed another coconut that Lu Yun had opened and drank heartily, her face radiating satisfaction. Observing their joyful expressions, Lu Yun couldn't suppress a smile. With coconuts in hand, they needn't worry about water for the time being. Chapter 5. The refuge of the stranded. After finishing the coconut water, the sisters contentedly wiped their mouths and casually tossed the empty coconut shells onto the ground. Their gaze fell upon the remaining coconuts, and they found themselves in a quandary. Lu Yun, with so many coconuts, how are we going to carry them back to the beach? They're too heavy to hold. Lu Yun looked around, his eyes quickly landing on a young sapling not far away. The slender trunk was perfectly suited to serve as a stick, both in thickness and length. He approached it, stepped on the trunk's midsection, grasped the top firmly, and with a decisive twist, heard a crack as the sapling snapped in half. He then picked up the stone shard, crouched down, and meticulously fashioned the trunk, trimming away excess branches and smoothing both ends until he had created a sturdy, straight stick. Next, he searched the woods for several flexible vines, tore them down, and removed the sharp thorns. He then securely tied both ends of the vines to the stick, creating a simple carrying yoke. There, now it can be carried. Lu Yun placed the yoke on the ground, pairing the coconuts 2 by 2 and firmly binding them to either end with the vines. Before long, all the coconuts were secured. Lu Yun bent down and hoisted the yoke onto his shoulders, his step steady. After completing this task, he suddenly remembered something, reached to his waist, and retrieved the 2 pieces of undergarment, handing them back to Lin Shui. "Here, this is for you." Lin Shui glanced at the crumpled garments, exclaiming with annoyance, "You've wrinkled them like this. Why are you returning them? How am I supposed to wear them now?" "Well, since you don't need them, I'll keep them. They can serve as protection next time I climb a tree," Lu Yun replied, attempting to tuck the undergarment back into his waist. No. Lin Shui hurriedly reached out to stop him, both embarrassed and anxious. "What do you think you look like holding my undergarment? Just return it to me. Once I find clean water, I can wash it and stitch it up. Perhaps I could wear it again." Lu Yun chuckled as he handed the undergarment back to her, then turned to hoist the carrying pole and walk towards the edge of the woods. "Let us go back early. Feng Rou is still waiting for us on the beach." Lin Shui neatly folded the undergarment and tucked it into her bosom before following Lin Yu. As they walked a few steps, they noticed Lu Yun suddenly halt, turning back to point at the 2 empty coconut shells on the ground. "Pick up those coconut shells." "Huh?" Lin Shui expressed her confusion. "Haven tea, we already finished the coconut water. What do we need the shells for?" "Do not underestimate these coconut shells. They are quite useful," Lu Yun explained. The shells are hard, and, once cleaned, the coconut meat scraped from the interior can serve as food, providing protein and fat. The empty shells can be used as containers for water or food, and they can also assist in starting a fire. The dried fibers of the coconut shell make excellent tinder, and the shell itself can serve as a makeshift pot for cooking over a fire. He paused, adding, "On a deserted island, nothing should go to waste. Every seemingly insignificant item can be a lifesaver in critical moments." The sisters suddenly understood and hurriedly ran over to pick up the coconut shells, cradling them carefully in their arms. At that moment, they truly grasped that Lu Yun's wilderness survival experience was not mere talk. The trio continued their journey, one carrying the coconut while the other two held the empty shells, gradually disappearing into the shadows of the woods. Upon returning to the beach, however, they found that Fong Ro, who had been waiting, was nowhere to be seen. Lin Shui instantly panicked, her voice trembling. "Where did Fong Ro go? Has she been attacked? Is there danger on this deserted island?" Lu Yun furrowed his brow and crouched down to examine the ground closely. A clear set of footprints was imprinted in the sand, the patterns orderly, extending to the left without any chaotic marks or overlapping footprints from another person. He stood up and shook his head. She must have left on her own. The footprints are steady, indicating she did not encounter any danger. He paused, uncertain, and added, "Is it possible she discovered a rescue and left without waiting for us?" "Impossible." Lin Yu immediately countered, shaking her head. "Fong Ro is not that kind of person. Have you forgotten who saved you when you were washed ashore? Your face was as pale as a sheet, and your lips were blue. We both thought you were beyond help. It was Fong Ro who performed CPR on you, even giving you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which is why you came back to consciousness. Anyone can doubt Fong Ro, but you cannot." Her words struck Lu Yun like a thunderclap, awakening him in an instant. He suddenly recalled the soft sensation he felt while unconscious, the lingering fragrance on his lips, and Fong Ro's cold, annoyed gaze directed at him. It dawned on him that she was not intentionally targeting him. Rather, he had unwittingly taken advantage of her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Yun scratched his head. "So that is how it is. No wonder she has been so cold towards me. I thought I had offended her. At that moment, I was barely conscious. I didn't mean to take advantage of her. It was purely instinctive. Who would believe you?" Lin Shui stifled a laugh, recalling how Fong Ro's face had flushed with anger when she had exclaimed that he was nearly out of breath, yet remained unyielding. Lu Yun awkwardly cleared his throat and hastily shifted the topic. "Enough laughter. We must prioritize finding Fong Ro. Let us examine our surroundings closely. She may have left behind a clue." The trio followed the footprints for several paces until they soon discovered an arrow crafted from pebbles on the beach, with the words "Go forward" inscribed beside it. It was indeed a clue left by Fong Ro. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement as the three of them promptly followed the direction of the arrow and footprints. As twilight descended, the sea breeze carried a hint of chill. Upon reaching a bend in the beach, they were suddenly met with a cacophony of voices, faintly discernible conversations and sighs echoing in the air. "Someone's there," Lin Yu exclaimed, eager to rush ahead, but Lu Yun swiftly restrained her. "Hold on. Let's assess the situation first." He set down the coconut resting on his shoulder beneath a nearby tree, gesturing for the sisters to take cover behind it. If these were not the people from the cruise ship, venturing out could be perilous. The three held their breath, peering from behind the tree trunk towards the other side of the beach. The sight before them widened their eyes in astonishment. A throng of over 100 people had gathered on the beach, a sea of heads buzzing with discussion. Lin Shui could not help but whisper in awe, "Wow. So many people. Look at their clothing. They appear to be crew members from the ship." Lu Yun scrutinized the scene, confirming Lin Shui's observation. Among the crowd, numerous women donned professional attire akin to Fong Ro's, while the men primarily wore deep blue sailor suits. A few individuals sported vests adorned with crew insignia, evidently staff from the Hope. His gaze swiftly traversed the crowd until it settled upon a familiar figure. Fong Ro stood at the edge of the gathering, engaged in conversation with a man clad in a crew uniform. Her demeanor remained composed, albeit tinged with weariness. "We found Fong Ro." Lu Yun exhaled in relief, patting the sisters on the shoulders. "Since they are our own, let us approach." The trio emerged from their hiding place and walked towards the crowd. Fong Ro soon noticed them, her eyes brightening with surprise, and she quickly made her way over, fixing her gaze on Lu Yun. Her tone remained even. "You've arrived just in time. Many survivors have gathered here, and we are discussing what to do next." Lin Shui stepped forward, grasping Fong Ro's arm and inquiring, "Fong Ro, why did you come here without waiting for us? We thought you were in danger." Fong Ro smiled gently and explained, "I saw smoke rising from this direction while I was by the sea and feared something was amiss, so I came to investigate. I didn't anticipate encountering so many colleagues. I assumed you would follow the footprints and arrow when you returned, so I didn't wait." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently brushed against Lu Yun, her cheeks flushing slightly before she quickly turned her attention away. Chapter 6. A lesson in deterrence. Just as Lu Yun was about to inquire further, a commotion arose ahead. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. Let us hear a few words from Captain Lu. A man stood atop a nearby rise, clapping his hands vigorously. A raspy voice drowned out the clamor of the crowd, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Soon after, a portly middle-aged man ambled up the incline. His hair was sparse, nearly bald at the front, and he appeared to be in his 40s. With his hands clasped behind his back, he swayed slightly with each step. His small eyes narrowed as he surveyed the crowd from his elevated position. Indeed, this incident was quite unexpected and startled us all. He cleared his throat, his tone laced with a feigned calmness and arrogance. However, there is no need for alarm. Our survival indicates that we possess greater fortune and capability than others. Trust in me. As the captain of the Hope, I shall lead us to safety. No sooner had he finished speaking than a man in the crowd began to clap enthusiastically, echoing, "The captain is right. With you here, we will surely await rescue." The remaining crew members, somewhat reluctantly, joined in with scattered applause, their clapping half-hearted and perfunctory. Fong Ro clapped a couple of times as well, but her gestures were light and her expression remained neutral. Lin Shui quietly tugged at her sleeve and asked in a hushed tone, "Sister Fong Ro, is that man speaking really the captain of the Hope?" Fong Ro cast a disdainful glance at the figure on the slope, her voice dripping with contempt. "Yes. His surname is Lu. The one who started clapping is Zhang Jie, responsible for security on the ship. He lacks real competence, but revels in flattering the leadership and has an insatiable thirst for authority. Just wait and see. Once Lu Bing finishes, it will be his turn to show off." As if on cue, Zhang Jie stepped forward. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor. Captain Lu Bing's speech was profoundly insightful and meaningful. I trust everyone has greatly benefited from it. Allow me to add a few points. Given the unusual circumstances we are in, there is no need for note-taking. I will keep it brief. First, we must align with Captain Lu's directives and deeply comprehend his leadership spirit. Let us remember to unite around the leadership team centered on Captain Lu, never forgetting our original intention as we forge ahead. Secondly, while disaster is merciless, humanity prevails. The more we are engulfed in adversity, the more we must adhere to protocol and standards. We must always embody the qualities and dignity expected of proud crew members of the Hope. He continued to drone on, repeating platitudes about disaster as a test of will and loyalty as the sole choice, causing the listeners' ears to tingle with irritation. The crew had long grown accustomed to this duet, standing expressionless with vacuous gazes, clearly not absorbing the words being spoken. However, a group of about a dozen individuals standing at the back could no longer contain their frustration. Most of them were tourists from the cruise ship, having just endured a maritime disaster and now stranded on a deserted island, their anxiety palpable. Listening to Zhang Jie's drivel only stoked their anger. "Shut your mouth," bellowed a burly man in a short-sleeved shirt, his voice resonating painfully in the air. "You've been rambling on with nonsense. Do you think you're some sort of bureaucrat? How can you be so full of hot air? Just look at this wretched ship you're piloting. I spent thousands on a ticket, and you lot crashed it into a reef, yet you still have the audacity to preach to us?" Another bespectacled man chimed in, his voice brimming with indignation. "Exactly. What we require now is water, sustenance, and means to contact rescue, not your idle chatter. Should you continue to prattle, do you not believe we would cast you both into the sea?" Upon hearing these words, other passengers readily echoed in agreement. Indeed. Furthermore, what of compensation? What transpired during this incident? Your shipping company has inflicted significant psychological distress upon us survivors. How will you compensate us? It is truly incomprehensible that such a luxurious cruise ship, equipped with the most advanced technology, could jeopardize the lives of thousands of passengers due to such a grave error. To collide with a submerged reef in broad daylight is utterly bewildering. The scene erupted into chaos. The already disorganized crowd turned into a cacophony of voices. Captain Lu atop the hill suddenly turned pale, his expression darkening as memories resurfaced. Zhang Jie attempted to counter, yet Captain Lu seized him, urging calm. He surveyed the enraged passengers below and feigned composure, stating, "Please remain calm. We are already discussing provisions and rescue efforts. As for the cause of this incident, we shall provide a thorough explanation once our investigation is complete." Duct tape? You might as well offer me rubber. What explanation can you provide? A burly man stepped forward, accusingly pointing at Captain Lu. "Where's our food? Where's our water? Do not dare claim there is none. I have seen it. You lot are inept at sailing yet skilled in embezzlement. You pilfered the lifeboats, supplies, and medical items. Bring them forth immediately." This statement ignited a powder keg, prompting other passengers to surge forward. They shoved aside the crew members obstructing their path, swiftly encircling Captain Lu and Zhang Jie, clamoring for provisions. Yes, hand over the supplies. They rightfully belong to us. Where have you concealed them? Do not think to hoard them for yourselves. Captain Lu, taken aback, retreated a step and urgently called out to the crew. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and control the situation. Separate the passengers and calm their emotions. The crew exchanged glances, yet few dared to step forward. They understood that this maritime disaster was fundamentally the ship's fault, and supporting the captain against the passengers lacked any sense of confidence. Observing this, Zhang Jie adopted a fierce demeanor, bellowing at the crew. Do you wish to rebel? Do you care for your salaries and performance bonuses? Do not presume that being stranded on this island grants you license to act without consequence. Let me assure you, regarding the sinking of the Hope, the company will make arrangements swiftly and rescue will arrive shortly. 2 hours prior to the ship's sinking, we dispatched distress signals to multiple departments. It will not be long before assistance arrives. If you disregard Captain Lu's directives now, just wait and see how we will deal with you upon our return. This proclamation served as a tonic for the crew. They relied on returning to receive their wages. Naturally reluctant to offend Zhang Jie and Captain Lu, more than 30 male crew members advanced, pushing and shoving the passengers, forcibly dispersing the crowd. The passengers, already seething with anger, found their rage ignited further, and a conflict erupted between the two factions. The passengers aboard the opulent cruise ship are predominantly affluent individuals accustomed to a life of luxury, having seldom faced hardship. Unlike the robust crew members who toil year-round at sea, before long, the passengers found themselves at a disadvantage. Several were knocked to the ground. The burly man who had instigated the altercation and the bespectacled gentleman were left bloodied, their faces and clothing stained with crimson. The sight of blood sent the previously arrogant passengers into a state of panic, their bravado dissipating in an instant. Once, they had been the pampered patrons, but now they found themselves in a position of vulnerability. Captain Lu and Zhang Jie, witnessing the situation come under control, straightened their backs, their expressions betraying a sense of triumph. Lu Bing approached the passengers, towering over them, and declared, "Let me be clear. Our internal personnel possess a surplus of supplies and medication in our lifeboats. However, they are rightfully ours. I will determine the distribution. You will receive only what I deem fit, understood?" He paused, his tone laced with menace. "If you wish to survive on this desolate island, you will heed my commands. Should you choose not to follow me, no one will stop you from venturing into the wilderness on your own." The passengers exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to utter a word. They understood that the forest likely harbored venomous snakes and fierce beasts, lacking even the most basic wilderness survival skills. Venturing into the wild would spell certain doom. They could only swallow their indignation in silence. Noticing the lack of response, Zhang Jie stepped forward, seizing the hair of the burly troublemaker and yanking his head upwards. Bloodied and in pain, the man grimaced. Zhang Jie struck him sharply, his voice menacing. "Did you not hear Captain Lu's words? Do you understand?" Dazed from the blow, the man could only grit his teeth and nod. "Yes, I understand." Lu Yun observed the unfolding events with growing concern. He furrowed his brow, realizing that Lu Bing and Zhang Jie were bullying the passengers mercilessly. If this continued, the passengers would inevitably be driven to desperation. He discreetly nudged Lin Shui and Fong Ro beside him, whispering, "We should keep our distance from them." Chapter 7. You are my savior. Fong Ro hesitated. "But where shall we go? I noticed that there are quite a few supplies and tools here. Wouldn't it be difficult to survive if we leave?" Lu Yun pointed towards the rear. "Let us step back for a moment and discuss our options." "All right," she replied reluctantly. Meanwhile, Lu Bing reveled in his newfound authority. With his rotund belly protruding, he gestured animatedly, barking orders. "You lot, unload all supplies from the lifeboats. Set up the largest tent first, and move all food and tools inside. That will be my quarters. The 2 smaller tents are for the crew. Encircle my tent for security." He turned to Zhang Jie, his tone brooking no dissent. "Zhang Jie, the crew is under your command. You will only heed my orders. Understood?" Zhang Jie nodded eagerly, a sycophantic demeanor evident. At that moment, a passenger tentatively inquired, "And where shall we stay?" Lu Bing cast them a dismissive glance, replying nonchalantly, "The weather is mild. You can manage for now." We pitched our 3 tents in a triangular formation, facing south towards the beach, facilitating the observation of rescue operations. You shall kindle a bonfire in the center of the tents, encircling it for warmth, ensuring you do not succumb to the cold. He paused momentarily before presenting a new demand. Each evening, 5 crew members and 10 passengers must be assigned to guard the beach, vigilant towards the direction of rescue. The remaining passengers are to venture into the woods to gather firewood, clearing the surrounding grass from the camp to deter snakes, insects, and rodents from intruding. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 axes from the supplies and tossed them to Zhang Jie. "You take a few people and fell those large trees ahead. Clearing them will broaden our view, making it easier to observe the sea. The felled trunks can serve both as firewood and as reserves. Zhang Jie gripped the axe, gazing at the stout trunks in the distance, a troubled expression crossing his face. Captain, these trees are too thick. They are difficult to chop down. Nonsense. If it were easy, I wouldn't need you. Lu Bing's eyes narrowed, his tone fierce. I don't care what methods you employ. I demand results. Yes, yes. I shall attend to it immediately. Zhang Jie responded hastily. He turned and beckoned two passengers, urging them, come, follow me to fell the trees. Work diligently, and you shall be rewarded. Reluctantly, they trailed behind Zhang Jie into the woods. Meanwhile, the female passengers were assigned to clear the debris and weeds around the campsite. Instantly, the beach became a flurry of activity, imbued with a stifling sense of compliance. Lu Bing's gaze did not linger on these trivial matters, but instead roamed over the female attendants, finally fixating intently on Feng Rou. Her visage and figure stood out among the attendants, a temptation he had long coveted. Now, marooned on a deserted island, free from the constraints of societal norms, he felt it was the perfect moment to assert his dominance over Feng Rou. Lu Bing sauntered towards her, his steps deliberately casual. As Feng Rou noticed his approach, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, instinctively retreating a half step, though she dared not turn and flee. Lu Bing halted before her, his gaze brazenly traversing her chest and waist, his lips curling into a smarmy smile. Feng Rou, you have endured much during this time. Observe how everyone is preoccupied with their tasks, leaving you unattended. Perhaps you ought not to remain here. Come with me to the tent for a respite. I have matters to discuss with you. Feng Rou clenched the hem of her garment, her countenance darkening, her voice frigid. Captain, I have work to attend to and will not disturb you. What could be more important than your well-being? Lu Bing leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a menacing undertone. Feng Rou, be wise. You know who holds the power here. By following me, you might spare yourself some suffering. Disobedience, however, could lead to unpredictable consequences. You understand? Lu Gu has always cared for you. You are clever and beautiful, with a figure that any man would consider fortunate to possess. Feng Rou bit her lip, her fingertips turning white. Just as she prepared to retort, a figure suddenly intervened, standing protectively in front of her. It was Lu Yun. Upon witnessing Lu Bing's harassment of Feng Rou, Lu Yun's expression turned icy. Captain Lu, everyone is busy. Your singular attention to a subordinate seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? Lu Bing had not anticipated anyone daring to interrupt him. He looked up to see Lu Yun, his expression laced with disdain. This passenger. I believe you witnessed the earlier events. Offending me will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Need I elaborate further? Bullying others under the guise of authority is hardly a commendable act. Lu Yun spoke with a calm demeanor, infused with a hint of defiance. In this desolate island where survival is paramount, mutual understanding should prevail, should it not? Mutual understanding? That must be predicated on an equal standing. Lu Bing scoffed, his posture brimming with arrogance. Here on this island, I hold the reins. You merely need to acknowledge my struggles. It is not my obligation to consider yours. He turned to Feng Rou, his eyes glinting with unabashed greed, and bluntly presented his proposition. Feng Rou, I shall not beat around the bush. You have two options. First, join me in my tent tonight, and I shall ensure you are spared from labor, indulging in the finest provisions. When rescue arrives, I will advocate for the maximum compensation on your behalf, and even secure you a promotion. Second, feel free to make your own arrangements. But this camp will not accommodate you. You have gone too far. Feng Rou trembled with rage, her voice quivering. I am also a member of the Hope team. Why should I not be allowed to survive here? Why? Simply because I say so? Lu Bing interrupted her harshly, reaching out to grasp her wrist with a slimy demeanor. Enough, Zyro. Do not be difficult on yourself. Come with me, and I shall treat you well. Just as Lu Bing's hand was about to make contact with Feng Rou, Lu Yun stepped forward, forcefully swatting his hand away. Lu Bing winced in pain, retracting his hand, and glared at Lu Yun with fury. How dare you strike me? Lu Yun ignored him, taking Feng Rou's hand and guiding her toward the beach's corner. Come with me. Feng Rou was taken aback and instinctively attempted to pull away. What are you doing? If you wish to remain here and endure his advances, then feel free to let go. But if you desire to survive, trust me, I possess the means to ensure your safety. Lu Yun's voice, though soft, resonated with reassuring strength. Lin Shui hurriedly stepped forward to support his plea. Sister Feng Rou, trust brother Lu Yun. He has extensive wilderness survival experience. We need not rely on that repugnant man. Lu Bing, witnessing this, turned a sickly shade of green with rage, threatening Feng Rou's retreating figure. Feng Rou, think carefully. Abandoning me means you will only serve as prey for wild beasts. The dangers lurking in the forest are unknown to anyone. Consider your options wisely. Feng Rou hesitated, glancing back at Lu Yun with uncertainty in her eyes. Why are you helping me? Lu Yun turned back, smiling at her with a teasing yet earnest tone. You saved my life. Is it not fitting to repay a life debt? Fang Ro was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shot him an annoyed glare. You knew all along? I did. Lu Yun nodded, the smile on his lips deepening. That delightful feeling is one I cannot forget. You are not much different from Lu Bing. Both are ruffians. Fang Ro was both infuriated and embarrassed. Shaking off his hand and striding ahead. Move faster. Do not dawdle. Lu Yun laughed heartily, following closely behind with Lin Shui and Lin Yu. The four soon rounded the corner of the beach, vanishing from Lu Bing's sight. Lu Bing stared at Fang Ro's departing silhouette, swallowing hard, cursing inwardly. Damn it. This little vixen dares to put on a brave front. Once you have suffered enough in the woods, you will inevitably return to beg for my mercy. He clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with malice. He was convinced that without the supplies from the camp, these few individuals could not endure for long. Chapter 8. A Great Distance. Once she was out of Lu Bing's sight, Fang Ro halted her steps, turning to face Lu Yun. Her voice carried a hint of concern. Just now, I spoke with such flair and departed with such ease, but now, aside from these few coconuts, we possess almost nothing. Surviving on this deserted island will not be so simple, will it? Do you have a concrete plan? Lu Yun, perceiving her apprehension, smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. Since I dared to bring you along, I am confident in our survival. I have participated in several wilderness survival documentaries and possess ample outdoor survival experience. Moreover, it is summer now. The island is abundant with wild fruits, water sources, and game. The resources are not hard to find. He gestured towards the pile of coconuts on the ground, adding, if you're thirsty, let's crack open a coconut. We gathered these just now in the woods, intending to share them with you, but I didn't expect you to head to the camp first. Fang Ro indeed felt parched. After standing in the camp for quite a while, listening to Lu Bing and Zhang Jia's idle chatter, her throat was already tight with thirst. She licked her slightly chapped lips and nodded. Then I shall not be polite. Lu Yun skillfully split open a coconut with a stone shard and handed it to her. No need for formality. Drink up. Thank you. Fang Ro accepted it and tilted her head back, drinking eagerly. The sweet coconut water slid down her throat, instantly quenching her thirst. However, after just a few sips, she suddenly frowned and made a sound of discontent. Turning her head, she spat out a couple of mouthfuls onto the ground. What's wrong, Sister Fang Ro? Lin Shui quickly approached, her expression anxious. Fang Ro pointed at the vomit on the ground, her tone tinged with disgust. There are worms in there, tiny ones. I almost swallowed them with the coconut water. Lu Yun glanced down and indeed spotted several small, milky white worms mixed within the vomit, likely hidden within the crevices of the coconut flesh. With a touch of regret, he said, I apologize for my oversight. I only checked the freshness of the coconuts when we picked them and didn't examine the insides thoroughly. Next time I open a coconut, I will first scoop out a layer of the flesh at the top before giving it to you. As he spoke, he picked up another coconut and carefully carved a larger opening with the stone shard, reaching inside to remove the outer layer of flesh. Once he confirmed there were no worms, he handed it back to Fang Ro. This time, it should be fine. Try it again. Fang Ro took it, sipped cautiously twice, and after ensuring there was nothing amiss, she let out a sigh of relief. Lin Yu, glancing at the worms on the ground, expressed her lingering fear. Thank goodness Sister Fang Ro noticed them, otherwise I would have surely swallowed them whole. In the future, whether drinking coconut water or eating wild fruits, we must be meticulous in our inspections, Lu Yun stated seriously. The island is rife with insects and bacteria. If we were to suffer from food poisoning, we would be in serious trouble without any medical supplies. The others nodded, committing his words to memory. After finishing the coconut water, Fang Ro looked at Lu Yun. Where shall we go next? We cannot remain on this beach indefinitely. Lu Yun raised his gaze towards the distant woods. First, we need to find a suitable spot in the forest to set up camp. The campsite should be near a water source, elevated, and capable of providing shelter from wild beasts. Once we establish our campsite, we can search for more food and firewood. Our immediate goal is to survive the night. All right, I will follow your lead. As twilight loomed, the group hastily ventured into the woods. Lu Yun forged ahead, urging them to quicken their pace, move swiftly. Once night falls, the forest teems with mosquitoes and may harbor wild beasts. We must secure a suitable camping spot before darkness envelopes us. However, the undergrowth was rampant with thorns and winding vines that made traversing particularly arduous. Lin Shui and Lin Yu, clad in their exceedingly short skirts, found little protection, their legs soon marred by delicate red scratches from the foliage. Although Fang Ro's professional attire was somewhat longer, it still left her calves exposed. Fortunately, her stockings provided a modicum of defense against the brambles. Yet, her high-heeled shoes struggled to maintain stability on the soft, yielding earth, compelling her to tread with utmost caution. Not far into their journey, Fong Rose suddenly gasped, nearly losing her balance as she stumbled against a tree trunk. Her brow furrowed and her complexion paling. She had evidently twisted her ankle. "Are you all right? Can you continue?" Lu Yun inquired with genuine concern, clenching her teeth. Fong Rose mustered her strength to stand upright. "I'm fine. Let us not waste time. It will be more troublesome once it gets dark. I can endure." With that, she leaned against the tree, attempting to press onward. Yet, as she took a step, a sharp pain radiated from her ankle, eliciting a sharp intake of breath and beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Observing her struggle, Lu Yun immediately crouched before her, his tone resolute. "Get on my back. I'll carry you." "No need." Fong Rose instinctively protested, her cheeks flushing slightly. "We cannot waste time," Lu Yun replied. Casting a glance back at her, "We cannot abandon you. The slower you go, the more we hinder our progress." "Hurry." Lin Yu chimed in. "Fong Rose, you should listen to Lu Yun. We truly have little time left." Fong Rose surveyed the trio before her, recognizing that any further insistence on her part would only impede their progress. Gritting her teeth, she placed her hands on Lu Yun's shoulders and gently leaned onto his back. As Lu Yun felt her weight, he patted her smooth thigh, reminding her, "Wrap your legs around me. Haven't you ever been carried?" "Never." Fong Rose's voice was barely above a whisper, her face flushed as if it could bleed. Lu Yun, intrigued, teased, "Never been carried by a man? Surely you've had a boyfriend? What is that to you?" Fong Rose's tone turned icy, clearly wishing to divert from the topic. "Just carry me without all this chatter." Lu Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head as he adjusted her position, lifting her thigh gently to secure her. Fong Rose gasped in surprise, instinctively tightening her grip around his neck. The soft, warm sensation of her body pressed against his back through the thin fabric of their summer attire was distinctly palpable. Lu Yun hastily suppressed any wandering thoughts but couldn't help murmuring, "So ample." "What did you say?" Fong Rose, unable to hear clearly, inquired with curiosity. "Nothing. Just hold on tightly, so I can move faster." Lu Yun diverted the conversation, hands supporting her thighs as he began to stride forward. Lin Yu and Lin Shui followed closely behind, exchanging knowing smiles at the sight of the duo, their pace quickening a notch. Chapter 9. A suitable campsite. The four of them walked for about half an hour, when suddenly the humidity in the air thickened, infused with a delicate fragrance of moisture. Drawing upon his extensive survival experience, Lu Yun immediately deduced that a water source must be nearby. The terrain beneath his feet was gradually rising. A surge of joy filled Lu Yun's heart as he unconsciously quickened his pace. He turned back to call out to Lin Shui, who was burdened with coconuts. "Hurry up. There should be a suitable spot for camping ahead." Lin Shui, with the heavy coconuts weighing her down, felt her back redden from the rough texture of the coconut shells with every step. Yet, she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Lin Yu, suppressing her fear, walked closely behind her sister, both of them hoisting the headless serpent's body. They understood that this was not the time for complaints. Fong Rose was nestled on Lu Yun's back, the faint scent of his sweat mingling with the warmth of sunlight and the fragrance of the flora enveloping her. The masculine aroma heightened her heartbeat, causing her ears to flush subtly. Lu Yun naturally noticed her stiffness and couldn't resist chuckling. "Feeling nervous?" "Not at all." Fong Rose buried her head in his neck, her voice muffled. "With someone carrying me, I'm quite comfortable. Why would I be nervous?" Lu Yun playfully patted her bottom, teasingly saying, still putting on a brave front. "What are you doing?" Fong Rose exclaimed, struggling to get down. "You men are all the same. How dare you compare yourself to Lu Bing? You're just as bad. I want to get down. Keep your distance. Don't move." Lu Yun quickly steadied himself, firmly supporting her thighs. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Behave, or I won't be responsible if you fall." With that, he quickened his pace, swiftly ascending the slope ahead. The sight that greeted them was breathtaking. At the top of the slope was a flat, open area surrounded by dense trees, providing both shelter from the wind and concealment. In the center lay a moderately sized puddle, its clear surface shimmering with reflected light. Lu Yun carefully set Fong Rose down and hurried to the edge of the puddle. Lin Shui and Lin Yu, dragging their coconuts, soon caught up. Upon seeing the puddle, they instantly forgot their fatigue, dropping the coconuts and rushing toward the water's edge. Lin Yu excitedly murmured, "Finally, fresh water." Coconut juice, while thirst-quenching, can be rather cloying if consumed excessively. She bent down to scoop some water to drink. "Wait, don't drink." Lu Yun quickly interjected. Lin Shui, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" "The water looks clean." Lu Yun circled the puddle, squatting down to examine the soil along the bank closely. In the jungle, puddles often serve as communal drinking spots for animals. If there are wild beasts nearby, they would come here to drink and relieve themselves, which would contaminate the water, making it unsafe. "I've checked the area, and there are no animal footprints or droppings. This water is safe to drink." Upon hearing this, The sisters broke into a cold sweat, hastily retracting their hands. As they regarded the puddle again, they felt a heightened sense of caution. Lin Yu tentatively scooped up a bit of water, tasted it, and her eyes brightened instantly. It's so sweet. Better than mineral water. Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, adding, this is good news. The absence of animal tracks indicates that there are no large carnivores nearby, making it safe for us to camp here tonight. Where there is water, life thrives, and our chances of survival are significantly enhanced. Just as the group began to feel a sense of relief, Lin Shui suddenly pointed at the puddle and exclaimed, look, there are fish in the water. Lu Yun leaned in for a closer look and indeed spotted glimmers of silver darting beneath the clusters of aquatic plants. Several small fish, no longer than a few fingers, swam about, occasionally releasing tiny bubbles. A smile spread across his face as he gestured towards the edge of the clearing. Observe over there. There are a few fruit trees. Although they bear no fruit at present, who knows what the future may hold. Feng Rou, leaning against the tree trunk, gazed at the clearing, the puddle, and the fruit trees, her taut nerves finally beginning to relax. It was only now that she truly believed Lu Yun possessed the capability to lead them to survival on this desolate island. The Lin sisters circled the clearing, but soon their faces clouded with concern. Although they had discovered a water source and open land, they were utterly at a loss regarding how to construct a shelter. Lu Yun refrained from bringing up the topic of shelter construction. Instead, he attentively surveyed their surroundings. At this moment, he asserted, the utmost priority is not the shelter, but rather repelling mosquitoes and igniting a fire. This jungle is a veritable breeding ground for mosquitoes, particularly near the water source. Without means to deter them at night, we will be unable to sleep, and without fire, not only will we be unable to heat our food, but we will also attract wild beasts. AI Chow. AI Chow can repel mosquitoes. Lin Shui suddenly recalled, exclaiming, in my home, during the summer, my parents always hang AI Chow at our door. It significantly reduces the number of mosquitoes. I recognize what it looks like. Excellent idea, Lu Yun acknowledged with a nod, then instructed. AI Chow typically grows in damp areas that do not accumulate water. Search around the vicinity of the camp, but be mindful of the vines underfoot. As he spoke, he picked up a previously sharpened stick, further honing it with a stone to fashion a rudimentary spear, which he handed to Lin Shui. Take this. It will serve as protection against small snakes or rabbits. There are no large predators nearby, so there is no need for fear. Lin Shui accepted the spear with determination. Nodding vigorously, rest assured, Lu Yun, I shall return swiftly. What about me? What should I do? Lin Yu quickly raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Lu Yun pointed to the prepared snake meat beside them. You are responsible for cleaning the snake meat once more, removing any remaining entrails and membranes, and cutting it into small pieces. Once we have fire, we can roast the snake meat for sustenance. Lin Yu's face paled momentarily, her instinct urging her to decline. However, upon meeting Lu Yun's earnest gaze and recalling her previous commitment to embrace challenges, she swallowed her words and replied, all right, I will give it a try. That is the spirit, Lu Yun affirmed with satisfaction, his tone turning serious. We are now a survival team, and each member has a duty to fulfill. We cannot rely solely on me, because I am a man. I can guide you in how to perform these tasks, but you must also take the initiative. You cannot use being a woman as an excuse to shirk responsibilities. The sisters nodded in agreement. Feng Rou, interpreting Lu Yun's words as a personal challenge, steeled herself against the pain in her ankle and slowly rose. Then I shall gather firewood. I have learned about friction fire making and have undergone emergency survival training during my maritime education. While I may not be an expert, I can certainly attempt it. Lu Yun looked at her with mild surprise. You know how to create fire by friction? It is merely a basic operation, she replied. Feng Rou contemplated for a moment before explaining. In order to cope with unexpected situations like today, our crew has all learned a bit of wilderness survival skills. Lu Yun did not press further. Instead, he turned to gather some dry twigs and fine wood nearby. He also untied the laces from his shoes and handed them to her. To create fire by friction, you require dry tinder. Keep this fine wood safe. The laces are durable enough to serve as a cord to secure the drill. He instructed her to find a flat piece of wood as a base and a moderately thick stick as a drill, emphasizing a rhythmic motion of rubbing and applying pressure rather than brute force. Feng Rou accepted the laces and the wood shavings, nodding earnestly. I understand. We were taught the proper technique during training. First, carve a small pit in the board, place the shavings beside it, position the drill in the pit, and with both hands, rub the drill vigorously. Once sparks ignite, direct them onto the shavings and gently blow to coax a flame. As she spoke, she found a suitable piece of wood, sat down, and began her preparations, enduring the pain in her ankle. Observing her method was satisfactory. Lu Yun felt reassured and turned to assist Lin Yu with the snake meat. He needed to teach them to be self-sufficient, for on this deserted island, an additional capable individual meant a greater chance of survival. Chapter 10. Something bit my behind after cleaning the snake meat. Lu Yun took a sharp stone and ventured into the nearby woods. Constructing a shelter required ample supporting materials, and his goal was to find several small trees about the thickness of an arm. Such trees possess enough resilience without being overly heavy, making them ideal for the framework of a simple shelter. After a brief exploration, he quickly identified a few straight-growing saplings. He forcefully jabbed the base of the trunks with the stone to create notches, then wrapped his arms around the trunk and swayed his body to and fro. With a few crisp cracks, the sapling toppled to the ground. He then used the stone to trim away excess branches, leaving only the bare trunk, which he hoisted onto his shoulder for the return journey. After several trips, the clearing was soon piled high with 5 trunks. Lu Yun selected the 2 sturdiest ones, sharpening one end at an angle and inserting them into the ground on either side of the clearing, securing the tops with vines to form an A-frame structure. This design was the most stable and material efficient for a shelter. Next, he evenly laid the remaining trunks across the A-frame, weaving them into a slanted framework that resembled a skeletal covering for the structure. Once this was complete, he recalled the banana grove he had seen earlier in the woods and hurriedly ran over to gather a substantial stack of broad banana leaves. These leaves are highly water-resistant and sufficiently pliable, making them perfect for the shelter's roof. He layered the banana leaves atop the trunk framework, tightly binding the edges with vines to prevent them from being blown away by the wind. To enhance the shelter's durability, he also placed the previously stripped bark over the banana leaves, further shielding against rain and the nighttime dew. Finally, he laid a soft bed of dried grass inside the shelter, creating a comfortable space ample enough for 4 individuals to lie down. After completing all these tasks, when he looked up at the sky, the sun was nearly below the horizon, and dusk was gradually enveloping the forest. Meanwhile, Lin Shui had returned with a large bundle of mugwort, crouching on the ground to sort it out, while Feng Rou sat beside her, still holding the drill. Before her, the wooden tinder had already begun to emit wisps of blue smoke, indicating that it would soon ignite. Lu Yun, your shelter is remarkably well constructed, Lin Shui exclaimed upon seeing the A-frame structure in the clearing, unable to contain her admiration. It appeared sturdier than the tent of Lu Bing and his companions. Lu Yun wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded with a smile. Tonight, we shall rest here. The banana leaves and bark will shield us from the rain, and the burning mugwort will repel mosquitoes. Once Feng Rou kindles the fire, we can roast some snake meat, ensuring a relatively peaceful night. Hearing this, Feng Rou steadied her hands. As the drill spun rapidly, the smoke from the tinder thickened. Lu Yun leaned closer and gently blew on the tinder. After a moment, a flicker of orange flame emerged from within, slowly spreading along the thin twigs, ultimately igniting a small cluster of fire. It's lit. The fire is lit. Lin Yu clapped her hands in excitement, her eyes gleaming with joy. Lu Yun added a few slender twigs to the fire, and observing the dancing flames, he felt a wave of relief. With a shelter, a fire, and provisions, their first night on the deserted island was finally secured. They gathered around the fire. Lu Yun skewered the clean pieces of snake meat onto slender twigs and placed them over the flames to roast slowly. The fat dripped down the twigs, causing sparks to leap, while the rich aroma of the cooking meat wafted through the air. During the interlude of roasting the snake meat, Lu Yun picked up the leftover coconut shell. He deftly split the shell in half with a sharp stone and carefully scraped the pristine white coconut flesh from the interior, breaking it into small pieces to share. This coconut flesh can be eaten raw or roasted. Please try it. It will replenish your energy. He then distributed the clean coconut shells, which could serve as bowls for drinking water and holding food. The 3 girls took the coconut flesh and nibbled on it. They gazed at the sizzling snake meat on the fire, but found their appetites lacking. Feng Rou frowned and asked, "Aren't there many parasites on snakes? Even if it is roasted, it may not be safe. Is there a risk in consuming it?" "Fear not. I meticulously cleaned out the internal organs and subcutaneous fat during preparation, and now that it's cooked thoroughly, any parasites have surely perished," Lu Yun assured her, tearing off a small piece of snake meat and offering it. "Given our current circumstances, we do not have many choices. Filling our stomachs is of utmost importance." Hesitantly, Feng Rou took it and tasted a bite. To her surprise, the snake meat was unexpectedly tender, devoid of any fishy taste, only imbued with the fragrant smokiness of the charcoal. This is quite delightful. It's similar to beef, but even more tender." Lin Yu, intrigued, sampled a piece, her eyes lighting up instantaneously. "Delicious. It's much better than I imagined. Sister, you should try a piece too." Lin Shui, however, still felt apprehensive upon seeing the snake meat and managed only a couple of bites before she could no longer swallow. Lu Yun did not press her further, finishing the remaining snake meat himself, and offered Lin Shui a piece of coconut flesh. "If you cannot eat it, then have more coconut. You must not go hungry. After they had all finished their meal, Lin Shui, noticing the hay spread inside the shelter, curiously inquired, with the summer foliage in such abundance, "Where did you find this hay?" "There are many withered grasses in the forest from autumn and winter, long neglected, which have dried under the sun to become hay," Lu Yun replied. Lu Yun elucidated that the hay not only serves as a bedding but, once dried, also makes excellent kindling for future fires. Fong Rou gazed at the cramped shelter, unable to suppress her concern. "With 4 of us, this shelter is exceedingly tight. How shall we manage to sleep?" Lin Shui and Lin Yu remained silent, their eyes fixed on Lu Yun, awaiting his guidance. Feeling a bit helpless under their scrutiny, Lu Yun replied, "Why are you all looking at me? We can manage to squeeze in together. However, we must take turns keeping watch. It would be perilous to leave the place unguarded in case of wild beasts or other circumstances." After a brief pause, he continued, "We have much to accomplish tomorrow, and I must ensure I get adequate rest, so I will take the first watch. Lin Shui will take over from me, followed by Lin Yu. Fong Rou, you will take the last shift during the latter part of the night. Given your injured foot, once your watch concludes, you can rest peacefully tomorrow without the burden of work. How does that sound?" Fong Rou nodded. Although the last shift is the most arduous, the prospect of a day of rest in exchange was quite reasonable. With no objections, they settled on the arrangement. "I will take the first watch. You 3 should rest," declared Lu Yun as he positioned himself at the entrance of the shelter, using the flickering firelight to survey the surroundings. The 3 girls nestled into the shelter, leaning against the hay to prepare for slumber. Yet, it wasn't long before Lin Yu exclaimed, "Ouch. What happened?" Lin Shui inquired anxiously. Rubbing her behind, Lin Yu lamented, "A bug bit me." Hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Shui shot him a glare. "What are you laughing at?" "I wasn't laughing at anything. Just check what kind of bug it is. Hopefully, it's not poisonous," he quickly admonished the sisters. Lin Shui scrutinized the area by the firelight, discovering it was merely a small ant, which eased her worry. "It's nothing, just an ant, probably from the hay," she reassured, brushing the insect off Lin Yu while tidying the hay to minimize any potential hiding spots for bugs. "All right, enough of this. Let us get some sleep." The shelter gradually fell silent, save for the sporadic crackling of the fire and the faint sounds of insects in the distance. Lu Yun sat at the entrance, gazing into the flickering flames, contemplating the plans for the following day. He needed to seek out more suitable tools and explore the nearby environment, ideally locating additional food and water sources to enhance their chances of survival on this deserted island. Chapter 12. The reckless pair on the other side, at the crew camp. The atmosphere was tinged with decadence and oppression. Inside the largest tent, Lu Bing sprawled across the plush floor, while a female attendant knelt beside him, massaging his legs. She lifted her head, her tone laced with a hint of bitterness. "Are you planning to lay your hands on Fong Rou again today? Enough of your prattle. Tie your hair up and focus on feeding me," Lu Bing retorted impatiently, his gaze filled with disdain. The woman shot him a glare, but dared not defy him, muttering under her breath as she gathered her hair, "You're always looking elsewhere when you have me here with you. Is that not enough?" Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed within the tent. Lu Bing bolted upright, his eyes fierce. "Shut your foul mouth. You ought to take a good look at yourself. With your flabby physique and 3 layers of fat, how do you even think you can compare to Fong Rou?" He licked his lips, his tone dripping with lewdness. "That woman's face, her breasts, her backside, each surpasses you tenfold. Sooner or later, I shall have my way with her." The woman, her cheeks flushed from the blows, held back tears, fearing to utter another word, and bowed her head in silence. Outside the tent, Zhang Jie had just finished surveying the camp when he overheard the rustling sounds within. He spat on the ground and muttered, "You worthless scoundrels. At such a time, all you can think about is women." With nearly 100 souls present and scant supplies, their situation could barely last a few days. They were on the brink of losing their lives, yet they still pondered such trivial matters. "You deserve to starve." Although he cursed, he refrained from intervening and instead turned back to his own small tent. Once inside, he promptly ordered several male crew members to leave. "All of you, squeeze into the adjacent tent. I have matters to attend to." "Captain Zhang, why?" "This tent is already cramped. If we squeeze in further, there will be no space left," complained one disgruntled crew member. "Enough with the nonsense. Just leave." Zhang Jie glared, his tone laced with menace. "Do you want to continue living here?" The crew members, begrudgingly silent, harbored their resentment, likening him to Lu Bing, and reluctantly shuffled out. Only Zhang Jie remained with the 3 female attendants he had summoned. Rubbing his hands together, he leered greedily at the 2 younger ones. "You two, come here." The women, frightened, took a step back, their voices trembling. "Captain Zhang, what do you want?" "What do I want? I want you." Zhang Jie stepped forward, seizing one woman by the arm, his tone fierce. "If you wish to survive, you better obey. You may have disregarded me before, but now I hold the power over your fates." Did you not see what happened to Fong Ro? She didn't heed my warning, and now who knows where she is, perhaps feeding the mosquitoes. He released her and gestured to the space beside him. You have two choices, submit to me, or leave the camp and fend for yourselves in the forest. The two women, confronted by Zhang Jie's menacing gaze and recalling Fong Ro's plight, were filled with dread at the thought of the dangers lurking in the woods. They quaked with fear and reluctantly nodded, slowly approaching him. Seeing their submission, a lascivious grin spread across his face as he groped their backsides. Now that's more like it. He led the two women deeper into the tent, his voice dripping with depravity. Tonight, I shall indulge myself with both of you. The tent flap was drawn shut once more, and soon, sounds of unseemly activities echoed from within. The moans drifted into the camp, causing the surrounding crew and passengers to frown, yet none dared to intervene. On this deserted island, Lu Bing and Zhang Jie wielded power and resources, leaving the others to swallow their anger and pray for timely rescue. As night deepened, Lin Shui, stationed at the shelter's entrance, stifled a long yawn and rubbed her weary eyes. The cool night breeze brought a slight chill, yet it did little to dispel her profound fatigue. She glanced up at the stars twinkling in the sky, estimating it was time for a shift change, and quietly slipped into the shelter, gently nudging the slumbering Lin Yu. Lin Yu stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she mumbled, "What is it, sister? Is the takeout here?" The words elicited a mixture of anger and amusement in Lin Shui, who gently pinched her sister's cheek and remarked, "Where did the takeaway come from? It's your turn to stand watch. I can no longer endure this." It was only then that Lin Yu fully regained her senses, as she surveyed the crude bedding of straw, the tattered garments, and the flickering campfire in the distance. The light in her eyes dimmed, and a veil of tears clouded her vision. She grasped Lin Shui's hand, her voice choked with emotion. "Sister, why are we so unfortunate? How could our cruise ship have sunk?" Lin Shui, feeling a pang of sorrow for her sister, enveloped her in a comforting embrace, patting her back gently. "It's all right. With Lu Yun here, we will surely survive. In time, rescue will come." She continued, "I just dreamt of being at home, with you nestled in my arms, softly weeping. I dreamt you brought me fried chicken, and we were curled up on the sofa, the air conditioning pleasantly cool. It was so comforting." Lin Shui sighed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She forced herself to appear strong. "When we return, I promise to buy you fried chicken every day, so you can indulge to your heart's content. Please, stop crying. During your watch, stay alert and call out if anything happens." Lin Yu wiped her tears away, nodding vigorously as she rose from the straw. "Sister, you should sleep now. We have tasks to attend to tomorrow. I can manage." She gently pushed Lin Shui back onto the straw, adjusting the banana leaves beside her before taking a wooden spear and sitting by the entrance. As Lin Shui lay down and was about to close her eyes, she noticed Lu Yun turning over beside her. Perhaps he had fallen deeply into slumber, for he buried his face into Fong Ro's embrace, his cheek resting against her chest. The warm, smooth sensation prompted Lu Yun to unconsciously nuzzle closer, emitting a soft, satisfied hum. Fong Ro, stirred by the movement, did not push him away. Instead, she sleepily murmured, draping her long, graceful leg over his waist and gently cradling his head as if he were a cherished doll, tightening her hold on him. The two remained entwined, bathed in the moonlight that imparted an inexplicable intimacy upon them. Lin Shui could not suppress her laughter, quickly covering her mouth and turning away to close her eyes. It seemed that life on this deserted island was not entirely devoid of joy, as there were moments like this that brought a light-hearted reprieve. Lost in her thoughts, the weariness enveloped her, and soon, accompanied by the distant chirping of insects, she fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 13. No more eating steamed dates. Lin Yu stretched her back and yawned widely. It should be about time. She glanced at the dimly lit sky before turning back into the shelter. "Fong Ro, it's your turn to keep watch." Lin Yu gently nudged Fong Ro's shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper. "All right, I'm awake," Fong Ro mumbled, rubbing her eyes. As she opened them, she was greeted by the sight of Lu Yun's disheveled hair. His head was snugly pressed against her chest, breathing evenly and sleeping soundly. His mouth was slightly ajar, directed toward the cherry blossoms atop the mountain, and the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth dampened her thin shirt, creating a small wet patch. "Ah!" Fong Ro gasped, instantly jolted awake, her exclamation startling Lu Yun from his slumber. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, looking utterly bewildered. "What is going on?" "With much ado, I still need to conserve my energy for tomorrow's tasks." "Tasks? You ought to first reflect upon the good deeds you have done." Fong Ro, her cheeks puffed in indignation, pointed at her own chest, shooting him a glare. Lu Yun furrowed his brow, looking utterly perplexed. "What have I done? You still pretend to be oblivious." Fong Ro, infuriated, found herself at a loss for words. She resolutely bent at the waist, rose, and sulked her way to the entrance of the shelter, leaving Lu Yun with a taut back. Lu Yun scratched his head, further bewildered. How have I upset her now? Lin Yu leaned closer, stifling a laugh as she settled beside him. Brother Lu, do you truly not know? Know what? Lu Yun turned to her, his voice tinged with the irritability of having just woken. I thought you were merely feigning ignorance, but it appears you are genuinely clueless. Lin Yu lowered her voice, leaning in close. While you were asleep earlier, you nestled right into Sister Fong Ro's embrace, rubbing against her like a spoiled child. It dawned on Lu Yun. A lightbulb moment, as he slapped his thigh. Oh, that explains why I slept so soundly, dreaming of sweet steamed buns. It was all because of that. Amidst this, Lin Shui, who had been pretending to sleep, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. What a delightful imagery of sweet steamed buns. Brother Lu, your description is simply hilarious. Upon hearing this, Fong Ro's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Embarrassed and angry, she sprang to her feet, seizing a nearby stick and storming toward the woods. Observing this, Lu Yun hurriedly pursued her, extending his hand to block her path. Wait. Miss Fong, please do not be angry. You are the one who should be addressed as Miss. Fong Ro turned, glaring at him with a tone laced with reproach. Lu Yun quickly amended. Then Miss Fong? Fong Ro, please allow me to explain. I truly did not mean it. I was asleep, and my actions were beyond my control. Just as you held me like a doll, I refused to accept that. Fong Ro turned her face away, asserting, that was unintentional. Who told you to get so close? Right. Lu Yun hastily agreed, recognizing her perspective. You acknowledge it was unintentional, so I must have acted similarly. I genuinely had no intention of taking advantage of you. Come back. The woods at night are perilous. Should you encounter a snake or a wild beast, your foot is still injured, and you would be unable to flee. Fong Ro bit her lip, still unconvinced. Better to face danger than to feel safe beside you. If I continue to associate with you, I shall surely be bullied to death. Lu Yun quickly stepped in front of her, softening his tone. Let us not speak so harshly. What bullying? We are a survival team now. Looking out for each other is imperative. I promise to sleep further away next time, all right? Look, Lin Yu is still waiting for her turn to rest. If you leave, she will be all alone on watch. How pitiful. Fong Ro glanced at Lin Yu, who was peeking inside the shelter, and then at Lu Yun's earnest gaze. Her tense shoulders finally relaxed a bit. She understood the dangers of venturing into the woods at night, so she gritted her teeth and turned back to sit at the entrance of the shelter. Yet, she still avoided looking at Lu Yun. If this happens again, I truly will not stay with you all. Lu Yun sighed with relief, nodding with a smile. Rest assured. Next time, I will keep a distance of 3 meters, ensuring I do not touch you at all. As he spoke, he discreetly stepped aside, allowing her ample space. Yet internally he couldn't help but muse. The texture of that date bun was indeed quite soft. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Shui and Lin Yu hastily stifled their laughter, wary of further inciting Fong Ro's ire. Fong Ro glanced back at them, her tone tinged with lingering annoyance. No one is allowed to speak anymore. Hurry up and sleep. All right, we'll sleep right away. The sisters quickly fell silent. Lin Shui shifted slightly to the side, patting the straw beside her. Brother Lu, you can lie here. There's enough space. Lu Yun complied and lay down. Just as he closed his eyes, Lin Shui leaned over to whisper, Do behave. Don't dream of eating date buns again. At her words, Lin Yu, lying beside them, began to tremble with suppressed laughter. Lu Yun helplessly waved his hand. I got it. Let us just sleep. Enough with the antics. The three settled back down, and before long, Lin Yu's steady breathing filled the air. She was utterly exhausted, having fallen asleep amidst the straw. However, sleep eluded Lu Yun. The earlier commotion left his mind swirling with thoughts of Fong Ro's soft touch, an image that lingered. Despite having just met her, they had already shared moments of artificial respiration and dreamlike intimacy. This close physical contact evoked within him a peculiar and indescribable feeling for this woman, who appeared cold and beautiful, yet possessed a resilient and kind heart. Meanwhile, Fong Ro, seated at the entrance of the shelter, found her emotions even more tangled. Gripping her wooden spear, she gazed into the distance at the flickering campfire, her mind replaying the earlier scenes. She should have felt anger, should have loathed the sense of being violated. Yet, she found it impossible to harbor any animosity towards Lu Yun. She even felt no visceral repulsion. Fong Ro recalled Lu Bing's greasy gaze and lewd demeanor. Each encounter with Lu Bing filled her with aversion and disdain, both emotionally and physically. Yet, in the face of Lu Yun, even after he had overstepped, she felt only a mix of anger and embarrassment, devoid of any disgusting sensation. Was it truly because Lu Yun was young and spirited? Or was there an inexplicable force called fate that drew them together? The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such close proximity with any man. Yet today, she had been repeatedly affronted by Lu Yun, and remarkably, She hadn't distanced herself from him. This was not in line with her character or approach to life. What on earth was happening? These doubts swirled in her mind like a tangled mess, leaving her anxious as she sat at the entrance, gazing at the gradually lightening horizon, enduring until dawn. When the first rays of morning light filtered through the trees, Fong Ro exhaled a sigh of relief. She was finally free from the turmoil of her jumbled emotions. A new day had arrived, and they still needed to continue seeking hope for survival on this deserted island. Chapter 14. No viewing allowed. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the banana leaves, illuminating the shelter. Lu Yun was roused by a faint, savory aroma. Rubbing his weary eyes, he sat up. Lin Shui and Lin Yu were still deep in slumber. Outside the shelter, Fong Ro's silhouette basked in the morning glow. She had just finished washing up. Droplets of water clinging to the tips of her hair, crouched beside the fire, roasting the last few pieces of snake meat. Next to her, in a coconut shell, the roasted snake jerky was neatly arranged. Lu Yun approached her, patting her shoulder, his voice brimming with surprise. Not bad. You've worked through the night, and still found time this morning. Fong Ro turned to him, a faint smile gracing her lips. With the heat. If the snake meat isn't processed quickly, it will spoil by today. I took advantage of my watch by the fire to dry the rest into jerky, ensuring we can store it for a couple more days. Even if we can't find other food in the meantime, we won't go hungry. Lu Yun gave her a thumbs up. Very clever. No wonder you excel in wilderness survival. You are quite impressive yourself, Fong Ro remarked, glancing at the sturdy shelter nearby. You constructed the shelter with such efficiency. You must have some knowledge of the outdoors, right? Lu Yun nodded. Responding candidly, I wouldn't say I'm an expert in everything, but I consider myself quite adept in wilderness survival. I've participated in several survival shows before. This trip to Canada was originally for the filming of a new season, but I didn't expect to encounter a shipwreck. Fong Ro's eyes lit up, suddenly understanding. No wonder you had the confidence to lead me away from Lu Bing. It turns out you possess real skills. Of course, Lu Yun said, looking at her with sincerity. Without the proper expertise, I wouldn't dare take on such a responsibility. You are my savior. How could I ever lead you into danger? If I brought you along, I will certainly take responsibility for your safety. Hearing the word responsibility made Fong Ro's cheeks flush immediately. She lowered her head, mumbling softly, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her clothing. Observing her bashful demeanor stirred an unusual flutter in Lu Yun's heart. Before he could speak, she handed him a piece of roasted snake meat. Eat first. I've already filled the water for you over there. After your meal, you can go to work while I keep watch. I tried walking earlier, but my ankle still hurts, so I can't go far. Lu Yun did not accept the snake meat. Instead, he crouched down. Let me take a look at your ankle. No. Fong Ro quickly pulled her foot back, her cheeks reddening further. Lu Yun, undeterred, gently grasped her ankle, placing her delicate foot on his thigh. At this moment, we should set aside any notions of gender. I need to assess your injury. The sooner you recover, the more help we will have, and I certainly do not wish to take on an additional burden. His words halted Fong Ro's instinct to withdraw her foot, allowing Lu Yun to examine her foot closely. Her feet were dainty and well-shaped, with translucent toes and no calluses on the soles, clearly indicative of someone who took great care of them. Lu Yun observed for a moment, and Fong Ro, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, blushed and nudged him. What are you staring at? Aren't you supposed to be checking for injuries? Why are you fixating on the soles? The injury is on the ankle. Clearing his throat, Lu Yun quickly averted his gaze. Oh, the ankle. Let me see. You rogue, Fong Ro muttered under her breath. Yet she did not pull away. Lu Yun gently touched her ankle with his fingertips. It appeared slightly red and swollen. He then carefully massaged the surrounding muscle, asking, does it still hurt here? Fong Ro obediently nodded, her voice softening. Yes, it hurts a bit in this area. Lu Yun furrowed his brow, pressing his fingertips against the acupoints around his ankle. It appears to be a ligament strain, but thankfully, the bone remains uninjured. However, it requires proper care. You must refrain from exerting yourself. Today, you shall rest at the camp while Lin Shui and I venture into the forest to gather some medicinal herbs and perhaps locate additional food and water sources. Fong Ro gazed at his serious profile, feeling a warmth blossom within her heart. She softly acknowledged him, her eyes reflecting a newfound, albeit unrecognized, dependence on Lu Yun. The enticing aroma of roasted meat roused Lin Shui and her sister from their slumber, both emerging from their shelter while rubbing their eyes. The morning breeze, imbued with the coolness of dew, provided a rare moment of comfort amidst the sweltering summer of the deserted island. As Lin Yu straightened up, she could not help but scratch vigorously at her thigh, her face contorting in discomfort, prompting Lin Shui to join in the scratching of her arm. How itchy it is. Sister, why is your thigh so swollen? Lin Shui exclaimed, startled by the sight of the redness on Lin Yu's leg. Lin Yu winced in pain, her voice tinged with a whimper. I don't know. I was bitten by a small insect yesterday. At first, it was merely itchy, but the more I scratched, the more it hurt. Now, I dare not even touch it. Lu Yun approached with urgency, his expression grave. Do not underestimate the insects on this island. Those in the jungle possess a far greater toxicity than those in the city. The more you scratch, the higher the risk of infection. Allow me to examine the wound. No, I want to let you see. Lin Yu's face flushed instantly, and she turned to hide. Lin Shui quickly positioned herself in front of her sister, asserting, Brother Lu, that is a private area. How can we allow you to see it? At such a time, why still concern ourselves with privacy? Lu Yun's demeanor darkened. If that insect is venomous, delaying treatment could exacerbate the swelling, potentially rendering you unable to walk. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu panicked and tugged at Lin Shui's sleeve. Sister, perhaps we should let Brother Lu take a look? It truly hurts. Lin Shui hesitated, aware of her inability to assess the toxicity of the insect bite. Lu Yun's wilderness experience was their only glimmer of hope. Gritting her teeth, she finally acquiesced. All right, Brother Lu is only trying to help you, so do not be afraid. Turning to Lu Yun, she added sternly, but you may only examine the wound. No unnecessary touching. Rest assured, I have never exploited anyone's vulnerability. Lu Yun retorted, casting them an exasperated glance. Step aside and do not waste any time. Lin Shui retreated. Lu Yun directed his gaze towards Lin Yu, who was hesitating to lift her short skirt, her embarrassment evident. Enter the shelter, brace yourself against the pillar, and slightly bend your waist. This way, I can clearly see the wound without causing you too much discomfort. Must I really pose like that? Lin Yu's complexion deepened in hue. Lu Yun nodded. If I cannot see the wound clearly, I cannot assist you. After a moment's indecision, Lin Yu slowly approached, gripping the pillar with both hands and slightly bending her body. Lu Yun knelt down to closely inspect the injury on her thigh. The bite mark was quite small. However, the surrounding skin had swollen considerably due to repeated scratching and the bacteria under her nails, yet there were no signs of discoloration or pus indicating infection. He released a sigh of relief and stood up, stating, It is nothing serious. The insect is not venomous. You merely scratched too vigorously, resulting in infection. Is it truly nothing to worry about? Lin Yu quickly straightened up, a look of trepidation on her face. First, wash the wound thoroughly with clean water to remove any dirt, Lu Yun advised. No matter how itchy it gets, you must resist the urge to scratch. I will search for herbs that can clear heat and detoxify when I venture into the woods today. Upon my return, I shall apply them, and you will heal swiftly. With that reassurance, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief, her cheeks flushing as she softly expressed her gratitude to Brother Lu. Following that, she hurriedly took Lin Shui to the water's edge to cleanse the injury. Fong Rou observed this scene and couldn't help but smile. Though the sisters were young, they demonstrated a remarkable understanding of priorities, displaying a strength that surpassed her expectations. Turning to Fong Rou, Lu Yun offered a piece of roasted snake meat. Have a bite to sustain yourself. Lin Shui and I will venture into the forest to gather herbs and food. Stay at the camp and don't wander far. If anything arises, call for us. Fong Rou accepted the meat and nodded. You two be cautious and prioritize your safety. Chapter 15. The Patterns of Rescue After Finishing Breakfast. Lu Yun and Lin Shui prepared to enter the woods in search of supplies. Before departing, Lu Yun made a point to caution Fong Rou and Lin Yu. You must remain vigilant at the camp and refrain from wandering. Lin Yu remembered to gather more mugwort, as the patch they had previously discovered was near the water's edge and quite safe. Also, collect some dry branches for the bonfire tonight, he added. Fong Rou nodded in agreement. Rest assured, we will keep a close watch on the camp. Well then, we shall set off. Lu Yun and Lin Shui waved goodbye to Fong Rou and Lin Yu as they proceeded into the forest. Lin Shui gazed at the dense foliage and couldn't suppress her curiosity. Brother Lu, shall we venture deeper? Perhaps there is more food to be found. Lu Yun shook his head, pointing at the surrounding trees as he explained, we cannot go deeper at this moment. The further we venture into the woods, the denser the vegetation becomes, making navigation increasingly difficult. Typically, herbivores tend to move deeper into the lush areas, followed by carnivores. The dangers in the forest's depths far exceed those on the outskirts. This is why people often say, deer are seen deeper in the woods. We are still unfamiliar with this forest. Searching the perimeter is sufficient for now. The outer area has coconut trees that can provide us with daily drinking water, and if we find some fruits, that would be an added bonus. Once I create tools and weapons, we can boldly explore the depths of the forest. Lin Shui nodded, partially understanding, but then recalled a concern. She cautiously inquired, Brother Lu, since we have established our camp within the woods and not on the beach, what if rescue arrives and we cannot see them? Lu Yun chuckled softly, reassuring her. I have already considered this matter, so rest easy. Maritime rescue operations follow a set protocol and will not overlook the beach merely because it appears deserted. If a rescue vessel detects that there are castaways on this island, They will sound the horn continuously to alert us and wait. The power of that rescue horn is substantial, with great penetrating ability. Our camp is not far from the beach. As long as we don't venture into the deepest parts of the woods, we will surely hear it. He pondered for a moment before elaborating. Rescue signals are standardized. They typically sound 3 blasts to alert those on the island of the impending rescue, followed by intervals of several minutes before sounding again, allowing ample time for castaways to gather at the beach. They will also utilize binoculars to monitor the island's activity. As long as we heed the horn and make our way to the beach, we will be easily spotted. Let us now establish our camp within the forest. A choice decidedly safer than that upon the beach, allowing us to evade the harshness of sun and rain. This indeed is a more prudent decision. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her, smiling as she remarked, "So you've already thought this through. That reassures me. Following you is undoubtedly the right choice." Lu Yun gently patted her shoulder and pointed toward a small tree ahead. "Look, there is a wild fruit tree. Let us see if we can partake of its bounty. Remember, do not pluck any unfamiliar wild fruits without caution. I shall sample it first, and if it's safe, you may indulge." Lin Shui nodded eagerly and hurried after Lu Yun, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon reaching the fruit tree, she excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Lu, look, it's laden with fruit. They appear ripe. Surely they must be edible?" Lu Yun followed her gaze and beheld a tree of modest height, adorned with an abundance of orange-red fruits, each the size of a fist, their smooth skin glistening in the morning light. This was the rambutan, a common delight of the tropical jungle, its flesh sweet and succulent, rich in vitamins, a rare natural sustenance. "It is indeed rambutan and safe to eat," Lu Yun confirmed, plucking one from the tree and peeling away the spiky skin to reveal the translucent, snow-white flesh within. "See, the flesh bears no odd scent, and the color is normal. You may eat with confidence." Immediately, Lin Shui imitated his actions, selecting a fruit, wiping its skin with the hem of her garment, then offering it to Lu Yun. "Brother Lu, you try it first." Without hesitation, Lu Yun accepted and took a bite. The sweet juice burst forth, enveloping his palate with a delicate fruity aroma. He nodded. "The flavor is delightful, refreshingly hydrating." Lin Shui giggled. "You are quite unreserved. You've already brought it to my lips. Should I still stand on ceremony?" Lu Yun raised an eyebrow and offered her another fruit. "You should partake as well. Gather a few more to bring back for Feng Rou and Lin Yu." As she savored the fruit, Lin Shui inquired, "Brother Lu, when you participated in wilderness survival shows, was it under similar weather conditions?" "Not at all," Lu Yun replied, shaking his head as he leaned against the tree trunk, recounting his past experiences. For the sake of dramatic effect, such programs are typically filmed in winter, specifically in desolate places with temperatures plunging below freezing. For instance, the coniferous forests of Siberia or the snowy expanses of northern Europe. In those locales, survival poses a formidable challenge. With scarce food and clothing, one must also confront the biting cold. This creates the necessary tension that captivates viewers. He paused, adding with a smile, "If the conditions were as they are now, with fruit trees and water sources abundant, and the weather far from extreme, the survival challenge would be far too simple. It would lack excitement. Just imagine, one could merely pick fruits to satiate hunger and find water to quench thirst, perhaps erecting a shelter, wherein lies the thrill." "And how did you manage in winter?" Lin Shui, captivated by his tale, pressed for details. "How did we manage? We sought caves for warmth and hunted small game for sustenance." Lu Yun recalled a humorous incident that made him chuckle. Once, during a program, there was a foreign contestant whose survival skills were utterly lacking. It took him 3 days to learn how to create fire by friction. In the end, he somehow persevered solely due to his ample body fat and emerged victorious, while others busied themselves constructing shelters and setting traps or chiseling holes in the ice to fish. He merely huddled in a cave, eating sparingly and minimizing movement, thereby conserving energy. He outlasted us all. "Is that truly possible?" Lin Shui laughed heartily, exclaiming how extraordinarily fortunate he was. Yet, it is not solely luck. He understands the importance of conserving energy, which indeed reflects a certain survival wisdom. Lu Yun, suppressing his laughter, spoke earnestly. "Our island is no different. There is no need to hastily search for an abundance of items. What suffices is enough. Preserving our strength and ensuring safety is of utmost importance." Lin Shui, somewhat comprehending, nodded and plucked a few rambutans to tuck into her embrace, saying, "I shall remember that. Let us gather more to bring back for Feng Rou and Lin Yu to taste." Lu Yun nodded, assisting her in the harvest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon them, accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds and the gentle rustle of the wind. Chapter 16. Wang Chang's escape from the camp. After gathering the fruits, the two ventured deeper into the forest, when a sweet aroma suddenly wafted through the air. Lin Shui sniffed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Not far ahead, Several clusters of greenish-yellow wild bananas hung from a low tree, their plump fruits partially concealed among the leaves. Bananas! Lin Shui exclaimed, hastening towards them, her stomach audibly protesting its hunger. Lu Yun followed, playfully twisting her ear and teasing. Did you not just eat snake meat this morning? How is it that you are already hungry again? Lin Shui rubbed her ear and licked her lips. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I only ate the snake meat out of desperation. It still frightens me a little, so I didn't dare eat much. A proper fruit is much more reassuring. She glanced around, wondering why she had not spotted any rabbits or wild chickens. If only we could catch a couple to roast. How delightful that would be. Lu Yun surveyed their surroundings and pointed to the ground. Look down. There are no droppings or footprints of small animals. This area is close to the sea, where the vegetation is not dense, so small creatures generally do not venture here. There is no need to rush for meat. There are fish in the pond before our camp, and the sea is calm now. Surely crabs and shellfish abound. All readily available food. Ah, seafood. Lin Shui clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lu Yun. I have heard that one can boil salt near the sea. Should we not give it a try? With salt, be it grilled fish or meat, it would taste so much better. Lu Yun shook his head and patiently explained. Boiling salt is not as simple as it seems. Currently, we lack iron pots and can only use coconut shells or banana leaves as containers, but both are not heat resistant, and high flames would easily burn them through, making it impossible to simmer seawater for long. Moreover, seawater contains numerous impurities. The salt extracted directly would be bitter and astringent, potentially causing stomach troubles if consumed in excess. He squatted down, picking up a shell, and continued, if we truly wish to make salt, we must first create a filtration system, perhaps weaving a filter from dry grass to strain the seawater multiple times to remove the sediment. Then we need a flat stone slab on which to pour the filtered seawater and let the sun evaporate it. Once the water has evaporated, the remaining crystals on the slab would be relatively pure salt. This process is quite cumbersome. For now, let us focus on finding edible food. We can ponder the salt issue later. Lin Shui understood, sighing with mild disappointment. So it is that troublesome. Indeed, he replied, some tasks may appear simple at first glance, yet they prove challenging in execution. Lu Yun plucked a cluster of perfectly ripened bananas and handed them to her. Let's eat a banana to tide us over. And we can pick 2 bunches to take back. A blend of meat and vegetables is far better than merely consuming snake meat. Lin Shui accepted the bananas, peeling one and taking a bite. The sweet, tender flesh melted in her mouth, more fragrant and delectable than the bananas she usually consumed. She eagerly took another large bite, exclaiming, delicious, even better than the ones from the supermarket. Lu Deji, you must try some. Lu Yun took a banana as well. Let us sit down and rest for a moment. The two settled beneath the tree to peel their bananas when a sudden rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Lu Yun instantly became alert, grasping a wooden spear and rising to his feet. Lin Shui quickly clutched the hem of his shirt, hiding behind him and whispering, is it a wild beast? Quite possibly. Let us proceed cautiously to investigate. Lu Yun reassured her, gently patting her hand. Do not panic. If it were a tiger or a wolf, the noise and scent would be much more pronounced. It is likely a small animal or perhaps even a human. He tightened his grip on Lin Shui's hand. Obediently, she followed him, crouching low and advancing slowly along the tree trunk. After a few steps, the sound became clearer, interspersed with faint human whispers. They exchanged a glance and pushed through the bushes. Not far ahead, they spotted 5 individuals. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yun recognized the burly man who had led the opposition against Lu Bing on the beach the previous afternoon, along with a bespectacled man. Accompanying them were 3 women and a child. The 5 were laboriously dragging a large wooden box, their hurried steps suggesting they were evading something. Observing their demeanor, Lu Yun surmised that they had escaped from Lu Bing's camp. The box likely contained stolen supplies. He nodded at Lin Shui, and they straightened up, parting the bushes to step out. Who goes there? The burly man turned sharply at the sound. He raised his fists defensively. Upon recognizing Lu Yun, he exhaled with relief. Oh, it's you. The woman beside him pressed a hand to her chest, her face pale. You startled me. I thought Lu Bing's men were chasing us. I am Wang Chong. The burly man introduced himself. I saw you arguing with Lu Bing last night and leaving with several girls. Is that correct? Indeed. I am Lu Yun, he replied, his gaze shifting to the large box. What brings you here? Did you flee Lu Bing's camp with such a hefty box? Wang Chong hesitated, while the bespectacled man remained silent. Lu Yun chuckled lightly. Do not worry. As you know, I am not allied with Lu Bing. In truth, I could surmise what is inside that box even without your words. It must be his supplies, am I right? You see through everything. Indeed it is, Wang Chong sighed, finally relenting. We initially planned to endure in his camp until rescue arrived, hoping to settle the score with him later. Although it would be uncomfortable, we could at least survive. However, what transpired last night made it unbearable. He clenched his fists, his tone laced with anger. That scoundrel Lu Bing, after tormenting a female crew member, had the audacity to target the passengers, attempting to lay hands on my wife. We fought back fiercely, and fortunately, he had just vented his frustrations and did not pursue the matter further. However, the way he looked at my wife was akin to a predator fixating on its prey, and I realized that lingering any longer would inevitably lead to trouble. The bespectacled man beside me added, I discussed with Wang Chong that we cannot remain passive. This morning, while Lu Bing took 2 women to the beach for a bath, the others were either on patrol or cutting trees, leaving the camp unguarded. We seized the opportunity to sneak into his tent and drag this supply box out. Lu Yun pointed to the box and inquired, what is contained within? I do not know, he replied. Given the circumstances, we dared not open it. We simply chose the largest supply box and pulled it out. It is quite heavy, suggesting it holds an abundance of valuable items. As Wang Chong spoke, he bent down to lift the lid of the box. The contents left Lu Yun momentarily speechless. The box was filled to the brim with practical supplies. 2 gleaming axes leaned against the side, accompanied by 2 folding saws. And 3 entrenching tools were angled in the corner. A waterproof tarp, standing at half a person's height, was neatly folded, beneath which lay several rolls of bandages. 2 bottles of disinfectant, and even a small box of anti-inflammatory medication. Scattered chisels, and 2 lengths of thick wire rested in the center, while the bottom was packed with 5 or 6 packets of compressed biscuits and 4 unopened bottles of mineral water. Goodness, so many tools? Lin Shui exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise as she reached out to touch the wooden handle of the axe. No wonder it's so heavy. You 4 adults struggled to lift it. It turns out it's filled with these sturdy items. Wang Chong gripped the edge of the box, clenching his teeth in anger. That scoundrel Lu Bing. He hoarded all the good supplies for himself. As the captain, he certainly knows which lifeboat has the most comprehensive and superior provisions. These items are likely pilfered from other lifeboats. Previously at the camp, he had only allocated us a meager portion of biscuits, even rationing clean water, while hoarding all the good supplies in his own tent. The bespectacled man beside him could not help but concur, his tone laced with indignation. Just yesterday, he lamented the scarcity of supplies and urged us to drink less water and work harder, yet he hides away so much mineral water. Damn it. He is waiting for me to return. I will ensure that scoundrel meets his downfall. Does he really think I am some naive fool? Lu Yun remained silent. In the present situation, discussing such matters was futile. He picked up one of the axes and weighed it in his hand. The blade was sharp, and the wooden handle sturdy, clearly indicating it was a brand new survival tool. He rummaged through the medical supplies. The disinfectant was still within its expiration date, and the anti-inflammatory medication was a much-needed treasure. These items were exceedingly useful. Lu Yun turned to Wang Chong, noting that with the axes and saws, chopping wood and constructing shelters would be considerably easier. The waterproof tarp could patch leaks and serve as a temporary sunshade, while the medical supplies were life-saving essentials. You have certainly struck gold with this haul. Wang Chong let out a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. At that moment, I merely intended to take the largest box. Little did I expect to uncover such a trove of valuable items. Were it not for the fear of Lu Bing discovering us, I would have emptied his tent of all its boxes. Do not be greedy. This is more than enough. Lu Yun replied, closing the lid of the box. Once Lu Bing discovers the supplies are missing, he will undoubtedly send someone to search for them. You must hasten to conceal these items. With these tools, finding food and establishing a camp will become significantly less strenuous. Wang Chong nodded hastily and, along with the bespectacled man, bent down to lift the box. Let us go. We must leave quickly. We can't afford to wait for Lu Bing's men to catch up. Chapter 17. Constructing a shelter. Lu Yun glanced at the box full of supplies and then looked up at Wang Chong. Don't rush off just yet. What do you intend to do with these items? Wang Chong immediately grasped his meaning. He cast a glance at the wooden spear in Lu Yun's hand and his sturdy physique, then pulled the bespectacled man, his wife, and child aside. Lowering his voice to murmur, carrying such a heavy box, we won't be able to move quickly. If Lu Bing discovers the supplies are missing, he will surely send someone after us. It's only a matter of time before we're caught. Perhaps we should give him a portion as a form of hush money. The bespectacled man nodded in agreement. Anyone who dares to confront Lu Bing must possess considerable skills. We could cultivate a friendship with him. If we encounter trouble, he might be able to assist us. Moreover, if we find a place to hide, we can endure for a few days until help arrives. We don't need this many tools. I suggest we keep an axe and a saw to fashion a few trees into a tent for shelter from the wind and rain. That should suffice. We can give him the remaining tools, Wang Chong mused, then nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Let us proceed with this plan. After the two reached a consensus, they turned back to the box and retrieved an axe, a saw, a chisel, and a bundle of iron wire, along with 2 packs of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water. Brother, According to the rules of the realm, we split the spoils. This is more than fair, don't you think? Lu Yun pushed the biscuits and water back toward them, pointing to the waterproof cloth in the box. I do not require food or drink. I want that. That is out of the question. Wang Chong quickly waved his hand. We need that waterproof cloth to set up a small tent. I also need it to build my shelter, Lu Yun insisted firmly. I do not want the water and biscuits. You should keep them to last a few more days. I only require the waterproof cloth. Wang Chong and the bespectacled man exchanged glances, contemplating their options. They planned to venture deeper into the forest, and indeed, carrying the heavy waterproof cloth would hinder their speed. Lu Bing could pursue them at any moment, and if that happened, it would be too late. Lu Yun's refusal of food and water meant they could afford to share a bit more. Rather than give him sustenance, providing the waterproof cloth seemed more reasonable. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and pulled the waterproof cloth from the box. Fine. This thing is incredibly heavy and a nuisance to carry. It's yours. He then indicated the half-empty box. We no longer need this either. You can handle it yourself. We will take just an axe, a saw, and the remaining biscuits, water, and medicine. Lin Shui recalled the insect bite on Lin Yu's leg and quickly interjected. Could we have some of the disinfectant and bandages? My sister's leg is severely swollen and needs immediate attention. Wang Chong nodded readily. Of course. Saving lives is paramount. Injuries are inevitable in the jungle. We'll split these among our families. With that, he left behind a bottle of disinfectant, a roll of bandages, and a small bottle of iodine. Lin Shui expressed her gratitude promptly. There was no further delay. Wang Chong and his family of 5 shouldered their tools and supplies, hastily making their way into the depths of the forest. Before departing, Wang Chong reminded Lu Yun, be cautious around Lu Bing. That scoundrel is ruthless and quite lascivious. Ensure the safety of the girls around you. Lu Yun nodded, watching their figures vanish into the woods. He turned to Lin Shui and said, fold the waterproof cloth neatly and pack away the remaining tools in the box. We must hurry back to the camp. We shouldn't wait for Lu Bing's people to catch up. The longer we linger, the more troubles we may encounter. Lin Shui nodded in agreement. Lu Yun hoisted the waterproof cloth over his shoulder, while Lin Shui grasped an axe, both making their way swiftly towards the camp. After 2 trips back and forth, they managed to haul all their belongings back to the camp. Feng Rou and Lin Yu, upon seeing the items they brought back, immediately erupted with excitement, especially at the sight of the half-human-sized waterproof cloth, which brought them immense joy. Feng Rou, rarely so animated, rubbed her hands together and exclaimed, this is incredibly useful. With this covering our shelter, we need not fear the rain leaking in, and it will also help fend off moisture and insects. Lu Yun nodded and gestured towards the cold ash in the fire pit. Collect this cooled ash and scatter it around the camp. Wood ash can absorb moisture and deter ants and centipedes, proving more effective than relying solely on mugwort. Lin Yu promptly fetched a coconut shell and squatted beside the fire pit to gather the ash, while Feng Rou assisted Lin Shui in organizing the tools in the toolbox. Lu Yun picked up an axe and approached a sturdy tree trunk beside the camp. We need to modify the shelter. The original A-frame is too small. With the additional supplies, the space has become more cramped. We ought to construct a larger hut. He illustrated the outline with his hands. First, we will chop several tree trunks, about the thickness of a bowl, to serve as support pillars. Then, we will bind slender wooden rods with wire to create a square frame, forming a low hut skeleton, and finally, we will lay the waterproof cloth on top, securing it around the edges with vines. This design will yield a shelter that is both spacious and well-ventilated, far superior to our previous one. Feng Rou gazed at the axe in his hand, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Won't it be too exhausting for you to chop the trees alone? Would you like me to assist by holding the trunk? Not necessary. Your ankle isn't fully healed. Rest in the camp. Lu Yun replied with a smile, waving her off. He turned to Lin Yu. How is the cleanup of the camp progressing? Have you cleared the rubble and weeds? Lin Yu stood up and pointed around the camp. All done. I've pushed the rubble aside and pulled out the weeds. However, she extended her hand, revealing several fine scratches on her palm, still flecked with dirt from when she was tugging at the grass. I did get a bit hurt while pulling the weeds. Lu Yun frowned slightly and took her hand. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Quickly wash your hands by the waterhole. I'll apply iodine for you. Lin Yu obediently ran off to wash her hands. Lu Yun retrieved a bottle of iodine and some bandages from their supplies. When she returned, he carefully disinfected her wounds and wrapped them in gauze. In the future, be more cautious while working. Without gloves, you must be extra vigilant. Lin Yu nodded. Her heart warmed as she gazed at Lu Yun's handsome face. After tending to her injuries, Lu Yun turned to Feng Rou and said, your ankle also needs medication, though it isn't as swollen. Applying ointment twice daily will aid in its recovery. Thank you for the trouble, Feng Rou said, a touch of shyness in her demeanor as she extended her foot. Lu Yun playfully teased, you are quite aware. Did I say I was going to apply the medicine? Your foot has practically found its way into my arms. You. Just hand me the medicine. I'll do it myself. All right. I was just joking. Lu Yun crouched down, gently applying iodine to the swollen area of her ankle. His movements tender as if he feared causing her pain. Fong Ro observed his serious profile, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly murmured, "Thank you. No need for formalities. Just be a bit kinder to me in the future," Lu Yun replied as he stood up after finishing the application. He picked up the axe and swung it to chop 2 strokes, saying, "I'll go cut some trees. You all unfold the waterproof cloth to dry. Once I set up the framework, we can lay it down directly." The 3 girls chorused, "Got it." Sunlight bathed the campsite, creating a scene of vibrant vitality. Lin Yu was scattering wood ash, Fong Ro was organizing the waterproof cloth, and Lu Yun was chopping trees not far away. The rhythmic thud of the axe striking the trunk, accompanied by their laughter and chatter, gradually imbued the humble campsite with a sense of home. Chapter 18. The provocation by Lu Bing after Lu Yun felled 2 trees and returned to the campsite. He instructed Lin Shui to pour the harvested bananas and rambutan into an empty box. "Help Lin Yu clean the campsite again, especially where the shelter is being constructed. It needs to be leveled." Lin Shui nodded. "Okay, I'll tidy up the fruit and head over immediately." Lu Yun affectionately ruffled her hair. "Such a good girl. Brother Lu likes you." "Huh." Lin Shui's face flushed. "What are you saying?" "Haha. I want to repeat good words. I'll get back to chopping trees," he said. His steps light as he walked back into the woods. With the right tools in hand, the construction of the new shelter was imminent. This time, he carefully selected several tree trunks about the thickness of his arm. These trees had sufficient resilience and were not too heavy, making them perfect for the framework of the shelter. The axe was sharp. With a few resounding strikes, the trunks fell. He used a saw to trim the branches. And within a mere hour, he had felled 4 or 5 trunks. Just as he was about to carry the wood back, a sudden commotion erupted from the direction of the campsite. Lu Yun's heart tightened, and he grabbed his axe, sprinting back. Upon bursting into the campsite, he saw Lu Bing surrounded by Zhang Jie and 4 or 5 crew members, encircling Fong Ro and the others. Lin Yu, frightened, shrank behind Lin Shui, while Fong Ro stood firm, her back straightened, refusing to yield despite her pale complexion. "You shameless women, dare to steal my things?" Lu Bing spat, his words laced with vulgarity. He pointed at a nearby toolbox. "This box of supplies belongs to me. You, as an employee, should know who is responsible for the supplies on the Hope. You, a mere crew member, dare to claim ignorance of my belongings? Watch your mouth." Fong Ro retorted sharply. "This was given to us. We have never been to your camp. If you've lost something, go find the thief. Don't come here to cause a ruckus." Still defiant, Lu Bing, enraged, exchanged glances with Zhang Jie. "Stop wasting time with her. Capture these 3 thieves and see how I deal with them." He leered at Fong Ro's voluptuous figure, unable to resist licking his lips, his eyes filled with desire. Fong Ro's stomach churned. "Get away. Don't think I don't know what you're after." Lu Bing sneered at her. "So you know what I want. What of it? Is this our first meeting? On the ship, I've been showing you kindness, yet you turned a blind eye. Now that we're on this deserted island, I won't bother with any tricks. I'll just take what I want." "Huh. What a splendid display. Captain, may I clean the pots now that you are finished?" "You rascal. Return them before we discuss anything further. The well-behaved shall stand at the forefront." Several crew members leered and closed in. Lin Shui tightly shielded Lin Yu, her voice trembling. "Stay back. Do not presume that being stranded on this deserted island grants you impunity. It is the 2nd day since the shipwreck, and rescue could arrive at any moment. Should you dare to lay a finger on us, you will regret it." "Humph. What pitiful and laughable fools you are," Lu Bing mockingly declared. "Let me tell you the truth, you." He abruptly fell silent. "Damn it. Why waste words on you wenches? Take them away." Just as the girls were about to be accosted, Lu Yun bellowed, "Halt." He charged forward with an axe, positioning himself protectively in front of the girls. Upon seeing him, Lu Bing became even more emboldened. "You little brat. It's you. Speak. Did you steal my belongings?" "Go to hell," Lu Yun retorted vehemently. "When have I ever stolen from you? With that stench emanating from you, I could smell it from 2 miles away. Who would covet your junk?" "Brother Lu is absolutely right," Lin Shui chimed in from behind. "Your corpulence is simply revolting." Lu Bing's face turned a deep shade of anger as he pointed at Lu Yun and shouted, "Get him. Today, we shall deal with these girls right here." 4 or 5 crew members immediately charged forward, fists raised towards Lu Yun. Having survived in the wilderness for years, Lu Yun was adept in combat, particularly in brawls. The strategy was to focus on one adversary to incapacitate him, thereby deterring the others and swiftly reducing their numbers. He did not engage with the crowd, but rather targeted the foremost crew member. With a fist, he struck the man squarely in the face, then delivered a kick to his abdomen, bringing him down in mere moments. As others lunged at him, fists raining down on his back, Lu Yun braced himself, refusing to evade. He turned and seized another crew member's arm, twisting it with force. A sickening crack echoed, and the man screamed in agony. In no time, 2 crew members lay on the ground, howling in distress. The remaining crew, witnessing the blood on Lu Yun's fists and the axe in his hand, suddenly faltered, retreating in fear. Lu Bing, too, was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lu Yun's formidable fighting prowess and reckless disregard for his safety. Swallowing hard, Lu Bing barked, "You wait. I will fetch reinforcements." With that, he turned and attempted to flee. Lu Yun stepped forward, driving his axe into the ground, and declared, "You take your comrades and leave. I warn you, if you dare to harass us again, next time it will not merely be broken arms and legs." Lu Bing, not daring to linger, hurriedly signaled for the remaining crew to carry the injured, and they fled into the woods, their bravado forgotten. Watching their retreating figures disappear, Lu Yun sighed in relief. He turned to the girls. "Are you all right? Were you frightened?" Lin Yu quickly shook her head and threw herself into Lin Shue's embrace. Fang Rou observed the footprints on Lu Yun's back and the bloodied fists, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She softly said, "You are injured, let me tend to it." Lu Yun chuckled heartily. "Such minor injuries are nothing. I am perfectly fine." Fang Rou stepped forward to grasp the disinfectant and gauze, expressing her remorse. "I know I have caused you trouble, and I am truly sorry. If you hadn't taken me along, Lu Bing would not have sought you out." "Do not say that," Lu Yun replied, shaking his head with sincerity. "Even without you, a person like Lu Bing would not tolerate anyone challenging his authority, given my temperament. It was only a matter of time before I clashed with him. It has nothing to do with you." Fang Rou understood that Lu Yun was attempting to console her, and her eyes slightly misted. She whispered a quiet thank you, delicately tending to Lu Yun's wound with a tenderness akin to cherishing a precious treasure. Suddenly, Lu Yun turned to tease her. "How do you intend to express your gratitude?" Fang Rou met his gaze, a hint of mirth dancing in her eyes. "What would you like me to do?" Lu Yun feigned seriousness. "With your injured ankle, your shoulders cannot bear weight, nor can your hands carry anything beneficial for me. It seems the only way you can repay me is with your very being." He continued jesting. "I have heard that if a woman encounters a handsome man who has done her a favor, she often feels indebted and is willing to offer herself in return. If he is unattractive, she might promise to toil in the next life as repayment. Which category do you think I fall into?" His words provoked a laugh from Fang Rou, and soon Lin Shui and Lin Yu joined in. Fang Rou playfully poked Lu Yun's forehead with her slender fingers. "How annoying. Always with your banter." "I am quite serious," Lu Yun replied, locking his gaze onto hers. "What would your answer be?" "Surely it cannot be to toil in the next life?" Fang Rou felt a twinge of discomfort under his intense gaze. Biting her lip, she softly responded, "I do not know." Lu Yun was about to press further when Lin Shui interjected. "Oh, brother Lu, do not ask any more. Can't you see? Sister Fang's words are clear. Her lack of an outright rejection suggests acceptance. Do not attempt to decipher the thoughts of a girl. You will only find confusion." Fang Rou's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily lowered her head, quickening her bandaging motions, her fingers inadvertently brushing against Lu Yun's skin. Both were momentarily startled, the air thickening with an unspoken tension. Lu Yun noticed her reddened ears, feeling a gentle tickle in his heart. "Fang, dear beauty, please finish tending to your wound. I still have to set up the shelter." Fang Rou responded with a soft her touch becoming even more delicate. Chapter 19. The cunning Zhang Jie. Lu Bing and Zhang Jie stumbled back to the camp, accompanied by a few injured individuals grimacing in pain, their arms wrapped in bloodied cloth. Upon witnessing their disheveled state, the camp's inhabitants rushed to their aid. Some assisted the wounded towards the tents, while others approached Lu Bing to quietly inquire about the situation. One tall, slender crew member, observing his colleague's unfortunate condition, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Captain Lu, as your subordinates, our primary duty is not to engage in combat on your behalf. I had reservations when you led them to pursue others. Quite frankly, we are all trapped on this deserted island. Our statuses are equalized. We are merely pitiful survivors. The only reason we continue to heed your orders is for our future livelihoods. I hope you can understand this principle. Some matters should not be pushed too far. Are you out of your mind?" Lu Bing erupted in a fit of anger, exclaiming, "Am I chasing after people for my own sake? Those passengers pilfered our supplies, and you pretend not to see it. I pursue them, and you dare to criticize me? How conveniently you speak. Our supplies? What do you mean by ours? Everything you do is for your own benefit." A crew member rose to retort. "Why won't you share the supplies in your tent with us? What were you doing while we were patrolling and chopping trees? We don't care if you entertain 2 women. They often flirt with you anyway, but do exercise some discretion in your actions. Otherwise, when help arrives, you will have a difficult time explaining yourself to the company." "How dare you?" Lu Bing seethed with indignation, turning to Zhang Jie and demanding, "Are you deaf? Can't you see this bastard is stirring up trouble?" Deal with him. Zhang Jie hastily intervened. No, Captain, we are all colleagues. We will see each other again, so let's calm down. He then turned to the crew. Shaoli, you as well. The captain is under a lot of pressure right now. It would be wise for you to refrain from speaking too much. Before Shaoli could respond, Zhang Jie pulled Lu Bing into the tent. Lu Bing, still fuming, asked, what do you mean by that? Am I supposed to placate you? You need to show Shaoli who is in charge. Zhang Jie nodded. You are correct. But do consider Shaoli's words. The reason they still listen to us is that they hope for your assistance in securing their livelihood after rescue. However, as help is delayed, the pressure on everyone grows, which is not a good sign. As the hope for rescue diminishes, your authority will inevitably wane. With a scowl, Lu Bing kicked a stone beside him in frustration. Then what do you suggest we do? It's quite simple. You just need to temper your demeanor a bit, Zhang Jie suggested, rolling his eyes. People are inherently opportunistic. As long as we ensure they do not starve and occasionally provide them with some hope, they will remain compliant. You little rascal. Lu Bing chuckled. Your mind is quite sharp. I leave this matter to you. Zhang Jie readily accepted. Rest assured, I will handle it. As for those passengers, it would be best if they retreat into the woods, far away. If they starve or fall prey to wild beasts, it will save us the trouble of dealing with them and prevent them from becoming a nuisance to you. Lu Bing glanced at the crew outside. Very well. That will do. I am tired and need to rest. You manage the personnel in the camp. Zhang Jie nodded repeatedly. All right. I will organize a meeting for them right away. He exited Lu Bing's tent, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. However, upon turning to see the despondent crew sitting on the ground, his smile faltered. Clearing his throat, he clapped his hands and feigned enthusiasm, calling out, brothers and sisters, gather around. Let us discuss today's tasks. Most crew members merely glanced at him before returning to their branches, uninterested in rising. Shaoli had already embarrassed Lu Bing by confronting him directly, and now, facing Lu Bing's sycophant, no one was inclined to cooperate. Zhang Jie felt a bit of humiliation creeping in. Yet, he quickly plastered on an even more enthusiastic smile and leaned closer to the crowd, whispering, I have some good news to share with everyone. Captain Lu just informed me that rescue will surely arrive within 3 days. As soon as these words were uttered, the previously silent crew members instantly lifted their heads, their eyes glimmering with hope. Observing this, Zhang Jie seized the moment and spun a convincing tale. Our Captain Lu is an experienced sailor. He sent an emergency distress signal in accordance with protocol before the ship sank, and the headquarters must have received our coordinates. Moreover, he calculated the direction of the ocean currents, and our lifeboat's drift aligns perfectly with the search and rescue team's designated area. Considering the speed of the rescue vessels, they will undoubtedly sweep through this sea within 3 days. He paused, noticing the growing brightness in the crew's eyes, then deliberately shifted his tone. However, until the rescue arrives, we must adhere to Captain Lu's arrangements. Just think, everyone embarked on this journey to earn a living and support their families, right? Currently on the island, Captain Lu oversees the supplies, and we must cooperate with his efforts. Once help arrives, we will return safely, receive our full wages, and additionally, a substantial mental compensation. What a splendid prospect. Seeing some nodding in agreement, Zhang Jie added a stern warning. If anyone chooses to cause trouble and refuses to cooperate, and if they truly incite Captain Lu's displeasure, who can say how long they might have to wait for rescue? Captain Lu has connections with the headquarters and the old chairman. You might not voice it, but you surely understand this. If he mentions someone's insubordination on the island, what do you think the consequences would be? The threat in his words was palpable. The crew's initial excitement dimmed somewhat, yet no one dared to contradict Zhang Jie. They were genuinely concerned about Captain Lu speaking ill of them at headquarters, jeopardizing their livelihoods. Sensing this, Zhang Jie immediately began assigning tasks. Shaoli, Lao Wang, you two go to the beach and gather some dry firewood. We need to boil more water today and prepare the leftover dried fish from yesterday. Zhang Jie, Shaolu, you head into the woods to collect some wild fruits, but don't wander too far. The rest of you come with me to reinforce the tents to prevent leaks from wind and rain tonight. Everyone, let us work swiftly. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. Captain Lu mentioned that he notices those who work diligently and will not treat anyone unfairly. This time, no one dawdled. The crew members promptly rose and busied themselves, even if they felt discontented. The prospect of rescue within 3 days and the fear of losing their jobs compelled them to temporarily acquiesce. Zhang Jie watched their departing figures, a smirk of satisfaction curling his lips. He turned and made his way to Lu Bing's tent, ready to report on their progress. Fang Rou had just finished bandaging Lu Yun's wounds when he immediately stood up, grasping an axe, with the weather being favorable. Let us hurry to erect the shelter before it rains. The island's forests are often rainy in summer, despite the clear skies now. A torrential downpour could occur at any moment. Lin Shui, seeing this, rushed forward. Brother Lu, I'll help you carry the wood. Saying this, she reached for a nearby log. Though the log didn't appear thick, it was heavier than she had anticipated. As she lifted it, she wobbled, nearly losing her balance. Lu Yun reached out to assist, but Lin Shui gritted her teeth and insisted. I can manage. Don't underestimate me. Her face flushed. She gripped the log tightly and carefully maneuvered step by step toward the construction site. Lu Yun observed the beads of sweat trickling from her temples and the tension etched across her face, feeling somewhat surprised. This girl appeared delicate. Yet she was remarkably resilient when it came to labor. Together, they lifted the trunk to the designated spot, at which point Lin Shui finally released her grip. Rubbing her sore arms, she chuckled. I never realized carrying timber could be so exhausting. I used to think a shopping bag from the supermarket was heavy. Now I have a chance to build my strength. Take a break if you're tired. There's no need to push yourself, Lu Yun advised, offering her a rambutan. I'll take care of trimming the trunk. You can assist me by passing the tools. He produced a saw and, adhering to the dimensions of the shelter's framework, meticulously cut away the excess branches. Sawdust fell gently to the ground. Lu Yun turned to Lin Shui and specifically instructed, collect this sawdust, when dried. It makes excellent tinder, far superior to dry grass. Lin Shui fetched several large banana leaves, carefully sweeping the sawdust onto them. Fong Rou and Lin Yu were also busy. Fong Rou sat nearby, organizing the bark Lu Yun had cut away. The intact bark could serve as a mat for the shelter's floor, while the shredded pieces were gathered with the sawdust. Lin Yu was tasked with clearing the debris around the construction site to ensure a level surface. Fong Rou, what do you think of this piece of bark? Lin Shui inquired, lifting a complete section. Fong Rou examined it and replied, this is perfect, large and thick enough to prevent moisture from seeping through. Lu Yun stood the trimmed trunk upright as a pillar and bound slender wooden rods to it with wire, forming a square frame. When the wire proved insufficient in length, he skillfully twisted two pieces together. Watching his precise movements, Lin Shui could not help but ask, Lu De, did you often do this kind of work while filming? Yes, constructing shelters is a fundamental skill in wilderness survival, Lu Yun chuckled as he continued to bind the wire. However, the conditions during filming were far more challenging. We didn't even have a saw. We relied solely on stones and knives, unlike the convenient tools we have now. As they spoke, the framework of the shelter gradually took shape. Fong Rou gazed at the increasingly defined structure, her eyes brimming with anticipation. With this shelter, we won't have to fear the rain. We can also store our supplies inside. It's significantly larger than our previous shelter. Indeed, Lu Yun replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he looked at the three girls. Thanks to your help, I would have been occupied until nightfall otherwise. Lin Shui waved her hand dismissively. We Haven Tea contributed much. It's primarily your effort. She gazed at the shelter's frame glistening in the sunlight, her thoughts escaping her lips. How wonderful it would be to have a bed. The ground is damp and cold, and there are always little insects. It's hard to sleep soundly. Chapter 20. The mysterious shipwreck. Lu Yun raised his gaze toward Lin Shui. As for the bed, we can address that as circumstances permit. Today marks the second day since the shipwreck occurred. I initially thought rescue would arrive within the next few days. We can manage with a simple shelter for now. So I hadn't considered the bed. He paused, a slight frown creasing his brow. However, I now feel uncertain. If the rescue team does not arrive tomorrow, we will need to alter our plans and prepare for a prolonged wait. Lin Yu leaned closer, her lips pursed. Lu De, I find this quite strange too. The sinking of a luxurious cruise ship with thousands aboard is an explosive piece of news on a global scale. Yet, the ocean's surface remains eerily tranquil these past few days. Is the Maritime Department really so inefficient? The Titanic's collision with an iceberg caused an uproar, leading to a film that continues to be discussed fervently today. Lin Shui nodded along, her tone laced with confusion. In our situation, not only has no one come to rescue us on the island, but even the sea shows no signs of activity. It is exceedingly unusual. A sense of unease gripped Lu Yun, and he turned to Fong Rou, his voice turning serious. Ever since the day of the shipwreck, I sense something amiss. Given your knowledge of the Hope, do you consider this maritime disaster to be normal? Fong Rou hesitated briefly. She lowered her head in contemplation before speaking slowly. I cannot say for certain. After all, I am merely a crew member and have limited access to core information. However, from what I know, the safety configuration of the Hope is top-notch. It is equipped with a dual-frequency active sonar system capable of detecting reefs and shallows within a 30-mile radius, and even identifying underwater rock formations. Furthermore, the vessel has an intelligent obstacle avoidance warning system that triggers an alarm 15 minutes in advance upon detecting imminent danger, allowing the crew time to respond. She paused, adding, moreover, for ocean-going passenger ships, national safety requirements are particularly stringent. Prior to each voyage, the Maritime Bureau conducts a comprehensive safety verification. This includes inspections of hull structural integrity, power system stability, the quantity of lifeboats, emergency supplies, and even the pressure values of firefighting equipment. Nothing can be overlooked. Such measures are undoubtedly aimed at ensuring the safety of all on board, as rescue operations become exceedingly challenging in the event of a maritime disaster. Therefore, with the configuration and safety of the Hope, it should be virtually impossible for it to sink suddenly, even in adverse weather conditions, as its hull is designed to withstand waves and pressures of up to 10 on the Beaufort scale. Under normal circumstances, a sudden sinking is inconceivable. At that moment, Lin Shui began to speak, but Fang Rou gently shook her head, interrupting. I cannot define this incident, but it is indeed peculiar. Prior to the sinking, I was organizing supplies in the cabin, and there were no warnings broadcasted. The sea was calm. Yet, disaster struck merely half an hour later. Another aspect that perplexes me is the evacuation plan. According to regulations, the number of lifeboats should sufficiently accommodate all passengers on board. However, when we managed to escape, at least half of the lifeboats had not been deployed. It appears as though the ship sank so suddenly that there was no time to initiate emergency procedures. The weight of unease within Lu Yun intensified. If what you say is true, then this maritime disaster likely conceals deeper issues. While I do not know the specifics, something is amiss. He turned to the three girls. At dawn tomorrow, I shall first head to the shore to see if there are any search and rescue signals. If none are found, we shall immediately begin constructing a permanent shelter to expand our stockpile of supplies. Preparedness is the most prudent approach. A permanent shelter? What might that look like? Lin Shui inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Yun picked up a stick and drew a simple outline of a house in the dirt. Essentially, it is a place sturdy enough for long-term habitation. Structures such as wooden cabins, stone houses, or dwellings constructed from adobe are all deemed acceptable. The essential criterion is their ability to withstand the island's tempestuous winds and safeguard against wild beasts. Any residence that provides a sense of safety and stability may be regarded as a permanent sanctuary. Upon hearing this explanation, the three girls nodded in understanding. Fang Rou let out a gentle sigh. All right, tomorrow marks the third day since the shipwreck. Let us observe for one more day, hoping for good news of rescue. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, rising to brush off the dust from his hands. Let us construct our makeshift shelter, at the very least. We shall enjoy a restful night's sleep. As he spoke, he inserted 4 thick branches, previously cut, into the ground at an angle, crossing them in pairs to form a triangular framework for the shelter. This is the most stable, simple structure in the wild, capable of dispersing rainwater pressure to the greatest extent. Lin Yu, please help me cut the remaining slender branches into uniform short sticks. Lu Yun instructed while binding the intersections with vines. They need not be too thick, about the width of a thumb, with a spacing of approximately half a foot, to serve as lateral supports. Lin Yu promptly took up the axe and set to work. Fang Rou retrieved a waterproof tarp, unfolding it to inspect for any damage. This layer is crucial for rain protection and must be free of any defects. Once the horizontal short sticks were secured, Lu Yun took the tarp, aligning one end with the top of the shelter's framework, and tightly secured it at the intersection with vines. He then spread the tarp down along the framework, ensuring it was taut and free of wrinkles. The waterproof tarp must be flat, or else rainwater will accumulate and seep inside the shelter. He asked Lin Shui to assist by holding the other end of the tarp while he maneuvered around both sides of the shelter, folding any excess tarp edges inward for secure fastening. This not only prevents the wind from lifting the tarp, but also avoids the edges being torn by branches. After the roof of the shelter was completed, Lu Yun gathered several thick banana leaves, laying them around the shelter to form walls, leaving only an opening for a door. The island experiences significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. The banana leaves will provide wind protection and deter mosquitoes. Finally, Lu Yun dug a shallow trench around the entrance of the shelter. This serves as a drainage channel, allowing rainwater to flow away and preventing flooding inside. Once all the tasks were completed, a rainproof shelter capable of accommodating 4 individuals was erected. Lin Shui crawled inside to test it, smiling as she remarked, "This is far superior to the previous temporary grass hut. We should be able to sleep soundly tonight." Chapter 21. Who is more beautiful, the sunset or me? Lu Yun raised his gaze to the sky. The summer days are notably long, and at this moment, it is evening, with the sunset painting the clouds at the horizon in vibrant hues of fire. The orange and golden purple glow blankets the forest, with the air itself imbued with a warm radiance, creating a scene so enchanting that one cannot help but gaze in awe. Fang Rou stood nearby, captivated by the fiery clouds, her movements in arranging the fruit slowing down. Lu Yun gently tapped her shoulder, bringing her back to reality, and she turned to him with a faint smile. The sunset's light graced her face, as if gilded with a golden edge, softening her naturally cool demeanor, rendering her extraordinarily striking. Lu Yun found himself momentarily entranced. It was not until Fong Ro waved her hand before his eyes, teasingly saying, "Hey, what are you staring at? You look like your soul has nearly flown away," that he snapped back to attention, scratching his head. "Oh, it's nothing. Just thought the sunset today was particularly beautiful." Fong Ro covered her mouth and leaned closer, her eyes brimming with mirth. "Is the sunset beautiful, or am I? Both are lovely, but you are undeniably more exquisite." Lu Yun replied candidly, without any pretense. "If you weren't beautiful, why would I be gazing at you?" Fong Ro shot him a playful glare, though amusement danced in her eyes. Suddenly, Lu Yun recalled his earlier conversation with Lin Shui while foraging for wild fruits in the morning, and he waved to Lin Shui and Lin Yu, who were circling the newly constructed shelter in the distance. The sisters hurried over. Lin Yu, still shaking the wild fruit she hadn't finished eating, exclaimed, "Lu Go, what's up? Do you remember what we discussed this morning?" Lu Yun pointed towards the sea. "As the tide recedes this evening, let us catch some crabs, gather shells, and savor a change of flavors with a seafood soup." "Wow, that sounds wonderful." Lin Shui clapped her hands in excitement, tugging Lin Yu's arm. "Let us go right now." "Not so fast. We must wait for the right moment of low tide." Lu Yun explained. "I observed this beach yesterday, and it experiences a semi-diurnal tide. Around 6 o'clock this evening, it will reach its lowest point, revealing plenty of hidden seafood among the rocks and sand pits. We'll time it perfectly." Upon hearing about the crab seafood soup, Lin Yu's mouth watered, a glistening droplet hanging from her chin. Seeing this, Lu Yun chuckled and reached out to wipe it away. "You little glutton," he teased. Lin Yu blushed, lowering her gaze and clutching her clothes nervously. Lin Shui suddenly remembered something and asked, a touch of concern in her voice, "But how will we bring back the crabs and fish? We can't just carry them in our hands, can we?" Lu Yun bent down and picked up 2 intact coconut shells from beside his feet, widening the openings. "We can use these to hold them. Place the seafood inside and cover it with a banana leaf. If we secure it well, they won't escape and will remain fresh." Fong Ro stood beside them, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. She had longed to see the coastal scenery, but upon glancing at her still swollen ankle, she discreetly stepped back. With a hint of disappointment in her voice, Fong Ro said, "My ankle isn't fully healed yet, so I want to go. I'll stay here and watch the campsite." Lu Yun noticed the sorrow in her gaze. He pointed to his back with a smile, saying, "I can carry you. It's no trouble. I don't mind the effort." Fong Ro's cheeks flushed instantly as she gently pushed him away. "No, you rascal, with your cunning schemes. I want to let you carry me." Lu Yun acquiesced, nodding. "All right, if you're unwilling, then so be it. You can stay back and guard the campsite. If anything comes up, just shout. We want to be far and will return as soon as we hear you." With that, he handed her the axe and wooden spear, picking up a dry twig to demonstrate by the fire pit. "The axe is too heavy. In case of danger, you might find it unwieldy. This wooden spear is more manageable, but it needs some preparation. You should roast the tip over the fire to carbonize it." He inserted the spear's tip into the embers, turning it while explaining. "Once the wood is carbonized, it will develop a hard carbon layer, making it more abrasion resistant and sharper than raw wood. When facing wild beasts, the thrust will be more powerful, and it won't break easily. Just be cautious not to get too close to the flames. Turn it slowly until the tip turns a deep brown and feels slightly brittle. Then it's ready. Remember to let it cool after roasting before using it." Fong Ro listened attentively. She grasped the wooden spear, following Lu Yun's instructions to roast it by the fire, occasionally turning it with a focused gaze. Only after confirming her mastery of the technique did Lu Yun feel reassured. He picked up an axe and instructed Lin Shui and Lin Yu to each carry 2 coconut shells. "Let us go and catch some crabs," Lin Yu exclaimed, pulling Lin Shui's hand as they raced toward the shore, while Lu Yun followed with a smile. The trio's figures gradually receded into the distance, the setting sun stretching their shadows long, filled with an atmosphere of joy. Fong Ro stood at the edge of the camp, watching their retreating forms with envy. She lowered her head, gently tapping her foot, murmuring, "It's all your fault for being unambitious. Even the beach is out of reach." With that, she tightened her grip on the wooden spear, continuing to roast the spear tip. She needed to prepare her weapon to await their return with peace of mind. Lu Yun and the others chatted and laughed as they dashed onto the sandy beach. The briny sea breeze, cool and refreshing, swept over them, dispelling the warmth clinging to their skin. Lin Shui and Lin Yu couldn't help but close their eyes and take a deep breath, even their hair swaying with the wind. Compared to the stifling humidity of the forest, the coastal breeze carried the crispness of the sea, making the air feel more transparent. Looking up, the evening glow painted the sea in hues of gold and crimson. The undulating waves, shimmering with scattered light, surged ashore, each rise and fall resembling a sprinkle of stars. The glimmering reflections dizzying to the eye. A few seagulls spread their wings, gliding gracefully through the rosy light, occasionally letting out a clear cry. In the distance, Dark rocks stood solemnly in the sea, like silent sentinels guarding this expanse of water. On the beach, their footprints trailed behind them, quickly washed over by the shallow waves, leaving only faint imprints. A few small crabs scuttled out from their sandy burrows, darting across the sand, leaving delicate traces before swiftly retreating into another hole, their liveliness evident. As Lin Shui beheld this scene, her eyes suddenly glistened with tears, her voice choked with emotion. If only we were here on vacation, how wonderful it would be. Such beautiful scenery, such a romantic sea. Lin Yu hurriedly embraced her sister's shoulders, gently patting her back. Sister, when we return, I'll take you to the beach for some fun. We'll feast on seafood, watch the sunrise, and truly enjoy ourselves. Lu Yun stood by, gazing at the evening glow and the rolling waves, then glanced at the two sisters comforting each other, feeling a sudden surge of emotion. He softly recited, "The glow dyes the vast waves into gold, while the wind carries the gull's shadow over the reef. Though we find ourselves in dire straits, our original intent remains steadfast and true." The crabs leave shallow tracks in the sand, as the tide brings forth the fisher's intent against the cold. If tomorrow we await the morning light, we shall seek a deeper path amidst the waves. After he finished, the beach fell silent for a moment. Lin Shui was the first to react, unable to contain her astonishment. "Lu, brother Lu, you can write poetry too? This poem captures the seaside scenery and our determination to live well. It's truly wonderful." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, leaning in curiously. What does our original intent remain steadfast and true mean? Does it imply that no matter how difficult it gets, we shall not abandon the thought of survival? Lu Yun smiled and nodded. That is quite the essence of it. Though we are currently stranded on this island, with such splendid scenery before us and trustworthy companions by our side, as long as we do not relinquish our will to survive, we shall eventually await the day we return. The sea breeze caressed the shore, accompanied by the gentle melody of waves, while the evening glow elongated the silhouettes of the three figures. The momentary melancholy born from their circumstances was quietly dispelled by a poem and the breathtaking scenery before them. Even in the direst of situations, the optimistic soul can always uncover fragments of warmth worth cherishing amidst the cracks of despair. Chapter 22. The Beautiful Mermaid. Hey, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, here I come, Lin Shui exclaimed, gripping the hem of her garment as she was the first to kick off her shoes. Her fair feet sank into the damp sand, the cool sensation sending a jolt of delight through her, prompting an involuntary laugh. Wow, this feels wonderful. With that, she dashed towards the sea, carrying a coconut shell. The fine sand slipped between her toes, leaving behind a trail of shallow footprints, which were swiftly washed away by the receding tide, leaving only a hint of moisture. Lin Yu would not be outdone. She too discarded her shoes and hurried after her sister, their laughter echoing far across the beach. Lu Yun followed behind, a smile creeping onto his lips as he watched them frolicking barefoot upon the tidal flats. Such moments of ease on this deserted island were indeed rare. At that moment, the beach had just receded to its lowest point, revealing a treasure trove of delights. Clusters of clams burrowed into the sand, occasionally spitting out white froth, as if adorning the shore with a delicate layer of tiny pearls. A few small crabs peeked out from their sandy homes, raising their tiny pincers to survey their surroundings. At the slightest hint of disturbance, they would dart back into their burrows, leaving behind only a round opening, much to Lin Yu's frustration. "Sister, look at that crab. It's enormous," Lin Yu exclaimed, tugging at Lin Shui's arm, pointing excitedly at a sizable blue crab not too far away. The crab, leisurely perched beside a small rock, was meticulously grooming the fuzz on its legs, wholly oblivious to the impending danger. Lin Shui held her breath, tiptoeing closer, reaching out to grasp it. However, at the mere brush of her hand against its shell, the blue crab recoiled sharply and scurried into its sandy retreat, leaving only half a leg exposed. "Oh no, it got away." Lin Shui squatted down, gazing at the mud and sand clinging to her hands, a mix of laughter and exasperation on her face. Lin Yu crept over, mimicking her actions at the burrow's edge, attempting to reach inside. After a futile effort, she emerged with only a handful of wet sand, and was promptly pinched by a small crab hidden within. Startled, she recoiled with a yelp, shaking her finger and exclaiming, "Ouch, that little thing is fierce." Lu Yun approached, witnessing the sisters squatting on the beach, one sighing at the empty crab hole, the other nursing her finger, her fair legs speckled with mud. He couldn't help but chuckle. "With the way you're trying to catch them, you could spend another hour without success." "Then how should we catch them?" Lin Yu retorted, her gaze fixed on him with a hint of grievance. "They run faster than rabbits. The moment you touch them, they dive into their holes. It's impossible to catch them." Sitting beside them, Lu Yun pointed to a bubbling crab hole and patiently explained, "Catching crabs requires skill. You can't just grab them. Observe this hole. If it has a lot of bubbles, it indicates that a crab is nearby. At this point, don't use your hands. Instead, encircle the area with sand, leaving a small opening, and then pour water into the hole. As he spoke, he picked up a coconut shell nearby and poured some seawater into the crab hole. The crabs, fearing the water flooding their burrows, would scuttle towards the entrance as soon as they sensed the tide. When one peeked out, he swiftly and accurately grasped its carapace, ensuring not to touch its pincers. The pincers could only clamp forward, making it safest to grip the shell. Lin Shui listened intently, immediately mimicking his actions. She found a crab hole, surrounded it with sand, and poured water from the coconut shell into the burrow. Indeed, within moments, a small crab leisurely emerged, raising its pincers in an attempt to flee. Quick as a flash, Lin Shui seized its carapace, jumping with excitement. I've caught one. Brother Lu, I caught one. The little crab waved its pincers in her grasp, appearing both fierce and adorable. Lin Yu approached, trying Lin Shui's method, and this time, she was not pinched. Instead, she captured a crab even larger than Lin Shui's. She triumphantly lifted it, exclaiming, "Sister, look at mine. It's bigger than yours." With a playful pout, Lin Shui retorted, "I will catch an even bigger one." Determined, she searched for a larger crab hole. The sisters busily engaged in their pursuits on the tidal flats. At times, they crouched down to shape sand. At others, they used coconut shells to pour water. Occasionally, upon catching a large crab, they would shout with glee, while smaller ones were gently placed into the coconut shell. Lu Yun was also occupied. He walked along the rocky shore, discovering many treasures nestled within the crevices. Plump sea snails clung to the rocks, easily dislodged with a gentle twist. Small shrimp swam in the shallow waters, easily caught with a swift hand. He also stumbled upon a patch of clams, densely clustered and bubbling on the sandy surface. Bending down, he could scoop up a handful, quickly filling a coconut shell. "Brother Lu, come quick. I caught a gigantic one." Lin Yu's voice suddenly called out. Lu Yun turned to see Lin Yu holding a blue crab the size of her palm, excitedly waving at him. The crab's pincers were spread wide, nearly brushing her face. Lu Yun hurried over to help her secure the crab's carapace, cautioning, "Be careful. A crab this size can pinch quite painfully." Lin Yu stuck out her tongue and placed the crab into the coconut shell, gazing at the shell brimming with crabs and sea snails. She smiled so widely her eyes squinted into slits. "This is fantastic. We can have a lavish seafood feast tonight." Lu Yun nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Though it's a pity we lack an iron pot. We can only boil them simply. If we had a pot, they could be prepared more deliciously." Lin Shui approached, carrying a coconut shell filled with crabs, though none were as large as Lin Yu's. The quantity was greater. Her face was speckled with sand, and she beamed radiantly. "Brother Lu, look at how many I caught. Catching crabs is so enjoyable. Back in the city, I could only see frozen crabs in the supermarket. I've never caught one myself." Observing the satisfaction on their faces, Lu Yun smiled and remarked, "Though life on this island may be tough, it offers joys absent in the city. In the future, let us find an opportunity to fish in the sea. The fish there are larger and fresher." "Really?" Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. "Shall we come back tomorrow? I want to catch crabs and fish." "Tomorrow, we must first assess the situation regarding the rescue. If assistance does not arrive, we shall have to construct a shelter." Lu Yun chuckled as he playfully tousled her hair, adding that if time permits in the future, they could return. "All right then, I shall follow your lead," she replied. The sun gradually descended, the horizon transitioning from a golden hue to a deep crimson. While the sea breeze caressed their faces with a hint of chill, the sisters' coconut shells brimmed with crabs and conchs, while Lu Yun's contained clams and shrimp as they made their way back. The footprints on the beach were gently smoothed by the waves, leaving behind only joyous memories. Lin Yu walked in the middle, playfully kicking small pebbles on the sand and humming an off-key tune. Lin Shui strolled beside her, occasionally brushing sand from her hair. Lu Yun followed, observing their affectionate camaraderie. "By the way, Brother Lu," Lin Shui suddenly turned back, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Do you live by the sea? How do you know so much about gathering seafood?" Lu Yun paused for a moment, then smiled. "I've been to the beach for camping with friends a few times and picked up a few tips. I never expected they would come in handy now." Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, "If we can return, you must take us camping by the sea." "Certainly." Lu Yun nodded, his eyes filled with warmth. "When we return, I will take you both." As they continued walking, the trio discussed how to prepare the seafood soup for dinner. Chapter 23. The terrifying giant's view. The three reached the edge of the forest when Lin Shui suddenly wrinkled her nose, her expression tightening. In the next moment, she covered her mouth and began to retch. "Sister, what's wrong?" Lin Yu quickly supported her, gently patting her back, her eyes filled with concern. "It smells terrible." Lin Shui's voice trembled as she pointed towards the nearby rocky area. "The odor seems to be coming from that direction." A wave of unease washed over Lu Yun as he hurried to Lin Shui's side, sniffing in the direction she indicated. A familiar, nauseating stench assaulted his senses. He recognized it as the distinctive odor of decaying animal carcasses. "You two stay here. I will investigate," he instructed before gripping his axe tightly and heading towards the rocky area. At that moment, the sky had not yet fully darkened, and with the dim light, Lu Yun quickly spotted a dark mass behind a large rock. As he approached, he discovered it to be a bloated, deformed corpse, waterlogged by the sea. The face was unrecognizable, and the skin exhibited a grotesque purplish hue, the body swollen like an inflated balloon, embodying a truly horrifying sight. "Oh my goodness! Help!" Lin Yu, stealthily trailing behind Lu Yun out of curiosity, gasped at the sight and screamed, turning to dash back towards the beach, nearly dropping her coconut shell. Lu Yun fought to suppress the churn in his stomach as he closely examined the body. It was a male corpse, clad in a dark coat. Though bleached by the seawater, it was evident that it was a long-sleeved garment. In this desolate island, a complete piece of clothing was a rare commodity. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, carefully avoiding the decaying parts of the body, and reached to unfasten the buttons of the coat. "Brother Lu, what are you doing?" Lin Shui shouted anxiously from behind, her voice steeped in fear. That clothing from a corpse. How terrifying. Lu Yun did not turn back. He merely quickened his pace. The island was scarce in supplies, and the clothes, once cleaned and dried, could still be worn. No need to waste them. In the midst of his speech, he had already removed his jacket, shaking off the seawater and scrutinizing the area around the body. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yun's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Nestled within the crevices of the rocks beside the corpse was a square plastic box. The surface of the box bore a distinct blue emblem, and despite being coated with some mud, the words Hope's Kitchen Supplies were clearly visible. What a stroke of luck. Lu Yun felt a surge of joy within him. This was truly a fortuitous gift. The box might contain a frying pan or other useful items. He hurriedly stepped onto the rocks to reach it. The rocks were slick with moss, and he nearly lost his footing, but he managed to grab hold of a nearby boulder just in time. As Lu Yun reached for the box, he realized it was heavier than he had anticipated. The box was tightly sealed, and a gentle shake revealed a clattering sound from within. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yun gripped the edges of the box and pulled with all his might to dislodge it from the rocky crevice. "Lu Degu, come over quickly. Don't just stand there," Lin Yu called out from the beach, her voice still tinged with apprehension. Lu Yun responded and placed the jacket he had taken from the corpse atop the box. Supporting the box with one hand while grasping the edge of the rock with the other, he began to maneuver slowly toward the beach. The box was exceedingly heavy, causing his arm muscles to tense and beads of sweat to form on his brow. Had it been someone less physically fit, they would have struggled to move it at all. After much effort, he finally reached the sandy shore, where Lin Shui and Lin Yu quickly gathered around him. The sisters dared not approach the box too closely, but their curiosity was palpable. "Lu Degu, what's inside? Why is it so heavy?" Lu Yun set the box down on the ground, wiped his brow, and replied with a smile, "It's getting late. We can't look now. We'll find out when we get back. I'm certain it contains something valuable." He gestured to the jacket atop the box, adding, "This clothing can be taken back, washed thoroughly tomorrow, and dried for use." Lin Yu wrinkled her nose and muttered softly, "But wearing clothes from a corpse feels ominous." Lu Yun placed his hands on his hips and took a deep breath, turning to face the still uncertain Lin Yu, his expression turning serious. "Little Yu, you must understand that on this deserted island, the most precious resources are not merely biscuits or bottled water." He crouched down, looking into the sister's eyes, and articulated each word clearly. "Without biscuits or bread, we can forage for wild fruits, catch wild boar, or fish from the sea. Without bottled water, we can seek mountain spring water, collect rainwater, or even distill seawater into fresh water. These resources can always be found or created if we are willing to exert the effort." Lin Shui and Lin Yu fell silent, listening intently. Lu Yun then patted the damp jacket resting on the box and pointed to the axe in his hand. "But weapons, tools, and clothing are different. These are invaluable commodities. If you desire new clothes, you must understand textile techniques, and you need raw materials like cotton or linen. We haven't even seen cotton plants. How can we obtain clothing? To acquire iron tools, one must first locate iron ore and possess the skills to smelt and forge it. None of us are versed in these techniques, nor do we have the necessary equipment. Even to craft the simplest wooden spear, one must have tools to fell trees. If the axe breaks, relying solely on our hands or striking with stones will render us incapable of producing adequate tools." His tone grew more serious, acknowledging our current inability to create such items. Securing a piece of clothing or a toolbox from the sunken ship would significantly bolster our chances of survival. As the weather turns cold, this garment will shield us from the wind and chill. When the time comes to repair our shelter, the contents of the toolbox may prove invaluable. Lin Yu lowered her head, her earlier resistance gradually dissipating. Lin Shui gently nodded and pulled Lin Yu's hand, Brother Lu is right. We are not in the city, and we cannot be choosy. To have clothing and tools is already a stroke of good fortune. Seeing the sisters come to an understanding, Lu Yun's expression softened. He reached out to ruffle Lin Yu's hair. Once we return, we shall boil the clothing in hot water and then fumigate it with mugwort. It will be sturdier than what I am currently wearing. Let us not linger here. Feng Ro is waiting for us. It is the perfect opportunity to open the box and discover what treasures lie within. At last, Lin Yu beamed, nodding vigorously. Yes. Let us hurry back. I am eager to see if the kitchen supplies from the Hope are indeed delectable. Lu Yun laughed as he hoisted the box onto his shoulder, while Lin Shui and Lin Yu followed closely, clutching the coconut shells. Chapter 24. A treasure discovered. Lu Yun led Lin Shui and Lin Yu toward the camp. As they stepped into the edge of the forest, Lin Yu could not suppress a shiver. The evening woods had grown dark. The wind rustled the leaves, producing a whispering sound, occasionally interrupted by the chirps of unknown insects, lending an air of eeriness and dread that was absent during the day. Lin Shui instinctively edged closer to Lu Yun, tightening her grip on the coconut shell filled with seafood. Brother Lu, how much longer until we arrive? I am feeling a bit frightened. Inside the shelter, I felt nothing, but walking through this pitch-black forest is terrifying. Lin Yu whispered, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surrounding shadows. Just as Lu Yun was about to offer some words of comfort, he suddenly caught sight of a dark figure swaying unsteadily amongst the trees ahead, moving slowly as if struggling to maintain its balance. Who goes there? Lu Yun halted abruptly, gripping his axe tightly, his voice laced with caution. Lin Shui and Lin Yu shrank behind him, even their breathing becoming hushed. It's me, came a familiar voice from the shadow, trembling slightly. It was Feng Ro. Lu Yun exhaled in relief and hastened toward her. In the dim light of the fading day, he discerned Feng Ro's appearance. She leaned on a rough wooden stick, her right leg slightly limping, her trousers smeared with dirt and grass. Below her knee were several shallow cuts, some weeping droplets of blood, glistening faintly in the dim light. What brings you here? Were you not instructed to stay and watch over the house? Lu Yun approached swiftly, his tone carrying a hint of reproach, but more so, an undercurrent of concern. Feng Ro bit her lower lip, tapping the wooden stick against the ground as she softly murmured, "It's getting late, and you haven't returned. I was worried something might have happened, so I came to check on you. You can barely walk yourself, yet you concern yourself with us?" Lu Yun frowned, his gaze fixed on the wound on her leg, a sudden tightening in his chest. Feng Ro's ankle had not healed properly, and now with a new injury added. She appeared unsteady on her feet, leaving him to wonder how many times she had stumbled in the woods earlier. Lu Yun bent down, slipping his arms beneath her knees and around her back, lifting her effortlessly. "Ah!" Feng Ro gasped, instinctively clutching the fabric of his shirt, her cheeks flushing crimson. "What are you doing? Put me down. Stay still." Lu Yun's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable firmness. "It seems you are deliberately hindering your recovery. Speak. Are you trying to take it easy by using this excuse to avoid work?" As he spoke, he carried her steadily forward. "Ugh." Feng Ro buried her face against his chest, her voice muffled and tinged with a hint of grievance. "Don't talk nonsense. If I intended to be lazy, would I injure myself? The cost of such laziness is far too high." Unable to suppress a laugh, Lu Yun playfully lifted her slightly, teasing. "I didn't expect you to be rather heavy despite your slim appearance. Your figure is quite impressive." "You. Not again. Don't flatter me." Feng Ro lightly pinched his arm, yet fearing her movements might lead to another fall, she settled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her cheek pressed against his warm chest, where she could distinctly hear the rhythm of his strong heartbeat. Inside, her heart raced like a little deer, thumping incessantly, her ears burning with embarrassment. Lin Shui, following behind, observed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. She pointed to the plastic box on the ground. "Lu Gu, what shall we do with this box? My sister and I are holding coconut shells and can't carry it." Lu Yun glanced back, lifting his chin forward. "Leave it here for now. There are no wild beasts nearby that could ruin it. The campsite isn't far. Once I've taken Feng Ro back, I'll return for it." Lin Shui and Lin Yu nodded, following Lu Yun towards the campsite. Gradually, Feng Ro, nestled in his arms, felt her tension ease. She quietly lifted her head, admiring the chiseled lines of Lu Yun's profile. The moonlight, filtering through the gaps in the leaves, cast a soothing glow upon his face, offering her a sense of comfort. Feng Ro softly inquired, "Did you find anything good? I heard Lin Yu mention a large box." "Indeed. It's a box from the Hope's kitchen, well sealed. It may contain usable kitchenware," Lu Yun replied with a smile. "There's also an abundance of seafood, and we can prepare a delicious seafood soup tonight." Feng Ro's eyes sparkled with interest. Remembering her leg injury, she felt a twinge of embarrassment as she said, "It's all my fault for being unable to help and causing trouble. Honestly, I feel quite ashamed to have only been eating what was prepared. What are you saying? Your presence at the campsite is the greatest help you could offer us. Lu Yun interrupted gently, his tone softening. In the future, do not venture out alone. It could lead to troublesome situations if danger arises. Fong Rou nodded softly, burying her face deeper. Soon, the flickering light of the campfire came into view. Lin Shui hurriedly ran over to stoke the fire in the pit. Lin Yu placed the coconut shells filled with seafood on a nearby stone. Lu Yun cradled Fong Rou and carefully set her down on the prepared haystack beside the fire. Roll up your pant leg. I shall tend to your wound. Lu Yun said, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Fong Rou gazed at his earnest expression, yielding without further protest as she slowly rolled up her pant leg, revealing the wound just below her knee. The scratches were shallow but muddied, with some areas still oozing blood. Lu Yun gently wiped away the dirt surrounding the wound with a clean cloth, his movements delicate, as if afraid of causing her pain. Fong Rou couldn't help but gasp. Lu Yun immediately slowed his actions, glancing up at her. Bear with it. It will not become inflamed once disinfected. Fong Rou nodded, her eyes fixed upon him. The firelight illuminated his face, accentuating his eyelashes, and his serious demeanor rendered him captivating. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed, Fong Rou Jia. Look at the seafood we've caught. So many crabs and sea snails. They're all alive. Fong Rou followed her pointing finger and saw 2 coconut shells brimming with lively seafood. The blue crabs scuttled about, raising their claws, occasionally clattering against each other. The sea snails clung to the shell walls, intermittently expelling white, sticky mucus. Small shrimp danced in the seawater at the bottom of the shell, brimming with vitality. Wow, so many. Fong Rou instantly forgot the pain of her wound. She reached out to touch a small crab perched at the edge. The little crab seemed to sense danger, raising its claws and waving them at her finger, prompting Fong Rou to retract her hand in haste. She couldn't help but laugh. This little creature is quite fierce. I'll eat you first later. Lin Shui leaned in, pointing to the largest blue crab, saying, Fong Rou Jia, this one was caught by me. Brother Lu taught us to dig holes with sand and sprinkle water. It's so much fun. Lin Yu, unwilling to be outdone, lifted another coconut shell. I caught even more crabs. Tonight, we shall make seafood soup. It will surely be delicious. The 3 girls gathered around the coconut shells, exchanging ideas on how to prepare the seafood, occasionally reaching in to tease the crabs within. Their laughter echoing through the campsite, dispelling the night's darkness. Lu Yun observed their lively banter, unable to suppress a smile. He swiftly finished tending to Fong Rou's wound, gently bandaging it with a clean cloth, before rising and saying, You all stay here. I will retrieve the box. I'll go with you. Lin Yu immediately stood up. Lu Yun shook his head. No need. Please keep an eye on the fire pit and ensure it doesn't extinguish. I shall return shortly. With that, he picked up an axe and swiftly made his way to the spot where he had left the box. Although the forest was dark at night, his memory served him well, and he quickly located the square plastic box. Crouching down, Lu Yun attempted to lift the box with one hand. He found it seemed heavier than before. Perhaps after resting at the campsite, his arms had grown weary, making it feel burdensome. Lu Yun gripped the edges of the box with both hands, took a deep breath, and with a sudden exertion of strength, hoisted the box onto his shoulder. The box pressed against his back, and he could distinctly feel the sounds emanating from within, leaving him curious about its contents. As he retraced his steps, Lu Yun slowed his pace, wary of the box falling and aware of the strain on his arms. While walking, he pondered the items that might be contained within. Given that it was a kitchen-specific box, it could possibly hold a cast-iron pot, a chef's knife, or even seasonings like salt and sugar. If such items were indeed present, cooking would become considerably easier, and he would no longer have to endure the blandness of roasted meat every day. Upon finally returning to the camp, Lin Shui and Lin Yu hurriedly approached to assist, each grasping one side of the box to help Lu Yun set it down. Fong Rou attempted to rise, but was gently pressed back down by Lu Yun. Stay seated and don't move. He wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the plastic box with anticipation. Let us open it now and see what treasures await us. Lin Yu, unable to contain her excitement, reached out to unfasten the box's latch, only to be stopped by Lu Yun. Be careful, we wouldn't want to damage anything inside. Crouching down, he carefully examined the box's construction. It was a sealed container designed for kitchen use, with latches on the side that required simultaneous pressing of both to open. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun pressed the latches with both hands and pulled forcefully. With a satisfying click, the lid finally came off. A faint aroma of oil wafted towards him. Peering inside, he discovered an orderly arrangement of various items. At the top lay a stainless steel chef's knife and a peeling knife, their handles tightly wrapped in tape, accompanied by a cast-iron pot. In the middle, there was a specialized soup pot along with a spatula. The lower layer housed several sealed bottles of seasonings, salt, sugar, and a bottle of cooking oil. At the very bottom were a few pairs of chopsticks and soup spoons, with 5 tin bowls nestled inside. Goodness! A chef's knife! And salt and oil! Lin Yu exclaimed, jumping with excitement as she reached for the knife, only to be halted by Lu Yun. Not just yet. The knife is sharp. Be cautious not to cut yourself. Lin Shui leaned in for a closer look, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is wonderful. With the cast iron pot, we won't have to rely on coconut shells for cooking anymore, and we can stir fry. Fong Ro, perched on a haystack, gazed at the items in the box and couldn't help but smile. We are truly fortunate. With these provisions, our days on the island will be much improved. Lu Yun nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude. He carefully lifted out the knife and pot, placing them on a nearby rock, and stored the salt, sugar, and cooking oil in the box that previously held their supplies. Lin Yu and Lin Shui gathered around the pot and knife, chattering animatedly about how to prepare the seafood soup for that evening. Chapter 25. A visit from siblings. Fong Ro, supporting herself against the haystack, gradually stood up, smiling as she said, "You all can take a break. Cooking is my forte, and I assure you I will make this crab incredibly fragrant." Though her legs were still somewhat unsteady, she adeptly squatted by the fire pit, first sprinkling a small spoonful of salt into the pot. The salt crystals, pristine and fine, dissolved instantly upon contact with the water, infusing the air with a hint of briny anticipation. Lu Yun assisted by pouring the lively crabs into the pot. The blue crabs flailed in the boiling water for a moment before settling into stillness. The shell gradually transformed from a muted grayish hue to an alluring orange red, as a rich aroma of seafood wafted through the air, mingling with the subtle fragrance of mugwort, enveloping the campsite. The once swarming insects were driven away by the smoke of the mugwort, leaving only the crackling sound of the firewood in the hearth and the bubbling of the pot, creating a lively atmosphere. How delightful! Lin Yu crouched nearby, her nose almost scorched by the steam. She quickly recoiled, eliciting laughter from the others. Fong Ro gently stirred the crabs in the pot with a ladle, sprinkling a pinch of sugar to enhance the flavor. Just 5 more minutes. The sugar will eliminate any fishy taste and make the crab meat even more succulent. Once the crabs were cooked, Fong Ro placed the pot onto the prepared banana leaves. The 4 of them sat in a circle, eagerly digging in. Lin Shui was the first to crack open the largest crab, lifting off the shell to reveal the golden orange roe spilling out. She hesitated to eat it, instead offering it to Lu Yun. "Brother Lu, you have this. You've worked hard today." Lu Yun smiled and thanked her, taking a bite. The crab roe was fragrant and glutinous, with a slight hint of saltiness, surpassing any crab he had tasted before. Lin Yu followed suit, prying open a smaller crab, extracting the meat, and stuffing it into Lu Yun's mouth. "Brother Lu, this one is for you too. You two shouldn't just feed me. Make sure to eat as well." Lu Yun chuckled, breaking his crab in half and sharing it with the sisters. After swallowing the crab meat, he turned to Fong Ro, who was quietly enjoying her crab. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow and playfully remarked, "Is someone being a bit antisocial? The sisters are at least sharing food with me. Don't you have anything to offer?" Fong Ro glanced at him, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. She reached into the pot, broke off a slender crab leg, and offered it to him. "Here. For you." Lu Yun looked at the nearly meatless crab leg, bemused. "What am I to do with this empty shell? Can this even be eaten?" "Of course it can." Fong Ro stifled a laugh. "If you crack the shell, there's a tiny bit of meat inside. It's like nibbling on sunflower seeds. Quite flavorful, really." Upon hearing this, Lin Shui and Lin Yu burst into laughter. Lin Yu even imitated Lu Yun, picking up a crab leg to gnaw on, mumbling, "Really? Brother Lu, you should try it. It's a bit salty, but quite fun." Lu Yun shook his head in exasperation, accepting the crab leg, gently cracking the shell, and indeed managing to extract a bit of fine crab meat. Chewing it, he found it carried a faintly fresh flavor. Unable to contain his laughter, he remarked, "All right. I concede, this crab sunflower seed is rather delightful." The 4 of them gathered around the fire, feasting on crabs while engaging in cheerful conversation. Lin Shui recounted the amusing incident of being pinched by a little crab while catching them by the seaside that afternoon. Lin Yu complained about how challenging the crab legs were to eat, and Fong Ro planned to make soup with the leftover seafood for the next day. Lu Yun interjected occasionally, and the campsite was filled with laughter and joy. Unbeknownst to them, at the edge of the nearby forest, a pair of gleaming eyes was quietly observing them. It was a scruffy little dog, its matted fur intertwined and its thin frame revealing its ribs. It was likely drawn by the alluring aroma emanating from the pot, emitting a low whimper from its throat as it cautiously advanced a few steps. Fearful of being discovered, it shrank back, peering from a distance at the 4 individuals by the fire pit, its tail tucked between its legs, unable to resist licking its lips. Lin Yu inadvertently glanced up and spotted the small shadow, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, look over there." The group turned to follow her gaze. Upon being noticed, the little dog recoiled in fright, retreating a few steps. Yet, it did not run far, fixated on the crabs in the pot, its eyes brimming with longing. Lu Yun set down the crab shell he had been holding and slowly stood up, treading lightly. Do not be afraid. It is merely a little dog. The dog trembled at the sound of his voice, but remained still, its whimpering subsiding to a mere whisper. Feng Rou, her heart softened by the creature's pitiful state, selected the smallest crab from the pot and offered it to Lu Yun, saying, "It seems terribly hungry. Let us give it something to eat." Lu Yun took the crab and approached the little dog. He crouched down, placing the crab on the ground. The dog eyed him warily, then sniffed the crab. After a moment of hesitation, it finally succumbed to its hunger, seizing the crab and retreating. It sheltered behind a tree, devouring the crab ravenously, even consuming the shell. Observing the little dog's plight, Lin Yu could not help but comment, "How sad it is. Could it have come from a ship?" Lu Yun shook his head, uncertain. It's hard to say. Everyone was preoccupied with escaping. Who had the presence of mind to care for their pets? Feng Rou sighed softly. If only we could keep it. It could help watch over the camp and keep me company. Lu Yun nodded, watching the dog, who was relishing its meal behind the tree. Come here, come here. He beckoned. The little dog glanced up at him, then resumed its feast. Lu Yun chuckled. Ah, this creature is solely focused on food. Feng Rou playfully tapped Lu Yun's forehead. Have you not seen how thin it is? It must be starving. Lu Yun glanced down. The four had finished their crabs, leaving behind a considerable number of shells and bits of crab meat by the fire pit. The little dog, having finished its meal, did not retreat far. Merely sitting a few paces away from Lu Yun, panting and eyeing the crab shells, its previous wariness noticeably diminished. Lu Yun waved at it. The dog hesitated but then ambled over, maintaining a safe distance. Lu Yun gathered the scattered shells and placed them at his feet, softly encouraging, "Come, eat." The dog seemed to understand, cautiously approaching to sniff the shells before glancing up at Lu Yun. Seeing no malice in his expression, it tentatively picked up a piece of shell, nibbling on the remnants of crab meat. Ah, it appears to have a dog tag. Lin Shui suddenly pointed at the dog's neck, her voice filled with delight. The others followed her gaze and indeed spotted a thin string hanging from the dog's neck, with a small metallic tag dangling beneath. Lu Yun gently grasped the tag, illuminated by the firelight, revealing two engraved characters, Shi. It seemed that this was indeed a dog that had escaped from the ship. Lu Yun set down the dog tag, deep in thought as he remarked. To escape with a dog in tow signifies that its owner holds it in high regard, unwilling to abandon it even in the face of peril. Feng Rou nodded, her gaze softening slightly. Many pet owners regard their cats and dogs as family. Those who do not keep pets may fail to grasp that sentiment. Over time, they transcend mere companionship, becoming true partners in life. As her words lingered in the air, a sudden, clear cry filled the air from the distant forest. Tinged with urgency, Cici. Where are you, Cici? The dog, Cici, who had been gnawing on a crab shell, abruptly lifted its head. Its ears perked up, emitting a series of soft whines, before it wagged its tail and dashed to the edge of the camp, barking into the inky darkness of the woods. The calls faltered momentarily, then quickly drew nearer to the camp. Before long, two figures stumbled out of the thicket. A girl emerged, her clothes soiled with mud and grass, her hair a tangled mess clinging to her face, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Trailing behind her was a young boy, perhaps around 10, equally grimy, clutching the hem of the girl's shirt tightly. Upon seeing them, Cici immediately bounded over, affectionately rubbing against the girl's legs. What are you doing out here alone? You scared me to death. The girl crouched down, enveloping Cici in her arms, her tone a mix of urgency and fear. I told you not to wander off. This forest is perilous. What if a wild animal snatched you away? Look at you. You're as thin as a twig. They could swallow you whole in one bite. After scolding the little dog, the girl finally glanced up and noticed Lu Yun and the others seated around the fire pit. She quickly stood, still cradling Cici, and approached them with a hint of awkwardness. I'm sorry to disturb you, and thank you for taking care of Cici. It's no trouble at all. She merely followed the scent of crabs, Lu Yun replied, waving his hand dismissively. He smiled and gestured towards the nearby pot and bowls, adding, We just finished eating and have some leftover crab shells for her to enjoy. The girl's gaze fell upon the pot, and she instinctively swallowed hard, her throat moving involuntarily. The boy behind her also stared at the pot, unable to resist licking his lips, his eyes brimming with longing. Clearly, the two had not had a decent meal in days. Chapter 26. Intelligence from the camp. Feng Rou glanced at Lu Yun and softly suggested, There is still quite a bit of crab left. Perhaps we could let them have some? Lu Yun rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the girl and the boy at her side. You must be from Lu Bing's camp, correct? The girl nodded eagerly. Yes, we are passengers from the ship. After being stranded on the deserted island, we've been surviving alongside Captain Lu. Brother, you are also a castaway, aren't you? I saw you yesterday. she exclaimed. Lu Yun nodded, formulating a plan in his mind. The arrival of the siblings presented an opportune moment to glean information regarding Lu Bing's camp. He subtly shifted to the side, inviting them, please. Join us for a meal. Oh no, it's quite all right. We just ate. The girl quickly waved her hands in refusal. However, before her words could settle, the boy, clutching his stomach, pouted and murmured, we only had a piece of bread, and the three of us had to share one. It barely filled the gaps. The girl swiftly tugged at her brother's sleeve, admonishing, don't say such things. Having something to eat is already a blessing, we must not complain. Fong Ro discerned the awkwardness of the brother and sister duo and, with a smile, presented a freshly boiled crab. No need to be polite. We caught plenty today. Sufficient for all. Please, have a seat before it cools down. Lin Shui and Lin Yu chimed in, each taking hold of the girl's arms and guiding her to sit upon the banana leaf. Only then did the girl shyly settle down, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to the group. She took the crab and first offered it to her brother, and the siblings devoured it ravenously, leaving no morsel of meat clinging to the shell. Nearby, the little dog Cici joined in the merriment, prancing over to Lu Yun's feet. Lying belly up on the ground with its tail gently wagging, Lu Yun bent down to rub its soft belly, remarking, this little fellow is quite astute, aware of who treats it kindly. As he spoke, he raised his gaze towards Fong Ro, adding with a knowing glance, you see. Even the dog understands kindness and reciprocates affection. How perceptive it is. Fong Ro shot him a glance, half reproachful. What do you mean by that? Are you insinuating something about me? Lu Yun quickly waved his hand, laughing as he shifted the topic. Just then, the siblings finished their meal. He picked up a coconut shell, poured some clean water, and handed it to the girl. Have a sip, don't choke. The girl accepted the coconut shell, drank, then stood and offered a slight bow, her tone filled with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for taking care of us. I hope we haven't caused you any trouble. There's no need for such formality. Sit down and let us chat. Lu Yun gestured, steering directly into the matter. How has your camp been these past few days? Any changes in personnel? The girl pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, I haven't noticed any changes in personnel. We've mostly been working these past couple of days. Whatever Lu Bing assigns, we do, like organizing the camp. He distributes some water daily, along with a small piece of bread or other food. The women generally handle lighter tasks, such as cleaning and gathering firewood. The men are tasked with chopping trees, patrolling, and checking the beach for rescue efforts, while also fishing and foraging for fruits. She paused, her tone tinged with resignation. But the passengers and crew members are all city dwellers. They have no experience with wilderness living and are utterly unfamiliar with fishing or hunting. At the beach, they can only collect a few shells and seaweed. They cannot catch anything else. Some venture into the woods for wild fruits, but the low-hanging fruits are quickly picked, and no one dares to climb the tall trees to reach the better ones. With nearly 100 people in the camp, the daily provisions are hardly sufficient. What about the fire source? Who possesses the lighter or other means of igniting a fire? Lu Yun probed further. The girl shook her head. I am not sure. All I know is that Lu Bing and the others guard the fire source very strictly. We cannot start a fire ourselves. Each time we need to use fire, we must wait for Lu Bing to arrange a time. Even to boil some water, we must apply to him for permission. That's the general situation. After listening, Lu Yun nodded gently, gaining a clearer understanding of the conditions at Lu Bing's camp. What are Lu Bing and Zhang Jie responsible for? Lu Yun continued the inquiry, his gaze fixed on the girl's face. Upon mentioning these two, disdain and aversion flickered in the girl's eyes, her tone growing somber. Those two, apart from assigning us tasks, are merely preoccupied with flirting with the women. However, they have been somewhat more subdued today. In the early morning, Lu Bing set out with several individuals in a flurry, only to return later in a state of disarray, his clothing torn in multiple places. Initially, he intended to unleash his frustration upon us. However, the group had long been harboring their own grievances due to the lack of rescue, and when someone openly protested his actions, even those who had previously heeded his words refrained from supporting him. Lu Bing, enraged and humiliated, appeared on the verge of confrontation. Fortunately, Zhang Jie managed to diffuse the situation with some words, allowing Lu Bing to temper his demeanor in the afternoon, remaining mostly inside the tent, lost in his thoughts. Today, it was Zhang Jie who led us in our tasks. His attitude markedly improved from the previous day. Lu Bing's domineering manner had been grating on everyone's nerves. After listening, Lu Yun nodded gently. This is not surprising. He can still exert control over others mainly because everyone is still mindful of his position as captain, hoping he will be of use once rescue arrives. However, if assistance continues to be delayed and the hope for salvation dwindles, his words will soon fall on deaf ears. Oh, indeed, the girl exclaimed, clapping her hands. Now I understand. Yesterday, no one questioned him, but today, some dared to speak up against him. It all makes sense now. If days pass without news of rescue, Lu Bing is likely to find himself in dire straits. Lu Yun spoke with calm assurance. One must atone for their own misdeeds. For every ounce of arrogance he exhibits now, a corresponding measure of misfortune will follow. Such individuals deserve their downfall. Feng Rou, rarely fierce, raised her voice slightly. Why should he reap all the benefits? It was one thing to wield power on the ship, but to aspire to be a tyrant on this deserted island. He should experience the consequences of his actions. Lin Shui and Lin Yu nodded in agreement, clearly dissatisfied with Lu Bing's conduct. As the group discussed, the girl looked up and noticed the night had deepened significantly. She quickly picked up the small figure of Shi at her feet. Brother and sister, we must return. My mother is still waiting at the camp. And she must be worried sick. Lu Yun observed the slender forms of the siblings and inquired, Are you afraid to go back? The girl swallowed hard, gripping her brother's hand tightly, forcing a smile. Not really, I can't say I'm afraid. Besides, fear won't help. We must go back. Be careful on your way, Feng Rou said, handing over 2 unfinished cooked crabs. Take these for your mother. The girl thanked her promptly, stowing the crabs in her embrace. And holding her brother's hand, she turned to walk into the forest with Shi in her arms. They leaned against each other, their pace slow. And after a few steps, they turned back to wave at Lu Yun and the others. Feng Rou and the others waved goodbye in return. It was not until the siblings' figures faded into the darkness that the 4 of them withdrew their gazes. Chapter 27. The enigmatic beauty of a sensual matron. After the siblings departed, Lu Yun stifled a yawn, rubbing his temples. It's getting late. Let us tidy up and prepare for sleep. The others immediately sprang into action. Lin Shui and Lin Yu took charge of gathering the empty crab shells and coconut husks to bury them by the creek. Feng Rou used a damp cloth to wipe down the pots and utensils, meticulously placing them into a plastic box. Lu Yun added some dry twigs to the fire pit, ensuring that the flames danced gently, neither too fierce nor extinguished. After tidying up, several individuals took turns washing their faces and rinsing their mouths at the water basin. The evening breeze swept in, alleviating some of the weariness accumulated throughout the day. The duty roster followed the same order as yesterday, with me taking the first watch while the others would rotate later in the night. Lu Yun patted the makeshift shelter beside him. Feng Rou nodded in agreement, advising him to be cautious and to call for assistance if needed. All right, let us get some rest. The girls nestled into the shelter they had constructed during the day, and soon, gentle breaths filled the air within. Meanwhile, on the other side, the siblings emerged from the forest, cradling Shi in their arms, their faces aglow with barely concealed joy. Not only had they retrieved their little dog, but they had also met the kind-hearted Lu Yun. The warmth of the familiar crabs they carried in their arms brought thoughts of their mother savoring a warm meal, quickening their steps. In Lu Bing's camp, Lu Qing knelt on a banana leaf, meticulously clearing the surrounding weeds and debris. The 3 of them resided in the farthest corner of the camp, with only a few banana leaves laid on the ground, devoid of any shelter. Without a man as support, they were often vulnerable to bullying, and prime spots had long been claimed by others. Sigh, where have those 2 children gone? Why haven't they returned yet? Lu Qing sighed, continuing to pick up the small stones on the leaves, completely unaware of the presence approaching from behind. Zhang Jie had just finished using the restroom, and, as he passed by Lu Qing, his gaze was instantly captivated by her figure. At 36, Lu Qing was at the most alluring age for a woman, possessing an enchanting beauty and a voluptuous, sensual physique. After bearing a pair of children, her curves became even more pronounced, and as she knelt, her body showcased soft, harmonious lines. The slight sway of her ample hips and waist beneath her skirt exuded a mature charm unique to married women. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Zhang Jie approached and quietly squatted behind Lu Qing. He inhaled sharply, letting out an exaggerated gasp. Startled, Lu Qing turned abruptly to see Zhang Jie's face adorned with a lewd grin, causing her to tense up and instinctively retreat. Her voice tight with alarm. What are you doing? Zhang Jie licked his lips, his eyes roaming over Lu Qing's form, his tone flippant. Ms. Lu, there's no need to be alarmed. I'm not a good person. Ah, wait. I mean no offense. I merely noticed you toiling alone and wanted to ask if you needed any assistance. Furrowing her brow, Lu Qing responded with evident detachment. No, thank you. I can manage on my own. You wouldn't be of help to me. Unfazed by her demeanor, Zhang Jie plopped down onto the banana leaves Lu Qing had just arranged, the leaves crinkling beneath him. Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice. Whether I can help or not depends on your understanding of the situation. You know, I'm currently associated with Lu Bing, and in this camp, I am, so to speak, second only to him. I have a say in the distribution of resources. I can't make promises, but if you cooperate, I can ensure that you and your daughters have enough to eat every day. However, if you choose not to comply, you will find yourselves subsisting on mere crumbs of bread on this desolate island. Would you care to experience that? Lu Qing's heart sank. She could no longer ignore the sordid implications behind his words. Her complexion paled, yet she steadfastly shook her head. I don't understand what you're saying. You should leave quickly. Zhang Jie snorted derisively, his gaze lingering on Lu Qing's chest. He fixated on the vast, pristine, and profound chasm, unabashedly revealing his greed. Lu Qing sensed his gaze and hurriedly covered her chest with her hand, shifting her body aside in an attempt to evade his scrutiny. Tisk, what pretense of virtue? Zhang Jie scoffed, his tone growing increasingly vulgar. You are not an untouched maiden. You have borne 2 children. What is there left to misunderstand? What purpose does your charade serve? Lu Qing trembled with rage at his words, clutching her chest tightly as she took a few steps back. At that moment, the 2 siblings, carrying Cici, returned just in time to see Zhang Jie pulling at their mother. The little boy's eyes instantly filled with fury as he broke free from his sister's grasp and rushed forward. He forcefully pushed Zhang Jie's arm away, shouting, Stay away from my mom, you scoundrel. Caught off guard, Zhang Jie stumbled backward, landing heavily on the ground and covering his pants in dirt. Upon rising and recognizing the boy before him, his earlier lewdness transformed into a menacing glare. Zhang Jie seized the boy by his collar, cursing angrily, You little brat. Do you dare to confront me? Do you believe I want to put you down right here? The boy stood his ground, defiantly glaring back. I'm not afraid of you. You're just a bully. When the rescue team arrives, we will definitely report you and ensure you end up in jail. Jail? Zhang Jie laughed derisively, brushing his hand across the boy's face with disdain. You think you can touch me? You'd better survive today first. In this desolate island. My words are law. You're too inexperienced to oppose me. With that, he abruptly shoved the boy to the ground, the stones scraping against the boy's arm. Stop it. A few sailors nearby, who were organizing firewood, stood up. One burly man frowned and spoke. Zhang, you spoke well earlier today. Don't take things too far. Have you already forgotten your own words? Having just protested against Lu Bing, the sailors could not stand idly by as Zhang Jie bullied someone again. Zhang Jie's heart sank. He certainly remembered the day's events and recognized that the camp was restless. He could not act as he had the day before. His fierce demeanor softened, and he awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to diffuse the tension. Oh, brothers, you misunderstood. I just thought it would be difficult for Sister Lu Qing to manage with 2 children alone. I wanted to lend a hand. Her place is near the sea, and the evening winds can be harsh. I thought she could stay near my tent for mutual support. No, thank you. Lu Qing, supporting her son, stood up and coldly interrupted him, her eyes filled with disdain. I hope you remember your own words and keep a distance from the 3 of us. We cannot accept your help. Zhang Jie's expression faltered momentarily before quickly returning to normal. He shrugged helplessly. Fine. If you refuse my goodwill, I want to insist. But let me make it clear. Tomorrow, you 3 will be moving stones. If you dare to slack off, don't expect any food. With that, he shot a fierce glare at the little boy and stormed off, shaking his sleeves in frustration. As she gazed at his retreating figure, the little girl clenched her fists and spat angrily. Naughty villain. Sooner or later, he shall meet his misfortune. Lu Qing knelt down, gently touching the red marks on her son's arm, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She enveloped both children in her embrace, softly reassuring them. It's all right. We just need to endure for now. Let us work diligently tomorrow and fill our stomachs first. In her arms, Cici seemed to sense the tension in the air, nuzzling against Lu Qing's hand and emitting a soft whimper. Chapter 28. The beautiful woman's curiosity about Lu Yun. By the way, Mom, we brought you something to eat. The little girl exclaimed, carefully producing 2 still warm cooked crabs from her embrace. The vibrant orange shells stood out conspicuously in the dim corner of the camp, still exuding a faint scent of salt. Lu Qing swiftly reached out to steady the crabs, casting a wary glance around. Some crew members were engrossed in arranging their banana leaf beds, while others gathered firewood, oblivious to the presence of the 3 of them. Once reassured, Lu Qing pulled the children closer and lowered her voice, asking, Where did you get these? Did you catch them yourselves? The little boy shook his head vigorously. No. How could we catch such large crabs? Besides, they are already cooked. Even if we caught them, we wouldn't have a fire to roast them. Lu Qing nodded, her fingertips brushing over the warm shells. Then, where did you acquire them? I hope you didn't take someone else's belongings. I must tell you, we cannot afford to stir up any trouble in this camp. The little girl mischievously tilted her head, her eyes sparkling, and teased, Mom, guess. Lu Qing chuckled softly, playfully tapping her daughter's forehead. Silly child, how am I to guess? Ever since we arrived on this island yesterday, we haven't ventured beyond the confines of the camp. I have no idea how vast this island is, what mysteries lie within the forest, or whether there are other unfortunate souls nearby. How could I possibly guess? Then I shall tell you. The little girl leaned closer to Lu Qing's ear, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Do you remember the man who left with several beautiful sisters yesterday? The one who dared to confront Lu Bing head-on and brushed aside his hand. Instantly, Lu Qing recalled the scene from yesterday, the tall, slender man with fair skin, who stood unflinchingly before Lu Bing, exuding an air of confidence that compelled Lu Bing to refrain from provoking him. She nodded eagerly. Of course, I remember. He was that tall, handsome young man with a rather fair complexion, right? Yes, yes. The little girl's eyes squinted into delighted slits. Mom, you remember so clearly. Even his fair complexion. You cheeky little one, how impudent. Lu Qing gently tapped her daughter's arm. Now tell me, what is his connection to this? Did he give you these crabs? The little girl pressed her lips together, slowly recounting the events. Our Cece got lost, and my brother and I went to find her. While searching, we wandered into the forest, and Cece ended up in that brother's camp. He and the three sisters were very kind. They not only didn't chase us away, but also let us eat crabs, and these two are what they asked us to bring back for you, she added, her tone filled with envy. Their camp is truly wonderful. Surrounded by trees that shield against the ocean breeze, the nights are assuredly warm. In front lies a small pond with crystal clear water, always ready for a refreshing drink. They have even constructed a makeshift shelter where they can sleep. Unlike us who are confined to sleeping on banana leaves. That older brother is truly remarkable. His sisters speak of his ability to climb trees for fruits and catch seafood to build their abode. They possess pots and bowls. Unlike us who struggle to even sip a warm drink. Listening to her daughter's vivid descriptions, Lu Qing's gaze gradually transformed into one of longing. Her fingers absently caressed a crab shell, and she sighed softly. One must always possess skills, for those who are capable can thrive anywhere and live well. Look at us three. We are feeble and lack both knowledge and strength. Here in this camp, we can only be bullied. Recalling Zhang Jie's lewd expression and her own forced submission to indignities, Lu Qing's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, her voice trembling slightly. Seeing this, the little girl quickly wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, gently patting her back in a manner reminiscent of a small adult offering comfort. Mommy, don't be sad. Let us hold on a little longer. Didn't Lu Bing say that help would surely arrive within 3 days? If we endure just a bit more, perhaps rescue will come, and we can return home. Lu Qing bit her lip, suppressing her tears. She reached out to stroke the heads of her 2 children. Her voice slightly hoarse. Good children, let us hope. Don't worry, Mommy. I won't let you down. The little girl declared as she skillfully broke off a plump crab leg, presenting it to Lu Qing. Mommy, eat quickly while it's hot. It won't taste good if it cools down. Lu Qing accepted the crab leg, feeling its residual warmth, and a wave of comfort washed over her. Rather than eating immediately, she retrieved 2 whole crabs and, pulling over a clean banana leaf, carefully wrapped them up, securing them with a simple knot. The little boy, puzzled, tugged at Lu Qing's garment. Mommy, why are you wrapping up the crabs? Aren't we going to eat them? Looking down at her children with a gaze so tender it could melt the heart, Lu Qing replied, I'm saving them for you. Mommy knows you haven't eaten enough these past few days. You are both growing, and your bodies need nourishment. As an adult, it's fine for me to eat less. You can enjoy these delicacies tomorrow. The little girl, her eyes brimming with warmth, leapt into Lu Qing's embrace, clinging tightly to her neck, her voice choked with emotion. Lu Qing gently patted her daughter's back while using her other hand to stroke her son's head, her tone soothing. All right, no more tears. Let us quickly lie down and sleep. Perhaps when we wake, a grand ship will be anchored on the beach, and we can sail home. Then, I will take you both to eat hamburgers. How does that sound? Wow, can we really have hamburgers? I want to eat as many as I can. The little boy instantly forgot his earlier concerns, his eyes wide with anticipation. The little girl lifted her head from Lu Qing's embrace, teasing him. Not only hamburgers, but you also have unfinished homework waiting for you. I don't want to do homework. It's too tiring. The little boy's face fell, eliciting laughter from Lu Qing and the little girl. The oppressive atmosphere of the camp seemed to be somewhat alleviated by the sound of laughter. As the 2 children eventually tired themselves out and drifted into slumber, Lu Qing remained wide awake. She gently caressed the banana leaves that wrapped around the crabs beside her, and her mind involuntarily wandered to the man her daughter had mentioned. A person capable of constructing a shelter on a deserted island, sourcing clean water, catching seafood, foraging for fruits, and even possessing his own pots and bowls must be someone meticulous and skilled. The meager supplies available at the camp came to her mind, along with her daughter's remarks about the trees surrounding them, which could shield the camp from the sea winds. A surge of curiosity towards Lu Yun suddenly bloomed within her. What kind of life would such a person lead on this desolate island? Chapter 29. The mysterious Lu Bing after parting ways with Lu Qing. Zhang Jie ambled towards his tent. Lu Bing called out to him, Zhang, come in for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. All right, I'll be right there. Zhang Jie replied, internally grumbling about the late hour. thinking to himself that while he was toiling away, Lu Bing must have been napping in the tent all afternoon, leaving him to carry the burden of labor. Despite his thoughts, he quickly set aside his irritation and entered Lu Bing's tent with a forced smile. Upon stepping inside, a faint odor of decay wafted through the air. Lu Bing lay almost bare-chested on the canvas-covered ground, his ample belly exposed. Upon seeing Zhang Jie, he leisurely straightened up and gestured towards a nearby stone. "Have a seat." Zhang Jie nodded and sat down, getting straight to the point. "Captain, you called me at this late hour. What's the arrangement?" Lowering his voice, Lu Bing scanned the entrance of the tent to ensure no one was listening before speaking softly. "Brother, starting tomorrow, I'll be away for a while. I'm entrusting you with all matters concerning the camp for the next few days." Zhang Jie was taken aback, nearly rising from the stone in shock. "What is going on? Is there a problem? Why are you suddenly stepping back?" Lu Bing wore a smile that lacked warmth, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his belly. "It's nothing serious. I simply believe that waiting for rescue is not a viable strategy. If help does not arrive promptly, we must first find a way to sustain ourselves. This afternoon, someone informed me that we have too few capable hands among us. No one knows how to climb trees, hunt, or fish, and with these limited supplies, 100 people won't last long. Eventually, we'll starve. Therefore, I plan to explore the surrounding areas of the island tomorrow to see if there are more resource-rich locations near water sources that would be more suitable for us to camp while awaiting rescue." Zhang Jie nodded. "Your consideration is valid. I'll find a few agile and strong individuals to accompany you for safety. No need for anyone. I can manage on my own." Lu Bing quickly waved his hand, his tone resolute. This response only deepened Zhang Jie's confusion. He tentatively inquired, "You're going alone?" "Aside from the beach, we are unfamiliar with the rest of the island. If you encounter danger while exploring," he paused, recalling the dense woods he had glimpsed from a distance while working earlier that day, and added softly, "When I was cutting trees today, I noticed that the island is much larger than it appears. Venturing deeper may reveal unknown threats. It could be perilous for you to go alone." Lu Bing furrowed his brows, his tone suddenly laced with impatience. "Why all the unnecessary chatter? If I say I can handle it, then I can. There's no need for your concern. Just do as I instruct, understood?" Noticing Zhang Jie's silence, he softened his tone slightly, adding, "The reason I summoned you today is to request your assistance in concealing my whereabouts. If anyone at the camp inquires about me, simply fabricate a reason to deflect. Do not mention that I ventured out alone. We wouldn't want to incite unnecessary panic among the others." Zhang Jie's mind was rife with skepticism. Lu Bing was a man who only considered his own interests. His claim of scouting the island for the group's benefit. Who would believe such nonsense? Yet, he dared not press further. After all, rank often silences dissent. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Jie acquiesced. "Very well, I understand your intentions. I will ensure everything is managed at the camp while you take care of yourself." "Good, that is more like it. Now, off you go. I need to rest," Lu Bing said dismissively, waving his hand and turning his back to Zhang Jie as he reclined on the ground. Zhang Jie exited the tent with a forced smile. But once back at his quarters, the smile vanished. He paced back and forth, brow knitted in thought, unable to decipher Lu Bing's motives. What on earth was that old fellow scheming? Did he possess an alternative escape route, or was he hiding something of value? The more he pondered, the more unease settled in. Surely, he must have a means to leave this island. Otherwise, why would he isolate himself from the group? The more he contemplated, the more restless he felt. Yet, he lacked the courage to confront Lu Bing directly. He could only suppress his growing curiosity, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep. No, tomorrow, once Lu Bing departs, I will follow him to uncover what he is truly up to. Zhang Jie resolved within himself as he settled into his tent. Inside, 5 crew members responsible for menial tasks were preparing to rest. Zhang Jie scowled, admonishing, "Keep the noise down. No snoring while you sleep. I barely got any rest last night, due to your racket." One crew member, rubbing his tired eyes, muttered, "Captain Zhang, you don't have to exert yourself, just watch us work. We've been hauling stones and chopping wood all day. Our bones feel as if they might shatter. We can't control our snoring, and isn't that a bit unfair? Enough of your excuses." Zhang Jie waved his hand dismissively, his tone brash. "It's not a problem if you snore, but you must wait until I fall asleep before you do. You may only close your eyes once you hear me snoring." The crew members exchanged glances, none daring to retort. They sighed in resignation as they sat up, watching Zhang Jie stretch comfortably on his bunk. Within moments, a loud snore erupted from his direction, causing the tent to tremble slightly. "Ugh, that arrogant fool," one crew member muttered under his breath. The others nodded in agreement. "That scoundrel, all he does is flatter. He possesses no real skills. And yet, his salary is several times higher than ours, while we toil without respite. He simply strolls around the ship with a walkie-talkie, doing nothing. It's infuriating. Just look at that shifty-eyed face of his. One glance reveals he is no good. Enough already. If you have the guts, confront him directly. If not, keep your comments to a minimum. The more we listen, the more annoyed we become. A few individuals sighed, resignedly leaning against the tent wall. Only when Zhang Jia's snores became rhythmic did they dare to cautiously lie down to sleep, fearful of disturbing him. Before long, the campsite was filled with a chorus of snores, mingling with the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore. As the deserted island slowly succumbed to a serene silence, the night enveloped the island like a gentle mother, cradling its inhabitants tenderly. The sound of the waves served as a lullaby, soothing these tormented children in their dreams. Chapter 30. The Legend of the Succubus. The following morning, as dawn began to break, Feng Ro, who was on the last watch in front of the shelter, was dozing off, her eyelids heavy as if weighed down by lead. Just as she was about to succumb to slumber, a sudden, crisp, bleating sound pierced her ears, instantly awakening her. What was that noise? She sprang upright, gripping her wooden spear tightly, and tiptoed toward the source of the sound. It was emanating from the base of the high slope near the campsite. Stealthily, she approached the edge of the slope, parting the half-height bushes before her, and her heart raced with excitement. On the grassy ground below stood 2 gray-brown goats, heads lowered as they grazed on the tender grass. Their small horns and the occasional flick of their tails gave them an endearingly clumsy appearance. Oh my! Feng Ro covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. If only she could capture these 2 goats, there would be fresh meat to feast on. She quickly turned and darted back into the shelter, gently nudging the still sleeping Lu Yun. Lu Yun, wake up. There's an urgent matter. Lu Yun yawned, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. It's dawn. What's wrong? Is someone causing trouble? No. Feng Ro hurriedly waved her hands, lowering her voice. Come with me. But keep it down. We don't want to wake Lin Shui and the others. Curiosity piqued. Lu Yun followed Feng Ro as she tiptoed to the edge of the slope. When he spotted the 2 goats in the direction Feng Ro pointed, all remnants of sleep vanished from his eyes. Goodness, this is truly a delectable opportunity. Feng Ro proudly lifted her chin. See, I wasn't lying. It's urgent. You must catch them. Lu Yun chuckled and patted her head. You overestimate my abilities. Do you think goats are easy to catch? Wild goats can outrun a person on flat ground, let alone in this jungle. They are small and dart through the bushes with ease. I would exhaust myself trying to catch them. Feng Ro's enthusiasm waned instantly. Then what should we do? We can't just let them escape. Lu Yun fell silent, intently observing the spot where the goats were grazing for a moment before his eyes lit up. Beside the grassy area at the base of the slope, there was a patch of low shrubs, and behind them lay a natural depression, not large but overgrown with weeds, just large enough to contain 2 goats. He pulled Feng Ro back to the shelter, quickly retrieving the vines he had previously torn down and a few sturdy branches. In a hushed tone, he said, I have a plan. Help me out. The 2 of them stealthily approached the depression. Lu Yun first wove the vines into a simple net, propping it up with branches at the edge of the pit, and scattered some fresh grass on top of the net. Then, he circled around to the opposite side of the goats, picked up a small stone, and gently tossed it into the grass beside them. With a sudden rustle, the grass stirred, startling 2 goats that lifted their heads, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Seizing the moment, Lu Yun slowly retreated, deliberately revealing a hint of his presence. Upon spotting a human, the goats immediately panicked, turning to flee in the opposite direction, fortuitously towards the pit. One goat was the first to step onto the vine net, causing it to collapse instantly, and with a startled bleat, it tumbled into the pit. The second goat, caught off guard, followed suit, and also fell in. Success! Lu Yun dashed over, swiftly pulling the supporting branch from the net, and firmly pressing down on the edge of the vine net to prevent the goats from escaping. Feng Ro hurried over to assist, anchoring the other side of the net. Their commotion roused Lin Shui and Lin Yu from their makeshift shelter. The sisters, rubbing their eyes, emerged to see the struggling goats in the pit and erupted in cheers. Brother Lu, Sister Feng, you've caught the goats. Keep it up. Don't let them get away. Lin Shui grabbed a long branch and rushed over to help Lu Yun secure the vine net. Lin Yu hopped around excitedly, cheering them on with infectious enthusiasm. After a considerable effort, Lu Yun and Feng Ro worked together to bind the legs of both goats with the vines and laboriously pulled them out of the pit. Despite their bleeding and struggles, the goats could not free themselves from the sturdy bindings. Incredible. Brother Lu, how did you think of this method? Lin Shui approached, gazing at Lu Yun with admiration. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Yun smiled and replied, This is called leading the enemy into a trap, since we cannot outrun them. We found a way for them to fall on themselves. Feng Ro, her eyes squinted in delight as she observed the plump goats, chimed in, This is splendid. Not only will we have seafood, but soon we can also enjoy mutton. Lin Yu circled the goats, murmuring softly, Do you think we can have goat soup for lunch? Fong Ro tugged at Lu Yun's arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Yun, can we keep these two goats? Lu Yun turned to her. What are your thoughts? Why do you want to keep them? Fong Ro's tone shifted to seriousness. If rescue doesn't arrive soon, we must prepare for long-term survival on the island. From a sustainability perspective, keeping them is far more beneficial than consuming them now. Goats can reproduce. We have 2 now, and in less than 6 months. We might have several kids, gradually increasing our numbers. It's akin to the principle of hatching a flock of chickens instead of consuming a single egg. Lu Yun nodded. Looking at the Lin sisters, what do you both think? Should we eat them now, or follow Fong Ro's suggestion to raise them? Lin Shui glanced at Lin Yu beside her, playfully nudging her. Little Yu, you go first. Aren't you the most meat-craving? Lin Yu licked her lips, her gaze shifting from the goats, and quickly shook her head. I do want to eat them, but Fong Ro makes a valid point. Look how calm the sea is today. There isn't even a shadow of a rescue boat. It's uncertain if help will arrive. It's wiser to plan for the long term. If we eat them now, we'll have nothing left, but if we raise them, we can have a steady supply of meat. Lin Shui reached out to touch the goat's soft hooves, unable to suppress her laughter. Look how docile they are. They aren't causing any trouble. Raising them should be effortless. The little goat's hooves are quite charming, resembling small ingots. I believe they can be raised. Lu Yun observed the consensus among the 3 and suddenly recalled something, smiling as he spoke. Do you know that in our culture, sheep have always been synonymous with kindness and honesty? Expressions like gentle as a lamb are meant to praise them. However, in Western culture, the image of the sheep is entirely different, even regarded as a symbol of evil. Oh, how is it different? Lin Shui, intrigued, leaned in to inquire why the West perceives sheep as malevolent. Lu Yun glanced at Fong Ro, teasingly asking, surely you, Sister Fong Ro, understand? Didn't the crew on your ship ever share tales about sheep? For instance, the notion of sheep being succubi? Fong Ro looked bewildered, shaking her head repeatedly. Understand? How could I? What's a succubi? I've never heard my colleagues mention it. Lu Yun chuckled heartily and began to explain. In truth, this is a stigmatization by Westerners towards sheep. Do you know why sailors during the age of exploration always preferred to bring sheep aboard their ships? Lin Shui tilted her head, responding, isn't that obvious? To eat meat. What else could it be? Lu Yun shook his head. They did not bring them for meat or milk. At that time, space on ships was limited, and provisions had to be carefully calculated. Yet, they were required to bring a few sheep. The underlying reason was rather sordid. Sailors, predominantly male, would embark on long voyages away from women and would use the docile sheep as an outlet for their frustrations, expressing their desires in a distorted manner. Eventually, this shameful behavior became known, and to save face, the sailors concocted a story claiming they were seduced by the sheep. Coupled with some negative interpretations of desire in religious contexts, sheep were absurdly transformed into embodiments of succubi, becoming symbols of evil and desire. Ultimately, this had nothing to do with the sheep. It was the sailors' disgraceful actions that were unseemly, unjustly placing the blame on the sheep. As he finished speaking, Fong Ro, Lin Shui, and Lin Yu's faces flushed crimson. Particularly Lin Yu, whose ears turned bright red, reached out to slap Lu Yun's arm. Lu Yun, why are you sharing such nonsense with us? Isn't it disgusting? Fong Ro glared at him, insisting, please refrain from discussing such inappropriate matters with us. We don't want to hear it. Lin Shui nodded in agreement, pulling Lin Yu back a couple of steps to avoid Lu Yun's gaze. Exactly. Stop saying things that make us uncomfortable. Let us focus on how to build the sheep pen. Lu Yun found their embarrassment and annoyance amusing. All right. I won't mention it again. Let us gather materials to construct the sheep pen, ensuring these 2 goats grow plump. Chapter 31. Constructing the sheep pen, he turned to Lin Yu, pointing towards the nearby vines. Xiao Yu, find a few sturdy vines and gently tie the goats' hoofs. Don't tie them too tightly to avoid hurting them. Just secure them under that large banyan tree to keep them from wandering. Lin Yu nodded, immediately squatting down to select the vines. She specifically chose those that were thick and resilient, carefully wrapping them around the goat's hooves and tying a loose knot. This should do. They can move, but won't stray far. Fong Ro busied herself alongside her. She carried a coconut shell to the stream to fetch water, pouring it onto a clean leaf and bringing it to the goat's mouth. Come, have a drink, she coaxed. The goat initially shrank back in caution, but upon sensing Fong Ro's benign intentions, it gradually lowered its head to lap the water from the leaf. Fong Ro then searched for some tender grass nearby, offering it to the goat. Watching it nibble delicately, her eyes brimmed with tenderness. Look how well-behaved they are. They will surely thrive. Lu Yun picked up an axe and said to Lin Shui, accompany me to the woods to gather some branches. We need to construct a simple pen for the goats to keep them safe from wild beasts at night. Lin Shui nodded, grabbing a wooden spear. I'll help you carry the branches and see if there are any sturdy logs suitable for the fence. The two ventured into the forest. As they walked, Lu Yun explained the intricacies of building a goat pen. It should be situated on elevated ground, avoiding low-lying areas where rainwater could accumulate and flood the goats. Additionally, it must be close to our shelter for easier supervision. Most importantly, the fence needs to be robust, using thicker branches as vertical posts and binding them with thinner ones horizontally to prevent the goats from breaking free. Lin Shui listened attentively, nodding occasionally. How many branches do we need to cut? Should they be as thick as possible? Not necessarily, Lu Yun replied. Branches that are too thick will be cumbersome to carry and difficult to secure. He pointed to a tree about the diameter of a bowl. We'll cut segments approximately 1.5 meters long from trees of around 10 centimeters in diameter, and some 5-centimeter thick branches for the horizontal bars. That should suffice. As they conversed, they reached the woods. Lu Yun selected a straight-growing tree and took the axe, making a slanted cut at the base of the trunk. This was the wedge-cutting method. He first carved a wedge-shaped notch about 5 centimeters deep, then cut a matching notch on the opposite side. With the notches aligned, the trunk would soon yield under uneven pressure. He swung the axe with precision, and with a few resounding thuds, the trunk crashed to the ground. He deliberately avoided parts of the tree with wormholes, as such branches would be weak and soon decay. Healthy branches were essential for constructing the pen. Lin Shui assisted by snapping off the smaller twigs from the fallen branches, leaving only the main trunks, making them easier to carry without snagging their clothes. Their roles were well-defined. Lu Yun was in charge of cutting and segmenting the trees, while Lin Shui cleared the twigs and organized the branches. As they reached the 5th vertical post, Lin Shui suddenly pointed to a short tree and said, Lu Gu, look at the branches of this tree. They are slender yet resilient. Could they be used to bind the posts? They seem much more dexterous than vines. Lu Yun glanced over. These are yellow bramble branches, known for their remarkable flexibility. Once dried, they are not easily broken, making them perfect for binding the fence. You have a keen eye? This saves us the trouble of fetching vines. Lin Shui smiled at the compliment. She quickly crouched down, carefully breaking off the yellow bramble branches and arranging them into bundles. They then cut a dozen more slender branches for the horizontal bars and began their journey back with the wood. Each post weighed several pounds. Lu Yun carried 2 at a time, while Lin Shui followed with the horizontal bars and yellow bramble, trailing behind. Upon returning to the campsite, they found Feng Rou and Lin Yu seated under the banyan tree, observing the 2 goats grazing contentedly. Upon their return, Lin Yu immediately rushed over to assist. Brother Lu, sister, allow me to help you carry. As she attempted to lift a vertical post, she was stopped by Lu Yun. That is too heavy for you. Just help us move the branches to the elevated ground over there. Together, they transported the branches to a rise beside the campsite. This area was half a meter higher than the makeshift shelter, devoid of underbrush, making it an ideal location for constructing a sheep pen. Lu Yun began by sketching a 2-meter square rectangle on the ground to mark the positions of the 4 corners. He then took a vertical post and dug a 30-centimeter deep hole at each corner to secure the posts, compacting the earth around them. The holes must be deeper, otherwise, if the sheep bump into them, the post will topple. After firmly setting the 4 posts, Lu Yun commenced binding the horizontal rails. He laid slender branches horizontally across the posts, placing one every 30 centimeters. Utilizing yellow bramble, he tightly fastened the rails to the posts, ensuring that he wrapped the knots several times for added security. This will hold firm. Even if the sheep put their heads against it, it won't loosen easily. Feng Rou and Lin Shui assisted by passing branches and bramble, while Lin Yu squatted nearby, occasionally feeding the goats some grass. Brother Lu, you're really securing it well. Soon, the little goats will have a new home. After more than an hour of diligent work, a simple yet sturdy sheep pen was finally established. The 4 posts stood resolutely, with 5 layers of horizontal rails extending from the ground to a height of 1.20 meters, sufficient to contain 2 goats. Lu Yun tested the stability of the posts by pushing against them. They did not budge. Satisfied, he nodded. This sheep pen is perfect. Tonight, we'll usher the goats inside and barricade the entrance with branches, eliminating any concerns about them escaping. Lin Yu, eager with anticipation, hurried over to untie the vine tethered to the goats' hooves, aiming to lead them into the pen. However, the goats, timid by nature, hesitated and recoiled. Feng Rou, chuckling, crouched down and offered a handful of fresh grass to the goats. Come, let us go to your new home. There is plenty of grass to eat inside. Enticed by the fragrant grass, the goats gradually followed Feng Rou and eventually stepped into the pen. Lin Yu swiftly dashed over, placing a thick branch at the entrance and securing it with yellow bramble. Perfect. This will be their new residence. Leaning against the sheep pen, Lin Shui observed the goats leisurely munching on grass. I never imagined constructing a sheep pen would be so intricate, yet it appears quite impressive. Feng Rou nodded, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Once we have little lambs, we can expand the pen. Who knows, We might be able to raise a whole flock. Lu Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, watching the three girls' excited expressions. What began as a mere survival plan was gradually evolving into a semblance of home. With sheep, companions, and hopes for the future, the prospect of delayed rescue seemed far less daunting. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly recalled a previous topic and couldn't help but inquire. Brother Lu, you mentioned earlier that in the West, sheep are seen as symbols of evil. Aside from the age of exploration, are there other reasons? Just as Lu Yun was about to respond, Feng Rou interjected, "No talking about that. If you bring up those ridiculous topics again, we will ignore you." She shot him a playful glare, clearly still recalling the earlier awkwardness. Lu Yun laughed heartily. All right, I won't mention it again. Let us ponder what to have for breakfast. Shall we catch some seafood and prepare a seafood soup? Absolutely. Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 32. Do you have a boyfriend? As Lu Yun suggested making seafood soup, Feng Rou shook her head. We just had seafood last night. Having it again this morning might be too rich. Moreover, consuming seafood in the morning always feels a bit heavy on the stomach. She paused, her gaze drifting to the wild fruits they had previously gathered. Do we not still have some wild fruits? We could start with those to settle our stomachs. It would be even better if we could find some wild vegetables in the forest. A diet too heavy in meat can indeed be hard to digest. And a lighter fare is beneficial for the body. However, I wonder if there are any edible wild vegetables in this forest. Lu Yun nodded, continuing her train of thought. The tropical jungle is abundant with edible wild vegetables, such as amaranth, purslane, and wild spinach, which are quite common. Amaranth has tender leaves and can be delicious when stir-fried or used in soups. Purslane is drought-resistant and can be found in the crevices of stones along the roadside. It is particularly refreshing when eaten in salads. Wild spinach is rich in iron and enhances the flavor of soups. These wild vegetables are easily identifiable and not likely to be confused with toxic plants. Feng Rou's eyes sparkled with interest. Is that true? Could you show me where to dig them up? My ankle has been resting for several days, and I've been feeling rather guilty waiting for you all to find food. Today would be a perfect opportunity for me to help. Lu Yun glanced at her ankle, concern evident in his voice. Is your foot really healed? Are you able to walk on the mountain trails without issue? Almost completely. Feng Rou stood on her toes, smiling to assure him that as long as she took it slow, she would be fine. Lu Yun felt a surge of emotion and nodded. All right then. I shall take you with me. Feng Rou paused, instinctively asking, just the two of us? Of course, Lu Yun replied, his gaze playful. With me around. Will your safety not be assured? A faint blush colored Feng Rou's cheeks, and she averted her gaze, murmuring, is that appropriate? I was thinking we should bring Xiao Shui and her sister along. What could possibly be inappropriate? Lu Yun reached for her wrist, his tone casual. Let us go? If we delay, the sun will be quite scorching. Hey, don't pull me. Feng Rou quickly wriggled free from his grasp. I can walk on my own. Lin Yu had initially intended to join them. As she began to say she would also go gather wild vegetables, Lin Shui discreetly pulled her aside. Lin Shui shot her a knowing glance and whispered, let them go alone. I can take you to the beach. Did Brother Lu not teach us how to catch snails and small fish on the rocks yesterday? We can give it a try. Perhaps we can add a dish for lunch. Lin Yu blinked, quickly grasping the situation, and nodded with a smile. All right, let us hurry. Lu Yun noticed Lin Shui's subtle gestures and cast her an appreciative glance, which clearly conveyed his understanding. Lin Shui couldn't help but smile as she took Lin Yu's hand, picking up a coconut shell. Then we shall head to the beach. Brother Lu, please take care. Rest assured, Lu Yun advised. The rocks by the beach can be slippery. Be careful and do not venture into deep waters, nor engage with anyone from the camp. Understood. The sisters waved goodbye, skipping merrily towards the beach. In an instant, only Lu Yun and Feng Rou remained in the camp, and the atmosphere seemed to settle into a tranquil silence. Feng Rou gazed at the retreating figures of her sisters before turning her attention to Lu Yun, her heart inexplicably fluttering with anxiety as her fingertips subtly clenched. In the past, the four of them had shared lively moments together, never feeling anything amiss. Now, in solitary company with Lu Yun, her heartbeat quickened, racing faster than usual. Yet, beneath her apprehension, there lingered a hint of anticipation. She was curious about what this solitary excursion would reveal. Unaware of her unease, Lu Yun bent down to pick up a small shovel nearby, extending one towards her. Take this tool, and let us venture deeper into the woods. There should be more wild vegetables there, and we are less likely to be interrupted. Feng Rou accepted the shovel, her fingertips brushing against his hand before retracting swiftly. Responding in a soft voice, all right. The two walked side by side into the thicket. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Occasionally, the melodious calls of birds echoed, dispelling any sense of solitude. Feng Rou walked slowly, prompting Lu Yun to deliberately match her pace, occasionally pointing out the flora lining their path. See that plant with serrated leaves? That's wild amaranth. and its tender leaves are edible. The one sprawled on the ground with small yellow flowers is purslane. Its succulent stems are easily recognizable. Feng Rou listened intently, nodding from time to time. Her initial tension gradually dissipating. She even crouched down, pointing at a plant, and inquired, "Is this the revolutionary vegetable? The leaves look somewhat similar to what you described." Lu Yun leaned closer, smiling as he nodded. "Indeed, that's it. You're learning quickly. When you dig it up, be sure not to uproot it entirely. Leave the roots so it can regrow next time. Allow me to demonstrate." Mimicking his actions, Feng Rou carefully used the shovel to excavate the wild vegetables. Her motions becoming more adept. As they dug, their conversation flowed easily, transitioning from the island's flora to their shared experiences aboard the ship, the atmosphere growing increasingly relaxed. After more than half an hour in the woods, they cradled a generous handful of wild vegetables. The vibrant green leaves glistened with morning dew, appearing exceptionally fresh. Gently placing the gathered vegetables on the ground, Feng Rou raised her hand to scratch her arm, having acquired some dirt and grass debris while carrying them, causing an itch that made her frown. Lu Yun leaned in to inspect, noticing several small red spots on her fair arm. He promptly grasped her hand. "Don't scratch. It's just some tiny fuzz from the soil that's stuck to your skin. It will be fine in a while. Scratching will only make it worse." Feng Rou nodded, withdrawing her hand, her damp hair clinging to her cheeks, softening her already delicate features. Lu Yun observed her in this state, feeling his heartbeat inexplicably hasten, and, almost impulsively, asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Feng Rou looked up at him, a mischievous smile curving her lips. "I do." The words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flicker of hope in Lu Yun's heart. He forced a casual smile. "Of course, with your beauty. How could you possibly be single? Your boyfriend must be quite remarkable." "Indeed," Feng Rou declared, deliberately lifting her chin as she began to boast. "My boyfriend is the scion of a publicly listed company, tall and handsome, far more attractive than any star. This voyage is my last work commitment. Upon my return, I shall marry him. He has already purchased a spacious apartment for me in the city center and even promised my parents a house as my dowry." As she spoke, her exaggerations grew increasingly outlandish, even fabricating a tale of her in-laws preparing a box full of gold bars as a betrothal gift, all the while casting glances at Lu Yun's face. His expression darkened progressively. Initially, he bore with her tales, but eventually, he could no longer restrain himself and interjected, "All right, I see you're quite impressive. Is that enough?" Feng Rou observed his discomposure and could not help but chuckle. "What's this? Are you feeling envious? Or perhaps a touch jealous?" Lu Yun sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. "Interpret it as you wish. Calling it envy would suffice. And saying it's jealousy isn't entirely incorrect either." Feng Rou's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully pushed him. "What do you have to be jealous about? What kind of relationship do we share for you to feel that way? How can you say there's no connection?" Lu Yun replied earnestly, locking his gaze with hers. "We have shared intimate moments. You performed CPR to save me last time. Have you forgotten so soon? How could you say such things?" Feng Rou's ears turned beet red as she quickly turned her face away. "That was an emergency. I would have done the same for anyone. It wasn't specifically for you." "I understand." Lu Yun's tone softened, sincerity glimmering in his eyes. "Yet, I must extend my gratitude. Without you that day, I truly might not have awakened." This unexpected expression of thanks caught Feng Rou off guard. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice dropping to a softer tone. "There's no need for thanks. It stemmed from a respect for life. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda." "You are quite humble," Lu Yun remarked, giving her a thumbs up. "In the days I've spent with you, I've discovered that not only are you beautiful, but your heart is also remarkably kind. A girl as wonderful as you already has a boyfriend. What a pity." His latter comment was spoken softly, yet it still reached Feng Rou's ears. She could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "You truly believe that?" Lu Yun paused, momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? I said I have a partner, and you believed me?" Feng Rou teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lu Yun's eyes brightened suddenly, his tone lifting. "Are you implying that you do not have a boyfriend?" "Guess." She deliberately withheld a response. She bent down to brush off the dirt from her hands and pointed at the wild vegetables on the ground. "These wild greens are covered in grass clippings and are quite itchy. I can't carry them anymore. You take them back." "All right, leave it to me." Lu Yun promptly acquiesced, swiftly shedding his shirt to bundle the wild vegetables together, securing them firmly on his back. As Feng Rou turned around, she caught sight of his bare torso, the muscles sculpted with graceful lines, faint outlines of abs visible at his waist. The morning light cast a healthy sheen upon his skin. Her cheeks flushed, and she muttered playfully, "How shameless." Afterward, she quickly turned away and hastened ahead. Lu Yun watched her reddened ears, unable to suppress a smile as he hurried to match her pace. Chapter 33, blossoming again. The battle against the wild boar. Lu Yun quickened his steps to catch up with Feng Rou, intentionally flexing his abdomen and playfully patting his defined abs. His tone laced with a hint of pride. So what do you think? Is my physique not on par with the young masters of public companies you mentioned? Feng Rou's gaze inadvertently swept across his midsection, and her cheeks heated once more. She instinctively nodded slightly, but quickly shook her head as she realized, quickening her pace. What does that mean? Lu Yun caught up with her, playfully teasing her. Are we going to do this or not? Give me a clear answer. Feng Rou continued walking ahead without looking back, her voice barely a whisper. I don't know. I've never seen anyone like this on their first encounter. How would I know if it's good or bad? Lu Yun observed her flustered demeanor, ready to tease her further when suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the bushes ahead. Accompanied by heavy panting, as if some large creature were stirring, the two of them abruptly halted in their tracks. Feng Rou instinctively edged behind Lu Yun. He reached out to pull her behind a tree, signaling her to remain silent. They cautiously parted the bushes to trace the source of the noise. Before them, beneath the sprawling branches of a large banyan tree, stood a young wild boar. Its body was a mottled black and gray. Bristly hair spiked like steel needles along its back, and its head was significantly larger than that of domesticated pigs. Two curved tusks protruded from its mouth, glinting ominously. It was rubbing its body against the tree trunk, occasionally flicking its tail and emitting grunting sounds, seemingly scratching an itch. Yet, its robust physique and sharp tusks exuded a palpable sense of wild menace. Hiding behind Lu Yun, Feng Rou whispered, "Is this wild boar easy to handle? It doesn't seem particularly large." Lu Yun's gaze remained fixed on the boar as he lowered his voice to explain, "Don't be deceived by its size. While it may not look intimidating, wild boars possess formidable strength. Their skin is thick and tough. Ordinary branches or stones would hardly inflict any harm. Those tusks can easily pierce through tree trunks, and if it charges, it could break bones. Moreover, wild boars are explosively fast over short distances, far outpacing a human. Once they set their sights on you, it's nearly impossible to escape. I've seen hunters in the wild who needed to team up with firearms to take down an adult boar. We are just two people armed with a small shovel and an axe. Confronting it head-on would be futile." Feng Rou felt a chill of apprehension. "Then let us forget it. We shouldn't provoke it. We've already gathered plenty of wild vegetables. It's enough for us. There's no need to take that risk." Lu Yun's eyes remained fixed on the boar's actions as he surveyed the surroundings. Next to the banyan tree was a patch of low shrubs, and just a few steps ahead lay a half-human deep pit, overgrown with some grass, likely washed out by recent rain. After pondering for a few seconds, he turned to Feng Rou and said, "Although it's tough to deal with, if we can manage to catch it, we would have meat for the next week or two, and we could even cure some as preserved meat. That would be far superior to merely subsisting on wild vegetables and seafood. Besides, this wild boar appears to be only about a year old, not fully grown. So its attack power isn't as pronounced. If we employ a bit of strategy, we might just succeed." Feng Rou remained concerned, tugging at his arm. "But we have no weapons, just an axe. How can we fight it? What if it injures us?" We want to confront it directly. "We'll set a trap." Lu Yun pointed to the pit, saying, "Let me show you what it means to strike twice. Just as we captured the goat this morning. We can take down this wild boar the same way. Observe that pit. It resembles the one we used for catching goats. Its depth sufficient to ensnare a wild boar. If we camouflage the opening and lure the boar over, it will fall in, and despite its ferocity, it shall be unable to escape, allowing us to capture it with ease." Feng Rou gazed in the direction he indicated, noting that the pit was indeed not shallow. Nevertheless, she hesitated. A wild boar is not akin to a goat. Would it truly submit to our capture once it falls in? Moreover, how do we lure it over? It is currently busy rubbing against a tree, showing no inclination to move in that direction. This is quite simple. Lu Yun produced some wild fruits he had collected from his pocket. A few tart yet sweet wild strawberries, which he had intended to keep as a snack, now proved useful. Wild boars have a penchant for sweetness. We shall use these fruits as bait to gradually guide it over. He paused, then instructed Feng Rou. "While I set the trap, you must remain hidden behind that tree, and under no circumstances should you reveal yourself or make a sound. Understood? If the boar comes your way, climb the tree. The trunk is not too thick, and you should be able to ascend it." Feng Rou nodded. Although a tinge of fear lingered, she felt reassured by Lu Yun's confident demeanor. "Just be careful, and if things go awry, retreat swiftly. Do not be reckless. Rest assured." He smiled, handing her the bundle of wild vegetables slung over his back. "You stay here. I shall prepare the trap." He treaded lightly around the pit, carefully observing its dimensions. The opening measured approximately 2 meters in width and 1.5 meters in length, with a depth reaching the waist of an adult. The walls were adorned with an abundance of weeds, perfect for camouflage. He used a small shovel to pack the soil around the edge of the pit, uprooting the surrounding vegetation to lay over the opening, arranging it evenly and densely, leaving only a small gap in the center to accommodate the wild fruits. Next, he scattered several wild fruits around the perimeter of the pit, creating a tempting trail leading to the opening. Each fruit was spaced a step or two apart, just enough to entice the wild boar to advance gradually. Having set the trap, Lu Yun quietly returned to Feng Ro's side and took a wild fruit from her hand. In a hushed tone, he instructed, "I will now go to lure it. Remember, no matter what occurs, do not emerge." Feng Ro nodded, clutching the bundle of wild vegetables tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yun's retreating figure. Lu Yun, holding the wild fruit, began to walk slowly towards the direction of the wild boar. He deliberately slowed his pace, treading softly to avoid startling it. The boar continued to rub against the tree, seemingly unaware of his approach. When Lu Yun was 5 or 6 meters away, he intentionally dropped one of the wild fruits to the ground. The soft thud captured the boar's attention. It ceased its actions, lifted its head, sniffed the air, and scanned its surroundings warily. Lu Yun immediately halted, remaining perfectly still. He understood that wild boars possess an acute sense of smell. Should he act too hastily, he risked being perceived as a threat. Indeed, after a moment of sniffing, the boar did not charge at Lu Yun but was drawn by the sweet aroma of the fallen fruit. It gradually made its way towards the direction of the wild fruit. The wild boar cautiously approached the wild fruit, nudging it with its snout to ensure no danger lurked nearby before greedily swallowing it whole. Observing this, Lu Yun threw another wild fruit further ahead, this time placing it closer to the pit. After consuming the first fruit, the boar seemed unsatisfied, following the sweet aroma to the second fruit with the same careful demeanor. Sniffing the air with each step, Lu Yun continued to toss fruit one after another, gradually leading the boar toward the pit. Feng Ro, hidden behind a tree, felt her heart race, gripping her clothing tightly, fearful that the boar might suddenly charge. As the boar inched closer to the pit, now just 3 steps away, Lu Yun quietly retreated, clutching the final wild fruit. Taking a deep breath, he tossed the fruit into the gap at the pit's edge, where it landed perfectly beneath the underbrush. The boar's eyes lit up at the sight of the fruit, hastening its steps toward the pit. Oblivious to the trap beneath its feet, focused solely on rooting for the fruit. Just as its front legs stepped onto the grass at the pit's edge, the ground gave way with a crash, and the boar fell in, unable to react in time, letting out an enraged howl. The boar began to thrash wildly within the pit, ramming its head against the walls and clawing at the surrounding earth in a desperate attempt to escape. However, the walls were steep and slippery. After much struggle, it had only managed to dislodge a bit of soil, failing to climb out. Witnessing this, Lu Yun immediately called out to Feng Ro, "It's all right. It's fallen in." Relieved, Feng Ro emerged from behind the tree and hurried to Lu Yun's side. She watched the boar's frantic struggle and couldn't help but laugh. "You've truly caught it. You're amazing. A single tactic has proven effective. 2 sheep and a wild boar. What a remarkable feat. Haha, too kind. But our work here isn't done. We must think quickly on how to subdue it, or it might devise a way to escape after a while," Lu Yun remarked, scanning the area. Soon, he spotted several branches the thickness of his wrist not far away. "Stay here, I'll fetch some branches. We can use them to pin its head down and bind it with vines." He swiftly ran over, collecting sturdy branches and tearing down robust vines from a nearby tree. Lu Yun handed a branch to Feng Ro. "When I go down, help me hold its head steady and keep it from moving while I bind its legs." "You're going down," Feng Ro exclaimed, pulling him back. "It's too dangerous in there. What if it uses its tusks on you?" "Don't worry, it has exhausted most of its strength from struggling," Lu Yun reassured her. "Besides, I have a branch to protect myself." He patted her hand to ease her concerns. "Keep a sharp eye. If it tries to lift its head to bite me, strike it with the branch." With that, Lu Yun wrapped the vine around his wrist and cautiously began to descend the pit wall. Although steep, the earthen protrusions provided ample footholds for support. He had just leapt into the pit when the wild boar sensed his presence and charged towards him, intending to gore him with its tusks. Lu Yun was prepared. He raised the branch he held to block the boar's head, simultaneously stepping back to evade its assault. "Feng Ro, quickly, hold its head down," Lu Yun shouted. Feng Ro immediately reacted, crouching at the edge of the pit, extending her branch downward to firmly press against the back of the boar's skull. Caught between their efforts, the boar was rendered immobile, releasing furious bellows, yet unable to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yun swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the boar, deftly entwining its hind legs with vines. First, he bound its front legs together, then secured its hind legs, ultimately connecting them with a long vine, effectively restraining it. With its legs bound, the boar could no longer rise, lying in the pit and snorting angrily. Its former menace diminished. Lu Yun exhaled in relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled at Fong Ro. All done. Fong Ro also relaxed, promptly reaching out to pull him up. Come up quickly, don't linger down there. Lu Yun climbed up the pit wall. Just as he steadied himself, he saw Fong Ro offering him a coconut shell filled with water. Drink, you look exhausted. Lu Yun accepted the shell and took several deep gulps. The cool water flowed down his throat, instantly alleviating the heat he had felt earlier. He glanced at the still grunting boar in the pit and grinned with satisfaction. Now we are in luck. Not only do we have wild vegetables, but we also have wild boar meat. This beast must weigh at least 200 pounds, enough to sustain us for quite some time. Fong Ro looked at his sweat-drenched face and then at his bare torso. As he had climbed out of the pit, dirt clung to him, accentuating his rugged masculinity. Unable to suppress a laugh, she remarked, "You truly are impressive. Anyone else would surely have hesitated to confront a wild boar." "That's because you were there to assist me," Lu Yun replied, his gaze softening. "If you hadn't held its head down, I wouldn't have managed to bind it so easily. We truly share a remarkable synergy." Fong Ro's cheeks flushed anew. She quickly turned her face away, gesturing towards the wild vegetables on the ground. "Let us not linger here. We must hurry to bring the boar back. If we delay, we might attract other predators. I've noticed that the deeper we venture into the forest, the more wildlife we encounter. Indeed, we must act swiftly to avoid complications as night falls," Lu Yun agreed. Nodding, he began to devise a method to retrieve the boar. The pit was half a person deep, and given the boar's weight, simply lifting it was out of the question. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed a solution. "Let us bind the vines to a branch. Secure the boar to the vines, and then pull it up together." They worked in tandem. Lu Yun firmly tied the vines to the branch, creating a tight knot to ensure it wouldn't come loose. Fong Ro assisted by passing the other end of the vine into the pit, where Lu Yun wrapped it around the boar. Once everything was set, Lu Yun and Fong Ro grasped the vine together and pulled with all their might. Although the boar was heavy, their combined effort gradually lifted it from the pit. Even after being pulled from the pit, the boar continued to struggle, yet it could not escape the confines of the vines. "All right, we can head back now." Lu Yun clapped the dirt off his hands and glanced at Fong Ro. "However, this wild boar is rather heavy. We should find a sturdy branch to use as a lever to carry it back." The two searched nearby for a sufficiently thick branch, threaded it through the vines binding the boar, and each took hold of an end, slowly lifting the animal. Chapter 34, Preparing the Wild Boar Meat Goodness. This is quite heavy. As soon as Fong Ro hoisted the branch onto her shoulder, she winced in discomfort. Not particularly strong by nature, she struggled for a mere 2 seconds before having to release the branch, panting, "I can't do it. This is far too heavy." Observing the redness in her shoulders, Lu Yun quickly took the branch from her. "It's all right. I underestimated the weight. It is indeed a bit unfair to ask a delicate girl like you to lift a wild boar. Here's the plan. Let us process it right here. Once we've divided it into smaller pieces, you'll be able to manage it." Fong Ro looked at the boar on the ground, then back at Lu Yun, her face filled with remorse. "It's all my fault. If I were stronger, we could have just carried it back directly. Now we're wasting time here." "Is this really wasting time?" Lu Yun crouched down to assess the surroundings. "Processing it here is actually more convenient. It saves us the trouble of dealing with a restless boar on the way back. If it manages to break free from the vines, we would truly regret it. Why don't you take a moment to rest while I find a flat stone to sharpen this flake?" He retrieved the stone flake he had previously collected and sought out a rough rock, beginning to grind it down. The sound of stone scraping against stone filled the air. In no time, the edge gleamed sharply, akin to a knife. Fong Ro inquired softly, "Given the heat, if we slaughter the pig now, will the meat spoil quickly? We have no place to keep it cool." Lu Yun, having sharpened the flake, looked up to explain, "Raw meat indeed cannot be kept for long, at most a day. Therefore, we need to employ both smoking and salting methods for preservation. After we return, we will salt a portion of the meat to extend its shelf life. The other part can be cut into strips and hung to smoke. Once dried, it can last for several days. And we can simply retrieve it when we wish to eat." He paused for a moment, then added, "Moreover, the wild boar has many useful parts. The hide can be tanned into leather for shoes or tent repairs. The bones can be used for broth to supplement calcium. Even the bristles can serve as brushes, making it quite convenient for cleaning pots and pans. Nothing will go to waste." Fong Ro nodded in understanding. "I had no idea there was so much utility in a wild boar. I thought it was just about the meat. Living on a deserted island requires meticulous resource management," Lu Yun remarked, tucking the flake into his waist and picking up his axe. He turned to Fong Ro, saying, "When I kill the pig, please stand back a bit. I don't want you to get splattered with blood, and be cautious of its final struggles." Fong Ro quickly stepped back a few paces, hiding behind a large tree, her head peering out to watch him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun approached the wild boar, which lay on the ground, tied up with vines and grunting softly. As he drew nearer, The boar struggled even more fiercely, its tusks glinting coldly in the sunlight. Lu Yun pressed the axe handle down on the boar's head to keep it still, freeing one hand to draw out the sharpened stone flake. Aiming it at the creature's neck. There lies the artery, a place where danger lurks most perilously. His gaze was unwavering, his wrist exerting force as the shard of stone pierced the wild boar's neck in an instant. He promptly stepped back, evading the splattering blood. The wild boar emitted a heart-wrenching howl, its body convulsing violently, limbs flailing, stirring up a cloud of earth. Yet, its legs were firmly ensnared by vines, rendering it immobile despite its frantic struggles. Within mere minutes, the convulsions gradually subsided, ultimately falling silent, with only blood seeping slowly from the wound on its neck. After a brief moment of waiting, Lu Yun confirmed the wild boar's demise and approached, wielding an axe to sever the vines that bound it, then turning the creature onto its back. The skinning process would commence with an incision along the belly, ensuring the hide did not tear easily. As he explained this to Fong Ro, he delicately made a cut on the wild boar's abdomen with the shard of stone. The sharpness of the stone made the task effortless, revealing the fat beneath the skin. He meticulously peeled the hide away from the incision, pulling it apart. The boar's skin was thick and tough, necessitating occasional strikes with the axe to ease the process, while he gripped the skin and tugged it aside. Sweat streamed down his cheek, soaking the skin of his chest, but Lu Yun remained undistracted, focused on the task at hand, occasionally clearing away the fat clinging to the hide. Fong Ro stood by, watching with a sense of admiration. As Lu Yun continued, his movements were both skilled and composed, starkly contrasting with his usual playful demeanor, resembling an experienced hunter instead. Observing him laboring under the heat, she quietly approached and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Kneading it softly, Lu Yun turned abruptly, colliding with her soft, formidable form. "Oh dear," Fong Ro exclaimed, covering her chest. "You've hurt me." Embarrassed, Lu Yun gazed at the swaying beauty before him. "Let me soothe you. Get lost." Fong Ro shot him a fierce glare, wiping the sweat from his brow. Lu Yun chuckled, glancing at the half-peeled boar hide. "Thank you for your service, Miss Fong. If you wouldn't mind, could you assist me with a massage? It feels delightful, truly insatiable," Fong Ro muttered. Yet she found herself standing behind Lu Yun once more, her delicate hands resuming their gentle kneading. "How much longer will this take?" Lu Yun gestured. "We're nearly there, just a bit longer, and the entire hide will be removed. Afterward, we'll clean it thoroughly and hang it from a tree to dry for future use." "Indeed," Fong Ro nodded. "At first, I thought you would use the axe to slay the wild boar. I never expected you to bleed it out with a stone shard. Wouldn't it be simpler to use the axe?" Lu Yun smiled. "That is a great question. There are 3 primary reasons for opting against the axe. Firstly, it minimizes contamination of the meat. The stone shard allows for precise bleeding, swiftly expelling the boar's blood to prevent it from lingering in the muscles, which can lead to a gamey flavor, while also reducing the risk of bacterial growth. Secondly, it ensures the quality of the meat. Striking with an axe can induce intense struggle in the wild boar, causing muscle tension and lactic acid buildup, resulting in tougher meat. In contrast, the bleeding process is relatively gentle, mitigating stress responses in the boar, ultimately yielding more tender meat. The bloodletting procedure is relatively safe. Compared to the powerful impact of an axe, bloodletting can mitigate the risk of operational errors caused by the fierce resistance of wild boars, thereby preventing injury to myself. "How professional." Fong Ro couldn't help but applaud. "I finally believe you now. You claim to be a wilderness survival expert, and rightfully so." Lu Yun, flattered by Fong Ro's praise, chuckled. "Just enjoy your moment. In other places, I may not be a significant figure, but on this deserted island, it is my domain. As long as you stick with me, I guarantee you good food and comfortable lodging." Fong Ro furrowed her brow. "Why does that sound so familiar? It's the classic lines of a scoundrel. Are you trying to pee me?" Lu Yun laughed heartily. "You think too much. A beauty like you is not so easily deceived." Fong Ro pouted. "Just know that. Don't try to fool me. Get to work." "All right, let us get to work. You'd better give me a good massage in return. I'll reward you with extra meat." "Deal." After another half hour of diligent effort, Lu Yun finally stripped the entire hide from the boar. The hide, large and thick, lay on the ground like a black blanket. He placed it in a nearby stream to wash it clean, then found 2 branches to stretch the hide open, hanging it from a tree to dry. With proper ventilation, it would dry thoroughly in 2 or 3 days. Once tanned, it would become soft and could be fashioned into various items. Having dealt with the hide, he proceeded to butcher the meat. Lu Yun extracted the wild boar's entrails first, categorizing the heart, liver, and intestines on a stone slab. The entrails were fresh and ready for consumption at noon, especially the liver, which would be delicious when stir-fried. He chopped off the boar's limbs with his axe, then halved the body, slicing it into smaller pieces weighing around 2 to 3 pounds each. These cuts needed to be processed separately, While cutting the meat, Lu Yun spoke to Fong Ro, one portion will be salted, another will be smoked, and a part will be eaten fresh today. Go fetch the wild vegetables we dug up and find a few large banana leaves. We'll wrap the meat first. And then you can deliver a portion back to the camp, while I set up a smoking rack. Fong Ro nodded eagerly and hurried off to gather the wild vegetables and banana leaves. She laid the banana leaves on the stone slab, and Lu Yun placed the cut pieces of pork on top. The fresh entrails and the meat for today's meal were together, while the salted meat was placed on another banana leaf. The meat for smoking was cut into thinner strips for easier handling later. After returning to the camp, we would need to collect some seawater to boil down for salt, as coarse salt is needed for curing the meat. After applying coarse salt to the meat and massaging it for a while to allow the salt to penetrate, it would be placed in a cool, ventilated area to cure for a day before being hung out to dry. The strips intended for smoking would first be blanched in boiling water to remove any blood, then hung on the smoking rack, using pine or cypress branches for the smoking process, resulting in meat that is both aromatic and long-lasting. As Lu Yun explained this to Fong Ro, he continued to package the meat, instructing her, "You will make 2 trips back to the camp. First, take the entrails and the meat for today. I will handle the remaining meat. Come back later for the salted and smoked portions." Fong Ro gazed at the meat upon the stone slab, nodding thoughtfully. "All right, I shall return with this promptly." She carefully cradled the entrails and fresh meat in banana leaves. Although still somewhat heavy, it was certainly more manageable than lifting an entire wild boar. "Wait here for me. I shall be back shortly. Stay safe. Do not worry. I shall keep watch here. All will be well," Lu Yun replied with a smile. Observing Fong Ro's silhouette gradually fade into the woods as he resumed his task of processing the remaining meat. Before long, Fong Ro returned, accompanied by Lin Shui and Lin Yu. The sisters were brimming with excitement upon hearing that Lu Yun and Fong Ro had caught a wild boar. "Lu Gu, Fong Rojia, you truly captured a wild boar. How impressive!" Lin Yu exclaimed, unable to resist approaching the pile of pork on the ground, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Do not get too close. The freshly processed meat still bears some blood, and that would be troublesome," Lu Yun cautioned. "Shui, you and Fong Ro should take the salted meat back to the camp and find a cool place to cure it. You, assist me in carrying the meat strips back. I shall gather some branches, and together we will construct a smoking rack. We must expedite the processing of the meat strips, for the heat may spoil them." The sisters nodded in agreement. Lin Shui took the salted meat from Fong Ro's hands. "Let us go back and enjoy some meat." Lin Yu lifted the meat strips, following Lu Yun in search of branches for the smoking rack. "Lu Gu, is smoking meat difficult? Can I learn how to do it?" Lin Yu inquired curiously while helping Lu Yun gather branches. "It is not challenging. Simply follow the steps," Lu Yun replied with a smile. "Once we set up the rack, you may observe my technique. Once you grasp it, the next time we catch game, you will be able to try smoking the meat yourself." Lin Yu nodded enthusiastically. "That sounds wonderful. I will learn diligently. Once I master it, I can assist you more." Lu Yun turned to her, bemused. "You are quite the thoughtful one, you." Lin Yu's cheeks flushed a delicate hue as she observed his industriousness, feeling a mix of emotions. "It is always good to share the burden. That way, you need not toil so hard." Lu Yun, satisfied, ruffled her hair with a chuckle. "Good girl. With your words, my efforts are not in vain. Let us hasten. We must return and commence our work." "All right, I shall follow your lead." In no time, they returned to the camp, and after setting down the meat strips, they began constructing the smoking rack. Lu Yun fashioned a square frame from 4 sturdy branches, then laid several thinner branches across it to hang the meat strips. One by one, he hung the strips on the slender branches, igniting a small fire beneath the rack. He covered the flames with pine branches to create a thick smoke, allowing the meat strips to be gently smoked. The meat must be smoked slowly over a low flame. A high flame will scorch it, Lu Yun explained as he adjusted the size of the fire. Additionally, the strips must be turned frequently to ensure even smoking on all sides. Only then will the meat be delectable. Lin Yu listened intently, occasionally assisting Lu Yun in turning the meat strips. Fong Ro helped by adding fuel to the fire, while Lin Shui laid out the cured meat in a well-ventilated area to dry. Before long, the enticing aroma of smoked meat began to waft through the air. The 4 of them sat together, gazing at the glistening meat strips on the rack, the savory scent enveloping them, their faces illuminated with joy. No one anticipated that a simple excursion for wild vegetables would culminate in the capture of a wild boar. Not only did it resolve their immediate food concerns, but it also provided provisions for future sustenance. Today has truly been a stroke of luck. Lin Yu gazed at the strips of meat hanging on the smoking rack and exclaimed, "With this meat, we need not worry about going hungry for days." Lin Shui added with a smile, "We owe it all to brother Lu and sister Fong. Without you both, we would have been terrified at the sight of the wild boar and would never have managed to catch it. It's mainly thanks to Lu Yun, who is both bold and meticulous with remarkable skills. I know little about hunting. I merely assisted, Fong Ro remarked, casting a glance at Lu Yun beside her. A faint blush coloring her cheeks. Sensing her gaze, Lu Yun turned to her with a grin. Am I not quite handsome? Chapter 35. Evening exercise. Fong Ro looked at Lu Yun, her fingers absent-mindedly caressing the wild vegetables in her hand. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, well, you are quite presentable, your features are well-defined, and most notably, your skin is fair, rare for a man. She paused, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. How do you manage to maintain such fairness despite spending your days outdoors, whether at sea or in the wild, exposed to sun and wind? Lu Yun chuckled lightly, his tone casual. Perhaps it's due to my love for exercise. The more one sweats, the quicker the body metabolizes, which might prevent tanning. He pondered for a moment before adding, I can't explain it precisely. I generally don't use skincare products, just wash my face with water. Maybe it's just a good natural complexion. It could be a combination of factors. Fong Ro, somewhat astonished, couldn't help but assess him from head to toe. Just from exercising? That sounds remarkably effortless. When I was on the ship, even with daily sunscreen application, I still ended up tanned. Yet you, who face the elements, remain untouched. Perhaps my skin is tough enough to withstand it? Lu Yun teased, playfully patting his arm. See, though fair, I'm no delicate flower. I'm quite robust, having held my own against the wild boar. Fong Ro laughed, gently nudging him. Only you could say that. But exercise does indeed hold merit. I trained with the ship's coach for a few days and noticed a significant improvement in my skin. Unfortunately, I became too busy to continue. Once we settle on the island, we can exercise together every day, Lu Yun suggested earnestly. A morning run, and for the evenings. There are various activities that strengthen the body, pass the time, and help maintain good skin. What could be better? Fong Ro's cheeks flushed slightly. She averted her gaze and focused on arranging the wild vegetables in her hands. Let us talk about that later. We must first take care of the immediate matters at hand and ensure the meat is properly prepared. Noticing her flushed ears, Lu Yun decided against further teasing. Then let us hasten our pace and aim to finish processing all the meat before nightfall to avoid any unforeseen complications. The pine branches in the fire pit emitted curling wisps of blue smoke as the fat from the wild boar dripped from the meat strips, hissing as it fell into the flames, filling the camp with a rich, savory aroma. Lu Yun sat by the fire pit, occasionally turning the meat on the rack, and turned to Lin Shui. Did you and your sister find anything when you went to the beach this morning? Lin Shui immediately nodded, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes. Yes, we gathered quite a number of clams and shells from the crevices in the rocks, all stored in a coconut shell. We can prepare a clam soup for lunch. It's a pity that the tide didn't recede this morning, so the crab burrows were still underwater, and we couldn't catch any crabs. I caught fish. Lin Yu eagerly chimed in, lifting the coconut shell in her hand. Inside were 2 palm-sized fish, their scales shimmering like silver. I spotted them hiding in the rock crevices, so I blocked the gap with a stick and caught them in one go. Impressive. Lu Yun chuckled, ruffling her hair. This will add a delightful dish to our lunch. Grilled fish alongside clam soup, complemented with wild vegetables and roasted pork. A perfect feast. Lin Yu's eyes crinkled with joy. By the way, there are a lot more people on the beach today. Many from Lu Bing's camp have come out. They aren't working as usual. Instead, they're sitting on the beach, chatting, and they all seem quite happy. Lu Yun was taken aback by this revelation. Lu Bing actually allowed everyone to rest. He didn't force them to chop wood or forage for food. In his mind, Lu Bing had always treated the crew as laborers, never allowing them a moment of leisure. We found it strange too, and even asked a few familiar crew members, Lin Shui added. They said they hadn't seen Lu Bing this morning. Even Zhang Jie merely hurriedly mentioned to work hard in the morning and then vanished, with no one supervising them. Everyone decided to lounge around, waiting on the beach to see if any rescue boats would arrive. Lu Yun's expression darkened slightly, a flicker of caution rising within him. Not seeing Lu Bing and Zhang Jie, those two usually keep a watchful eye on everyone. Where could they have gone? I hope they aren't concocting some nefarious plan. Lin Shui shook her head. We don't know. The crew mentioned that when Zhang Jie left in the morning, he seemed rather upset, as if he had quarreled with someone. Lu Yun paused for a moment, then turned to Fong Ro. Have you understood the steps for smoking the meat? It's essential to control the heat. The fire shouldn't be too intense, and you should turn the strips of meat every 15 minutes to avoid charring. Fong Ro nodded, reaching for the wooden chopsticks he held. I think I have the hang of it. Even if it's not as good as yours, it won't be far off. I'll take my time. So there shouldn't be any issues. Are you planning to go check on the situation? Yes, I intend to head to the beach. We need sea salt for marinating the meat, so I'll fetch some seawater to boil. Lu Yun stood up, patting Fong Ro on the shoulder. I'll leave this to you. You and Xiao Yu stay at the camp while Xiao Shui and I go investigate what Lu Bing and his crew are up to. I want to go too. Lin Yu immediately stood up, tugging at Lu Yun's sleeve, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lu Yun shook his head patiently, explaining, "That's not possible, Xiao Yu. It's too dangerous for Feng Rou to be alone at the camp. There could be wild beasts in the forest, and she would surely be frightened. Keep her company. Watch over the meat, and I'll return soon, all right?" Lin Yu pouted, glancing at Feng Rou and then back at Lu Yun, ultimately nodding in agreement. "All right. Just return early. If you encounter Lu Bing's men, avoid any conflicts." "Understood. Don't worry," Lu Yun reassured Feng Rou, instructing her to call for them should anything arise. "We won't be far and will return swiftly." Feng Rou nodded with a smile, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry. I will keep a watchful eye on the camp and on Xiao Yu, and the cured meat will not be burnt." Lu Yun, accompanied by Lin Shui, grasped a wooden spear and a plastic box for cooking utensils, making their way toward the beach. The duo traversed through the dense forest, where the morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Occasionally, the melodious chirping of birds punctuated the atmosphere, yet it did little to alleviate the tension. Lu Yun's mind remained preoccupied with the whereabouts of Lu Bing and Zhang Jie, convinced that their sudden disappearance was far from simple. "Lu Dege, do you think Lu Bing and Zhang Jie might have slipped away secretly? Perhaps they have discovered a way to leave the island without informing others?" Lin Shui inquired softly as they walked. Lu Yun shook his head. "That is rather unlikely. This island is surrounded by sea, and without a boat, one cannot escape. Even if they wished to flee, they would require a vessel. Furthermore, even if a boat were to arrive for rescue, it could not possibly take only one of them away. Unless, of course, he had arranged for a boat beforehand. If he had indeed organized an escape, he would not wait until today to act. Given his character, he would have slipped away on the very first day. I am concerned that they might be searching for something or hoarding supplies, intending to keep it all for themselves." Lin Shui nodded, a flicker of unease surfacing in her heart. "If we go to the beach, might we encounter them? Even if we do, there is nothing to fear," Lu Yun replied, gripping his wooden spear with determination. "We are merely going to assess the situation and will not instigate any trouble. If they are wise, they will refrain from causing us any difficulties. Moreover, the individuals at their camp have begun to show signs of defiance, even if Lu Bing seeks confrontation. He must tread carefully." As they conversed, the pair swiftly emerged from the forest, and the sight of the beach unfolded before them. Indeed, as Lin Yu had described, numerous individuals occupied the shore. The unfortunate souls from Lu Bing's camp huddled together in small groups, chatting among themselves while casting occasional glances toward the sea, evidently awaiting a rescue vessel. In the distance, a few individuals collected seashells by the rocks. The atmosphere among the distressed was noticeably lighter than before, devoid of the previous oppressive tension. Lu Yun and Lin Shui slowed their pace, taking their stand beneath the shade of trees at the edge of the beach, quietly observing their surroundings. They did not spot Lu Bing or Zhang Jie, nor did they witness any unusual behavior from the individuals in their camp. It appeared that everyone was genuinely resting, biding their time for rescue. Chapter 36. A first encounter with Lu Qing. Let us go and take a closer look, Lu Yun suggested as he and Lin Shui strolled along the beach's edge, their eyes scanning the gathered crowd. Upon noticing them, the individuals neither approached nor exhibited any signs of rejection, but continued their conversations, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, a bright, cheerful voice rang out, "Big brother, big sister." Turning to the source of the sound, Lu Yun and Lin Shui saw the pair of siblings from the previous day rushing toward them. The little boy clutched half a seashell in his hand, while his sister closely followed behind him. The nearby Shishi perked up at the sound, wagging its tail and darting over to Lu Yun, circling around him and emitting joyous whines. "What brings you here?" Lu Yun smiled, bending down to lift Shishi and hold it up before him. The little dog, with its pink tongue lolling out, gently placed its paws on his arm, nuzzling its head insistently against him, displaying an affectionate demeanor. "We came to the seaside with Mom to await rescue," the little girl exclaimed with a smile, reaching out to stroke CC's ears. "Ever since it returned yesterday, it has been eager to run into the forest. It seems it wishes to find you all." Lin Shui chimed in, clapping her hands in delight. "Brother Lu, let me hold it." Lu Yun handed CC over. Instantly, the puppy began to act coy in Lin Shui's embrace, licking her face with its tongue, which elicited a cascade of giggles from her, her eyes crinkling with joy. Lu Yun, observing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. This little creature is quite the charmer. It clearly has a mischievous nature, undoubtedly a male. "Ah, you've guessed wrong. It is a little female dog," came a sultry yet gentle voice from behind. Both Lu Yun and Lin Shui turned in unison. Standing not far away was a woman, their mother, Lu Qing. Today, she donned a simple light-colored shirt, its hem casually tucked into her trousers, yet it did little to conceal her alluring figure. Her waist was slender, and her curves evoked the essence of a mature woman, reminiscent of a ripe peach, perfectly balanced in every aspect. Her cascading curls were gently tousled by the sea breeze, a few strands brushing her cheek, accentuating her porcelain skin. Most captivating were her eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, imbued with a languid smile that seemed to ensnare one's gaze with a mere glance. Her lips, full and adorned with a soft gloss, shimmered subtly in the sunlight, and the arc of her smile conveyed both gentleness and an effortless charm. Lu Yun regarded her enticing form, unable to suppress a swallow. Lu Qing approached slowly, a fabric bag in hand. Her gaze fell upon Cici, and she smiled. This dog seems quite fond of you. It appears we share a bond. Hello. I am the mother of these two children, Lu Qing. Hello, Sister Lu. I am Lu Yun, and this lovely young lady is Lin Shui. Lu Yun stood to greet her politely, seizing the opportunity to admire Lu Qing up close. It was undeniable that this woman possessed a unique allure, not the youthful exuberance of Lin Shui and her friends, but rather a grace and charm cultivated through the passage of time, which was profoundly comforting to behold. Lu Qing nodded, her gaze sweeping over Cici in Lin Shui's arms before returning to Lu Yun. Are you also here awaiting rescue, or perhaps searching for something to eat by the seaside? I've heard from the children that your survival skills in the wild are quite impressive, climbing trees and diving into the sea with ease. Sister Lu, you flatter us. We came primarily to collect some seawater and to assess the situation, Lu Yun replied candidly. I heard that Lu Bing and Zhang Jie haven't been around the camp much today. Upon mentioning Lu Bing and Zhang Jie, the smile on Lu Qing's face dimmed slightly. She sighed softly. It's more than just their absence. This morning, someone went to Lu Bing's tent looking for food, but he was nowhere to be found. The camp is in an uproar. Everyone is speculating whether they have fled or if something untoward has occurred. Just as Lu Yun was about to inquire further, Cici in his arms suddenly squirmed, barking twice in Lu Qing's direction. Lu Qing smiled as she gently reached out to stroke Cici's head, remarking on how the little one seemed hungry. Her slender fingers, with neatly trimmed nails, moved with such tenderness that even Cici comfortably closed her eyes. Lin Shui observed Lu Qing and couldn't help but ask, Sister Lu, do you have any plans for today? Are we just waiting for rescue here? At this question, Lu Qing paused for a moment. She lifted her hand to adjust her hair, which had been tousled by the sea breeze, tucking the strands behind her ear. With a hint of helplessness in her tone, she replied, what plans can we have? Even the most basic needs of food and water have become a problem, leaving us with no choice but to await rescue. Yesterday, Zhang Jie informed us that Lu Bing had made arrangements. He sent out a distress signal when the ship sank and assured us that help would arrive within 3 days. Today marks the second day. Her voice softened, her gaze falling on the two children, filled with concern. We can only place our hopes in the rescue, praying that Zhang Jie and Lu Bing have not deceived us. If help truly arrives by tomorrow, we may find a way out. But if this news is false, I shudder to think how the three of us will survive on this island. Lu Yun, noticing the sorrow in her eyes, cautiously inquired. I heard from the children that Lu Bing only allocates you a bit of bread and water each day. Is he genuinely short on supplies? Or is he deliberately withholding them from you? Lu Qing shook her head, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the cloth bag in her hand. I cannot say for certain. I am merely a passenger, completely outside Lu Bing's inner circle, and I have no idea how much supply he truly possesses. However, I have seen crew members moving supply boxes into his tent, and there seem to be quite a few. Yet, Lu Bing mentioned that a man named Wang Chong stole a significant amount of his supplies yesterday, and now there is little left in the camp. He also stated that we, lacking outdoor survival experience, cannot afford to deplete the supplies. Otherwise, if rescue does not arrive, we would all starve. Thus, each day, we can only secure the bare minimum for survival, and if we wish to eat our fill, we must find ways to manage on our own. She sighed, her voice heavy with resignation. His words carry a semblance of reason, making it difficult to argue against them. After all, we truly lack the capability to forage for food and must comply with his directives, enduring with minimal rations each day. The men in the camp cannot climb trees and are afraid to venture into the forest for fear of wild beasts. As a woman with 2 children, I can only leave our fate to chance. Lu Yun nodded, his expression growing somber. Lu Bing's reasoning was clearly a pretext for withholding supplies. Yet, this group of individuals, lacking survival skills, could only be led by him. Under such circumstances, one must lower their head. He pondered for a moment before pressing further. Lu Bing claims that rescue will arrive within 3 days. How can he be so certain? Even if he sent out a distress signal, he cannot guarantee the timing of the rescue, can he? Lu Qing furrowed her brow in thought before slowly responding. According to Zhang Jie, Lu Bing, as the captain, sent out distress signals to the shipping company and relevant authorities during the hours leading up to the shipwreck. Lu Bing understands ocean currents and can assess the direction of the sea. He included the approximate drift direction of the lifeboats in his communications with the company. Upon receiving the information, the company would promptly organize a rescue operation, following the ocean current trajectory provided, and within 3 days at most, they would locate the island. However, Lu Yun found himself pondering the credibility of Lu Bing's claims. If Lu Bing were indeed as reliable as he professed, why did he present himself so arrogantly, behaving as if he were above everyone else? According to his assertions, rescue would arrive in a matter of days. Yet, how could he dare to bully others with such impunity? Once help arrived, Lu Bing, this so-called captain, would be rendered utterly insignificant in the eyes of the passengers, possibly even held accountable for the maritime disaster. His logical course of action would be to ingratiate himself with the others, striving to atone for his misdeeds in hopes that they would absolve him of responsibility once rescue was at hand. This is the reasoning of a rational individual. However, Lu Bing chose to act contrary to this, seemingly disregarding the others as if he knew they were of no use to him. Lu Yun glanced at Lu Qing. So, have you not questioned Lu Bing's words? What if he never sent a distress signal or misjudged the current's direction? Lu Qing managed a weary smile. Her eyes filled with exhaustion. Of course, we have our doubts. But what good does it do? We have no other choice but to trust him. He is our only hope. Beside them, Lin Shui, cradling Cici, interjected. Sister Lu, if rescue doesn't arrive tomorrow, please don't panic. We have provisions in our camp. If it's not too much trouble, you can join us to brainstorm solutions. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes flickered with gratitude as she nodded earnestly. Thank you so much. But it may be too early to discuss this. Let us wait and see what tomorrow brings. I hope for good news. Lu Yun observed her facade of calmness, fully aware that any further reassurances would be futile. All they could do was hope for the arrival of rescue. Just as he was about to speak again, a commotion erupted in the distance. Several crew members dashed toward the end of the beach. Lu Qing's eyes instantly brightened. Grabbing the 2 children, she exclaimed, could it be that rescue has arrived? Let us go see. Chapter 37. The stranded giant. Lu Yun shook his head. It's certainly ISNT rescue. Lu Qing looked surprised. How can you be so sure? Lu Yun smiled slightly, gesturing toward the calm sea. If a rescue ship were approaching, the water wouldn't be so tranquil. A rescue team would sound their horn from a distance upon discovering the island, alerting those on shore to prepare. We have been here for quite some time and have heard no such signals. Lu Qing's eyes brimmed with tears. The flicker of hope she had just felt extinguished once more. Observing her distress, Lu Yun quickly softened his tone. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Everyone is heading that way. And there might indeed be good news. Let us go and see. Lu Qing nodded slightly, suppressing her disappointment. Lu Yun then turned to Lin Shui, tugging at her hand. Shall Lin Shui, let us go take a look. Lin Shui gently shook her hand, hesitating to move. Lu Yun turned back to her. What's wrong? Lin Shui's gaze fell upon their linked hands, her cheeks flushing slightly as she stole a glance at Lu Yun. He pretended not to notice and tugged insistently. Come on. Lin Shui murmured softly. You rascal. Yet she did not resist and obediently allowed Lu Yun to hold her hand. Lu Yun, feeling the warmth and softness of her small hand, playfully squeezed her palm. In response, Lin Shui swiftly pinched him back. Lu Yun winced and shot her a glare. Lin Shui stuck out her pink tongue at him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Lu Qing observed their playful banter with a faint smile, her earlier worries dissipating somewhat. The 5 of them, along with the crowd, hurried towards the corner of the beach. Excited gasps echoed from the throng ahead, filling Lu Yun with anticipation. Upon reaching the shore, Lu Qing realized Lu Yun had been correct. There were no rescue boats in sight on the water. As they pushed forward to get a better view, they discovered the commotion was due to several large fish trapped in a shallow area among the rocks, stranded as the tide receded. Each fish weighed over 10 pounds. Resembling black sea bream, their bodies shimmering with a silvery hue as they swam anxiously in the shallow pool. Occasionally, they would leap out of the water, splashing droplets that sparkled in the sunlight, yet they could not escape the confines of the shallow basin. The onlookers were captivated, but none dared to approach and catch the fish. The distance from the beach to the rocky area was considerable, and the water appeared deceptively deep, with slippery algae and sharp rocks beneath the surface. Fearful of drowning and injury, they could only stand by and gaze longingly at the large fish. Lu Yun's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together. What a splendid opportunity. The flesh of black sea bream is tender with few bones. Grilled or simmered into a soup, it is delightful. One fish of this size would provide us with several hearty meals. He took a couple of eager steps forward. Lin Shui quickly grasped his arm, her voice filled with urgency. What do you think you're doing? Of course, I intend to catch the fish. Lu Yun pointed towards the shallow area among the rocks. You only caught 2 small fish today, which is hardly enough. Bringing back one of these big fish would result in a delectable soup. No, you mustn't go. Lin Shui tugged at his arm, her eyes brimming with concern. The water looks ominous. Who knows what lurks beneath? What if there are sharks? Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. patting her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, sharks won't come here. Generally, they prefer deep waters or fast currents. The shallow areas have scarce food and many rocks, making it difficult for them to swim. Unless drawn by the scent of blood, they wouldn't venture this way. I'm uninjured and have no wounds. It will be fine. Lu Qing chimed in. Lu Yun, I think it's best not to take the risk. That rocky area looks very slippery. If you were to cramp up or get cut by the rocks, we wouldn't be able to assist you from the shore. Rest assured, without a diamond, I shan't undertake this porcelain task. Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively and proceeded to remove his trousers, tossing them to Lin Shui as he stood in just his boxers. The robust musculature of his legs was prominently displayed, their taut lines indicative of years of diligent exercise, while his skin glistened with a healthy sheen under the sun. Lin Shui cast a glance, her cheeks instantly flushing as she turned her head away. She clutched Lu Yun's pants with her fingertips, yet could not resist stealing furtive glances at him. Lu Qing, observing Lu Yun's physique, could not help but internally commend him. This young man was not only capable, but also striking in appearance and well-built, making him a reliable individual. Lu Yun playfully tugged at Lin Shui's ear, teasingly saying, Why turn your head away? What are you hiding from? Lin Shui continued to lower her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Nothing. I'm not doing anything. Just keep an eye on my pants. Don't lose them. Lu Yun, deliberately provoking her, replied, If I lose them, I'll be left bare in front of you all. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Lin Shui's face deepened in color as she clutched her pants closer, murmuring softly, Who is going to care about you? Lu Yun waved his hand at the crowd and raised his voice, asking, Don't you want this fish? Instantly, a chorus of responses filled the air. Of course we do. This big fish is enough for several meals. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired further, If you want it, why don't you go catch it? A tall man stepped forward, exclaiming, Brother, isn't that a redundant question? If we dared to, we would have gone down to catch it already. Those rocks are too slippery, and the water is murky. Who wouldn't fear an accident? Lu Yun gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging, You speak the truth. If you want to take the risk, I shall. But let me be clear. If I take the risk to bring back the fish, it is my skill at work. Once I'm on shore, don't you dare covet my catch. After all, I have risked my life for it, right? He paused, scanning the crowd before continuing. You discovered the fish first. I understand the rules of precedence. If you have the ability, go catch it now, and I want contest with you. But if you lack the capability, then don't blame me for coming in after you. On this deserted island, it's all about who has the ability to secure their meal. Do you find anything wrong with my words? His statement carried a warning that rendered the crowd speechless. In this place, indeed, the capable were entitled to their rewards. They lacked the courage to take risks, and thus had no right to contend for resources. Some sighed audibly, while others muttered under their breath. Yet no one dared to voice a rebuttal. Satisfied with the silence, Lu Yun nodded approvingly. He stretched his limbs and made his way towards the rocky area, declaring, I'll be back shortly. You all wait here. Chapter 38. A bountiful return. Lin Shui furrowed her brow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice trembled slightly as she implored, Lu Gu, you must be careful. If you sense anything amiss in the water or if the rocks are too slippery to stand on, come back immediately. Don't push yourself. We are all counting on you. If something happens to you and help doesn't arrive, my sister and I truly want to be able to survive. Lu Yun gently pinched her cheek, his tone softening. All right, understood. I want to overexert myself. For the sake of you lovely ladies, I must return safely. He then shifted the topic. But since I'm looking out for you, have you ever considered how you might repay me? Lin Shui was momentarily taken aback, then lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. As long as you return safely, I am willing to do anything, even to repay your kindness. Lu Yun felt a warmth in his heart and nodded with a smile. I will remember your words. Wait for me. He turned to Lu Qing, his gaze settling on the cloth bag in her hands. Sister Lu, may I borrow your bag? It looks quite sturdy and perfect for carrying fish. Of course. Lu Qing promptly emptied the contents of her bag. It was filled to the brim with various items, including change of clothes for herself and the children, a long-dead mobile phone, several lipsticks, and a small mirror, as well as the boys' textbooks and pencils, everything the three of them possessed on the island. She gathered the items into the arms of the two children and handed the empty bag to Lu Yun. Take it. This bag is waterproof, spacious, and robust. It will be perfect for carrying fish. Lu Yun accepted the cloth bag, slinging it over his shoulder, and stretched his ankles before heading toward the rocky area. The distance from the beach to the shallow pool was several dozen meters, with rocks jutting out of the water in between. The surface of the rocks was covered in a slick layer of algae, gleaming dangerously under the sunlight. He crouched down to feel the surface of a rock. Indeed, it was very slippery, and a moment's inattention could lead to a fall. He proceeded with caution, spreading his feet apart, lowering his center of gravity. and stepping carefully into the crevices of the rocks, moving forward with deliberate steps. Each movement was measured, ensuring safety before continuing. On shore, everyone held their breath, watching him intently. Someone could not help but murmur, with such slippery rocks and deep water, can he really make it across? I doubt it. I tried stepping on it earlier and nearly fell in. If he gets hurt, it would be troublesome. The bottom is littered with sharp stones that could cause serious injury. Lin Shui clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixed on Lu Yun's back, her palms sweaty. Lu Qing pulled the two children closer, silently cheering for Lu Yun. Just then, Lu Yun's foot suddenly slipped. The rock he had stepped on was particularly coated with thick algae, and as soon as his foot landed, it slid forward. Lu Yun instantly lost his balance and began to topple toward a neighboring rock. Be careful, the people on the shore exclaimed in unison. Lin Shui cried out, nearly rushing into the sea. Lu Yun reacted swiftly. Sensing he was about to fall, he immediately reached out and grasped a protruding rock tightly. Steadying himself, he slowly adjusted his balance, shifting his foot off the slippery algae and into the crevice of the rocks, regaining his footing. He turned back, waving his hand toward the shore with a smile, calling out, no worries, just a minor issue. The crowd on the shore let out a collective sigh of relief. Someone couldn't help but applaud. What skill! Lin Shui wiped away the moisture from her eyes, feeling both relieved and tense. Relieved that he was unharmed, yet anxious about the more perilous path ahead. After swimming for another 2 minutes, Lu Yun finally reached the edge of the shallow pool. The water there was about thigh deep, with several black sea breams swimming restlessly, splashing water against the rocks with their tails, creating a rhythmic sound. The largest fish was around 20 pounds, its body thicker than his arm, exuding a sense of strength. Lu Yun unfastened the cloth bag and placed it on a nearby dry rock. He rolled up his sleeves and slowly waded into the shallows. The seawater was icy, reaching just above his knees, sending a chill through him, yet he remained undeterred. His gaze fixed intently on the largest black sea bream. The fish seemed to sense the impending danger, suddenly darting towards his feet, its tail whipping violently and splashing water all over him. Lu Yun had anticipated this, swiftly sidestepping while extending his hand to grasp the fish's gills. The most vulnerable part of the creature, where a firm hold would make escape difficult. However, the fish was remarkably strong. As soon as he seized its gills, it thrashed wildly, twisting and turning in an attempt to break free, nearly causing Lu Yun to lose his balance. Clutching the gills with all his might, he dragged the fish toward the shore while freeing one hand to pick up a nearby stone, which he brought down forcefully upon the fish's head. With a dull thud, the fish's struggles weakened significantly. After striking it twice more, the creature lay still. He exhaled deeply, lifting the fish. It was heavy, nearly impossible to manage with one hand. So he embraced it with both arms and stuffed it into the cloth bag. Cheers erupted from the onlookers on the shore. He got it. He really something. What courage! His skills and swimming ability are impressive. Lin Shui couldn't help but laugh. Her earlier worries diminished, replaced by a sense of pride. The subsequent catches proved much easier. Lu Yun learned the fish's habits, always circling behind to avoid the tail's attack before seizing the gills and stunning them with the stone. Becoming increasingly adept, within no time, all 5 fish in the shallows were caught, filling the cloth bag to the brim, its straps taut with the weight. He slung the bag over his shoulder, testing its heft, estimating it to weigh at least 60 to 70 pounds, pressing down on his shoulder. Not daring to linger, he retraced his steps, carefully navigating around the rocks while dragging the cloth bag behind him. This time, he was more cautious, avoiding slips on the way back. Upon reaching the sandy beach, a crowd gathered around him. They gazed at the fish in his bag with envy. So many fish, enough to last for several days. Brother, you are amazing. Lu Yun set the bag down, sighing in relief. He smiled at Lin Shui, saying, well, I kept my promise and returned safely. Lin Shui hurried over, gently wiping the water droplets from his face. Her cheeks flushed as she quietly exclaimed, you're incredible. Lu Qing approached as well, admiring the fish in the bag. Unable to contain her admiration. Little Lu, you truly are remarkable. With these fish, you won't have to worry about food for the next few days. Lu Yun shook his head, smiling as he replied, Sister Lu, you flatter me. This is nothing. Once we return, let us share the fish. You 3 should have one to enjoy. Lu Qing quickly waved her hands. No, you caught these at great risk. We can't possibly accept. It's fine. Lu Yun interrupted her. There are plenty of fish. Sharing one with you is no trouble at all. On this deserted island, we must support one another to survive. Besides, when you handed me the bag, you didn't hesitate at all. I should be generous in return, don't you think? Lin Shui chimed in beside her. Sister Lu, just take it. Brother Lu has said so. Lu Qing looked into their sincere eyes, feeling warmth in her heart, and nodded. Thank you so much. Lu Yun smiled, bending down to lift the heavy cloth bag. Though it was weighty, he felt a sense of reassurance within. With these fish, they could sustain themselves on the island for a few more days, drawing closer to the awaited rescue. Chapter 39. How to cling to Lu Yun's leg. Lu Yun glanced at the gathering crowd and took Lin Shui's hand, urging, "Let us leave." Lin Shui exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Qing, who understood immediately and followed the two out of the throng. Once they were away from the crowd, Lu Yun led the trio, Lu Qing and her children, toward the woods. Seeking a shaded area thick with foliage to pause, he set the cloth bag down and poured out 5 plump black sea bream onto the ground, their bodies still glistening with the sea's moisture, radiating freshness in the cool shade. From his pocket, he retrieved a sturdy vine he'd just gathered, selected the largest fish, and threaded it through the gills with the vine, presenting it to Lu Qing. "Sister Lu, take this one. It should be enough for you 3 to enjoy 2 meals." He deftly strung the remaining 4 fish through their gills, tying them securely and hoisting them onto his shoulder. Lu Qing gazed at the hefty fish, which weighed over 10 pounds, and couldn't help but swallow hard. The little boy beside her brightened, gently reaching out to touch the fish, his small face alight with anticipation, as if he could already savor the aroma of the cooked meat. The little girl blinked and looked up at Lu Qing, asking, "Mommy, how will we cook the fish without a fire?" This question jolted Lu Qing into awareness. She turned to Lu Yun, slightly embarrassed, and asked, "Little Lu, do you smoke?" "I was hoping to borrow a lighter." The camp had strict fire control, and the crew's lighters had mostly been confiscated by Lu Bing. It was particularly inconvenient to ask him for fire. Lu Yun shook his head. "I don't smoke, so I don't have a lighter. However, we have someone in our camp who oversees the fire. It took considerable effort to start it. And we have a small fire pit that is constantly monitored to ensure it doesn't go out." Lu Qing's eyes lit up, and she quickly offered the fish back to Lu Yun, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. "Little Lu, how about this? We can't eat all this fish ourselves, so we'll give it all to you. Can we come over to your camp for a meal? It doesn't have to be anything fancy, just a bowl of fish soup for each of the children to taste something fresh." Lu Yun pondered for a moment, looking at the eager faces of the 2 children and then at Lu Qing's hopeful expression. He nodded. "All right, Sister Lu, you're quite straightforward, and the children seem to get along well with us. It's fine to share a meal." He shifted his tone to a more serious note, adding, "However, let me make this clear. While dining with us is fine, you must not disclose any information about our camp to Lu Bing or anyone else from his camp. If rescue arrives in the next few days, everyone will return to their own homes, and it will be a joyous occasion. But if rescue encounters unexpected delays, based on my observations of those people, they won't last long without food or water. When that time comes, they will come looking for me, and I cannot support such a large number of people." Lu Qing nodded eagerly, her tone sincere. "Rest assured, little Lu, I am not a foolish person. We are already immensely grateful for your assistance to us 3. How could we possibly cause you any trouble? I promise to keep my lips sealed and will never mention your camp to outsiders." Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction. "I'm glad you understand. Let us go." He walked in the middle, carrying a string of fish, while Lin Shui led the way with a handful of twigs, occasionally pushing aside the obstructive weeds. Lu Qing brought up the rear, holding the hands of 2 children. The little boy turned back now and then, curiously surveying the surrounding woods, his steps noticeably lighter as he eagerly anticipated reaching the camp for some fish soup. As the 5 of them arrived at the camp, they found Fong Rou sitting beside the fire pit, breaking small twigs to add to the flames. The fire blazed brightly, casting a warm glow on her cheeks. Not far away, by the pond, Lin Yu was tending to 2 goats as they grazed. The vines were gently tied around the goats' necks, neither too loose nor too tight. She had also dug a small pit by the water source, filling it with water to serve as a private watering hole for the young goats. The lively little creatures would occasionally dash forward a few steps, pulling Lin Yu along in laughter. When they paused, she reached out to stroke the soft fur of the goats, her cheerful laughter echoing through the camp, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. Lu Qing observed this scene with a gaze full of envy. On this deserted island, having a place where one could feel safe and even have the leisure to tend to goats was truly a rarity. Unconsciously, her fondness for Lu Yun grew even stronger. Fong Rou was the first to notice Lu Yun and the others, quickly rising to her feet. When her eyes fell upon Lu Qing, she couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. The woman before her exuded an aura of mature grace and tenderness, making her quite enchanting. Upon noticing the 2 children behind Lu Qing, Fong Rou smiled and waved. "You 2 have come again." The children timidly approached and bowed slightly to Fong Rou, whispering, "Hello, sister." The little boy tugged at Lu Qing's sleeve, introducing her. "This is my mom." "Oh my, your mother is so young," Fong Rou said, slightly embarrassed. Smiling, "If you 2 call me sister, what should I call your mother? Seeing how young she is, I should call her sister too." "Hello. My name is Lu Qing. Lu Qing replied gently, her smile polite yet distant. Hello, I'm Fong Ro. Please, everyone, have a seat. As they settled down, Lu Yun placed the fish he had been carrying onto the ground with a thud. Lin Yu immediately rushed over, handing the goats to the two children. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the large fish on the ground, reaching out to lightly touch its body, reminiscent of a kitten discovering a fish. Which made everyone laugh. It's your skill that brought this in. Lin Yu playfully tapped Lu Yun's arm, a hint of defiance in her voice. We only caught 2 small fish this morning, and you managed to bring in several large ones to show off, right? Lu Yun lightly patted her head. Nonsense. Hurry and wash your hands. Watch as I prepare fresh fish soup for you all. Fong Ro leaned in to help clean the fish, asking as she scaled it, how was it by the seaside? Did you discover any news? Is there any word on the rescue? Lu Yun's movements momentarily paused as he caught sight of the anticipation in her eyes, his tone tinged with resignation. The seaside remains unchanged, devoid of any signs of rescue. The atmosphere among everyone is quite tense, all gathered on the beach waiting. As for Lu Bing's camp, it aligns with what Schwer mentioned. There's no activity to report. Lu Bing and Zhang Jie, those rascals, seem to have vanished. The people in the camp have finally settled down. Upon hearing this, Fong Ro let out a gentle sigh. Her movements slowing, and she fell silent. Everyone yearns for rescue, yet the days spent in waiting invariably stir anxiety within one's heart. The iron pot over the fire was soon set up. Lu Yun diced the prepared fish and placed it into the pot, adding a handful of fresh wild greens. Before long, the rich aroma of fish wafted throughout the camp, the broth bubbling enticingly in the pot, and the oil shimmering invitingly. Once the meal was ready, Fong Ro and Lin Shui made sure to serve 3 generous bowls of fish soup to Lu Qing and her children. Carefully selecting the tenderest pieces of fish for the child's bowl, Lu Qing gazed at the delectable fish soup in her bowl, glancing at the unreserved generosity of the others, her eyes welling with warmth. In this perilous island where everyone is on edge, being treated in such a manner felt incredibly rare. She expressed her gratitude profusely. Thank you so much. Otherwise, my children and I would have been uncertain about having a warm meal today. There's no need for formalities. We are all surviving on this island, and it is only natural to support one another. Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively, serving the children another piece of fish. Eat up, the fish is tender, but be careful of the bones. The children, already ravenous, sipped the soup in small gulps, unconcerned about the broth splattering at the corners of their mouths, mumbling their delight. Observing her children's satisfied expressions, Lu Qing felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. Perhaps, even if rescue were delayed for a few days, as long as she could remain with Lu Yun and his group, they could endure a bit longer. However, with nothing to offer, how could she accompany Lu Yun? Chapter 40. Lu Bing's intent to kill. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and the others were gathered around the iron pot, savoring the fresh fish soup. In stark contrast, Lu Bing had risen early at dawn while the camp was still enveloped in slumber. He stealthily got out of bed without disturbing anyone, tightly wrapping his coat around him as he crept out of the camp, making his way swiftly towards the eastern side of the island. After taking a few steps, Lu Bing would pause, glancing around furtively to ensure he was not being followed before daring to proceed, muttering to himself, "Damn it, could this old man have set a trap, leading me into his scheme? Did we not agree that a boat would come for me within these days? Why has it been several days without even a glimpse of a vessel?" The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, quickening his pace as he calculated. I cannot return to the camp for any reason. I must wait at the agreed spot. If I return, and they cannot find me when they come to fetch me, it would be disastrous. With this thought in mind, Lu Bing finally reached the eastern side of the island. He concealed himself behind a sturdy banyan tree, carefully surveying his surroundings. Confirming that the coast was clear, he hurried to a towering boulder nearby. Beneath the boulder lay a narrow crevice. Lu Bing reached inside, feeling around for a moment before suddenly pulling out a gleaming entrenching tool, something he had previously hidden away. He approached an ancient tree nearby, holding a shovel, and repeatedly stamped his foot on the weeds below, as if searching for some mark. Suddenly, his foot struck something solid, its texture distinctly different from the surrounding earth. A surge of excitement filled Lu Bing's heart as he bent down to clear away the grass, revealing a palm-sized wooden board buried in the soil. This is the spot. He swiftly extracted the board and, following its indicated position, raised his entrenching tool to begin digging. The earth was swiftly turned over with each scoop. Before long, the shovel struck a hard object, producing a faint clink. Lu Bing's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and his movements quickened. Yes, this must be it. He hastened to widen the pit, and soon, a large iron box emerged in all its square glory. Lu Bing could hardly contain his eagerness as he unlatched the box, and a wave of delectable aromas wafted forth. The box was filled to the brim with premium provisions: bottled red wine, vacuum-sealed beef, chocolate, compressed biscuits. and an array of canned goods, enough to sustain one person for more than half a month. Haha, this is fantastic. Lu Bing's eyes crinkled in delight. With these supplies, he wouldn't go hungry for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. He exerted immense effort to haul the heavy iron box from the pit, collapsing onto the ground. Panting heavily and muttering curses. Damn, why is it so heavy? I've been directing others to work and hardly moved myself. My stamina has plummeted. Once he caught his breath, Lu Bing reached into the box and pulled out a bottle of exquisite mineral water. He twisted off the cap and gulped down nearly half the bottle, wiping his mouth with satisfaction. This high-quality drink is truly refreshing. Compared to the bland water back at the camp, it's like heaven and earth. The previous stuff tasted like horse urine. He casually tossed the empty bottle aside and turned his gaze back to the pit. When he had pulled out the iron box, he thought he had felt something beneath it. Lu Bing jumped back into the pit and reached down, indeed encountering another, even larger box. He quickly opened it, and the contents brought him even greater joy. A brand new tent, several sets of changeable clothing, from underwear and socks to swim trunks, sports shoes, and slippers, along with 2 lightweight blankets, all brand new and unopened. Lu Bing carefully removed each item and piled them beside him. Sitting atop the iron box, he felt a sense of security wash over him. Gazing at the 2 boxes of supplies, a smile crept onto his lips. With these provisions, even if they don't return for 10 days to 2 weeks, I can live comfortably on this island, far better than scrambling for bread back at the camp. It seems the company hasn't deceived me. The supplies prepared for me are so comprehensive, they must have my welfare in mind. This is just as it should be. A fitting reward for my suffering. Lu Bing stood up and circled the seaside a couple of times, ultimately selecting a clear patch of land, distant from the forest, where he could observe the eastern seascape. The woods were rife with mosquitoes, while the coastal area not only offered a cool breeze, but also a vantage point to spot distant boats. He first laid out the tent and set up its framework, then rummaged through the box to find a portable machete, which he secured at his waist before venturing into the adjacent woods to gather leafy branches. The branches were densely arranged atop the tent, providing shade and, from a distance, resembling a thicket of lush shrubs, concealing the tent beneath. Lu Bing meticulously examined the setup, ensuring there were no flaws, before commencing to move his belongings into the tent. He first laid out bedding and clean clothes, then laboriously dragged a metal box filled with provisions into a corner of the tent, ensuring easy access whether for rest or sustenance. As he hummed a tune while organizing the supplies, a faint sound suddenly emanated from behind him. Before he could react, a hand clapped his shoulder. Startled, Lu Bing shivered, causing the beef jerky in his hand to tumble to the ground. Trembling, he stammered, Who is it? Captain Lu, it's me, came Zhang Jie's voice from behind. Lu Bing sighed in relief, slowly turning around to force a stiff smile. What brings you here? Zhang Jie rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixated on the supplies inside the tent, grinning mischievously. I saw you heading this way early in the morning and became curious, so I followed to see what you were up to. Feeling awkward, Lu Bing cleared his throat a couple of times, mumbling vaguely. Well, you know how it is. Oh, Zhang Jie elongated his tone, revealing an understanding expression. I see. This is your little treasure trove. Exactly. Lu Bing quickly seized the opportunity to continue the conversation, a shrewd smile spreading across his face. One must always have a backup plan. These are 2 boxes I secretly stowed away on the lifeboat without anyone noticing. We can't just take them back to share. With so many good things, we could feast for half a month, but with 100 people, it would be gone in a day. It's unnecessary. He emphasized the phrase we too and added, as for the biscuits and bread in the camp, they're sufficient to keep them from starving. We deserve something better. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie felt a warmth spread through him. It appeared the old fellow had no intention of keeping it all to himself and was even considering sharing. He quickly donned a sycophantic smile. You truly are thoughtful. Following you is indeed beneficial for me. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Jie eagerly dashed into the tent, squatting beside the supply box to rummage through its contents. Upon discovering red wine, cured meats, and even cigarettes and vitamins, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He seized a bottle of red wine, uncapped it, and took a couple of swigs, then tore open a pack of cured meat and began to devour it, exclaiming between bites, delicious. This is 100 times better than the stale bread in the camp. Seated cross-legged on the rocky shore, he relished the wine and meat, completely oblivious to the change in Lu Bing's demeanor behind him. Lu Bing's smile gradually faded, his expression growing colder, with a subtle glimmer of menace hidden in his gaze. Chapter 41. The death of Zhang Jie. Lu Bing silently grasped the engineer's shovel at his feet, fixating on Zhang Jie's unguarded back. The malice in his eyes surged forth. Seizing the moment while Zhang Jie was obliviously chewing on his meat, Lu Bing raised the shovel with all his might and brought it crashing down upon the back of Zhang Jie's head. A pained groan escaped Zhang Jia's throat, his body jolting violently, causing the meat and wine bottle in his hands to clatter to the ground. He turned his head with great difficulty, his face smeared with blood, his eyes filled with shock and resentment. You. He barely managed to utter that single word when Lu Bing's second strike came crashing down, landing squarely on his face. Bang! This blow was even more forceful, and Zhang Jia's visage was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, crimson splattering onto the ground. He did not emit a second groan before his body, akin to a marionette with severed strings, fell rigidly onto the rocks. Lu Bing, leaning on his spade, gasped for breath, surveying the grotesque mixture of red, white, and yellow staining the earth. With venomous words, he cursed, "Damn it! Zhang Jia, do not blame me. You could have played the role of a loyal servant well. I had intended to leave you the remaining supplies once the boat arrived, but you sought your own demise, daring to covet my resources while I was still here. Should I not dispose of you and save myself for the festivities?" After his tirade, he gritted his teeth and bent down, exerting effort to lift Zhang Jia's lifeless body. He trudged to the precipice by the sea and forcefully pushed the corpse over the edge. The body tumbled down the steep cliff, rolling and crashing into the ocean with a resounding splash. The waves surged forth immediately, engulfing the corpse and dragging it into the depths, leaving no trace behind. Lu Bing, unwilling to linger, hastily grabbed a bucket from the tent and rushed to the shore to fetch several buckets of water. He returned, repeatedly rinsing away the bloodstains while muttering, "What a hassle this has become. Even in death, you leave me to clean up this mess." Once the blood had been sufficiently washed away, he wiped the remaining stains with a cloth, ultimately discarding the bloodied rag into the sea. Having completed these tasks, Lu Bing collapsed onto a boulder, staring vacantly at the ocean's surface, mumbling to himself, "I have killed. I have taken a life. Damn it." Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck himself across the face, his tone shifting to one of ferocity. "What is there to be afraid of? What is so frightening about taking a life? How many have you indirectly caused to perish during this shipwreck? Wake up, Lu Bing. Do not lament over such trivial matters." His fervor grew with every word, as if he were rallying himself. "Once the boat arrives to take you back, you will enjoy a life of luxury, even more splendid than before. What do these worthless lives amount to? It is merely the act of killing one person, nothing more." He repeated this mantra, his gaze gradually transforming from chaos to cold resolve, fully suppressing any lingering pangs of guilt within. After sitting on the boulder for a while, fatigue began to envelop him. After all, he had risen at dawn to toil, and exhaustion had set in. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, he stretched and slipped into the tent, lying down upon the prepared pillow, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. His dreams were filled with delightful visions. Upon his return, the chairman bestowed upon him a substantial sum of money, allowing him to indulge in a life of luxury, surrounded by beautiful cars and women, living more extravagantly than ever before. At the Lu Yun camp, after finishing the fish soup, everyone engaged in lively conversation. Lu Qing stood up to express her gratitude to the others. Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively. "No need to be overly polite, Sister Lu." Lu Qing smiled and turned to the children, saying, "Come on, children, we must not trouble your older siblings. They have many matters to attend to." However, the two children were reluctant to leave. The little boy tugged at Lu Qing's sleeve. "Mommy, I do not want to go back." Upon returning, the uncles exhibited a rather unsavory demeanor, their gaze fixed upon you with unsettling intensity. The little girl beside them nodded in agreement. The young boy interjected, stating, "None of those men can compare to Brother Lu. Whenever you are working, they are always lurking behind you, staring at your backside with unblinking eyes, laughing amongst themselves, leaving us in the dark about their whispers." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Feng Rou, Lin Shui, and the others could not help but stifle their laughter. Lu Yun also struggled to contain his mirth. Lu Qing's face instantly flushed crimson as she hurried to cover her son's mouth, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting, my child?" "Mom, I am not lying," the boy insisted, pushing her hand away with determination. "They really do stare at you. I despise them." Flustered and embarrassed, Lu Qing attempted to drag her child away. The boy, however, broke free and rushed to embrace the neck of a little sheep, crying out, "I won't leave. Brother Lu's place is fun. There are little sheep, and Brother Lu can catch fish. I want to help Brother Lu." Lu Qing found herself at a loss, ready to pull him away forcefully. Just then, Lu Yun stepped forward to intercede, saying, "Oh, come now, Lu Jia, you needn't worry. The child is safe with me. This little fellow is quite clever. How about letting him stay with me for a day? I'm just about to head out to chop some trees and do some work. He can assist me and learn a few skills along the way. Boys need to learn to grow up. If help does not arrive, he will have the means to support you both. I can teach him to climb trees, fish, and acquire a trade." Upon hearing this, the boy immediately ceased his tears, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? I want to learn. I want to learn skills from Brother Lu. Lu Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment as she responded, I hope this doesn't cause you too much trouble. Not at all. Lu Yun waved his hand dismissively. You can join us for a meal or two, but as time passes, it is essential to have a reliable support. I will teach this little guy some skills, and he will become your pillar in the future. Lu Qing smiled gently, ruffling her son's hair. Then you must learn well from Brother Lu and refrain from mischief. She then turned to her daughter, saying, Sweetheart, it's time for us to go. The little girl looked back with reluctance, but understanding that she could not leave her mother alone, she stood up and softly said, Sisters, I'm going back now. But I will come to play again. Feng Rou rose and waved her hand. All right, feel free to come and play anytime. We welcome you. Lu Qing waved to Shi. The little dog, reluctant to leave, clung to the boy's feet. Lu Qing shook her head helplessly, pulling her daughter away as they turned to leave. Lu Yun surveyed the group before beginning to issue instructions. Xiao you head to the beach and keep an eye on the situation. If you discover any news of rescue or encounter any danger, return promptly to report. Feng Rou, you stay at the camp to tend to the fire pit and the little sheep. Once arrangements were made, Lu Yun hoisted his axe and picked up a wooden spear. The little boy, clutching the dog, followed closely at his side, while Lin Shui slung her bag over her shoulder. Together, they ventured into the woods to continue their search for resources and to chop some usable timber. Chapter 42. The bones in the forest. Lu Yun surveyed his surroundings. He had explored most areas near the camp, and the supplies available at the beach were rather limited. Thus, he contemplated delving deeper into the forest, hoping for new discoveries. Upon hearing that they would be venturing into the depths of the woods, Lin Shui immediately fell into a state of alarm. She hastily clutched the hem of Lu Yun's garment, her voice laced with trepidation. Didn't you say that the deeper we venture into the forest, the more likely we are to encounter wild beasts? Lu Yun nodded, his tone composed. Indeed. But if there are no beasts, what shall we eat? The goat and the wild boar were both found in the woods, weren't they? Lin Shui swallowed hard, her anxiety escalating. But what if we come across a ferocious animal? What if we encounter a tiger or a wolf? Can we fend them off? Lu Yun weighed the axe in his hand, teasing her deliberately. If we meet a wolf, we'll fight it off. As for a tiger, we'd better make a swift retreat, for I certainly cannot contend with a tiger. Lin Shui was so frightened that she turned to flee. No. I want to go. Lu Yun grasped her hand firmly, smiling as he countered. What did you say earlier? Didn't you promise to heed my guidance? Lin Shui's eyes glistened with urgency, her voice tinged with a hint of sulkiness. Listening to you doesn't mean courting death. I'm still young. I don't want to die, Brother Lu. Let us not go, all right? Lu Yun was amused by her charmingly flustered demeanor, wrapping an arm around her waist with a teasing tone. Would I ever let you perish? A girl as lovely as you. And I have yet to fully enjoy your company. Lin Shui's face flushed crimson as she hastily pushed him away. What nonsense are you talking about? Enjoy what? Lu Yun's hand gently traced her waist, his eyes sparkling. What do you mean by enjoy? Did you not say this morning that you wished to repay me properly? Do you genuinely desire me? Lin Shui's voice trembled slightly. Just as Lu Yun was about to nod, he caught sight of a little boy behind them, eyes wide and fixed upon them. Realizing the situation, Lin Shui quickly wriggled free from Lu Yun's grasp, her cheeks aflame. Lu Yun chuckled, patting her shoulder. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Let us be on our way. The little boy, observing the scene, placed the small dog in his arms down onto the ground. The dog, Shi, darted off towards the depths of the forest, but the boy was quick to chase after it, catching hold of its collar. Lu Yun tore off a sturdy vine from a nearby bush, assisting the boy in securing it around Shi's neck. Hold on to this, and it won't run amok. The boy took the vine, gripping it tightly as he followed Lu Yun and Lin Shui, step by step, deeper into the woods. As they ventured further, the trees grew taller and more majestic, their branches interlacing to obscure the sun, creating a cool, shaded sanctuary. The air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle rustle of cicadas, and the fragrant scent of foliage enveloped them, presenting a stark contrast to the stifling heat outside. Upon entering this shaded grove, Lin Shui could not resist fanning herself with her garment, sighing contentedly. Ah, how refreshing. It's stifling and hot outside, but here the air is so clean and pleasant. What bliss. Leaning against a large tree, she closed her eyes to relish the coolness. The little boy, bouncing with energy, tugged at the vine with Shi and exclaimed, Brother Lu, the air here is so fresh. And there's a delightful aroma. It's truly delightful. The trio rested in the shade for a while, when suddenly, Lu Yun twitched his nose, catching a whiff of a faintly sweet fragrance. He immediately stood up, grasping Lin Shui's hand as they moved forward. Quickly, it seems there's something delightful ahead. After walking a few steps, they were greeted by the sight of several peach trees laden with fruit. The branches were heavy with plump, blush-hued peaches, exuding a juicy sweetness. "Wow, peaches!" Lin Shui and the little boy exclaimed in unison. The trio hurried over, wiping the peaches on their clothes before indulging in the luscious fruit. The sweet juice dribbled down their chins, and the refreshing flavor instantly dispelled their fatigue, leaving them all feeling invigorated. As they savored the peaches, a pear tree emerged in the distance, its branches adorned with golden pears. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without bothering to wipe the peach juice from her hands, she bounced towards the pear tree. However, just as she reached the base of the tree, a sudden sharp sound echoed beneath her feet. As if she had stepped on something, Lin Shui lost her balance and tumbled forward, landing heavily on the ground. "Are you all right?" Lu Yun quickly set down his peach and rushed over, helping her to her feet while inspecting her arms and knees for injuries. "Are you hurt?" Lin Shui rubbed her chest, which throbbed from the fall, and shook her head with a frown. "I'm fine. Just tripped over something and it hurts a bit." "What did you trip on?" Lu Yun inquired, glancing down at the spot where she had fallen. There, lying on the ground, was a stark white bone, smooth and slightly covered in dirt. Lin Shui followed his gaze and gasped, taking a step back. What is that bone? Whose bone is it?" Unable to contain her curiosity, she reached out tentatively to touch the bone, feeling its chilling surface, noticing its straight and elongated form, appearing quite regular. Lu Yun bent down to pick up the bone, running his fingers along the joint, his expression growing grave. "This is not an animal's bone. It is a human femur." "Human?" Lin Shui's voice rose sharply, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How can you be sure? What if it belongs to a large animal?" "One can distinguish based on the joint structure and shape of the bone." Lu Yun pointed to the end near the knee. "The joint surface of a human femur is wider, with distinct muscle attachment markings, and the thickness and curvature differ from those of large animals. This bone is clearly that of an adult's lower leg." Lin Shui shuddered involuntarily, instinctively moving closer to Lu Yun, her voice trembling. How could there be a human leg bone in this forest? Could it be that someone from the seaside camp wandered into the woods and was devoured by a wild beast? "That seems unlikely," Lu Yun replied, shaking his head as he examined the surface of the bone. "Look at this bone. There is not a trace of flesh or sinew, not even a drop of blood. It's far too clean. Even if it were gnawed by wolves or wild boars, they wouldn't have left it in such a pristine state. At most, they would have torn through the flesh, not cleaned the bone so thoroughly." The little boy, pale with fear, clutched Lu Yun's shirt tightly and whispered, "Brother Lu, did this person just die? How could there only be bones left? Shouldn't there be decay first?" "Under normal circumstances, it takes several months for a corpse to decompose and eventually be reduced to mere bones. In humid weather, this process may take even longer." Lu Yun gently placed the bones on the ground and urged the others to step back. "Something is amiss here. We must leave this area immediately." Lin Shui and the young boy dared not ask further questions, abandoning their quest for pears, and hurriedly followed Lu Yun, their steps quickening as they moved toward the edge of the forest. The earlier sense of coolness and comfort had been swiftly replaced by a profound fear, making even the chirping of birds seem jarring to their ears. Chapter 43. A dangerous signal. The group hurried back, but after only a few steps, Lu Yun suddenly raised his hand and called out, "Wait." Startled, Lin Shui instinctively clung to his arm, the warmth of her body pressing against him. What's wrong? Is something happening?" Lu Yun pointed to the right, not far off. "Look over there." Lin Shui and the boy followed his gaze. In a clearing surrounded by several large trees, they spotted a conspicuous patch of ash, with a few charred branches scattered nearby. Clearly, there were signs of habitation. The trio cautiously approached to investigate. On the ground, besides the branches, they found several packaging bags emblazoned with familiar markings, unmistakably from the supplies on their boat. What sent chills down their spines were the few drops of fresh red blood that lingered beside the ashes. Lu Yun traced the bloodstains and soon discovered a pair of glasses nestled in the grass. Bending down, he picked them up and weighed them in his hand, a frown creasing his brow. When Wang Chong and the others fled from Lu Bing's camp, there had indeed been a man with glasses in their group. The style and color of these glasses were identical to his. Clenching the glasses tightly, Lu Yun continued to search the vicinity. All the supplies Wang Chong's team had brought with them were nowhere to be found. His gaze fell upon a patch of fresh soil not far away, its color distinctly different from the surrounding old earth, as if it had only recently been disturbed. Lu Yun took up his axe and gently turned over the layer of new soil. Beneath it lay soft earth, resembling a small pit. As he dug a few more times, a gruesomely disfigured human head emerged. The skin was torn and mangled, the eyeballs gouged out, yet from its outline, it could barely be recognized as Wang Chong. "Oh my God!" Lin Shui shrieked in terror, retreating to the nearby tree, where she leaned against the trunk and violently vomited. The fish soup she had consumed at noon mingled with bile, spilling forth. The pungent stench of decay invaded Lu Yun's nostrils, causing his stomach to churn violently. He fought against the nausea, hastily covering the head with soil again, swallowing hard to suppress the urge to vomit, and quickly walked a few paces away to inhale fresh air. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Shui straightened herself, supporting herself against the tree. Her face pale as she tugged at Lu Yun's sleeve. Brother Lu, is that Wang Chong we encountered that day? How could he be dead here? This doesn't look like the work of a beast, does it? Lu Yun nodded, gasping for breath as he replied. Yes, it is indeed Wang Chong. This is clearly not the doing of wild animals. No beast would dig a pit specifically to bury a head, nor would they gouge out the eyes with such cruelty. Moreover, the tools and supplies they brought have all vanished. It is evident that this is the work of a person. A person? Lin Shui felt a surge of fear, her voice trembling. Who could it be? We have remained at the camp and have not seen anyone from the seaside camp cross over to this part of the woods. Lu Yun shook his head and urged her and the little boy to return. It doesn't matter who it is right now. We must leave quickly. Wang Chong and the others may have all met with tragedy. This place is far too dangerous for us to linger. The two dared not speak further and followed closely behind Lu Yun, their footsteps significantly quicker than before. They didn't even dare to look back, feeling as though invisible demons lurked within the woods, ready to pounce at any moment. The trio ran desperately toward the camp, only slowing their pace when they finally spotted the familiar shelter and fire pit. Fang Ro was sitting by the fire pit, adding kindling. Upon noticing their frantic appearance from a distance, she hurriedly stood to greet them. Her gaze first fell upon the usually composed Lu Yun. What happened? Why are you running so hurriedly? Is there a tiger chasing you? Have you been so frightened? Lu Yun waved his hand, his voice somewhat hoarse. Bring me some water. Let us drink first. Fang Ro turned and quickly fetched a bowl of water, handing it to him. Lu Yun took it and gulped down several large swigs, feeling a bit of relief from the pressure in his chest. Beside him, Lin Shui tugged at his arm, her voice quivering with a hint of sobs. I want to drink too. Lu Yun passed her the bowl, watching as her trembling hands clutched it while she drank. After finishing, the two of them collapsed onto the ground, their chests still heaving, clearly not yet recovered from the earlier fright. Seeing their condition, Fang Ro grew increasingly anxious. She crouched in front of Lu Yun, pressing for answers. What on earth happened? Speak quickly. The little boy, who had been hiding behind Lu Yun, finally spoke in a halting manner. There are heads in the woods. Heads? Fang Ro recoiled in terror, her eyes widening. What heads? What did you see in the forest? The little boy swallowed hard and recounted their recent experience. We found peach and pear trees in the woods. While eating peaches, Sister Shui tripped over a bone. That was a human leg bone. Later, as we were heading back, we saw signs of someone having lived there, along with bloodstains. When Brother Lu dug up some fresh earth, he discovered a human head. It was terrifying. Fang Ro's face paled instantly upon hearing this. What? What is going on? How could there be a head in the woods? Leaning against the trunk of a tree to catch his breath, Lu Yun spoke. I don't know how this came to be, but I can assure you that this island is certainly not as peaceful as it seems. From now on, we must be on high alert. We absolutely cannot venture deeper into the woods again. We will remain close to the camp. The coconut and banana trees near the camp provide us with ample food and water. Then should we retreat back to the beach? Fang Ro nervously clutched the hem of her clothing, reasoning that the beach is more populated and might be safer. Lu Yun shook his head. No need. There is a small pond near our camp, making water retrieval quite convenient, something the beach cannot compare to. The beach lacks a stable water source, and if something were to happen, we would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, we are not far from the seaside. If danger arises, we can still make our way to the beach in time. Let us stay here and remain calm. Fang Ro gazed into Lu Yun's determined eyes, her heart's trepidation subsiding slightly. All right, I will heed your words. The group settled onto the ground, each attempting to compose themselves. The atmosphere of the campsite grew notably heavy, devoid of the previous lightheartedness. Chapter 44. Fang Ro's first kiss. After a considerable period, a little boy gradually rose to his feet, his steps trembling as he turned to leave. Lu Yun promptly called out, Where are you going, little one? The boy glanced back, tears welling in his eyes, his voice quivering with emotion. I want to go home to find my mother. Understanding that the earlier scene had frightened him, Lu Yun sighed gently. Come. I will escort you back. The boy shook his head and wiped his tears. No need, Brother Lu. Sister Shui was frightened too. Please take good care of her. I can manage on my own. With that, he dashed outside. The small dog, Cici, barked and followed him. However, the boy returned, placing Cici at Lu Yun's feet, whispering, Brother Lu, let Cici stay here. It's quite clever and can assist you, guarding against dangers. Lu Yun patted Cici's head, asking, So you no longer want it? The boy shook his head, stepping back a couple of paces. Let it help you. There are many people where I'm going. It's safer. I'm leaving. No sooner had he spoken than he stumbled out of the campsite. Lu Yun picked up the puppy, tenderly stroking its head, smiling as he inquired. Would you like to accompany me? CC panted, gently licking his arm, seemingly in response. Lu Yun laughed heartily. Well then, you've got some sense. Stick with me, and you'll feast 3 times a day. I'll find you meat, so you grow tall and strong. But you must guard for me. Nothing comes without a price. CC barked twice, as if comprehending. Lu Yun secured a vine and tied it to a nearby stump. Turning around, he noticed Lin Shui still seated, her gaze somewhat vacant. He approached and gently patted her shoulder. Unexpectedly, this startled Lin Shui, causing her to shudder. Feeling a pang of concern, Lu Yun pulled her into an embrace. Lin Shui instinctively clutched the fabric of his shirt, burying her head in the crook of his shoulder, her body still trembling slightly. Lu Yun softly caressed her back, gradually soothing her nerves. After a while, Lin Shui's tensed form began to relax. With her fingers in her mouth, she eventually fell asleep in Lu Yun's arms. He cautiously carried her into the shelter, laying her down on the prepared pile of hay, and quietly exited. Fong Ro was seated by the fire pit. Noticing his return, she shifted aside, indicating for him to sit. The two sat shoulder to shoulder, and Fong Ro gently nudged him with her shoulder, softly inquiring, Is Shui all right? Lu Yun nodded. She'll be fine. She has probably just never encountered such a gruesome scene before, and it frightened her. Back in our hometown, we call it losing one's soul. Just a little coaxing will do. Fong Ro pursed her lips, teasing, Can you do that? Lu Yun chuckled and retorted, Isn't that a silly question? Of course I can. Just watch. He stood up, dramatically calling toward the woods, Fong Ro, soul, return. Go away. Fong Ro, both amused and exasperated, rose swiftly to pursue him. Lu Yun, chuckling, dashed ahead. After a mere 2 steps, a sudden cry of ouch echoed from behind. Lu Yun quickly turned back and found her crouched on the ground, furrowing her brow as she rubbed her ankle. What happened? He asked, rushing back with concern. Fong Ro feigned pain, pouting with indignation. I sprained my ankle again. It's all your fault. Lu Yun knelt down, reaching out to examine her ankle. Let me see. He began, but before he could react, Fong Ro burst into laughter. Before he could comprehend the situation, she pushed him down onto the ground, then mounted him, pretending to strike. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yun grasped her arm, their eyes locking, their breathing suddenly quickening. In the warmth of summer, their skin brushed against each other unintentionally. Fong Ro soon sensed the shift in Lu Yun's demeanor. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled to speak. Let go of me, you rogue. Breathing heavily, Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with mischief. This isn't my fault. You brought this upon yourself. With that, he pulled her tightly into his embrace, securing her slender waist and preventing her escape. Fong Ro's body stiffened instantly. All that resonated in her ears were the heartbeats of both, drawing nearer, sapping her strength to resist. What do you want? Her voice quivered, her face ablaze. I want. Lu Yun tilted his head, gently nibbling her earlobe, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Fong Ro felt a jolt through her body and lightly punched him. You're insufferable. No sooner had she spoken than she felt Lu Yun's hand glide slowly down her waist. In a flurry, she grasped his wrist, her tone urgent. No. Leaning closer to her ear, his voice low and enticing, he whispered, I like you, Fong Ro. Her heart raced chaotically, yet she maintained her bravado. Is that really liking me? You're just driven by lust. Lu Yun, steadying her shoulders, shook his head earnestly, devoid of jest in his gaze. No, I truly like you. Not only have you saved my life, but you're also breathtakingly beautiful and possess an admirable figure. Fong Ro couldn't help but chuckle at his words. I knew it. You only desire my body. It all boils down to appearances. And what's wrong with that? Lu Yun responded with a laugh, his tone sincere. Isn't that how it goes? Love at first sight is fundamentally about being captivated by one's exterior before wanting to delve deeper into their soul. If one's appearance doesn't pique interest, who would seek to understand if their heart is kind? Moreover, I've long observed that beneath your seemingly cold exterior lies a tender heart, evident in your kindness towards Lin Shui and her sister, as well as those 2 children. Fong Ro's smile deepened. Is that all? Just these observations? There's much more. Lu Yun replied, entwining his fingers with hers, gently caressing her palm. But we can only uncover them once we truly get to know each other. Gazing into his earnest eyes, her uncertainty began to fade. You're not joking with me, are you? Of course not. Lu Yun tightened his grip on her hand, enunciating each word. How could I possibly jest about something like this? Fong Ro bit her lip, her voice softening. But what if? What if we can't go back? Lu Yun smiled, his tone imbued with unwavering certainty. If we cannot return, I will take care of you. Should we manage to await rescue, with my capabilities, I can assure you a prosperous life. And if we truly cannot go back, rest assured, on this island, I possess the means to ensure you will never go hungry or suffer in any way. I will support you for a lifetime, I promise. A veil of moisture gradually clouded Fong Ro's eyes. Her voice trembled slightly as she replied, "Please don't deceive me. I have never been in a relationship before. This is my first time. Please don't lie to me." Lu Yun embraced her gently, tenderly patting her back, his voice filled with compassion. "I would never deceive you. I swear it." Fong Ro's tears transformed into a smile as she clung tightly to his neck. The beauty's affectionate embrace quickened Lu Yun's heartbeat. He gently turned her face towards him, lowering his head to kiss her lips. Fong Ro's eyes slowly closed, her eyelashes fluttering delicately. The kiss, a soft and long-desired sensation, stirred excitement within Lu Yun. This warm and tender touch had been etched in his heart ever since Fong Ro had performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on him. Finally, his wish was fulfilled, making it hard for him to let go. Chapter 45. The Unexpected Visitor. Fong Ro's cheeks flushed like the evening glow. Initially, she was taken aback by Lu Yun's advance. However, as the warmth of their lips entwined became more distinct, she gradually relaxed and ceased to resist. Lu Yun sensed her surrender, his breath momentarily hitching as his fingertips gently caressed her cheek, his motions tender, as if cradling a fragile treasure. The wind rustled through the trees beside the camp, carrying the fresh scent of grass and wood. Occasionally, the crackling of the firewood in the fire pit punctuated the serene surroundings, leaving only the sound of their mingled breaths. Fong Ro instinctively wrapped her arms around Lu Yun's neck, her fingers lightly clutching his collar. Lu Yun's hands ventured beneath the hem of her garment, ascending with a tantalizing grace. With her eyes closed, Fong Ro could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from his palm, imbued with a reassuring strength. How magnificent! Lu Yun marveled at the softness of her skin, unable to contain his admiration. "Please refrain from such comments." Fong Ro's face flushed deeper as she playfully pushed him away. "All right, I won't say it again," Lu Yun promised, leaning in for another kiss. In their fervent entanglement, they became oblivious to the world around them. Time seemed to dissolve. And eventually, Lu Yun slowly released her. He rested his forehead against hers, his breath unsteady, gazing at her with tenderness. "How do you feel?" Fong Ro opened her eyes, meeting his deep, focused gaze, her cheeks growing warmer. After a moment, she nodded lightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's quite nice." Lu Yun ruffled her hair, curiosity lacing his tone. "You've truly never had a relationship before?" Fong Ro nodded earnestly, her gaze sincere. "Why would I lie about such a thing? If it exists, it exists. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There's no need for deceit." Lu Yun couldn't help but pinch her soft cheek, teasingly inquiring, "That seems peculiar. You are so beautiful, akin to a star wherever you go. Surely someone must have pursued you?" Fong Ro proudly puffed out her chest, her tone tinged with a hint of arrogance. "Oh, many have. Executives at my company, colleagues around me. Numerous have confessed their feelings. And yet, you did not fancy any of them?" Lu Yun's curiosity deepened. Fong Ro supported her chin in contemplation, her tone turning earnest. "How should I put it? I feel no attraction towards them. Among those pursuing me, there are indeed remarkable individuals, handsome, affluent, but I am a romantic at heart, yearning for a love that ignites a spark akin to an electric shock. With them, I have never experienced that exhilarating heartbeat." This confession filled Lu Yun's vanity, causing him to swell with pride. "So, does that mean my charm is considerable? You feel that way about me, don't you?" Fong Ro, amused, let out a tinkling laugh and playfully nudged him. "At the very least, I don't find you disagreeable. You've taken advantage of me repeatedly, and I can't quite explain why, but I simply don't resent it. In fact, I feel a tinge of excitement and anticipation." Lu Yun embraced her tightly, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "This is what we call fate." Fong Ro's body relaxed, leaning closer to Lu Yun's ear. Her voice carried a blend of playful reproach and sincerity. "You've stolen my first kiss. If you dare abandon me, just see what happens." Lu Yun feigned alarm. "Oh dear, what are your intentions? Murdering your husband? I might just have to sever your roots." Fong Ro bit her lip, though her gaze lacked any real menace. Lu Yun laughed heartily, gently pressing her down onto the grass. "I haven't even done anything to you yet, and you're already threatening me. This hardly seems fair." As they frolicked, a mocking voice echoed from a distance. "Oh, Fong Ro, you certainly know how to have fun. Even on this deserted island, you still have time for romance?" Lu Yun instantly wiped the smile from his face and sprang to his feet. Fong Ro hurriedly adjusted her clothing, flustered as she sought refuge behind Lu Yun, peering cautiously ahead. On the high platform at the edge of the camp, 3 women emerged from the thicket. They wore uniforms identical to Fong Ro's, indicating they were crew members from the ship. A flicker of disdain crossed Fong Ro's eyes as she regarded the leading woman. Sensing her emotions, Lu Yun whispered, "Who is she?" Fong Ro grimaced, her voice barely above a whisper. The one in front is Li Fong, Lu Bing's mistress and the leader of our crew. She has taken advantage of her connection with Lu Bing to boss us around on the ship. The other two are her sycophants, who flatter her daily to shirk work and bully others. A wave of distaste washed over Lu Yun. He stepped forward, grasping the axe at his feet. Positioning it defensively before him, his tone icy. What brings you here? Li Fong, strikingly beautiful and gracefully poised, marred by a black mole at the corner of her mouth that gave her an air of sharpness, surveyed Lu Yun with a smirk. Handsome young man. Why the hostility towards us? We had no previous encounters, no grievances. Besides, is this island, this forest, your private property? We are all castaways here. If you can venture into the woods for survival, why can't we come in for a look? Lu Yun's expression darkened. I never said you couldn't look. But this camp is mine. We have settled here. If you're seeking supplies, venture deeper into the forest. There are fruit trees, rabbits, and goats. Go catch them yourself. Li Fong's eyes brightened, and she eagerly pressed. Really? Are there truly such things inside? Lu Yun smiled gently, her tone carrying a hint of implication. Of course it's true. Can't you see how well we're living? These supplies were all gathered from the forest, and there is plenty more. Feel free to take as much as you need. Li Fong did not move. Instead, she stepped closer, her voice adopting a flirtatious lilt. Oh dear, we are all delicate women. How terrifying it is to venture into such a dark forest. Don't you have any sympathy for your elder sister? As she spoke, she deliberately unbuttoned 2 buttons of her professional attire, revealing a generous expanse of her fair bosom, and provocatively squeezed her arm inwards, swaying towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun frowned, her tone growing cold. Do not engage in such lewd displays. I respect you, and I ask that you extend me the same courtesy. Considering you are a colleague of Fong Ro, I do not wish to speak harshly, but I must insist that you leave. Seeing that her tactics were ineffective, Li Fong's expression darkened. Her voice turned sharp. You pretty boy, what is so great about Fong Ro, that old maid? Can she even please a man? She doesn't even know how to kiss properly. How could she satisfy you? You are merely seeking to satiate your desires, not to find a wife. So why not come to me? I can bring both ice and fire, dragon and embrace. Once I get started, even the strongest of men can barely last 2 minutes. I guarantee you'll be in ecstasy. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Lu Yun's hand. Fong Ro, who had been hiding behind, could no longer restrain herself and spoke coldly. Li Fong, have you no shame? Li Fong scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. What good is shame? I need to eat. That bastard Lu Bing disappeared after leaving this morning. Even that brat Zhang Jia has vanished. I'm on the verge of starvation, do you understand? Surviving is the priority. What need is there for dignity? Lu Yun waved her hand, her tone calm, yet distant. The instinct to survive is natural, and I understand that. However, you should rely on your own abilities to survive. What is it that you truly seek from us? Li Fong shrugged, her face openly displaying her nonchalance. Even a hint of pride. My ability is to serve men. It is my forte and the only skill I possess. It is precisely how I attained the position of team leader. If you don't believe me, ask Fong Ro, they all know. Observing her brazen demeanor, Lu Yun could not help but chuckle. You are refreshingly honest. At least you do not pretend to be virtuous while engaging in such behavior. The word struck Li Fong like a needle, and while self-deprecating was one thing, being publicly exposed was another matter entirely. Her expression darkened immediately, her voice rising. You brat. That was too harsh. What do you mean by calling me a whore? I haven't sunk that low. Even if I were to sell myself, it would only be to Lu Bing. How dare you say that? Fong Ro interjected, peering out from behind Lu Yun, her tone filled with contempt. Is selling your body something to be proud of? You now come wagging your tail, simply hoping to sell yourself once more, just to a different buyer. You little hussy. I'll tear your mouth apart. Li Fong, struck at her vulnerable spot, became enraged and turned to the 2 women behind her, gesturing. Come here. Teach her a lesson. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and charged at Fong Ro. Fong Ro quickly retreated behind Lu Yun, gripping the hem of Lu Yun's clothing tightly. Li Fong rushed towards Lu Yun, but before she could touch Fong Ro's garment, Lu Yun suddenly raised his hand and, with a crisp slap, sent her crashing to the ground. Li Fong covered her face, lying on the ground for a while, unable to comprehend the situation. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. And she shrieked, You actually hit a woman? Are you even a man? You strike a woman. Lu Yun let out a cold snort, his gaze icy. I do not strike women, I hold them in high regard. However, you, who rely on your looks to cause a ruckus and bully others, are nothing but a rabid dog. He paused, his tone turning more severe. If you dare to cause trouble again or harass Fong Ro, I will not merely settle for a slap. Gritting her teeth, Li Fong rose from the ground, glancing at the axe raised in Lu Yun's hand. Her eyes filled with trepidation, yet she still retorted defiantly, How ungrateful. I offered myself to you, and you refused to take advantage of it. What a worthless thing. Despite her words, her steps faltered as she turned and dashed out of the camp, the two women behind her hastily following suit, not daring to look back. Once Li Fong and her companions had fled, Lu Yun turned to Fong Ro, gently caressing her cheek and placing a soft kiss on her forehead. His voice laced with concern. Are you all right? Did they frighten you just now? Fong Ro smiled softly. With her? After spending so much time with her on the boat. I've long seen through her tricks. How could I be scared? Besides, with you protecting me, what do I have to fear? As she spoke, she nestled closer to Lu Yun, her arm tightly entwined with his, the warmth of her form enveloping his arm. As Lu Yun was about to draw nearer, a drowsy murmur suddenly emanated from the hut. Lu Gu, Lin Shui called out. He quickly halted his actions and hurried to the front of the hut. There, he found Lin Shui pouting as she sat atop a pile of hay, rubbing her sleepy eyes and shaking her head, her complexion appearing somewhat pale. Lu Yun knelt beside her, asking gently, how do you feel? Is it any better now? Lin Shui shook her head slightly, her voice weak. I feel a bit unwell. My head is spinning. Lu Yun reached out to touch her forehead, feeling a distinct warmth, indicating that Lin Shui was likely running a fever. He sighed softly, his tone growing even gentler. You probably got startled this morning and caught a chill. You should rest more and drink plenty of warm water. Don't do anything for the next few days, just recuperate. Lin Shui nodded and inched closer to him, whispering, I'm a bit cold. This statement left Fong Ro momentarily taken aback. How can you feel cold on such a hot day? It's a normal response, after a scare. The body can react with stress, and combined with a slight fever, the peripheral nerves may feel cold, Lu Yun explained softly. As he spoke, he removed his shirt and gently draped it over Lin Shui. Now rest. Cover up so you don't catch a chill. Lin Shui grasped the hem of Lu Yun's shirt, her eyes filled with dependency. Lu Gu, please don't go, okay? Lu Yun chuckled, patting her hand gently, as one would soothe a child. I won't leave. I'll stay right here with you. Sleep now. He settled beside the hut, rhythmically patting Lin Shui's back until her breathing grew steady, and she fell back into a peaceful slumber, at which point he quietly rose to his feet. At that moment, Fong Ro approached, holding a neatly folded piece of clothing, and presented it to him. Here, put this on. You wouldn't want to catch a chill. Lu Yun accepted the garment, glancing at it with surprise. Isn't this the one I picked up at the beach before? Indeed, Fong Ro replied, her eyes curving into a smile. I noticed you hadn't washed it, so I took the liberty of cleaning it for you. It has been drying on a branch and is ready for you to try on. Lu Yun quickly donned the clothing and adjusted the hem. The fabric was not only clean and refreshing, but also carried a subtle fragrance of grass and wood, fitting him perfectly as if it had been tailored just for him. He looked down at the garment, then back at Fong Ro's gentle gaze, a warmth swelling in his heart. Thank you, Fong Ro. You're welcome, she replied playfully, winking. Now that we're like this, it is only natural. A thought struck Lu Yun, and he teasingly asked, if we were to share a bed, how would you take care of me? Fong Ro's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, I would do your laundry, cook for you, and bear your children. Lu Yun laughed heartily, exclaiming, I never would have guessed. A beautiful and alluring woman like you, yet so traditional at heart. You sound just like my grandmother. Fine. Call me grandmother then, she challenged. Do you dare? Of course. How would you know I wouldn't dare if you don't call? You little rascal. Just wait until I swat you. Chapter 47. So you prefer mature women. The two continued their playful banter for a while. Lu Yun lifted his gaze to the sky, where the sunset painted the clouds a brilliant orange, with fiery hues sprawling across half the sky, indicating that time was slipping away. Remembering that Lin Yu had not yet returned from the beach, he instructed Fong Ro, I will go to the beach to fetch Lin Yu. Please take care of Lin Shui at home and prepare dinner. Don't worry, just pay attention to your safety. Fong Ro nodded, watching him head toward the beach. Following the narrow path through the woods, Lu Yun emerged at the edge of the forest. As soon as he stepped out, the sounds of an argument on the beach wafted through the air, creating quite a ruckus. He quickened his pace, rushing forward, and soon saw two groups on the sand shouting at each other, hurling insults with abandon. Scanning the crowd, he quickly spotted Lin Yu sitting on a rock at the edge, her chin resting on her hand, her eyes sparkling with interest, completely oblivious to Lu Yun's approach. He walked over, gently tapping her shoulder before playfully tugging at her ear. You little imp, I sent you to the beach to monitor rescue news, not to watch a quarrel. Lin Yu turned to him, her face lighting up with a smile as she jumped down. Oh, Lu Gu, you're here. You don't understand. Watching the commotion is one of our favorite pastimes. It's so entertaining to see them argue. I've been here all afternoon. Following her gaze, Lu Yun observed the two factions, with Li Fong at the forefront, hands on her hips, arguing vehemently with several crew members across from her. Unable to contain a sarcastic chuckle, he remarked, there she is again. With her around, there's never a dull moment. What's so interesting about her fighting with others? Lu Gu, that's not quite right. Lin Yu interjected. pulling him aside and lowering her voice. Do you know why they're arguing? Today, Lu Bing has not made an appearance all day. Zhang Jie awakened everyone in the morning, somewhat confusedly assigning tasks, and subsequently vanished as well. Meanwhile, Li Fang and her companions have been idly waiting for Lu Bing to distribute rations to sustain themselves. Now that Lu Bing is absent, the crew has declared that the provisions will only be distributed upon the captain's return, leaving them to fend for themselves in hunger. Others have taken to the woods to gather fruits, forage for seaweed, or dig for clams, unlike those who expect special treatment. Lu Yun nodded, following Lin Yu's lead with further inquiries. And then? Lin Yu replied. Li Fang was not pleased, was she? Indeed. Lin Yu smirked as she recounted that Li Fang had brazenly declared, Do you not know my status? I am the captain's wife. In his absence, my word is law. The crew erupted in laughter at her claim, fully aware that she was merely a plaything of Lu Bing. One crew member even whistled mockingly, exclaiming, What nonsense about being the captain's wife? When did Lu Bing ever have a wife? You're just a mistress. Another chimed in, adding that Lu Bing had entanglements with several women aboard, and she could merely be considered a low-ranking mistress. Yet she dared to act so imperiously. As soon as the laughter faded, a sharp voice rang out from the beach. Li Fang was vehemently rebuking the crew, spitting out her retorts as her insults grew louder, only inciting further laughter from the crew, turning the scene into utter chaos. Just as Li Fang's face flushed with rage and the crew's jeers intensified, an older crew member stepped forward from the crowd, furrowing his brow. He took a few steps closer, raised his hand to quiet the noise, and boomed, Everyone, please calm down. Shouting will not resolve our issues. The tumultuous speech fell momentarily silent. All eyes turned to him. The seasoned sailor cleared his throat and continued. Today, as circumstances are indeed unusual. Typically, Captain Lu oversees all provisions and distributes them uniformly. Since he has not returned, our impatience will serve no purpose. It would be better for us to remain calm and wait. Once the captain returns, we will follow his guidance on how to allocate the supplies. Let us refrain from causing a commotion. It will not solve anything and will only squander our energy. Are you all so well fed that you can afford to shout here? His words temporarily quelled the rising tempers, though murmurs of speculation persisted. Someone scratched their head and muttered, Where has Captain Lu gone? Not a trace of him since morning. Another quickly chimed in. Indeed, he would usually return to the camp by now. What could have caused his sudden disappearance? Could something have happened? More conjectures arose. Perhaps he has gone into the woods to gather supplies? But why would it take so long? Voices filled the air, each expressing doubt and unease. Although Lu Bing was selfish, lecherous, and greedy, he was nonetheless the de facto leader acknowledged by all. His unexpected absence heightened the already tense atmosphere, leaving everyone in a state of increased anxiety. The older sailor clapped his hands again, raising his voice. All right, everyone, stop overthinking. The sun is about to set. Even if Captain Lu has gone on an errand, he should return soon. Today, the group exerted little effort, their physical consumption minimal. Thus hunger did not seem to plague them. They returned, awaiting the arrival of their provisions with patience. As they gazed towards the distant sea, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving only a muted gray sky. Clearly, today's rescue had once again evaporated into thin air. Someone murmured softly. Tomorrow marks the final day within the 3 days Lu Bing promised for rescue. I wonder if the promise will be fulfilled. Anxiety and anticipation swirled within their hearts as they turned back in small clusters, their steps heavier than when they had come. Lu Yun patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, teasing, Well, the excitement has concluded, hasn't it? Let us depart. I observe that you have not gleaned any useful information today. Lin Yu stuck out her tongue, defiantly asserting, Who says? You witnessed the valuable information with your own eyes, didn't you? What more do I need to uncover? Lu Yun chuckled at her spirited retort, shaking his head in resignation. Come, let us return for dinner. Just as they rose, they spotted Lu Qing at the end of the line, leading 2 children back to the camp. Upon seeing Lu Yun, she quickly greeted him with a smile. Lu Yun approached, his gaze falling upon the little boy, who was bouncing happily with a twig in hand, evidently having forgotten the fright of the afternoon. Lu Jia, do you have food for dinner? Lu Yun inquired. Lu Qing waved her hand dismissively. No need to worry about us. Thanks to your hospitality at noon, our family was well fed. Whether we eat tonight or not is inconsequential. Consider it a means of dieting. She playfully patted her flat stomach. Lu Yun appraised her thoughtfully and responded earnestly. Lu Jia, I am not flattering you. Your figure is just right. An extra pound would make you appear plump, while a pound less would diminish your curvaceous charm. You are perfect as you are, with no need for dieting. Oh, really? Hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao Lu, you truly have a way with words. At my age, how can one still speak of beauty or voluptuousness? We are past that. Come now, you are only in your 30s, the prime of a woman's allure. How can you speak of aging? Lu Yun replied, shaking his head sincerely. Lu Qing regarded him with a knowing glance, her eyes twinkling. Well, whether you speak sincerely or simply to flatter me, it brings joy to my heart. We shall take our leave now. She led the two children forward with a light step, her slender waist swaying like a willow in the wind, her curvaceous form accentuating her graceful silhouette. Lu Yun's gaze involuntarily followed her retreating figure, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard. TCH. Lin Yu suddenly scoffed, casting him a disapproving glance. Lu Yun cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. What was that for? Radish or cabbage? Lin Yu covered her mouth in laughter, a mischievous tone lacing her voice. So, you fancy mature women. Do you? Children understand nothing. What mature women? Don't speak nonsense, Lu Yun retorted, glaring at her. I am not a child. Lin Yu protested, standing on tiptoe defiantly. You are only a year older than I am. We are contemporaries. The way you were staring at Lu Qing, it was as if you wished to attach your eyes to her backside. She paused momentarily and murmured softly, there are young ones around, yet I prefer those older. This statement was overheard by Lu Yun. Suddenly, he leaned in, bringing his face close to Lin Yu's. Their faces nearly touched, and they could feel each other's breath. Startled, Lin Yu froze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, her voice quivering. What are you doing? Lu Yun, observing the blush blooming on her earlobes, smirked mischievously and lowered his voice deliberately. When you said there are young ones around, were you referring to yourself? Chapter 48. There's a ghost. Lu Yun, noticing her rosy ears, gently teased her by brushing his finger against her nose, his tone playful. Didn't you just say that I have young ones around me? Well, today I shall take a good look at this young lady beside me to see just how beautiful she truly is. His gaze fell on the corner of Lin Yu's lips, and he elongated his words. Oh, look, there's a beauty mark right here on Xiao Yu's mouth, quite well hidden. I must say, I had never noticed it before. Ugh, how annoying. Lin Yu's face turned as red as a ripe peach, and she covered her face with her hands, turning and running ahead. Don't run. Lu Yun laughed as he chased after her, deliberately slowing his pace to avoid truly catching up. The two of them, one in front and the other behind, let their laughter drift away with the evening breeze as they ran towards the campsite, leaving behind the unrest and clamor of the beach. As they returned to the campsite, a rumble of thunder rolled across the horizon. Large raindrops soon followed, transforming into a torrential downpour that pounded the roof of the shelter, splattering fine droplets everywhere. Feng Rou, tending to the fire pit inside the shelter, quickly handed them a dry cloth as they entered, soaked. Hurry and dry off. I just heated the porridge, perfect for warming you up. Lu Yun wiped the rain from his face, his gaze landing on the small pond beside the campsite. The pond was small, and with the surrounding soil being soft, the heavy rain could easily cause it to overflow, stirring up the muddy bottom. He grabbed a shovel from the corner and dashed into the rain curtain. You all eat first. I'll take advantage of the rain to deepen the pond and clear out the mud, so we can store this rainwater. I'll go with you. Feng Rou set down her bowl of porridge, eager to rise. Lin Yu raised her hand to join, while Lin Shui, just awakened, weakly attempted to sit up. Everyone stay put. Lu Yun waved his hand to stop them, his tone firm. The rain is heavy and the ground slippery. It's not safe during a thunderstorm. You all stay here and eat. I'll manage on my own. With that, he grabbed his tools and dashed out of the shelter. Outside, the rain pelted against him. Brisk and forceful, Lu Yun squatted down to scoop out the mud from the pond's edge, the black muck sliding off the shovel's edge and splattering his pants with mud spots. Unfazed, he focused on clearing the mud away. Then, he raised the shovel and thrust it into the pond's bottom, stepping on the handle with one foot, using his core strength to pry up a large clump of muddy grass. As lightning split the night sky, illuminating his tall figure, rain cascaded down his forehead. Blurring his vision, he wiped his brow and continued to work diligently. Not only was he deepening the existing pond, but he also dug a small pit nearby, intending to connect them to store more water. Lu Yun became increasingly motivated as he worked. Eventually, he boldly unbuttoned his collar, allowing the rain to drench him. A surge of exhilaration swelling within his chest. Damn the heavens. Pour down harder. It's not enough. Lu Yun suddenly straightened, hands on his hips, tilting his head back to shout defiantly into the torrential downpour, his voice cutting through the rain with an indomitable spirit. Let it rain more. Just enough to fill the pond, challenging the skies for water. Now that's exhilarating. As soon as he finished speaking, another flash of lightning struck, illuminating the taut muscles of his body. Rain cascaded down his spine, accentuating his well-defined contours. He laughed heartily, turned, and swung the shovel with all his might. The sound of soil splattering mingling with the rain, creating an impressive symphony. Inside the makeshift shelter, three girls peered through the canvas flap, unable to tear their eyes away. Feng Rou's cheeks flushed with warmth, her heart racing inexplicably as she watched him throw back his head and howl. The man's tenacity and resilience radiated like a beacon, instilling a profound sense of security within her. Lin Yu clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with admiration. Brother Lu is truly remarkable. Not the slightest bit daunted by this torrential rain. I'm nearly terrified by the thunder and lightning. Although Lin Shui felt weak, her gaze was filled with awe as she nodded softly. Brother Lu is so brave. Lu Yun, have some porridge to warm yourself. Feng Rou called out, balancing a bowl of warm congee on a piece of tattered canvas as she carefully approached him. Lu Yun accepted the bowl and drank it down, the warmth dispelling the chill that clung to him. Wiping his mouth, he smiled at Feng Rou. Thank you. Hurry back. Don't worry. I'll dig a little longer. When Lu Yun finally paused, the pond had deepened by nearly half, and the adjacent pit was successfully connected, rainwater flowing steadily into it, transforming it into a vibrant green reservoir. Stretching his back, he stood tall, soaked yet invigorated. He shouted towards the shelter, all done. We won't have to worry about water anymore. Feng Rou nodded vigorously, then come back quickly. It's dangerous outside. Upon returning to the shelter, Feng Rou promptly handed him a set of dry clothes, while Lin Yu stoked the fire, making it blaze brighter. The four of them sat together, sipping congee and listening to the rhythm of the rain outside, the shelter enveloped in warmth. Feng Rou gazed at the droplets still clinging to Lu Yun's face, quietly thinking, with him around, even trapped on this deserted island, there's nothing to fear. Just then, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly cleaved the night sky, illuminating the camp inside and out. Lin Shui, who had been leaning against the fire pit and had just begun to feel better, froze in shock. Her eyes widened to their fullest, pupils constricting as if she had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable, her face draining of color. Ah, a ghost. There's a ghost. A piercing scream shattered the rain's veil as Lin Shui clamped her hands over her eyes, her hair standing on end, her body trembling uncontrollably. In a frenzied panic, she leapt up and sprinted towards the dark beach, her strength astonishing, completely unlike a woman who had just recovered from a fever. Schwer. Lu Yun's heart raced as he hurried after her, reaching out to grab her, but she broke free with surprising force. At that moment, Lin Shui was like a whirlwind, her explosive energy leaving Lu Yun momentarily unable to catch her. Sister, what's wrong? Lin Yu was also terrified, her spirit nearly shattered, and she hurriedly followed after, her voice filled with panic and confusion. The two of them exerted tremendous effort to finally restrain Lin Shui. Yet, she continued to struggle desperately, repeatedly shouting, let me go. There's a ghost. Can't you see it? Let me go. It's too dangerous here. Lu Yun firmly grasped her trembling shoulders, his tone urgent yet composed. Schwer. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you. Show me where the ghost is. Lin Shui trembled as she lowered her hands, tear-filled eyes quivering as she pointed to an old locust tree at the edge of the camp, her voice laced with sobs and overwhelming fear. There, on that tree. Just now, something was crouching up there. Lu Yun followed her gaze. The night was as dark as ink, and the torrential rain made it difficult to discern anything. Only the vague outline of the trunk was visible. He gently patted Lin Shui's back. You go back to the shed with Lin Yu to avoid the rain. I will take a look. Don't be afraid. No, I want to go back. Lin Shui vigorously shook her head, her eyes brimming with despair. Just kill me. If you kill me now, I still want to dare to return. Brother Lu, I am not lying. There is truly a ghost. Lu Yun ceased his words, picked up the axe leaning against the shed, and strode towards the old locust tree. The rain pelted his face, but he paid it no mind, cautiously approaching the trunk while scanning his surroundings. Upon reaching the tree, he looked up. The branches were thick and rustled in the rain, yet nothing unusual was visible. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yun swung the axe, striking the trunk 3 times. The dull thud of the axe embedding into the wood resonated with the tremors of the tree, causing the rainwater on the leaves to cascade down. He circled the tree, meticulously inspecting every branch, confirming that nothing was concealed above, before slowly turning back towards the camp. Schwer, you must have misseen. There is nothing on the tree. Lu Yun set the axe aside and softly inquired, what exactly did you see? Lin Shui took a deep breath, vigorously rubbing her tear-streaked eyes, her voice still trembling with fear. I did not missee. There was indeed something on the tree. It looked just like those cavemen from the movies. She swallowed hard, her eyes wide with terror as she described it in detail. It was entirely white, as pale as paper, devoid of any color. It was tall and hunched over, completely hairless, with wrinkled skin clinging to its bones, its protruding ribs and grotesque joints visible. When the lightning flashed, I saw it clearly. It was crouched on a branch, staring motionlessly at the shed, and it was so frightening. Feng Rou, from within the shed, stepped out, and upon hearing Lin Shui's account, her expression darkened. Lin Yu tightly embraced her sister, her voice quivering. Could it be that you're feverish and hallucinating? It's not a hallucination. Lin Shui shouted excitedly. I saw it clearly. That thing is real. It's right there on that tree. Lu Yun's brow furrowed as he once again gazed at the old locust tree. The torrential rain continued to pour, and the night remained thick. Yet a heightened sense of vigilance settled in his heart. The description provided by Lin Shui was alarmingly specific, suggesting that it was not merely a figment of imagination. Could it be that this desolate island indeed harbors some unknown secrets? Chapter 49. I will help you build a big house. Upon hearing her sister Lin Shui's account, Lin Yu's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet, and her blood seemed to freeze in her veins. She knew her sister all too well. Lin Shui, with her naturally cheerful and vivacious disposition, was exceedingly bold, far braver than her timid younger sibling, and certainly not the type to succumb to baseless fears. For her typically fearless sister to be reduced to such a state of frenzy and terror could not possibly be the result of mere hallucination. Clutching Lin Shui's icy, trembling hand tightly, Lin Yu turned to Lu Yun, her voice quaking with suppressed sobs and profound dread. Brother Lu, my sister would never speak falsely about something so critical to our lives. There is definitely something amiss here. We are in real danger. What should we do now? Lu Yun furrowed his brow, an unsettling pang of anxiety striking him. The horrific scene they had witnessed earlier in the woods, where the unfortunate met their untimely demise, lingered vividly in his mind. The grotesque remnants of human remains were indelibly etched in his memory. Now, confronted with this bizarre occurrence, even his usual composure faltered. Yet, as he pondered further, he realized that in such torrential rain and darkness, the scattered survivors along the coast were likely in no better situation than themselves. What could he possibly do? The inky blackness outside, coupled with the relentless downpour, rendered the idea of recklessly plunging into the vast forest with only a rusty axe absurd. Setting aside the question of whether he could even locate the entity Lin Shui had mentioned, the treacherous, slippery path alone posed a significant danger. He might very well injure himself before encountering any real threat. However, as the sole pillar of support for these three girls, he felt compelled to project strength and resolve, masking any hint of trepidation. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Yun forcefully quelled his inner unrest, adopting an unusually calm and resolute tone. Everyone, remain composed. You should return to the shelter and rest. I will stand guard outside. If anything dares to emerge and cause trouble, I will confront it immediately. At that moment, you need only to flee to safety. But we must not head towards the beach. Given the pitch blackness and the torrential rain, the paths are treacherous and muddy, hindering our escape and increasing the risk of accidents. Our campsite is elevated, providing a clear view. Whether it is a wild beast or the kind of monster Lin Shui described, we will be able to see them coming from a distance and prepare accordingly. However, if we choose to descend from this vantage point and venture into the woods, we would be stepping into their territory, rendering ourselves vulnerable. The three girls exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Yet, upon reflecting on Lu Yun's words, they recognized the logic in his reasoning. With no better alternative at hand, they nodded in agreement, trembling as they retreated back into the shelter. Lu Yun tightly gripped the axe in his hand, and by the entrance of the makeshift shelter, he sought out a sturdy branch to lean against, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The rain showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified, hammering down upon the roof with a cacophony that threatened to uproot the entire structure. Rather than remain idle at the door, he ventured into the torrential downpour, laboriously setting up rudimentary traps around the camp. He struggled to move several heavy stones and cut thick branches, plunging them deeply into the soft earth at an angle, securing sharpened stones to their tips, thus creating a series of makeshift barriers. Additionally, he excavated shallow pits along the pathways surrounding the shelter, lining them with gravel and thorny vines, then delicately covering them with thin branches and dried grass to disguise his traps. Upon completing these arduous tasks, his body was caked in mud, yet he paid little heed to his disheveled state as he returned to the shelter to meticulously inspect every corner. The temporary structure was ill-equipped to withstand such relentless rain, and some areas were already beginning to leak. Icy droplets cascaded through the crevices of the roof, forming a thin layer of murky water on the ground. The dried grass that once lay beneath was now saturated, cold, and clammy. Lu Yun, trudging through the muddy terrain, searched desperately for usable materials, eventually locating a few tattered tarps and some dry reeds. He carefully patched the leaking spots, endeavoring to minimize the influx of rainwater into the shelter. Every action was an exertion, each movement demanding considerable strength. Rainwater streamed down his forehead, blurring his vision, forcing him to intermittently wipe his brow as he continued his labor. Inside the shelter, three girls huddled closely together atop the only relatively dry patch of grass, their feet submerged in icy, biting water, which splashed mud upon the slightest movement. Outside, The howling winds and torrential rain raged on, accompanied by an ominous, unknown threat. They trembled violently, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, their faces etched with despair and disarray. The amalgamation of fear, helplessness, and uncertainty threatened to push them to the brink of collapse. Fong Ro clung tightly to Lu Yun's arm, her cheek pressed against him as if seeking a sliver of safety. Lin Yu curled her body, gripping Lu Yun's waist with hands that turned pale from exertion. The friliest among them, Lin Shui, burrowed into Lu Yun's embrace, clinging to him like a koala. Her head resting against his chest, her body trembling incessantly, too frightened to even breathe audibly. Lu Yun felt the weight of the three girls upon him. Acutely aware of their fear and dependence, with his rough palm, he gently patted their backs, soothing them with tender words while quietly instilling courage, dispelling the despair that loomed in their hearts. Do not fear, do not fear. I am here, and I shall protect you. Let us discuss our plans for the future. When the rain ceases tomorrow, if rescue has not yet arrived, we shall no longer remain in this makeshift shelter. At dawn tomorrow, I shall lead you in felling trees and moving stones, and we will construct a truly sturdy and secure permanent shelter upon this high platform. We shall build the walls thick and fortify the roof tightly, so it can shield us from the wind and rain, as well as protect us from the beasts and the phantoms spoken of by Schwer, granting us a genuine and stable home on this desolate island. He paused, his tone growing ever more resolute and powerful, imbued with a compelling strength. Tomorrow we shall commence our labor. Whether for the sake of survival or to guard against the unknown perils, we must rely upon our own hands to forge our existence. As long as we unite in purpose, no obstacle shall prove insurmountable. We will undoubtedly thrive on this island. Listening to Lu Yun's coherent and forceful plan, and feeling the warmth and steadiness radiating from his palm, the three girls found their once turbulent hearts calmed, if only slightly. Outside the hut, the torrential rain continued to rage, and the shadows of fear had yet to dissipate. Yet at this moment, Lu Yun stood like a tree deeply rooted in this barren isle, steadfastly supporting them, becoming their sole anchor of hope amidst despair. Chapter 50. The enduring night. The rain lashed against the hut throughout the night like countless whips. The fierce wind howled, carrying the deluge, causing the branches atop the roof to creak and groan as if they might collapse at any moment. The mud within the hut accumulated, and the chilling dampness crept up their pant legs. The three girls huddled within Lu Yun's embrace, their physical exhaustion and mental strain finally overwhelming them. As they gradually succumbed to a shallow slumber, Fong Ro and Lin Yu leaned against Lu Yun's shoulder, their breathing relatively steady, though their brows remained furrowed, reflecting their unease even in sleep, occasionally flinching at the sound of thunder outside. Meanwhile, Lin Shui, curled in Lu Yun's arms, slept fitfully, her brow knitted, her pale face marked by traces of unshed tears. She would sporadically struggle awake, her small hands clutching Lu Yun's clothing tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the fabric, murmuring incoherently, "Do not come near, monsters! Help!" Her voice trembled with a cry, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking Lu Yun's garment. Lu Yun's heart ached at the sight. He quickly placed his rough palm gently upon her back, his voice soft and soothing. "Do not fear, Schwer, all is well. I am here, and the monsters dare not approach." He repeated his tender reassurances, carefully wiping away her tears with his fingertips, his touch gentle as though he were cradling a fragile treasure. Throughout the night, Lu Yun remained vigilant, his eyes keenly fixed on the entrance of the hut, the axe never leaving his grip. Amidst the thunderous roar of the rain, even the faintest sound was magnified. The rustle of leaves in the wind, the patter of rain, and even the distant, unknown roars of beasts sent his nerves into a tight coil, every hair on his body standing on end as he entered a state of heightened alertness. He would grip the axe tightly, holding his breath to discern the sounds, only relaxing once he confirmed they were merely natural noises. Yet his anxious heart could not find peace. Lu Yun dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, remaining vigilant to the sounds outside, prepared for the monstrous entity that Lin Shui had described, while simultaneously tending to the three girls in his arms. Fong Ro's shoulder slipped, and he gently supported her waist, allowing her to lean in more comfortably. Lin Yu's hair was matted with mud and water, and he carefully helped her to disentangle it. When Lin Shui awoke once more from her nightmare, crying out, he held her tighter, using the warmth of his chest to comfort her trembling form. The chill seeped into his bones, the damp clothing clinging to him numbing his senses, his eyelids heavy as if weighted with lead, yet he resolutely persevered through sheer willpower. Lu Yun gazed into the inky darkness of the rain, his mind replaying Lin Shui's portrayal of the monster, unable to shake the horrific images witnessed earlier in the forest. Anxiety and determination churned within him. Whatever that creature may be, he must safeguard these three girls. Time passed unmeasured until the horizon finally brightened with the soft hues of dawn. The torrential rain gradually diminished, transforming into a gentle patter. Observing the three girls still slumbering in his embrace, the tension that had gripped him throughout the night began to ease. His arms were already numb and aching. Yet he dared not shift, fearful of waking them. He inhaled deeply, the air infused with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil, as the distant sky slowly illuminated, heralding the arrival of a new day. The tempest had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, akin to the temperament of a summer island. Moments before, it had poured relentlessly, yet with the dawn, it began to wane. The last few drops of rain tapped softly upon the roof, only to be swiftly pierced by the sun's rays, which cascaded golden light upon the island, dispelling the dampness and gloom of the night. The campsite's elevated platform had transformed into a quagmire, murky water mingling with dark, viscous mud, squelching underfoot with each step. Puddles of varying depths sprawled about, splashing mud upon the slightest movement. Leaning against the wooden pillar of the shelter, Lu Yun's face bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue, his eyes bloodshot and sunken. Having endured a sleepless night with his nerves perpetually taut, he felt as though every joint in his body ached, his eyelids heavy like leaden weights. Fong Ro was the first to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she caught sight of Lu Yun's weary visage, her heart aching for him. She quietly shifted closer, gently pulling him into her embrace, allowing his head to rest securely against her chest. Lu Yun nestled in, inhaling the faint, refreshing scent of grass and foliage. As he felt the softness and warmth of Fong Ro against him, the tension that had gripped him throughout the night finally dissipated, replaced by a comforting warmth within his heart. "You've worked hard." Fong Ro's voice was tender enough to melt the coldest of ice. She lifted her hand to stroke Lu Yun's tousled hair, her fingers slowly massaging his temples with a gentle touch, alleviating his fatigue. A hoarse smile graced Lu Yun's lips, his voice dry from the long night. "It's nothing. With such a considerate woman by my side, every hardship is worthwhile." Fong Ro gently nudged Lin Yu and Lin Shui, still peacefully asleep beside Lu Yun, whispering, "It's dawn. The rain has stopped. Rest assured, all is well." Lin Yu rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up, while Lin Shui remained in a state of drowsy confusion. As she opened her eyes, her gaze inadvertently swept to the old locust tree at the edge of the camp, and the horrifying memories of the previous night surged back like a tidal wave. Lin Shui shivered involuntarily. She pouted, nervously swallowed, her eyes filled with an indelible sense of dread. Lu Yun, sensing her unease, patted her back reassuringly, his tone feigning nonchalance. "Don't dwell on it. I'll check that tree. I guarantee there's nothing to worry about." With that, he picked up the axe leaning nearby and strode toward the ancient tree. The front of the tree appeared pristine, with only the damp leaves glistening with droplets of water, showing no signs of anything amiss. However, as he circled to the back, his pupils dilated sharply. There, etched into the rough bark, were several sharp claw marks, deeply embedded, with ragged edges suggesting a recent climb. Beneath the tree, in the muck, lay a series of footprints that resembled neither human nor beast, each as large as an adult's hand, with toes splayed wide and each tip marked by sharp claw imprints. These tracks led 3 or 4 steps toward the camp before abruptly veering off into the depths of the forest, leaving a disturbingly clear trail. It was evident that whatever creature had stealthily approached the camp last night had inexplicably retreated to its lair. A chill coursed up Lu Yun's spine, his heart racing as cold sweat broke out on his back. The evidence was irrefutable. Lin Shui's experience was no mere illusion. There truly lurked a monster within this forest. He suppressed the rising fear within him, unwilling to reveal the truth to the girls for fear of plunging them into panic once more. Lu Yun raised the axe and meticulously scraped away the claw marks from the tree's trunk, then forcefully stomped on the footprints in the mud, grinding them down until the traces were completely obscured. Once satisfied, he brushed off the wood shavings and mud from his hands, deliberately straightened his posture, and returned to the girls with an air of casual confidence. "Oh, Shui, I think you must have misseen it. There's nothing wrong, just an ordinary tree." Lin Shui blinked, still doubtful, a flicker of lingering fear in her eyes as she murmured, "Really?" Lu Yun reached out to ruffle her hair, smiling with unwavering certainty. "Absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can go check for yourself. I've examined it thoroughly, not even a bug in sight." Lin Shui quickly shook her head, huddling closer to Lin Yu. "I want to look. If you say there's nothing, then there's nothing. Perhaps I was just too tense yesterday and misinterpreted things." "Exactly. Don't overthink it." Lu Yun nodded, then called out, "Come on, ladies, let us tidy up the camp. Look, this shelter is flooded. There's hardly a place to step." The water inside the shelter had risen past their ankles, a murky mixture of muddy water and decaying straw exuding a faint odor of mildew. Lu Yun led the way, pulling back the tarp from the shelter to let the sunlight stream in for drying. He chopped down a few straight saplings and constructed a simple clothesline in the clearing, hanging the wet canvas and damp clothes upon it. Lin Yu and Fang Rou followed suit, clearing the clutter from the shelter and spreading out the salvageable straw beneath the drying line to air out. Lin Shui gradually relaxed her mind, assisting in gathering the scattered twigs and tools. Lu Yun, meanwhile, heft a shovel, meticulously scooping the muck from the camp and heaping it into a small mound at the edge of the elevated area. Brother Lu, isn't it rather filthy to leave this mire here? Shouldn't we dispose of it in the woods? Lin Shui inquired, wrinkling her brow at the pile of dark, muddy earth. Lu Yun straightened, wiping the sweat from his forehead, the sunlight glinting off his face as beads of perspiration shimmered. It would be a waste to discard it. This mud holds significant utility. He gestured towards the muck, elaborating, once it dries sufficiently, we can mold it into earthen bricks or mix it with straw to create a slurry. This mixture will be invaluable when constructing our shelter. It's akin to the traditional earth used in rural homes before the advent of cement, effectively binding stones and timber, sturdy and waterproof, ensuring we can erect a permanent refuge. The girls suddenly comprehended. Lin Yu smiled and remarked, I see. Let us gather more. It will be perfect for adding materials to our new home. The sun blazed ever more fiercely, warming their bodies, and laughter began to resonate throughout the camp. Lu Yun observed the diligent figures of the three girls, casting a discreet glance at the lush, enigmatic forest in the distance. Regardless of the nature of the creature lurking there, he was determined to construct a robust shelter swiftly, safeguarding those around him and ensuring their survival on this desolate island. Chapter 51. Hardened ground above the camp. The group was fervently engaged in their tasks. The sun shone blindingly bright, but did little to diminish their enthusiasm. The once ethereal girls, with their fair, delicate skin, now toiled unceremoniously beneath the scorching sun, rolling up their pants and sleeves, wholly absorbed in their work. Fang Rou had hiked her trousers high, revealing her slender, alabaster calves, glistening under the sunlight. As she bent to scoop earth, her rounded form subtly arched, showcasing her voluptuous silhouette. Lin Yu and Lin Shui mimicked her actions, diligently managing the debris on the ground. The sight of the three girls, all bent over in unison, formed a vivid and enticing tableau. Lu Yun found himself swallowing hard, his gaze unconsciously lingering upon them. Fang Rou seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, abruptly straightening and turning to glare at Lu Yun, her eyes imbued with a playful reproach and a hint of warning. She discreetly pointed towards Lin Yu and Lin Shui, conveying a clear message. He was to look only at her, not at the others. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly, quickly averting his gaze and feigning focus on the mud, though his heart swelled with delight. Just then, from the direction of the forest, the bright cries of children echoed. Following the sound, he observed Lu Qing tugging two children along, precariously navigating the uneven terrain towards the elevated area. The ground beneath her feet remained slick from the recent rain. As she ascended the slope, her foot suddenly slipped, and she was on the verge of tumbling face first into the mud. Lu Yun promptly dashed forward, firmly grasping Lu Qing's arm to steady her. She regained her balance and cast a grateful smile in his direction, her voice warm and gentle. Thank you. Her clothing was splattered with mud, the hems of her trousers and skirt thoroughly soaked, clearly having been soiled by the stagnant water and muck in the woods along the way. Though her appearance was somewhat disheveled, it did not diminish the allure of her mature femininity. What brings you here? Lu Yun inquired hastily, his gaze sweeping over her and the two children, already forming a conjecture in his mind. Lu Qing smiled, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. We came to lend a hand. You all live in this camp, surrounded by mud, and with the ground so soft after yesterday's heavy rain. You must have had quite a time. We thought that with the rain having ceased and the sun shining, we would come and see if we could offer some assistance. A warmth spread through Lu Yun's heart. How did you manage yesterday? Lu Qing gestured towards the beach camp, her tone laced with a hint of relief. Fortunately, those two rascals didn't return all night. Their tent was vacated, and we all squeezed into it, making do for the night. It was all right. At least no one caught a cold. Liu Bing and Zhangja haven't returned? Lu Yun's heart jolted, prompting him to inquire further. Lu Qing nodded heavily, a look of perplexity crossing her face. Indeed, they haven't shown up all night. We've been speculating among ourselves, and no one knows what they could be up to. Lu Yun pondered quietly. With such torrential rain and darkness, if Liu Bing and Zhangja were truly stranded outside, they would have nowhere to go. Anyone in their situation would have rushed back to the camp to escape the downpour. Yet their prolonged absence was decidedly suspicious. It likely concealed some undisclosed secret. He contemplated two possibilities. Either they had encountered a ferocious beast in the woods and had been devoured, or they had discovered a clandestine refuge, a place unknown to anyone else. Hence, They felt emboldened to brave the storm and remain absent throughout the night, unconcerned about finding shelter. Either scenario carried an air of peculiar significance. Noticing Lu Yun lost in thought, Lu Qing gently waved her delicate, fair hand before his eyes. Her voice imbued with tender curiosity. What's wrong? Little Lu, what are you thinking about? Oh, nothing, nothing. Lu Yun returned to the present, quickly retracting his thoughts. His gaze settling on the mud-laden ground beneath him. He surveyed the mounds of muck resembling small hills and smiled at Lu Qing. Sister Lu, this work is both dirty and exhausting. It's all backbreaking labor. You might find it too strenuous. Brother Lu, you underestimate us. The little boy beside them interjected defiantly, puffing out his chest as he snatched the small shovel from Lin Yu's hands, gripping it tightly. With a tenacious spirit, he emulated Lu Yun's actions, shoveling the mud with surprising agility and speed. Seeing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle, stepping forward to ruffle the boy's hair. All right, give it to me. You're still young. It's better you do something lighter. Go help Brother Lu gather some banana leaves and licorice, would you? Okay. The little boy readily agreed, returning the shovel to Lu Yun. The little girl beside him tugged at her brother's shirt, and the two of them joyfully raced towards the edge of the woods. Their bouncing movements resembled those of two cheerful little birds, eagerly searching for fresh banana leaves and dried licorice. Lu Yun gazed at the retreating figures of the children, feeling a warm sense of satisfaction enveloping his heart. These children truly understood gratitude. He had merely treated them to a hearty meal the day before, and they had remembered it in their hearts, proactively coming to assist him early this morning. Such pure intentions were particularly heartwarming. Meanwhile, Lu Qing joined Feng Rou, Lin Yu, and Lin Shui with a smile. She rolled up her sleeves and lifted her skirt, joining them in shoveling mud and tidying up the clutter. Her figure was more voluptuous than that of the three young girls, with graceful curves that exuded the unique charm of a mature woman in every gesture. Even though she was smeared with mud at that moment, it did little to diminish her allure. Rather, it added an earthy vibrancy that was irresistibly captivating. Lu Yun cast a couple of glances before quickly averting his gaze. At his youthful age, lingering on such beauty might lead to distractions, making it difficult for him to focus on his work. Regaining his composure, Lu Yun picked up a shovel and swiftly made his way towards the seaside, contemplating the materials he could find for building a house. Upon reaching the shore, the tide had just receded, revealing numerous stones washed ashore by the waves. Lu Yun bent down, meticulously searching the beach for flat, regular stones. These stones, when laid on the ground, provided a firm, even surface and were waterproof and non-slip, perfectly addressing the muddy conditions of the campsite. His keen eyes scanned the beach like radar, and upon spotting suitable stones, he would bend to pick them up, assessing their thickness and size. Those that met his criteria were placed into a sturdy box he had previously found on the beach, which was spacious and robust. As he walked and collected stones, his fingers became slightly red from the rough edges, yet he remained oblivious to the discomfort. He selectively gathered moderately sized, non-sharp flat stones, accumulating dozens of pounds until the box was nearly full, its weight causing it to bulge slightly. Fortunately, his physical prowess was remarkable, lifting the box laden with stones. He felt a weight on his shoulder, yet managed to maintain his balance. Adjusting his stance to evenly distribute the load, he took long strides towards the campsite. The sand bore his uneven footprints, and sunlight illuminated his sweat-drenched back, highlighting the defined muscles beneath. Chapter 52. Will you work for me? With a box full of stones weighing down his shoulder, Lu Yun trudged back through the muddy stretch between the beach and the campsite, his steps firm and steady. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his shirt as he walked. The busy Feng Rou, Lin Yu, Lin Shui, and Lu Qing noticed him and quickly set aside their tasks to assist him in unloading the box. The stones clinked together with a clattering sound. Lu Qing, gazing at the box filled with uniformly sized stones, looked on in astonishment and asked, Little Lu, what are you planning to do with these stones? Lu Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead, grinned, and pointed to the muddy ground beneath his feet. Look at this seaside. The summer air is already heavy with moisture, and the vapor evaporated from the ocean easily condenses into rain when it encounters cooler temperatures, coupled with the active air currents on the island. The rain falls frequently and heavily. Although the campsite we chose is elevated, the soil is loose, and once it rains, it turns into a quagmire, making it incredibly inconvenient to navigate. After a brief pause, he continued, Therefore, I plan to use these stone fragments to pave the ground, creating a simple hard surface. This way, we won't have to worry about the mud when it rains. Lu Qing suddenly understood, clapping her hands. Oh, so you're planning to harden the ground? That's a splendid idea. She couldn't help but ask, So, are you really intending to stay here for a long time? We can't just wait idly for rescue, can we? Lu Yun nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Everyone is hoping for rescue, but if we merely wait day in and day out, we might not endure for much longer. The weather on this island is unpredictable, alternating between torrential rain and scorching sun. This makeshift shelter is barely adequate, and should any danger arise, we won't even have a secure place to hide. Therefore, I intend to harden the ground and build a proper house. Only then can we have a true refuge. What kind of house do you plan to build? Lu Qing inquired curiously. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before responding. Given our limited manpower, the first thing that comes to mind is to construct a wooden cabin. We can start by felling trees. Utilizing mortise and tenon joints for the cabin is efficient, and the materials are readily available. I could manage to complete it alone in just a few days, and the pace would be quite swift. He then shifted his tone to discuss the drawbacks. However, wooden cabins have their disadvantages as well. The coastal humidity makes the wood susceptible to dampness, mold, and insect infestation, which leads to unpleasant odors over time. Moreover, they offer no fire resistance, which is a significant concern, and most critically, wooden structures lack sturdiness. In the event of wild animals or other dangers, they could be easily breached, rendering them unsafe. In summary, wooden cabins have both pros and cons. He gazed toward the distant dense forest and added, building a stone house would be an excellent choice. Although it requires more time and effort, it is durable, waterproof, fire-resistant, and can withstand wild beasts. That would be a true permanent sanctuary. Lu Qing sighed, a hint of helplessness on her face. If that's the case, we should build a stone house. Unfortunately, we lack the strength to be of much help to you. Don't say that. Lu Yun quickly waved his hand. I appreciate your willingness to assist. That alone means a lot to me. I can manage this at my own pace, so there's no rush. Your help today in tidying up the campsite has already been a tremendous support. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Yun did not linger any longer and turned back toward the seaside. He intended to collect more stone fragments. However, as he approached the spot where he had previously gathered stones, he saw a group of 10 crew members squatting on the beach. Their heads bowed as they diligently picked up stones, their hands and arms already piled high with them. Lu Yun was taken aback and hurried over to ask, "Brothers, what are you doing collecting stones here?" The leading crew member scratched his head and replied with a hearty smile, "We don't really know what these stones are for. We saw you collecting them earlier and noticed you carried back a whole box full, so we thought there must be some special use for them. Seeing you gather them, we figured we might as well collect a few ourselves, just in case they come in handy." Lu Yun found himself in a rather amusing predicament and waved his hands dismissively. "My friends, you have tents to stay in. Picking up these stones is futile. I am collecting them solely to firm up the muddy ground where I reside. There is no other purpose." Upon hearing this, the sailors cast aside the stones in their hands, their faces reflecting disappointment. "Oh, I thought you had discovered some treasure. Seeing you lugging around so many stones, we followed you for quite a while, assuming these stones had some special significance on this island. It turns out they are just ordinary rubble. Indeed, what a wasted effort. This is quite disheartening," someone muttered, preparing to turn away. However, Lu Yun had a sudden inspiration and called out to them, "Hold on, brothers. Please don't leave just yet." The sailors halted, turning back to look at him with curiosity. "What is it? Do you have something to say? Do you have any plans for today?" Lu Yun inquired. The leading sailor exchanged glances with the others, then shook his head. "What plans could we possibly have? Lu Bing and Zhang Jia haven't returned all night. Regardless of how much they used to flaunt their authority, at least we had a leader, someone to rally around. Now that they are nowhere to be found, we are like a scattered bunch, each looking out for themselves." Another sailor chimed in with a look of resignation. The meager supplies of bread and biscuits left in the camp were manageable with Lu Bing's oversight. Each person got a share, but now, with no one keeping watch, everyone is hoarding what they can. If this continues, we'll run out of food before long. Lu Yun nodded, understanding their plight, and smiled as he asked, "So, is what you have sufficient to eat?" The sailors shook their heads in confusion. "Sufficient for what? With over 100 people and so little stock, we can barely stretch it for a day or two. It will definitely not last. Since you have nothing to do and are worried about food, would you be interested in working for me?" Lu Yun proposed. The sailors erupted in laughter, asking, "Work for you? What benefits do we gain?" "I will teach you how to climb trees and gather fruit, how to make simple fishing gear to catch fish and shrimp, and also how to identify edible wild vegetables." Lu Yun's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable allure. In this desolate island, acquiring these survival skills was far more valuable than merely waiting idly for food to run out. At his words, the sailors instantly perked up. Though they were seafarers accustomed to life on the ocean, they had no experience in surviving on a deserted island. With food dwindling, the skills Lu Yun spoke of seemed like a lifeline. "All right, we're in." The leading sailor readily agreed. The others surged forward, chattering excitedly, "Absolutely. As long as you can truly teach us the skills to survive on this island, we will work for you. What do you need us to do?" Someone eagerly asked. "What shall we do first?" Lu Yun pointed to the shards of stone on the beach and replied with a smile. It's quite simple. First, help me gather enough stones to pave the ground, and then we will tidy up the camp together. Pave the ground? The sailors exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. All right. Laying the ground is merely a task. As long as one acquires survival skills, any endeavor is worthwhile. Chapter 53. Strength in numbers. Are you planning to settle down here? Not returning home. A young crew member in his early 20s could no longer contain himself and jest, his tone laced with a casual irreverence. Lu Yun cast a brief glance in his direction, choosing not to respond, and continued to bend down to pick up a piece of neatly edged stone. Beside him, an older crew member, weathered by time, clicked his tongue and playfully patted the young man on the back of his head. You young rascal. Why concern yourself with so much? Having a full stomach is more important than anything else. Don't you want to eat? Of course I do. The young crew member replied, covering the back of his head while grinning, his tone softening immediately. If you wish to eat, then refrain from idle chatter. Do as you're told, and keep your nose out of unnecessary matters. The older crew member waved his hand dismissively and turned to the others. Come on, let us get to work. Collecting stones isn't difficult, is it? Anything is better than being idle and hungry in the camp. The group nodded in agreement, falling silent. Finally, Lu Yun spoke, pointing to the stones on the beach. Choose flat and regular stones, at least 2 fingers thick, with edges not too sharp. This way, the ground will be stable and less likely to hurt our feet. He demonstrated by picking up a suitable stone and presenting it to the group. Follow the standard. The size doesn't need to be overly precise. The crew members mimicked his actions, bending down to search the beach. Lu Yun joined them, not remaining idle. Although each person could only carry a small amount at a time, their numbers made up for it. Groups of a dozen or so made repeated trips to transport stones to the camp, the sounds of footsteps and clattering stones resonating across the beach. Once the first batch of stones was brought to the elevated camp, the crew members truly set foot in this forested haven for the first time. They curiously gazed around, whispering and pointing at various sites. This campsite is quite well chosen. It's south elevated and close to a spring, making water retrieval convenient. One crew member remarked, gesturing toward a nearby pond with approval. Immediately, someone countered, what is so impressive about having water? This island receives plenty of rain, after yesterday's downpour. Our camp has no shortage of water. Many have dug pits on the beach to store rainwater, enough to last us several days. Exactly. Even if we run low on water, it's not a concern with the ocean nearby. I've heard some are even figuring out distillation methods. Boiling seawater to produce fresh water. With patience, how could we ever lack for water? Another crew member chimed in, his tone somewhat dismissive, believing the water advantage of Lu Yun's camp to be insignificant. Yet, despite this, the water here is far cleaner than stored rainwater, and there is no need for the effort of distillation. Someone argued, holding firm to their perspective. Clean water doesn't substitute for food. What we need now is sustenance, not water. The discussions became a cacophony, with some praising the campsite selection while others deemed it average, each voicing their opinions without consensus. At that moment, several crew members noticed Fong Ro and Lu Qing, who were busy organizing supplies, and immediately greeted them with smiles. After all, they were colleagues from the same ship and had previously met. Fong Ro, Lu Qing, what a surprise to see you here. Fong Ro looked up and, upon recognizing them, smiled with a hint of surprise. What brings you here? Ah, it was this brother Lu who invited us. One of the crew members pointed at Lu Yun, who had just arrived with a load of stones. He asked us to help gather stones to build a house. He promised to teach us how to climb trees to pick wild fruits, catch fish and shrimp, and survive on this island. Fong Ro nodded in understanding, her smile broadening as she replied, then be sure to work hard. Brother Lu is indeed capable. You won't go wrong following him. After exchanging a few polite words, the group engaged in light banter. Some inquired about her comfort in this new environment, while others cautioned her to stay safe. Fong Ro responded cheerfully, reminding them to watch their step in the muddy terrain. Once pleasantries were over, the group wasted no time and grabbed their tools, hurrying towards the beach with a newfound vigor. The saying that many hands make light work proved true, with a dozen people collaborating. They moved stones back and forth between the beach and the campsite. By noon, 3 small mounds of stones had formed atop the elevated campsite, gleaming in the sunlight with a solid, bluish-gray hue. Lu Yun circled the stone piles, estimating their quantity before addressing the group. Let's form teams. 7 or 8 of you continue transporting stones from the beach, while the rest will help me lay the stones. As soon as he finished speaking, a stout crew member rubbed his growling stomach, chuckling as he remarked, Brother Lu, it's nearly mealtime. We've worked all morning, and our stomachs are empty. You see. His meaning was clear, subtly hinting at hoping for a meal from Lu Yun. Lu Yun readily agreed. No problem, don't worry. If you work with me, no one will go hungry. With that, He turned and headed towards the grove beside the campsite. The edge of the grove was lined with numerous coconut trees, their sturdy trunks rising straight into the sky, adorned with clusters of green coconuts that were quite tempting to behold. The crew members gathered around, frowning at the sight of the coconut trees. One remarked, scratching his head, "We tried climbing before, but the trunks are so slippery that we couldn't grip them at all. Our legs have been scraped several times." Indeed, another crew member rolled up his pants, revealing scabs on his knees. "In summer, our clothes are thin, and the rough bark makes it painful after just a few attempts. If we get infected here, there's nowhere to find medicine." They had long desired those coconuts, but either lacked the strength or could not hold on to the trunks. At best, they could gather some low-hanging wild fruits to satisfy their hunger, while the coconuts remained tantalizingly out of reach. Just as everyone was feeling despondent, Lu Yun arrived at the base of a coconut tree. He wrapped his arms around the trunk, using the natural grooves for footholds. With his knees slightly bent and his back straightened, he climbed with the agility of a nimble monkey, alternating his hands and feet in a fluid motion. Within moments, he had ascended to the midpoint of the trunk. The crew members below watched in awe. A few of the younger ones couldn't resist mimicking his posture, raising their hands to mimic the grip and kicking their legs as they chanted, "So that's how much effort it takes. We were using the wrong technique before." Lu Yun paid no heed to the commotion below as he ascended to the densely clustered branches of the coconut trees. With a firm twist of his wrist, he grasped a bunch of coconuts, and with a sharp crack, he broke them off, tossing them down carelessly. Immediately, the crew below reached out eagerly to catch the heavy coconuts, their faces alight with joy. Lu Yun continued to harvest several more bunches, then gracefully descended the trunk, landing soundlessly on the ground. He planned to switch to another tree to gather more, ensuring there would be enough for everyone. Climbing 3 more coconut trees in succession, he collected over a dozen coconuts, stacking them on the ground like a small green hill. The crew gathered around, some hastily attempting to smash the coconuts with their fists. However, the hard shells proved resilient. After much effort, only a few white marks remained, and they could not break them open. "Stop smashing. It's futile," Lu Yun called out. Picking up an axe resting nearby, he settled on a flat stone, placing a coconut upon it, and deftly struck the pointed top with the axe, creating a small opening. Gradually widening this aperture, he soon fashioned a circular hole large enough for a straw. "Come, one by one, I shall open them for you," he announced, proceeding to create openings in each coconut. The crew formed a line, eagerly taking the prepared coconuts, rushing them to their lips, and sipping eagerly. The sweet coconut water cascaded down their throats, instantly dispelling the heat and fatigue accumulated throughout the morning. One could not help but exclaim, "This is incredibly refreshing, far more satisfying than drinking fresh water." After they finished the coconut water, Lu Yun used the axe to split the coconuts in half, revealing the thick, snow-white flesh within. "The coconut meat is also edible. A sprinkle of salt enhances its flavor," he remarked, fetching a small jar of coarse salt previously prepared at the camp. The crew mimicked his actions, using their fingers to scoop out the coconut meat, which was delicate and slightly sweet, becoming more fragrant with each bite. As they feasted, they praised Lu Yun's skills, admiring his efficiency in climbing trees and harvesting coconuts, far surpassing their previous futile attempts. Chapter 54. A fresh start after consuming the coconuts. Several young crew members could no longer contain their excitement and urged their companions to join them beneath the coconut trees. Attempting to climb as Lu Yun had done moments before, some clung desperately to the trunk, unable to find a foothold, causing the tree to thrum with their efforts, leaving them dangling precariously in midair. Others managed to position their legs within the tree's grooves, but their backs lacked strength, and after climbing just a few steps, they slipped and landed on the ground, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. "Do not rush. Observe my movements closely," Lu Yun advised as he approached to demonstrate personally. He locked his hands around the textured trunk, applying pressure with his palms, bending his knees while squeezing the trunk with the inside of his calves. "It's not about pushing with your feet. It's about using the strength of your legs to lift your body. Keep your back straight and coordinate your movements. It's not merely about using your arms." As he spoke, he climbed a few steps in slow motion, pausing to highlight the points of exertion. "Do you see? Your legs must stay close. Your back must remain stable. With each step, maintain your balance. Do not panic." The crew members watched intently, understanding that this was not a game, but a lesson in a life-saving skill. Some, quick to grasp the technique, adjusted their positions accordingly, tightening their grip on the trunk and using their inner calves to hold on, managing to ascend halfway up the tree. As they continued to ascend, their arms and legs began to ache, and their strength waned, forcing them to slide down slowly while gasping. This task appears simple, yet climbing is truly exhausting. "It's quite normal. Everyone struggles at first," Lu Yun reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "This endeavor relies on skill and familiarity. With practice, your muscles will adapt." Mastery comes with time. There is no need to rush. Encouraged by his words, the others were undeterred and gathered in small groups to practice climbing the trees. Laughter and shouts occasionally echoed from the camp, alleviating some of the oppressive atmosphere of survival on a deserted island. After a brief respite, Lu Yun called everyone to action. All right, let's pause here for now. This afternoon, we shall prepare the ground and aim to organize the camp efficiently by the end of the day. Good. The group responded enthusiastically. Lu Yun then delineated the tasks for the afternoon. 7 or 8 individuals would continue to gather the remaining stones from the beach, ensuring an ample supply of materials. Fong Rou and Lu Qing, accompanied by Lin Yu, Lin Shui, and 2 children, were tasked with mixing the muddy remnants from the morning. They incorporated some dried straw, blending it into a thick paste to serve as the mortar for filling gaps. Lu Yun personally oversaw the placement of stones, directing the remaining crew to assist him. He began by meticulously leveling the ground with a shovel, compacting the soil underfoot to ensure a firm base. He then dug several shallow drainage ditches along the camp's periphery, preparing outlets to prevent water accumulation during rainstorms. Once the groundwork was laid, he selected the flattest stones from the pile and commenced laying them at the entrance of the shelter. He first spread a thin layer of mud evenly across the ground, then carefully placed the stones atop, gently tapping them into position. Once assured that the stones were level, he filled the gaps between them with mortar, ensuring they were tightly packed, and smoothed the surface with a trowel, securing the stones in place. The stones were arranged in a staggered pattern rather than in a straight line for enhanced stability. As he worked, Lu Yun instructed the nearby crew on the proper technique. He emphasized the importance of maintaining even gaps between each stone and ensuring that the mortar was thoroughly packed to avoid any voids, as rain could lead to leaks, and, over time, loosen the stones. The crew members attentively followed his lead, becoming increasingly adept in the sequence of applying mortar, laying stones, and filling gaps. Fong Rou and her team passed bucket after bucket of the prepared mortar. The children, wielding small shovels, diligently trailed behind, leveling excess mortar and removing any protruding clumps, mimicking the adults' actions with growing proficiency. With nearly 20 individuals working in unison, the efficiency was astounding. They toiled from afternoon until sunset, completely transforming the camp's ground. The slate-colored stones were meticulously arranged, their seams aligned perfectly, creating a seamless surface. The filled gaps were smooth and uniform, resembling a beautifully laid tile floor from afar. The previously muddy and soft ground was now immaculate, free from puddles and mire, providing a stable, dry, and refreshing surface to tread upon. The drainage outlets at the edge of the camp have been meticulously excavated, with several ditches extending down the slope of the elevated ground. This ensures that during the next rainfall, water will flow swiftly away through the channels, preventing accumulation within the camp. Lu Yun crouched down and tapped on the laid stones, producing a solid, resonant sound. He nodded with satisfaction, remarking that it was indeed sturdy, even in the event of a torrential downpour. They would no longer have to tread through muddy waters. The crew gazed at their transformed camp, pride illuminating their faces. This was the first time since their arrival on the island that they had tidied a space so efficiently with their own hands, shedding the previous disheveled appearance. Fong Rou approached, offering Lu Yun a clean cloth with a smile, saying, "You've worked hard. Look how beautifully the ground is laid, even more splendid than we imagined." Lu Yun accepted the cloth to wipe the sweat from his brow, and as he surveyed the camp and the bustling individuals around him, a sense of reassurance filled his heart. With this solidified ground, they could now lay the foundation for a shelter, as long as everyone worked together. Surviving on this deserted island seemed far less daunting. The crew gathered around the camp, their eyes brimming with envy. Their seaside camp was constantly battered by wind and rain, with the ground either a slippery beach or a trampled muddy expanse. Nothing compared to the neat and comfortable setting before them. "This place is quite presentable," one could not help but exclaim. "It surpasses our seaside camp by leaps and bounds, with trees shielding us from the sun and wind, and an abundance of fruit trees nearby. Living here is convenient and comfortable." An older crew member stepped forward, addressing Lu Yun. "Brother Lu, now that the ground is laid, what are your next plans?" Lu Yun lifted his gaze to the hazy horizon in the distance, declaring, "I intend to construct a substantial stone house, establishing a truly robust permanent shelter." Upon hearing this, the crew exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. The camaraderie they had developed while working together lingered, and as they looked at the tidy camp, a sense of belonging began to blossom within them. One of them tentatively inquired, "Will you need assistance in building the stone house?" Lu Yun nodded earnestly, replying, "Certainly. I cannot manage this alone." He gestured towards the lush forest in the distance, noting that while the island appeared sizable, the undulating mountains could be seen from the camp. Deep within the woods, there would surely be stones, but as you know, The forest harbors dangers, and I dare not venture recklessly inside. He then turned towards the coastal direction, stating, there are no mountains or readily available stones near the camp. I can only fetch them from the rocky shores. The distance isn't too far, but the stones are heavy, and moving them alone would take an eternity. I must have some assistance. Upon hearing this, the crew huddled together in small groups, whispering among themselves. Working alongside Lu Yun not only allowed them to acquire survival skills, but also ensured a steady meal, far better than sitting idle at the seaside camp, waiting for resources to dwindle. In no time, they reached a consensus and approached Lu Yun collectively. Brother Lu, if you need help, we are willing to stay and assist you. The lead crew member spoke up. We have a small request. Lu Yun had anticipated their thoughts, and, before he could finish, interjected with a smile, I know what you wish to say. Rest assured, as long as you work with me, I will provide you with 2 hearty meals each day, 1 meat and 1 fruit with wild vegetables, ensuring you are well fed and satisfied. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. The crew members' faces lit up with joy, their previous apprehensions dissipating in an instant. One jester among them clapped his thigh and laughed. Brother Lu, your arrangements are exceedingly comprehensive. With meat, vegetables, and fruits, it's not only nutritious but also quite healthy. If only there were eggs and noodles, it would be just like dining at home. This remark sparked hearty laughter among the group, instantly lightening the atmosphere of the camp. Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with confidence. Eggs and noodles are not a problem. As long as one is willing to think and put in the effort, we can find eggs and figure out how to make noodles. Trust me, follow my lead, and I will ensure that you eat and drink well on this island, living comfortably. Chapter 55. Sleeping together to gain courage with your word, we are in. The lead crew member declared, slapping his thigh decisively. Since rescue has yet to arrive, we might as well work alongside you, helping out while you provide our meals. We can work diligently and feel secure in our efforts. The others echoed their agreement, each face reflecting newfound determination, free from their earlier uncertainty. Lu Yun turned to Fong Ro, his tone suggesting collaboration. Did we not catch some wild boars previously? There is still plenty of pork left. Let us roast some of it. We can also prepare the wild vegetables we gathered and make a pot of soup. Soup is excellent for filling the stomach, conserving resources, warming the body, and providing sustenance. He paused, adding, additionally, let us stir-fry some pork with wild vegetables. Just a few simple dishes to ensure everyone is nourished and energetic for work. Fong Ro nodded with a smile. Don't worry, cooking is my forte. Leave this to me. You all focus on moving the stones. By the time you return, I promise everyone will enjoy a warm meal. With that, Fong Ro began to work alongside Lu Qing, Lin Yu, and Lin Shui, gathering firewood, lighting the fire, and preparing the pork and wild vegetables. Meanwhile, Lu Yun led a dozen crew members towards the rocky shoreline. The rocky outcrops stretched along the beach, revealed by the receding tide, with the rocks shaped by the relentless waves. After a brief search among the stones, he pointed to a square, grayish-blue rock weighing approximately 20 pounds, saying, let us collect these. They are neither too heavy nor too light, manageable for adults to carry. Try to find ones that are relatively uniform. It will make building the wall easier and sturdier later on. The crew members followed his lead, spreading out among the rocky formations to search. These stones, weighing around 10 to 20 pounds, though not easy to carry, were feasible for each individual. Each person picked up a stone, carefully avoiding the slippery rocks and puddles, making their way towards the camp. Although each could carry only 1 stone at a time, the sheer number of them made the task efficient. They repeatedly traversed between the rocky outcrop and the camp, their footsteps leaving a synchronized imprint in the sand. They worked diligently from the afternoon until dusk, with the setting sun casting a golden hue over the sea. As the last rays of twilight vanished beyond the horizon, darkness gradually enveloped the scene. At that moment, a rich aroma of food wafted in from the direction of the camp. The enticing scent of roasted pork mingled with the fresh fragrance of vegetable soup, carried by the evening breeze, eliciting grumbling stomachs. Lu Yun glanced up at the sky and then cast a fleeting look at a small pile of rocks assembled in the camp, raising his hand to beckon. All right, that's enough for today. Let us wrap up and head back for dinner. In truth, he felt a sense of urgency deeper than anyone else. Ever since Lin Shui had encountered that creature, which was neither man nor beast, and Lu Yun had discovered claw marks and footprints behind the trees, he had become acutely aware of the dangers lurking nearby. Each day of delay heightened the peril. He was eager to complete the shelter swiftly and sturdily, ensuring the safety of those around him. Yet he understood that one cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. The crew needed to be well-fed and rested to muster the strength for their labor. The sailors, already enticed by the delicious smells, could hardly contain themselves. Responding eagerly to his call, they set down the rocks they had been carrying and hurried after Lu Yun toward the camp, their steps noticeably lighter than on their way there. As night fell, the camp was enveloped in a lively atmosphere. The bonfire blazed brightly, casting flickering shadows that danced across everyone's faces, while the crackling wood blended with laughter and the appetizing aromas, dispelling the evening chill of the island. Fong Ro's culinary skills had utterly captivated everyone. By the fire lay a large fish, perfectly roasted to a golden crisp, its skin sizzling and releasing an irresistible fragrance. In an iron pot, a rich, milky fish soup simmered, infused with vibrant green vegetables, its savory essence wafting through the evening air. Alongside was tender wild boar meat. Sautéed vegetables, all generously spread out. Having subsisted on bread and biscuits for days, the sailors were ravenous. Now, gathered around the food, they clutched rudimentary wooden spoons and bowls, devouring their meal with gusto. "Oh, this fish soup is unbelievably fresh. It's 100 times better than the canned fish on the ship," exclaimed one sailor, raising his bowl and taking 2 hearty gulps, savoring every drop. Fong Ro's cooking is truly exceptional. This roasted fish is crispy on the outside and tender within, completely devoid of any fishy taste. Another sailor praised as he tore into the fish. Indeed, after days of poor sleep and the grueling labor of moving stones, nothing beats this warm meal. Someone chimed in, their mouth full, words muffled. As they ate and chatted, their conversation meandered from tales of the island to hopes for rescue. Despite the weariness etched on their faces, sweat still glistening on their foreheads, and their limbs aching, a sip of hot soup and a bite of fresh fish washed away much of their fatigue. In this desolate isle, being well fed was the utmost satisfaction. After satiating their hunger, 2 sailors leaned against the bonfire, their heads drooping as they let out resounding yawns, their eyelids heavy, soon succumbing to slumber. Smiles of contentment lingering at the corners of their mouths. One of the nearby sailors nudged them gently, whispering, "Hey, wake up. We need to return to our camp. What if you catch a chill here?" The drowsy sailor mumbled in response, rolling over, grumbling about being too tired and refusing to rise. Seeing this, Lu Yun smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine, let them rest here. It saves the trouble of back and forth. After all, we'll need everyone's help to build the house tomorrow, so it's more convenient for them to sleep here." The crew members felt a bit embarrassed and quickly replied, "We're taking up your space. This must be a hassle for you. No need for pleasantries. We are brothers who share both trials and tribulations." Lu Yun glanced up at the sky, where the night was clear and the stars twinkled, with a bright moon hanging in the distance, casting a gentle glow over the land. "Look at this weather. The stars and moon are shining brightly. It's surely one tea rain tonight." He turned and brought over a bundle of dried mugwort from the side, scattering it around the campsite. A faint fragrance of mugwort wafted through the air. "I'll light some mugwort nearby to fend off the mosquitoes. There are plenty of them on this island at night, and without the mugwort, we one tea sleep soundly." After a moment, he added with a smile, "The weather is just right now, not too hot and not too cold. Sleeping outside is even more comfortable than in a tent. The cool breeze from the forest is far more refreshing than being stifled inside a shelter." What no one knew was that Lu Yun harbored an unspoken apprehension deep within. Ever since he learned that there were indeed monsters lurking in the forest, he had remained on high alert. With only an axe and a wooden stick as his simple tools, and without a sturdy refuge, he felt uncertain about protecting Fong Ro and the other girls. The presence of so many crew members in the camp provided mutual encouragement. In the face of danger, numbers offered a measure of confidence. He refrained from voicing these thoughts, fearing they would incite panic. Instead, he used the pretext of the comfortable weather to persuade everyone to stay. The campfire continued to dance, the fragrance of mugwort mingling with the scent of the woods. Some crew members leaned against the stones chatting, while others had already closed their eyes to rest. Enveloped in a serene atmosphere, Lu Yun sat by the campfire, holding the axe, his vigilant gaze sweeping across the dense forest in the distance, silently calculating. Tomorrow, they must hasten their efforts to establish the foundation of the shelter. The sooner it was completed, the safer everyone would be. Chapter 56. I will hold you while you sleep. As the night deepened, the clamor in the camp gradually subsided, leaving only the crackling of the campfire and the rhythmic snores of the crew. Lu Qing stifled a long yawn, her eyes glistening slightly. She stretched and unconsciously glanced towards the makeshift shelter not far away. Surrounded by sleeping male crew members, it was rather inconvenient for her, a lone woman, to sleep outdoors with a group of men, which inevitably caused her some embarrassment. Lu Yun, perceiving her thoughts, chuckled and pointed towards the shelter. Sister Lu, look, Schwer, Xiao Yu, and Fong Ro have already nestled inside to sleep. There is still ample space. You can endure a little discomfort tonight and squeeze in with the girls. Just a couple more days, and once the stone house is built, it will be much more spacious and comfortable. As he spoke, he reached out to pat the head of the little boy beside him. Don't worry, I'll sleep with this little guy. The boy's eyes lit up, and he immediately cheered, great. Sleeping with brother Lu makes me feel secure. I'm not afraid of anything. The innocence of the child shone through. The fright from the previous days had long been overshadowed by the busyness and delights of the day, and now he was full of joy. Showing no concern for sleeping under the open sky, Lu Qing's embarrassment dissipated in an instant, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Lu. I shall not be modest. With that, she quietly slipped into the shelter. At that moment, the little dog that had been following Lu Yun scampered to his feet. Wagging its tail and barking a couple of times, its head nuzzling against his pant leg, Lu Yun bent down to lift it. Making his way to the edge of the camp where he picked up a sharp stone and swiftly carved out a small pit in the ground. He then chopped a short wooden stick, about the thickness of his wrist, sharpening one end before firmly inserting it into the pit. Afterward, he untied the rope around the dog's neck and secured it to the stick. He gently patted Cece's head, his tone imbued with a hint of expectation. Tonight, I rely on you to keep watch. We have toiled all day and are quite exhausted. Be alert and bark at any sign of disturbance. Cece seemed to comprehend, nudging its head against his palm and barking a couple more times. It then lay down, stretching its front paws forward, ears perked high. Its gaze focused and vigilant upon the darkened fringes of the forest and the camp, embodying a state of readiness. Observing the dog's obedient demeanor, Lu Yun felt considerably reassured. With this dog on watch, there would be no need to assign someone specifically to guard, allowing everyone to rest well and regain their strength for the tasks ahead. He turned back to the campfire, chopping additional dry firewood to stoke the flames, which instantly leaped higher, casting a brighter light across the campsite. The warm waves emanating from the fire dispelled the chill of the night. He understood well that most wild beasts feared fire. Thus, this vigorous blaze would provide an extra layer of protection, deterring those lurking in the shadows from drawing near. After completing these tasks, Lu Yun lay down beside the small boy. Behind him, the steady breaths of the women in the shelter filled the air beside him. The crew members slept soundly alongside the vigilant little dog. Before him, the campfire blazed fiercely. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he closed his eyes, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. As Lu Yun lay in a semi-conscious state, he suddenly felt a gentle touch on his shoulder, causing him to tense up instinctively. Just as he was about to open his eyes in alertness, a warm, soft presence pressed against his back, a familiar fragrance wafting to his nostrils. And Lu Yun finally relaxed. It's me. Fong Ro's voice, tinged with a soft timidity, came gently from behind, her arms tightly encircling his waist. Her cheek resting against his back, Lu Yun quietly turned over, instinctively drawing her into his embrace, resting her head against his chest. He looked down, resting his chin atop Fong Ro's soft hair, gently nuzzling it, his voice low and tender. Can't sleep? Fong Ro nestled closer into his arms, tightening her embrace. Her nose brushing against his clothing as she softly nodded. I'm a bit afraid that if I close my eyes, I'll recall what happened last night. Lu Yun smiled softly, his palm gliding over her back in a soothing caress. Do not fear. I am here. With so many people in the camp and the little dog keeping watch, nothing will happen. He tightened his hold on her, cradling her securely. Shall I hold you while you sleep? Fong Ro looked up at him, the moonlight filtering through the flickering firelight illuminating her face, which bore a delicate blush. She let out a gentle hum, submissively curling up into Lu Yun's embrace, one leg lightly draping over his waist. The warmth of her touch seeping through the thin fabric of their clothing. Lu Yun felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. He lowered his head and pressed a tender kiss upon her forehead, his palm continuing to gently pat her back in a soothing rhythm. Fong Ro, feeling the warmth of his hand and the steadiness of his heartbeat, gradually relaxed her taut nerves, with her cheek resting against his chest. Listening to the powerful cadence of his heartbeat, her gaze softened, and the remnants of her earlier fear dissipated in the comforting intimacy they shared. The surrounding sounds of the crew's even snores, the crackling of the campfire, and the occasional bark of the puppy filled the air. Nestled within one another's arms, they found a rare sense of stability and warmth amidst the night on the deserted island. Chapter 57. Building the house the following morning. As dawn broke and the morning mist still lingered over the island, enveloping the campsite in the damp scent of flora and seawater, most of the crew remained in deep slumber. It was not until the first rays of sunlight pierced through the fog, casting a gentle glow upon the stone-paved ground, that someone began to rub their eyes awake, stretching lazily and sitting up, their face reflecting the tranquility of a restful night. The previous night had been uneventful, devoid of any disturbances. Even Cece had only barked a couple of times in the early hours before falling silent once more. Ah, what a solid sleep. Much more comfortable than at the beach campsite. One crew member stood up, stretching his sore limbs, and gazed at the neatly organized campsite, unable to suppress his admiration. One by one, the others awoke, and after freshening up, their faces radiated with enthusiasm. Brother Lu, let us get to work. While the morning sun is still mild and the weather cool, we should move as many stones as possible. All right, you all think as I do. Let us go? Move those stones. Lu Yun briefly instructed before walking over to Fong Ro. He spoke earnestly. Make sure to prepare plenty for lunch. Everyone is exerting themselves. And we must ensure that everyone is well fed to have the strength to move stones and build walls. As Fong Ro sorted through the leftover ingredients from the previous night, she looked up and smiled at him. Don't worry, there will be more than enough food. The wild boar we hunted last time still has plenty of meat left. We've only just begun to eat it. And those fish you caught earlier can't be kept for long. The heat on the island can spoil them. So we should prioritize eating the fish over the next few days. She paused, counting on her fingers. Just the fish and wild boar meat alone will suffice for 20 people for 2 days, especially when paired with wild vegetables and fruits. 4 or 5 days will be more than adequate. Lu Yun nodded, still feeling a twinge of worry. If the food runs low, let me know immediately. I'll take time to catch more fish by the sea or hunt small game in the woods. We absolutely cannot let anyone go hungry. I understand. No need to be so anxious, Fong Ro chuckled, patting his arm. We'll have no trouble with supplies for 2 or 3 days. You all focus on moving stones and building the house. I, along with Lu Qing and the others, will handle the logistics to ensure everyone has a warm meal upon your return. Reassured by Fong Ro's promise, Lu Yun finally relaxed. He turned to the crew. Are we all packed up? Let us head back to the reef to continue moving stones. Let us aim to gather enough materials for the foundation today. In unison, the crew responded and followed Lu Yun towards the seashore. After an afternoon of collaboration yesterday, everyone has become well-versed in the process of moving stones, and their division of labor has become more harmonious. Some individuals are dedicated to selecting uniform stones from the cluster of reefs, striving to choose those weighing between 20 to 30 pounds, with smooth edges and consistent sizes, ensuring a tighter fit when constructing the walls. Others are responsible for transporting the selected stones from the reef to a centralized pile on the beach. The remaining individuals are divided into 2 teams, taking turns to carry stones back to the campsite to avoid excessive fatigue. Lu Yun did not directly participate in the transportation. Instead, he returned to the campsite to retrieve a shovel and rope, marking the planned location for the shelter. He intends to construct a stone house measuring 8 meters in length and 5 meters in width, with walls approximately 40 centimeters thick, ensuring substantial strength. Lu Yun first outlines the house's perimeter on the ground with charcoal, then digs a 30-centimeter deep foundation trench along the outline. Next, he repeatedly compacts the soil at the base of the trench with his shovel, layers 10 centimeters of crushed stone, and pours in a well-mixed slurry, tamping it down with tools to create a solid foundation. The foundation must be robust, otherwise, the walls are prone to settling and cracking. While busy, Lu Yun explains to the crew members delivering materials that the soil on this island is soft and the sea winds are strong. If the foundation is not solid, no matter how high the house is built, it will sway easily in the wind. The crew listens attentively, and one cannot help but ask, Brother Lu, isn't it too meticulous to dig the trench so deep and lay crushed stone? On this desolate island, a house is a matter of survival and cannot be treated lightly. Lu Yun wipes the sweat from his brow, emphasizing that they are constructing a stone house that can withstand wild beasts and torrential rains, not a temporary shelter. Each step must be executed meticulously to ensure a safe residence. As he speaks, more stones are transported to the campsite, piled beside the house's outline like a small stone mountain. Lu Yun directs the others to categorize the stones by size. Larger, more uniform ones are placed inside for the load-bearing walls, while smaller stones are set on the outside for filling and leveling. Irregular fragments are reserved for supporting the foundation and filling gaps. Observing the quantity of stones, Lu Yun decides to commence wall construction. The wall-building process is meticulous. First, a layer of slurry approximately 5 centimeters thick is spread over the foundation trench, and then 2 individuals form a team, facing each other to begin laying the stones. A gap of about 3 centimeters is left between each stone, filled with slurry. Lu Yun holds a line attached to a stone, periodically adjusting the stone's alignment to ensure each is placed perfectly level. The stones must be staggered in their joints. The center of the upper stone should align with the gaps of the 2 stones below, ensuring even stress distribution to prevent cracking. Lu Yun teaches the crew members, hand in hand, that the slurry must be applied evenly, and the gaps must be filled thoroughly to avoid voids. Otherwise, seawater will seep in, loosening the stones over time. The crew learns quickly, improving from initial awkwardness to gradually becoming adept, increasing their speed in wall construction. Fong Ro and Lu Qing periodically bring refreshing water and sliced wild fruits to replenish everyone's energy and hydration. The 2 children also remain busy, assisting by passing slurry and gathering fragments of stone, acting as little helpers, thoroughly engaged in the task. From dawn until noon, The foundation of the house has been firmly established, and the first layer of walls has risen to half a meter. The grayish-blue reef stones are arranged in neat rows, with the traces of mortar filling the gaps smooth and even. At a glance, the outline of the stone house is already discernible. As the sun blazes ever more fiercely, Lu Yun glances at the sky and calls out to his companions. Brothers, it's getting hot. Let's wrap up for lunch. In the afternoon, we aim to raise the walls to 1.5 meters and then erect a simple wooden beam to support the framework of the roof. The group, already ravenous, sets down their tools and makes their way towards the corner of the camp where the aroma of food wafts invitingly. There a pot of fish soup bubbles vigorously. Wild boar meat sizzles enticingly, accompanied by stir-fried wild greens and soft, steamed wild fruits. An abundant lunch awaits them, replenishing their energy for the afternoon's labor. The construction of the stone house continues, from the compacted foundation to the orderly walls, with each reef stone and each scoop of mortar embodying the collective sweat of the workers. On this desolate island, a true sanctuary capable of shielding against the elements and dangers is gradually taking shape from nothingness. Chapter 58. Eggs for the future after lunch. The midday sun beats down mercilessly, resembling a fiery orb suspended overhead, scorching the stony ground into glaring brightness, while even the sea breeze carries a wave of heat that leaves one feeling sticky and uncomfortable. After a morning of strenuous labor, the workers, sore and exhausted, hastily devour their meal before seeking the shade of the camp to rest. Some lean against piles of stones, while others lie directly on the straw-covered ground. It is not long before the camp is filled with the rhythmic sound of snoring. 2 children curl up with a small dog, nestled in the shadows of their shelter, sleeping soundly. Though Lu Yun, too, feels fatigue creeping in, he refrains from lying down. Instead, he contemplates taking advantage of the others' rest to explore the nearby edge of the forest, hoping to gather some dry firewood or perhaps stumble upon some game. Quietly rising, he ensures not to disturb anyone, grabs a short axe leaning nearby, and strides toward the woods. The forest's edge is lush with vegetation, the trees casting a rich shade that brings a refreshing coolness. Lu Yun slows his pace, his eyes alert as he surveys his surroundings, his footsteps barely making a sound on the fallen leaves. After walking a few dozen meters, he suddenly hears a soft clucking sound from the bushes ahead, stirring his curiosity. He cautiously parts the branches to peek inside. 2 vividly colored wild chickens are pecking at grass seeds, their feathers glistening in the dappled sunlight, one with a green neck and the other adorned with brownish-red speckles, both looking plump and robust. Lu Yun's eyes brighten as he stealthily retreats a couple of steps, retrieving a simple snare he had crafted from tree bark and vines. He sets up the snare along the path the wild chickens frequent, propping it up with 3 slender sticks. He sprinkles a few crushed wild fruits at the base and gently covers the edges with leaves, leaving the bait exposed in the center, making it both concealed and natural. Once the trap is set, he retreats behind a nearby tree to wait patiently. Before long, the 2 wild chickens indeed approach the bait. As the lead green-necked chicken bends down to feed, its foot inadvertently triggers the mechanism, and with a sharp snap, the snare tightens securely around its leg. The startled green-necked chicken flaps and squawks in alarm, while the brown-red chicken, frightened, begins to circle but does not immediately take flight. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Yun dashed out, wielding a short axe to cleave through the underbrush, effectively obstructing its escape route. Without waiting for the reddish-brown pheasant to take flight, he pounced upon it, firmly pinning its wings down, and swiftly scooped it up, binding its wings and claws with vines. Having secured 2 pheasants, Lu Yun grasped them and turned back towards the camp, eager to bring such a delightful bounty back to share with everyone. Upon entering the campsite, the crisp call of the pheasants startled several resting individuals. The crew members sat up, their spirits instantly lifted upon spotting the 2 pheasants in Lu Yun's hands. They gathered around, chattering excitedly. "Brother Lu, did you catch those pheasants? My goodness, such treasures exist on this island." Fong Ro and Lu Qing also emerged from their shelters, their faces alight with astonishment at the sight of the pheasants. A young crew member stepped forward, gazing curiously at the plump abdomen of the female pheasant, and inquired, "Brother Lu, will this pheasant lay eggs? If it does, we could have eggs to eat every day." Lu Yun nodded with a smile, gently brushing the feathers of the female pheasant with his short axe, explaining, "This hen has a full abdomen and its tail feathers are smooth and shiny, indicating that it is in its laying period. Generally, pheasants lay eggs in the transition from spring to summer. As long as we provide it with a stable nest and ensure it has ample food and clean water, it will likely lay an egg daily. Pheasant eggs are far more nutritious than wild fruits and vegetables." "Really?" The crowd's eyes brightened instantly, their expressions filled with even greater delight. "This is wonderful. Not only can we eat meat, but we can also gather eggs. Life is looking more promising." The crew members excitedly discussed among themselves, shaking off their previous fatigue, eager to construct a nest for the pheasants. Fong Ro approached Lu Yun, her eyes sparkling with joy. You truly possess remarkable skills. Our food supplies have just become even more abundant. I will go and construct a simple chicken coop shortly, ensuring they are well taken care of to encourage them to lay more eggs. Lu Yun handed the pheasants to Fong Ro, chuckling. It doesn't need to be overly complicated. Just find a dry, ventilated corner and lay some hay inside. The most crucial aspect is to avoid startling them, as that will stabilize their egg laying. Understood, don't worry. Observing the jubilant scene as everyone gathered around the pheasants, Lu Yun leaned against the shade of a tree, feeling a deep sense of happiness. On this desolate island, even a small harvest could uplift the spirits of the entire group. The increasingly abundant food supplies and the gradually forming stone houses provided him with the confidence to thrive. Noticing that the crew had rested sufficiently, Lu Yun clapped his hands and called out, Brothers, have you all rested enough? This afternoon, let's continue building the walls and aim to raise the main framework today. The crew responded in unison, their enthusiasm even greater than in the morning. After the midday respite and the motivation brought by the pheasants, everyone's eagerness to work surged. Lu Yun first instructed them to sift through the categorized rocks from the morning, removing those that were overly irregular in shape or weighed more than 40 pounds. As the walls rose higher, the weight needed to be carefully controlled, otherwise, the pressure from above could compromise the foundation, hindering collaboration in transporting materials. The process of mixing the mud also required meticulous attention. Lu Yun instructed Fong Ro and her companions to mix the remaining mud with dried hay in a ratio of 3 parts mud to 1 part hay, adding an appropriate amount of clean water. They stirred and kneaded the mixture repeatedly until it transformed into a thick, pliable paste. This concoction possessed a strong adhesive quality, ensuring that once dried, it would not easily crack, effectively binding the stones together. As he demonstrated, Lu Yun explained to Fong Ro and the others that the mixture must not be too watery, as it would fail to hold the stones, nor too dry, which would leave gaps that could loosen under the sea breeze. Before constructing the wall, Lu Yun stretched a line with hemp rope and charcoal on the foundation to determine the wall's thickness, which remained at 40 centimeters. He also marked the position for the partition. He designed the stone house to be a rectangular structure measuring 8 meters in length and 5 meters in width, a proportion that offered greater harmony, with the main entrance facing south to avoid the prevailing winds from the sea. On the northern side, he constructed a half-meter high low wall as a simple partition, designating one side as a resting area and the other as a storage and cooking zone, thus ensuring a more rational division of functions. The wall construction had to adhere to the guidelines of the marked line, with each layer requiring horizontal calibration. Standing on the foundation, Lu Yun held a rudimentary homemade level. If one side was elevated, he would add some paste to the lower side. And if the other side was too low, he would gently tap the stones down to ensure that each layer remained perfectly horizontal and vertical. Otherwise, the wall would become increasingly crooked, ultimately leading to collapse. He began by laying the cornerstones, selecting the most uniform and evenly weighted rocks as the foundation of the wall. The cornerstones served as the skeleton of the entire structure, requiring utmost stability, with a permissible error not exceeding the width of a finger. Under his guidance, 2 crew members carefully applied the paste and positioned the stones, while Lu Yun squatted nearby, repeatedly measuring with the level and occasionally using a small hammer to adjust the stones until the cornerstones were firmly in place and perfectly aligned. Once the corners were established, the others built the wall towards the center, continuing to follow the principle of staggered joints. The center of each upper stone aligned with the gaps between the 2 lower stones, maintaining a mortar gap of 3 to 4 centimeters between each stone, which was smoothed and leveled with a trowel, ensuring that even the excess mortar at the edges was scraped clean for both aesthetic appeal and to prevent future detachment. Lu Yun moved between the 2 sides of the wall, periodically checking its verticality with a hemp rope tied to a stone. If the line hung flush against the wall with no gaps, it indicated a straight build. Any gaps signified a tilt that required immediate correction, as it would become increasingly difficult to adjust as the wall rose. By mid-afternoon, several crews that had been transporting stones returned to the campsite and were astonished by the sight before them. The previously empty foundation now boasted a stone wall rising over 2 meters high, its rectangular framework remarkably orderly, with crisp lines and no hint of slant. Good heavens! This wall is exceedingly straight, exclaimed one crew member, who, upon setting down his stone, hurried to the wall's edge, extending his hand to feel the surface, then bending down to scrutinize it closely. Indeed, it's perfectly level and vertical, even more so than the brick walls in the city. Another crew member joined him, gently tapping the wall with his fist, producing a solid, resonant sound. This is incredibly sturdy. It looks reliable, he remarked. reflecting on his earlier concerns about the wall potentially being crooked, astonished by its remarkable precision. As Lu Yun completed the final layer of the wall, he smiled and wiped the sweat from his brow. This task can indeed be challenging for those unacquainted with it, primarily due to a lack of proper technique, he remarked. Pausing briefly before adding in a measured tone, my previous work frequently required me to construct shelters, and years spent living outdoors have honed my practical skills. Skills such as leveling, snapping lines, and staggered bricklaying are fundamental techniques. With practice, they become second nature. For me, this is child's play, as I have long since grown accustomed to it. As he spoke, he picked up the level to inspect the freshly laid layer once more. As long as one establishes a proper reference point and maintains the right force and precision, ensuring that every step adheres to the guidelines, it is not difficult to achieve a wall that is both straight and true. The crew nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Lu Yun now imbued with a newfound respect. Initially, they had perceived Lu Yun as youthful, yet they were surprised to discover he was an expert in wilderness survival. Any lingering doubts in their minds were completely dispelled. Following Lu Yun's rhythm, they grew increasingly proficient in their tasks, mixing mortar, passing stones, laying bricks, and adjusting measurements, with clear roles and seamless cooperation. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the main walls of the stone house rose to 3 meters, and the half-meter internal partition was completed. The entire silhouette of the stone edifice became distinctly visible, with the placements for doors and windows already framed. The door frame measured 80 centimeters in width and 180 centimeters in height, while the window frame was 60 centimeters wide and 100 centimeters high, perfectly accommodating the timber to be harvested in the future. The grayish-blue stone walls glimmered with a steadfast luster under the setting sun, their surfaces smooth and gaps evenly spaced, devoid of any slant. From a distance, it resembled a true fortress. The crew gazed at the walls they had built with their own hands, their previous fatigue replaced entirely by a profound sense of satisfaction. They had never imagined they would one day construct such an orderly stone house. Chapter 59. We must find Lu Bing. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, the night slowly enveloped the island, and the campfire reignited, the flickering flames highlighting the contours of the stone house with increasing clarity. Feng Rou and Lu Qing had already prepared dinner. After 2 days of stability, Lin Shui, having encountered no further mishaps, felt her spirits lift considerably, regaining much of her previous vivacity. In the early evening, she took her sister Lin Yu to the seaside, where they seized the opportunity of the receding tide to catch numerous palm-sized flower crabs and gather a basketful of vibrant seaweed, along with a few plump little sea snails. Returning to the camp with their ample bounty, Feng Rou, with her meticulous nature, thoroughly washed the seaweed, slicing it into fine strands, which she stewed in the iron pot with slices of wild boar meat and wild greens. Meanwhile, she boiled the flower crabs in fresh water, trimming their legs neatly and presenting them in an orderly fashion. Lu Qing grilled several fresh fish, seasoning them with the coarse salt and wild spices they had collected, the enticing aroma wafting through the evening breeze, tantalizing their appetites. Dinner is served. Feng Rou called cheerfully, drawing everyone together to serve soup, grab crabs, and shred fish meat. A lively bustle ensued. The savory fragrance of the stewed seaweed mingled with the sweetness of the steamed flower crabs and the smoky aroma of the grilled fish, creating a feast even more sumptuous than their midday meal. Lin Shui sat nearby, watching her companions enjoy their meal with delight, a sweet smile gracing her face. From time to time, she would pass a small seashell to the children nearby, seemingly having emerged from her previous fright. After a lively and bustling dinner, the crew sat by the campfire, whispering amongst themselves, their expressions tinged with uncertainty. Before long, the elder crew member stood up and bowed slightly towards Lu Yun, saying, "Brother Lu, thank you for your hospitality tonight. We must return to the seaside camp." Lu Yun paused for a moment, then urged them to stay. The night has grown deep, and the sea breeze is chill. It would be wise to rest here. The stone house is nearly completed, and the camp is safe. Why make the journey back and forth? The elder crew member sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. We cannot remain here. Today marks the 5th day since the shipwreck, and not a single shadow of a rescue vessel has appeared on the horizon. Just a few days ago, Lu Bing confidently asserted that he had sent out a distress signal, assuring us help would arrive within 3 days. Yet, that promised time has long passed. We must return to find him and ascertain the situation. We cannot simply wait in ignorance with over 100 souls. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, but could not help but inquire. Didn't you say Lu Bing and Zhang Jia haven't shown themselves these past few days? Will you be able to find them upon your return? Who knows? Another crew member interjected. When we were moving stones this afternoon, we saw a few women bathing by the shore, and I inquired about the camp's situation. They informed me that Lu Bing and Zhang Jia have not returned to the camp since last night. Not even a trace of them has been seen. So, I suspect you may not find them upon your return. Lu Yun furrowed his brow. Even if you do find them, if they cannot provide any explanation, what will you do then? The elder crew member shook his head firmly. No, we must locate them. Continuing to linger is not a solution. We need them to provide an account. His words may conceal deeper truths, and we must prepare accordingly. Even if rescue does not come, he must clarify the situation. This way, we will no longer cling to mere hope and can, like you, earnestly devise ways to survive on this deserted island. We cannot merely drift through each day without purpose. If rescue is indeed unattainable, we shall join you, learning to build shelter and forage for food. We too must survive. Observing their resolute expressions, Lu Yun realized he could not dissuade them and chose not to insist further. He merely cautioned, the paths by the sea are slippery at night. Tread carefully. If you happen to find Lu Bing and Zhang Jie, do let me know. Certainly. The elder crew member bowed and, accompanied by the others, made their way toward the seaside camp, their footsteps gradually fading into the night. The camp returned to tranquility, with only the crackling of the campfire and the echoes of the waves remaining. Fong Rou approached Lu Yun and softly inquired, do you think they will be able to find Lu Bing? Lu Yun shook his head, his gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. It is hard to say, but regardless of whether they succeed or not, at least they now have a clear direction, which is preferable to their previous state of confusion. He lifted his eyes towards the stone house. Under the flickering flames, the half-formed stone walls exuded a sense of steady strength. Tomorrow, we shall continue to construct the house. Regardless of whether rescue arrives, having a secure shelter is the most tangible assurance. Several women nodded in agreement. Lu Qing stood up, her eyes resting on Lu Yun. Her tone laced with a hint of hesitation. Xiao Lu, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll accompany them to assess the situation. Lu Yun quickly grasped her wrist, his tone earnest. You need not go. Their presence is sufficient. If there is any news, they will certainly inform me. Should trouble arise, we will hear it here. There is no need for you to make an extra trip. Lu Qing glanced down at Lu Yun's hand gripping hers. Feeling the warmth of his touch, she smiled gently, her eyes reflecting a stubborn resolve. No, I feel more at ease witnessing it with my own eyes. With that, she turned to beckon the two children. Come along, children, let us see for ourselves. The two children immediately scampered over, closely trailing Lu Qing. Lu Yun released her wrist. If all is well, return promptly after observing the commotion. The night is unsafe. Lu Qing turned back, a radiant smile illuminating her face, her tone playful. We shall see. With that, she led the children, using the faint glow of the firelight to guide them toward the seaside camp. Lu Yun found himself unconsciously following her silhouette with his gaze, momentarily entranced by the gentle sway of her movement. Hey, have you become dazed? Fong Rou teased, playfully tugging at his ear, her tone tinged with a hint of envy. Lu Yun abruptly snapped back to reality, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Ahem. I was merely concerned for their safety. The roads are dark at night, and dangers may lurk. Uft. Fong Rou scoffed, her eyes sparkling with understanding. I see you are quite smitten. It's clear you have a penchant for women of refined allure, am I right? Lu Yun did not shy away, chuckling as he nodded, his gaze lingering on Fong Rou. Indeed, I am fond of women whose curves are perfectly balanced, embodying a captivating sensuality. Such a tease. Fong Rou's cheeks flushed, playfully delivering a light punch to his arm, though her eyes twinkled with mirth. Lin Yu and Lin Shui stood nearby, watching the playful banter unfold, unable to suppress their laughter. The atmosphere within the camp, enriched by the light-hearted exchanges, radiated a rare warmth and charm. Chapter 60. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. The abandoned Lu Bing meanwhile, on the other side, the crew had just returned to the seaside camp, only to be met with a chaotic scene that furrowed their brows in dismay. The tents on the beach were askew, and several shattered clay pots lay scattered on the ground, their fragments strewn about. A throng of 20 to 30 individuals crowded in the center of the camp, their clamorous voices erupting like a boiling cauldron. The cacophony of insults and disputes echoed from afar. You heartless wretch, why do you get an extra piece of bread? We are all in distress. What gives you the right to special treatment? Li Fong stood with her hands on her hips, her voice sharp and grating, akin to nails scraping against wood. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were speckled with mud, yet she maintained a domineering demeanor, her gaze fixed intently on the woman across from her, spittle flying as she spoke. I see you intend to hoard the provisions for yourself? With Lu Bing and the others absent, you think no one can rein you in, don't you? The woman being accused was not one to back down. Her face flushed as she retorted, who has taken more? This bread was found by me. Why should I give it to you? You followed Lu Bing and flaunted your power, hoarding all the good stuff, and now you dare to steal from me. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Fong erupted, her temper flaring as she reached for the woman's hair. You must be tired of living to slander me. If I don't tear your mouth apart today, I will no longer carry the surname Lee. Those around them offered no intervention. Some merely crossed their arms to watch the spectacle, while others seized the opportunity to blame one another. Complaints arose about hidden freshwater, accusations flew over someone taking an extra bite of canned food, and others lamented about their belongings being stolen. The already oppressive camp devolved into chaos, a veritable stew of anger and panic. The older crew member, witnessing the turmoil, felt a sinking sensation in his chest. Given the situation, it was clear that Lu Bing and Zhang Jie had not yet returned. Otherwise, the camp would not be in such disarray. He stepped forward, raising his voice above the clamor. Silence. What is all this noise about? His authoritative shout resonated like thunder in their ears, instantly quieting the crowd, all eyes turning to him. Li Feng's raised hand froze in midair. Her face still etched with hostility, yet she dared not strike again. The older crew member scanned the crowd, his tone grave and serious. What time is it? And yet you are still squabbling over a piece of bread? Where are Lu Bing and Zhang Jie? Did they not say that rescue would arrive within 3 days? It is now the 5th day, and we have yet to see any sign of aid. Where have they gone? As these words settled in, the anger on the faces of the crowd gradually faded, replaced by a palpable anxiety and unease. Whispers began to circulate. Indeed, Lu Bing and Zhang Jie have not shown their faces for 2 days. They previously claimed to have sent out a distress signal. Is it truly genuine? Could they be deceiving us? If help does not arrive, our meager rations and water will scarcely last a few days. The most pressing matter now is not our infighting, but finding Lu Bing and Zhang Jie, clarifying whether the distress signal was sent, and determining when aid will arrive. The older crew member emphasized, those willing to search. Come with us now. Split into small groups and investigate the rocky outcrops and the edges of the forest. If you find anything, call out immediately. Yes, let us seek them out. We cannot afford to wait in confusion. The crowd responded fervently. The previous disputes swiftly cast aside as the instinct for survival overshadowed their discord. The throng quickly dispersed, some rushing towards the rocky formations, others weaving into the nearby thickets, while a few scoured the shoreline. Shadows moved through the night, calling out the names of Lu Bing and Zhang Jie intermittently. Lu Qing stood at the edge of the crowd, holding onto the hands of her 2 children. She bent down and instructed them gently, "Stay close to me and do not wander off. We will search the vicinity and shout if we see anyone." The children, understanding and obedient, nodded firmly, gripping Lu Qing's hand tightly as they followed the throng towards the other side of the beach. In the twilight of the campsite, only scattered flickers of firelight and the sounds of distant cries remained. At that moment, by the seaside, within a tent camouflaged crudely with branches and dried grass, Lu Bing huddled in a corner, his corpulent form curled up like a lump of dough. His face was streaked with tears mixed with cold sweat, creating 2 disheveled trails on his greasy cheeks. Even his usually well-groomed hair now stuck messily to his scalp, a stark contrast to his former arrogance. The tent was crammed full of supplies, canned goods, compressed biscuits, bottled fresh water, and several vacuum-sealed packs of jerky and chocolate, all luxuries that others in the camp could scarcely dream of. Yet now, these once prized provisions appeared unbearably glaring to him. He grasped a can of beef, his gaze averted, and slammed it to the ground with a thud. The can rolled several times inside the tent, its contents oozing out through the seams, but he did not even lift his eyelids, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation in his heart. Liars are all liars. Lu Bing choked out, his voice hoarse as if sandpaper had scraped it raw. Tears welled up again, blurring his vision. They promised to send someone for me within 3 days. How could they not come? Wretched scoundrels. You would deceive even me. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, as images of the shipwreck replayed in his mind. Someone had pounded their chest and assured him that if he followed the plan, a rescue ship would arrive within 3 days, allowing him to rest easy on the island. Yet now, 5 days had passed, and not even a shadow of a rescue ship appeared on the horizon. And Zhang Jie, the sycophant he had silenced for good, lay cold and lifeless. Now, he remained alone, guarding these hidden supplies, sinking deeper into despair. I must have been deceived, Lu Bing murmured to himself, hopelessness washing over him like icy seawater, gradually engulfing his heart. They would never come for me. I am destined to perish on this wretched island. He glanced down at the food piled inside the tent, and then looked out towards the pitch-black sea, eyes filled with terror. Though the supplies appeared plentiful, based on his consumption, they would barely last him 10 days to half a month at most. What would he do when the food ran out? He was utterly powerless, unable to fish or construct shelter, and certainly not capable of matching the physical strength of the crew. What terrified him most was the thought of the camp's inhabitants discovering the truth, realizing he had never sent a distress signal, that he had deceived them for 3 days with promises of rescue, that he had hoarded so much food and even killed Zhang Jie. Those people had been misled by him for so long, enduring hunger and placing all their hope in rescue. Once they learned of the betrayal, the crew would erupt in fury, and he feared they might tear him apart. It was imperative that they remain oblivious. There was no room for error. Lu Bing trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, as his mind descended into chaos. One moment, he contemplated hiding the provisions, and the next, he considered fleeing into the woods. Yet, with each passing thought, his anxiety grew, spiraling into disorder, ultimately prompting him to lash out in desperation. Cans were hurled across the ground, biscuit packets were crushed underfoot, and bottled water rolled into the corner of the tent, colliding with a wooden pole with a resounding crash, spilling its contents through the cracks. The interior of the tent became a scene of utter disarray, the cacophony of noise echoing sharply in the stillness of the seaside. Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, the distant sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence, accompanied by fragmented calls. Lu Bing, where are you? Zhang, come out. Fear seized Lu Bing, rendering him rigid, akin to a cat caught by its tail, as he abruptly lifted his head, eyes wide with terror. In a panic, he groped for the oil lamp within the tent, hastily extinguishing the wick, plunging the space into darkness. However, he had forgotten that it was midsummer, and the moon hung large and full in the night sky, casting its luminous glow across the sea, illuminating even the pebbles on the beach. His makeshift shelter, fashioned from a few branches and dry grass, offered no real concealment. Previously, everyone had believed his words, trusting that rescue would arrive swiftly. Thinking Lu Bing and Zhang Jie were merely seeking solitude. Thus, they had not searched earnestly for them. But after 2 days of silence, impatience set in, and the group finally dispersed to seek them out, combing the area for over 2 hours until they arrived at the seaside. Look, there's a tent over there, a crew member shouted, pointing toward the makeshift barrier. I think I saw a light inside just now. There must be someone. It's Lu Bing. It has to be him. Another voice exclaimed, gripping a wooden stick with renewed fervor. The crowd, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, began to close in on the tent. Their footsteps growing louder, their shouts clearer. Lu Bing, come out. Don't hide. We see you. Inside the tent, Lu Bing's heart raced in terror, his body quaking with dread. He clamped his hand over his mouth, scarcely daring to breathe, feeling as if his heart might leap from his throat. This was it. He had been discovered. What would happen if they learned the truth, if they found out he had deceived everyone and had killed Zhang Jie? Panic gripped him like an invisible hand, squeezing tightly around his throat, nearly suffocating him. Chapter 61. The truth of the shipwreck with a series of sharp sounds. The fabric of the tent was yanked violently by those outside, the material stretching and distorting. Lu Bing, terrified to his core, clutched the edge of the tent flap, his plump fingers digging into the fabric, knuckles turning white from the strain. There is someone inside. It must be Lu Bing. The onlookers quickly noticed the outline of a hand pressing against the thin fabric of the tent, prompting them to shout, Lu Bing, come out. Stop hiding like a coward. Lu Bing's attempts to conceal himself only served to inflame the anger of those who had been waiting outside for days. A young crew member cursed. You want to get away with this. Grasping a sturdy wooden club, he swung it down with force at the spot where the hand had been seen. A piercing cry of anguish shattered the stillness of the night as Lu Bing's hand was struck painfully by a wooden stick, causing him to instinctively release his grip. Seizing the opportunity, the intruders forcefully tore down the tent's fabric, producing a resounding rip. As the tent flung open, an indescribable stench erupted, a noxious blend of potent urine, rancid sweat, and the foul odor of decomposing food remnants assaulted their nostrils. Lu Bing had spent days confined within the tent, attending to his needs without venturing outside, accumulating discarded wrappers and cans that served as makeshift latrines, festering in a corner, emanating a dizzying aroma. A woman nearest to the source could no longer contain herself. She crouched down, covering her mouth, and began to retch. Others recoiled, grimacing and pinching their noses, their faces contorted in disgust. 2 men, struggling against the overwhelming stench, peered into the tent, their anger igniting instantly. Inside lay a bountiful array of canned goods, biscuits, and bottled water, treasures they had longed for but could never attain. In stark contrast, Lu Bing cowered in a corner, his body slick with grease, his clothes stained, utterly devoid of any semblance of hunger. We are on the brink of starvation while you hide here, indulging in luxury. One man roared. Why aren't you returning to the camp? Do you think us fools? Lu Bing lowered his head, biting his lip in trepidation, his corpulent frame trembling slightly from fear and pain. Fraud. He is nothing but a deceiver. Someone in the crowd shouted. We are starving in the camp, drinking filthy water, while he hoards all this food and drink. He must be hiding something from us. Speak. Where did all this come from? You claimed rescue would arrive within 3 days. and now it is the 5th day with no sign of help. You have deceived us. Drag him out. We must get to the bottom of this. Several indignant youths could no longer contain their fury. They stormed into the tent, heedlessly seizing Lu Bing by the arms and dragging him out. Lu Bing struggled, his hefty body writhing as he shouted for them to release him. Yet, he was no match for the vigor of the young crew members, who forcibly pulled him onto the moonlit beach. A resounding punch struck Lu Bing squarely in the face, followed swiftly by kicks and relentless blows. He curled up on the ground, cradling his head in agony, crying out, "Stop! Please, spare me." An older crew member rushed forward, raising a hand to halt the assault. "Wait, let's hear what he has to say." The crowd paused, albeit reluctantly. 2 crew members continued to hold Lu Bing's arms, lifting him up, while another pressed a stick against his forehead, his tone icy and penetrating. "Speak. What is truly happening? Did you not assert that rescue would arrive within 3 days? Where are they now? You sit here in comfort while we remain in ignorance. What are your intentions? Where is Zhongjia? What has become of him?" Lu Bing hung limply between the 2 men, his face bruised and battered, his left eye swollen shut, blood streaming from his nose, dripping onto the sandy beach below. He wiped the blood from his face, gasping for breath. The humiliation of being beaten, the fury of deception, and the despair of being stranded on a deserted island surged within him. Suddenly, he lifted his head defiantly and shouted, "You dare to strike me? What of it? You deserve to be punished." The crowd was incensed, shouting, "You have deceived us all, hoarding supplies in secrecy, and you dare to be arrogant. Will rescue ever come? Speak quickly. Have you hidden Zhongjia?" The questions surged towards Lu Bing like a tidal wave. He was already seething with anger, and after being assailed without warning, all his emotions crumbled into despair. Suddenly, he threw back his head and erupted into a maniacal laugh. Ha! The laughter was sharp and hoarse, imbued with boundless despair and madness, echoing painfully along the silent shore. Under the moonlight, his bare torso was marred with scars, bruises of varying shades mingling with dried blood. His rotund belly heaved violently with laughter, bloodshot eyes filled with rage, and blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. Lu Bing appeared utterly deranged, resembling a cornered beast. The crowd was taken aback by his sudden insanity. Those who had just confronted him instinctively recoiled a few steps, their faces painted with shock and disbelief. No one had anticipated that this previously arrogant captain would transform into such a figure. "Didn't you want to ask if you could return? Is there no rescue? Well, let me enlighten you." Lu Bing abruptly raised his head, the slits that were once his eyes glinting with madness as he bellowed, "You can never go back. Sooner or later, you will rot on this island like a pile of decaying meat. You will either be torn apart and devoured by beasts in the woods, or you will starve, perish of thirst. You all shall die. You shall all die. Just like me, you shall all die. Ha ha ha, you will." His maniacal laughter reverberated across the beach, sharp and grating, imbued with the despair of one who has nothing left to lose, sending chills down the spines of all who listened. "What the hell are you rambling about?" A young crew member could no longer contain himself, stepping forward with a wooden stick in hand, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Bing and shouting, "You said rescue would arrive in 3 days, and now you say this. What is going on? Why can't rescue reach us? What do you know? Speak up." Lu Bing's laughter abruptly ceased, as if a beast's throat had been cut. He glared at the crew member, his swollen eyes emitting a venomous glare. Spitting out bloodied saliva, he cursed, "Rescue? To hell with that. I'm telling you plainly, rescue will never come." He paused, breathing heavily, his voice suddenly dropping to a chilling whisper. "Do you think this maritime disaster was merely due to human error aboard the ship? Nonsense. This was no mistake. It was man-made. Someone orchestrated this." "What? Man-made? Intentional?" The crowd erupted into chaos, their faces draining of color as they stared at Lu Bing in disbelief, clamoring with questions. "What do you mean? Who did this? Why would anyone do such a thing? We have no grievances with you. Clarify your words. Don't keep us in suspense." Lu Bing, pushed by the outstretched hands of the crowd, irritably shoved them away, roaring, "Get away. All of you back off. Stop surrounding me with your incessant questions. Everyone quiet down. Let us settle down." The elder crew member swiftly made his way to the center of the crowd, pressing his hands down to silence the commotion. His voice, hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable authority, commanded attention. "Now is not the time for noise. Allow me to speak." Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze intently on Lu Bing and, panting heavily, pressed on, "Lu Bing, what do you truly know? What transpired during this maritime disaster? You must clarify this for me." Gasping for air, Lu Bing struggled to rise from the ground, limping over to a protruding rock where he sat cross-legged, nonchalantly. The moonlight illuminated his scarred visage, rendering it particularly ghastly. He surveyed the dense throng gathered beneath the rock, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, You wish for me to speak? Very well, since you are all destined for demise, knowing the truth matters not. He licked his cracked lips and began to speak slowly. This maritime disaster was orchestrated by the shipping company to which our cruise liner belongs. A collective gasp rose from the crowd, the color draining from their faces. Do not interrupt me. Lu Bing admonished the tumult, continuing. This luxurious cruise liner was purchased at great expense by the company. They invested a staggering amount of their own capital and borrowed astronomical sums from the bank, nearly risking bankruptcy to operate this vessel. The company initially intended to establish a new transoceanic route, envisioning this sightseeing journey as their maritime Silk Road to revitalize the entire enterprise. However, unexpectedly, shortly after the inaugural trials, the global situation deteriorated. Lu Bing's voice grew somber. Laced with a barely perceptible bitterness, the strait that our route must traverse is now engulfed in relentless conflict, with various factions locked in a fierce struggle. Our ship is a luxury liner, not a warship, devoid of any military security. Not only is it impossible to earn revenue from navigation, but to attempt such a passage would be tantamount to courting death. Would the company not consider changing the route? Someone could not help but inquire. Change the route. It is not that simple. Lu Bing scoffed. This route was meticulously planned, with ports and supply points already arranged. To alter the course would mean that all previous investments would be rendered futile. Moreover, alternative routes are either saturated or yield meager profits, failing to fill the company's gaping financial void. He continued, what is even more dire is that the company incurs losses daily with this cruise liner. Docking incurs fees, maintenance costs, and the salaries of the crew, alongside the interest on bank loans. The expenses mount to astronomical figures by the end of each day, and the company is on the brink of collapse. So, you conspired for a maritime disaster? The elder crew member asked, his face ashen, articulating each word with deliberate gravity. Indeed, Lu Bing nodded, his gaze vacant. The company SCO devised a nefarious scheme. They purchased substantial insurance for this cruise liner, including total loss coverage, oil pollution liability, and passenger accident insurance, with staggering sums insured should an accident occur, resulting in total destruction of the vessel. The insurance company would owe the company a monumental sum in compensation. This amount would suffice to settle all outstanding loans and leave a substantial surplus, allowing the company to rise from the ashes. As for you passengers, the crew member Lu Bing chuckled, a laugh filled with sorrow and madness. In their eyes, you were merely insignificant sacrifices in this grand insurance scam. What you perceived as an accident was, from beginning to end, a meticulously orchestrated murder. Rescue? How could the company possibly send a rescue vessel? He would rather see all of you perish on this island, ensuring that there were no witnesses left to corroborate the truth. These words detonated like a thunderclap amidst the crowd. Everyone froze in place, their faces as pale as parchment, their eyes brimming with shock, fear, and despair. The beach fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. And Lu Bing's chilling laughter echoed through the night. Chapter 62. A hatred beyond measure. How dare you demand our lives for the cruise ship's demise? A voice from the crowd, eyes reddened with rage, roared in protest. Are you coveting the insurance payout for us? But if we die, the compensation goes to our families. Your company gains nothing from it. Such reasoning is illogical. Lu Bing gasped for breath, wiping the blood from his face, and scoffed. Your meager insurance payout is of no interest to the company. What they desire is the compensation for this vessel, a sum you cannot even fathom. You wretched scoundrel. A burly man could no longer contain his fury and delivered a fierce kick to Lu Bing's abdomen, accusing him of trading their lives for money. Instantly, several others surged forward, fists and feet raining down upon Lu Bing, who curled up on the rocks, howling in agony. Someone picked up a wooden stick, ready to strike him, but the older crew member, quick on his feet, intervened. Do not kill him. I still have questions to ask. The crowd hesitated, panting heavily as they glared at Lu Bing. The elder crew member stepped forward, his voice low and firm. If you are not after our insurance money, why are you intent on our destruction? The ship has sunk. The insurance company will pay what is due. Why must so many lives be sacrificed? Lu Bing clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain, yet he still managed to sneer. Fools. How can you be so dense? You fail to grasp such simple reasoning? I know why they are doing this. A calm voice suddenly emerged from the back of the crowd. Instinctively, people turned to part a path. Lu Yun, accompanied by Fong Ro and Lin Yu, slowly stepped forward. After Lu Qing had departed, Lu Yun feared trouble and had followed with a few others, just in time to hear Lu Bing's words. Xiao Lu, please explain what is happening. Lu Qing asked urgently, her eyes filled with concern. Lu Yun glanced at the disheveled Lu Bing on the rocks before speaking slowly. His tone steady. The reasoning is quite simple. I am not a crew member, merely an outsider, but since the maritime disaster occurred, a question has lingered in my mind. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crew. This ship is so advanced, equipped with various sonar and navigation devices, and given the maturity of modern maritime technology. How could such a fundamental error occur, colliding with an inconspicuous reef? This defies all logic. Indeed, I was perplexed by it as well. An aged sailor suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I've traversed this maritime expanse for over a decade, and have never heard of such a formidable reef. Even if it existed, the ship's warning system should have detected it in advance." Indeed, another crew member concurred. If anyone were to inquire, I wouldn't even know how to explain this maritime disaster. Such a fundamental error is utterly inexcusable. Exactly, who would believe it? The world's premier luxury cruise ship, renowned as the maritime fortress, the Hope, struck a reef and sank in broad daylight. Utterly absurd. The crowd instantly erupted into discussion, their faces reflecting a dawning realization. Lu Yun cleared his throat, silencing the murmurs. Thus, even an outsider like myself can discern the evident flaws. Those of you with years, even decades, of nautical experience must also find the suspicions surrounding this disaster considerable. This is precisely why their company wishes to eliminate us. His gaze sharpened. The very premise of this incident is illogical, riddled with inconsistencies that cannot withstand scrutiny. The insurance company is not naive. Should we survive, we will serve as witnesses, and their meticulously crafted insurance fraud will soon be unraveled. Lies cannot remain concealed. It appears they intend for the truth to remain eternally silenced. An elder crew member said, his complexion ashen, teeth clenched in fury. The others comprehended the intricacies of the situation, their anger and fear intertwining, casting murderous glares at Lu Bing. Lu Yun stepped forward, seizing Lu Bing by the hair, wrenching his face upwards, and delivered 2 resounding slaps. The sharp sounds resonated, leaving Lu Bing's cheeks instantly swollen. "If I am not mistaken, you not only wish for us to perish on this desolate isle, but you must have meticulously scouted the location of the wreck beforehand, correct?" Lu Yun's voice was frigid, cutting through the air. "Before orchestrating this disaster, you undoubtedly conducted extensive reconnaissance, allowing you to bury such abundant provisions here. Our arrival in this place was all part of your prior calculations, was it not?" Dazed and disoriented from the blows, Lu Bing, despite the pain of his hair being yanked, defiantly nodded, gasping yes. "So what?" He licked the blood from his lip, his eyes wild with mania. "Prior to the sinking, we scoured this maritime region for over half a month, meticulously mapping the reefs and currents. Even your drifting to this island was preordained." Lu Yun released his grip on Lu Bing's hair, stepping back abruptly, exhaling deeply, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. He turned to face the agitated crowd, his arm pointing resolutely at the crumpled figure of Lu Bing, his voice resonant and authoritative, striking each heart. "Everyone, listen closely. This wretch has just spoken the truth. We shall never await rescue." I now fully grasp the situation. Lu Bing and his accomplices undoubtedly manipulated the location of the sinking. Consider this, to perpetrate insurance fraud. He must report the exact coordinates of the disaster to the maritime authorities and insurance companies. Following the calamity, the relevant departments will swiftly organize a large-scale rescue effort. Lu Yun's gaze swept over the pallid faces of the crowd, his tone heavy and sharp. Yet Lu Bing dared to assert that rescue would never arrive. And there was but one plausible explanation. The location of the maritime disaster he reported was a fabrication. It was not the true site of our sunken vessel, nor the place where we had drifted ashore on this island. Even if the relevant authorities organized a rescue, they would only search for survivors based on the false coordinates he provided, and they would never find this stretch of sea, nor this island. Lu Yun's voice rose abruptly, laden with uncontainable rage. They intended to leave us eternally trapped on this desolate isle, allowing the truth to rot beneath the waves, condemning us all to be their insurance fraud victims. Lu Bing hung his head, the madness that once flickered in his swollen eyes replaced by a haunting silence of acquiescence. His nonchalant demeanor spoke volumes, more so than any defense could, piercing the hearts of those present like a venomous blade. "You wretched fiend, less than a beast. Kill him. I want him dead." In an instant, the pent-up emotions of fury, despair, and terror exploded like a volcanic eruption across the beach. Some shouted with reddened eyes, while others trembled with clenched fists. A few young crew members seized wooden clubs and stones, charging towards Lu Bing with eyes gleaming with the intent to rend him asunder. After all, there was no returning. This was a lawless island. What was there to fear? "Kill him, and let it be a life for a life," cried a robust man, brandishing a club, his voice hoarse with exertion. "Don't kill him." A voice among the crowd hesitated to intervene. After all, taking a life would surely bring trouble. Trouble? What trouble? The dissenting voice was swiftly silenced. We had become savages, with no laws or rules to bind us. living day by day, and the greatest misfortune was this beast. To slay him is to relieve our hearts of this hatred. Before the last word faded, two men, consumed by rage, rushed to the rocks, raising their crude clubs to bring down on Lu Bing's legs with brutal force. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking shattered the night. In an instant, Lu Bing emitted a chilling scream, akin to a wounded beast as his rotund body curled into a ball, rolling on the rocks while clutching his shattered limb. Cold sweat drenched his clothes, and he cried out in agony, "You're killing me. Please, grant me mercy. Damn you all. I no longer wish to live. Those wretches at the company deceived me. They promised that after I orchestrated the disaster, they would send someone to bring me home. Yet these bastards, heartless scoundrels, they always intended for me to perish alongside you. Woe is me. I risked my life for them, and they cast me aside like refuse. I shall haunt them even in death. Kill me. Just end it." The crew, filled with righteous indignation, shouted, "How dare you feel wronged? You wretch. What fate awaits you when dealing with a tiger? Kill him. Stop." Just as the crowd was about to surge forth to beat Lu Bing to death, Lu Yun stepped forward, arms outstretched to halt the throng. "Lu Yun, what are you doing?" A crew member, his eyes reddened with fury, glared at him, his voice laden with confusion and anger. "Are you still going to protect this beast? He has harmed us all. 1,000 cuts would be too lenient." "Protect him?" Lu Yun scoffed, his gaze sweeping coldly over the crowd. "I would relish the chance to tear him apart right now, but to kill him so easily would be too merciful." The others clenched their fists, their chests heaving with intensity. One among them, gritting his teeth, demanded, "Then what do you propose we do?" Lu Yun's expression darkened as he slowly replied, "Do you know what a scale of punishment is?" A dark-skinned man in the crowd paused, then suddenly his eyes lit up with understanding. "Oh, I see. Watch me," he exclaimed, turning to retrieve a sharp-edged shell from the beach. He signaled to two other crew members, who promptly stepped forward to restrain the thrashing and wailing Lu Bing, pinning his arms firmly against the rocky surface, rendering him immobile. The man with the shell approached steadily, his gaze devoid of warmth. He crouched down, gripping the shell, and made a delicate incision along Lu Bing's exposed arm. A thin line of blood began to seep from the wound, eliciting a sharp cry from Lu Bing, which soon erupted into a more anguished wail. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixated on the bleeding cut, each person's expression revealing a grim understanding. This was no mere scratch. It was a methodical act of slow execution, designed to inflict endless suffering upon Lu Bing. Lu Bing finally comprehended the gravity of his situation. The pain from his broken leg, which had twisted his face in agony, was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. His one remaining eye widened in horror as he gazed at the cold expressions surrounding him, akin to those staring at a corpse. A chilling dread coursed from his feet to the crown of his head, as despair engulfed him like an overwhelming tide. He recalled the promise made by Director Lee before the incident. "Little Lu, I've prepared ample supplies for you on the island. Stay there for 2 days. And once the storm of this maritime disaster passes, I will send someone to retrieve you. You'll have a lifetime of wealth, living incognito, enjoying the finest luxuries." At that moment, he thought himself a beneficiary of this conspiracy, believing that survival for just 2 days would lead him to a life of opulence. Little did he know how ruthless Director Lee truly was, unwilling even to spare him, the last surviving witness. The promise of rescue was nothing but a web of deceit. He had thought that being stranded on the island was the most desperate fate he could face. Yet now, he was confronted with the prospect of a death more horrifying than mere mortality, an agonizing demise. "Please, no, don't do this." Lu Bing completely broke down, his earlier arrogance and madness evaporating, leaving only a pitiful plea for mercy. Tears and snot mingled on his face as he cried out, "I was wrong. I truly was. I was misled. It was Director Lee who coerced me. I beg you, grant me a swift end. Kill me, but spare me this torment." He sobbed, writhing against the grips that held him fast. The more he struggled, the more forcefully the man holding him pressed down. The pain of the shell scraping against his skin became increasingly vivid. "Now you know to plead for mercy?" The man wielding the shell sneered, raising it once more to strike. "Did you not consider this fate when you deceived us? I am not human. I am a beast. I deserve to die." Lu Bing desperately knocked his forehead against the rocks, the thudding sound echoing as blood began to seep forth. "Please, spare me. I will share all the food I have hidden. I know where there is water on the island. I am useful. I can still work. Do not execute me." His cries for mercy were heart-wrenching, piercing through the silence of the seaside. Yet, all that responded to him were the cold gazes and suppressed anger of the crowd. Each person remembered their days of hunger and fear in the camp, the anger of being deceived, and the despair of never returning home. They sought to make Lu Bing repay his transgressions, bit by bit. Lu Yun stood at the periphery of the crowd, observing Lu Bing's desperate wails upon the rocks, his expression betraying no emotion. He recognized the cruelty of this method, yet in this isolated island, where law and order had collapsed, it seemed the most equitable punishment for such a demon. The sea breeze carried the sound of the waves, intermingled with Lu Bing's screams and pleas. As the night air took on a bloody scent, a long-awaited vengeance had begun to unfold on this desolate island. Chapter 63. Soothe the hearts. The night was as dark as ink. The screams and wails upon the beach persisted throughout the night without respite. Initially piercing and high-pitched, the cries gradually became hoarse and weak, akin to a windbag with a hole, each gasp accompanied by blood and excruciating pain, yet unceasing. The agonized cries echoed across the desolate shoreline, steeped in a chilling despair. Every individual had red-rimmed eyes, unleashing their pent-up anger, fear, and hopelessness upon Lu Bing. Some wielded sharp shells, methodically slicing open his skin. Others picked up jagged stones, brutally striking his limbs. Still others used broken branches to stab at his exposed flesh. No one showed mercy, nor did anyone relent. Each action was infused with seething hatred. It seemed that only through this could they erase the humiliation of being deceived, abandoned, and treated as sacrificial pawns. As the night wore on, when the first light of dawn pierced the horizon and fell upon the beach, the horrific scene was too ghastly to behold. Lu Bing remained alive, yet he had long lost his humanity. His once corpulent body was now riddled with a multitude of varying wounds. Blood soaked into the rocks and sand beneath him, congealing into dark brown clumps, mingled with mud and blood, emitting a nauseating stench. His skin was shredded, muscles laid bare, revealing a dark red texture and pale tendons. His limbs were contorted beyond recognition. The bones at the broken joints piercing through flesh, stark white and exposed, stained with blood. His face was grotesquely swollen, one eye completely sealed by dried blood, while the other, barely opened, was filled with an abyss of numbness and excruciating pain, making even the slightest movement a monumental struggle. Lu Bing's mouth overflowed with foamy blood, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind, each rise and fall of his chest accompanied by violent convulsions, his throat emitting a rasping sound akin to a desperate gasp for life. He lay slumped upon the rocks, akin to a piece of discarded, carelessly severed flesh, devoid of vitality yet clinging to the last vestiges of life, enduring endless torment. Surrounding him, the onlookers were smeared with blood, their faces and hands stained, the madness and fury in their eyes gradually ebbing away, replaced by profound exhaustion and a tinge of bewilderment. A night of unleashed fury had drained them of all strength, the hatred in their hearts dissipating alongside Lu Bing's grim fate, leaving behind a heavy emptiness. Enough, one crew member gasped, discarding the shell stained crimson with blood. His voice hoarse, just kill him. The group nodded in silence, no one daring to dissent. An older crew member picked up the axe previously used to shatter Lu Bing's leg, casting a glance at Lu Yun. Receiving no objection, he passed the axe to a burly man beside him. The strong man took a deep breath, gripping the axe handle tightly, his gaze cold as he turned towards Lu Bing, who was still struggling for breath upon the rocks. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the axe high and, with all his might, brought it down fiercely upon Lu Bing's neck. The sharp blade sliced effortlessly through Lu Bing's frail neck, blood gushing forth and splattering the burly man. Lu Bing's rasping ceased abruptly, and his bloodied, contorted head tumbled onto the sand, eyes wide open, betraying the final remnants of fear and unwillingness. The headless body twitched a few times before falling still, blood gushing from the neck, and quickly pooling into a dark crimson puddle on the beach. Silence enveloped the shore, a deathly calm, interrupted only by the sound of waves crashing against the rocks and the heavy breaths of the onlookers. In the dawn light, the blood appeared strikingly vivid, and Lu Bing's tragic end became a gruesome testament to betrayal and vengeance on this desolate island. His head lay upon the sand, the dark red blood congealing in the morning light, the acrid scent mingling with the sea breeze, suffocating in its intensity. The crowd stood frozen, faces still marked by drying blood, their shells, stones, and axes hanging limply in their hands. The fleeting thrill of killing Lu Bing was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming tide of fear and confusion. Home was an unreachable dream, rescue, a distant deception. What were they to do next? On this deserted, perilous island, how were they to survive? What would become of their families? What lay ahead? All these thoughts weighed heavily, leaving them gasping for breath. On the sandy shore, some individuals crouched with their hands buried in the grains, their shoulders trembling violently as muted sobs gradually resonate in the air. Others lean against the rocks, their vacant gazes fixed on the sea, their faces betraying an unmistakable sorrow and despair. Still others clench their fists, nails digging deeply into their palms, their eyes swirling with uncontrolled rage, akin to cornered beasts driven to desperation. Lu Yun observes all of this, his heart heavy with a profound weight. He understands better than anyone the peril that looms over the crowd at this moment. The act of killing Lu Bing was a stark manifestation of emotional turmoil. And when the last glimmer of hope for returning home is utterly extinguished, the malevolent thoughts within the hearts of the people will be magnified beyond measure. The absence of hope signifies the absence of attachments and constraints. In such a state, individuals may resort to violent clashes over mere sustenance or water, succumbing to despair and potentially committing even more reckless acts. This desolate island could transform from a place of desperation into a hellish nightmare, and ultimately, all of them would meet the same fate as Lu Bing, whether by each other's blades or through the slow suffocation of solitude and hopelessness. He must rise to the occasion to establish a new pillar of spiritual support for these people, even if this pillar is but a fragile straw. And even if he himself harbors doubts about the arrival of rescue, as long as there remains a flicker of hope, it can preserve the last vestige of reason and prevent the collapse of humanity. This is not deception. It is a necessary redemption for survival. He never aspired to lead. He simply did not want to witness the destruction of everyone in despair. With this thought, Lu Yun stepped forward, standing atop the rocks. His garments still bore stains of blood, and he deliberately suppressed the weight of his own burdens, his gaze resolute like the cliffs by the sea. He raised his hand and clapped vigorously, the sharp sound piercing the suffocating silence, drawing the attention of all present. "Everyone look at me." Lu Yun's voice, though not loud, resonated with a penetrating force, each word carefully chosen to strike at the depths of their hearts. I know Lu Bing's words acted like a blade, shattering our hopes of returning home. You believe that survival on this island is impossible, that everything has come to an end, correct? But I tell you, this is not the conclusion. It is merely the reality we must confront. He scanned the crowd, his gaze sweeping over every face etched with agony, silently sighing within. Did he not yearn for home? Did he not fear the boundless struggle for survival on this desolate island? Yet he could not falter. Any sign of panic would only hasten the spread of chaos. I tell you all, rescue may be delayed, but it will not be eternally out of reach. Lu Yun deliberately emphasized the word may, neither making unfounded promises nor extinguishing the flicker of hope. You all understand how advanced maritime technology has become. As long as this island exists on Earth, as long as it remains in these waters, it will inevitably be discovered by exploration vessels, fishing boats, or passing ships. It may not be in 3 days, nor in 3 weeks. Perhaps it will take 3 months or even 3 years, but as long as we are alive, there remains a chance. But we are running out of food. We do not know where to go. Amidst the crowd, a voice, steeped in despair and helplessness, cried out. We are utterly incapable. We cannot survive on this desolate island. Indeed, echoes of agreement surged forth. A palpable sense of hopelessness enveloped the group as tensions mounted, and hostility flickered in their eyes. Lu Yun recognized that mere encouragement was insufficient. He needed to provide tangible guidance for survival to restore calm among them. Drawing a deep breath to quell his inner turmoil, he pointed towards the lush greenery not far away, his voice rising with undeniable conviction. Is it true that we cannot endure? That is only because we have remained tethered to the shoreline. Look over there. His finger traversed the trees, directing attention to the distant, hazy silhouettes of mountains bathed in the morning light, promising abundant resources and a glimmer of hope for survival. This island is far larger than we ever imagined. We have barely explored 1% of it. Moreover, it is summertime, and with ample rainfall. If we construct a reservoir to collect rainwater and locate a clean stream, we can resolve our water issues. Clenching his fists, his tone became impassioned, each word meticulously chosen to delineate a clear path to survival. As for sustenance, in such a vast expanse, the forest teems with wild fruits, edible plants, game birds, and rabbits, while the sea offers fish, crabs, and shellfish, resources more bountiful than we can conceive. Yet we have yet to venture deeper, to truly explore this island. His gaze burned intensely as he swept across each face, driven by a singular thought. They must believe in their capacity to survive and grasp the essence of unity. Let us reflect. Does not the history of humanity embody a journey from nothingness to existence? Our ancestors descended from the trees, bare and armed only with stones and sticks. They battled ancient beasts, withstood fierce storms, and sought life amidst the wilderness. Lacking the knowledge we possess today, and devoid of the survival wisdom amassed over millennia, they nonetheless forged a resplendent civilization. Now, we find ourselves returning to the basics, to the primal era of our forebears. Yet we are far superior. Our minds are enriched with the wisdom accumulated over thousands of years. We know how to kindle fire, identify edible plants, construct secure shelters, and unite against peril. This knowledge is our foundation for survival. Lu Bing has perished, the lies have been shattered, But this does not provide us with a justification for surrendering our survival. He opened his arms wide, his voice imbued with fervor. Now, we have no retreat. We can only strive forward. As long as we remain united, steady our spirits. Explore the island step by step, accumulate resources gradually, establish a livable shelter, stockpile food, and secure our water source. We shall not only survive, but thrive. We are not fighting this battle alone. Those around us are companions ready to lend a hand. In the past, we persevered to return home. But now we strive side by side for survival. Lu Yun's voice resonated with conviction, each word imbued with his reverence for humanity and control. I refuse to believe that we, endowed with wisdom and courage, will succumb to a desolate island. I am even less inclined to accept Lu Bing's assertion that we will perish here. Do you believe it? His gaze was sharp and resolute, like a beam of light piercing through the shroud of despair enveloping the crowd. Gradually, the murmurs subsided, the earlier sobs ceased, and the hollow eyes began to glimmer with renewed hope. Some instinctively clenched their fists, while others lifted their gaze toward the mountains Lu Yun pointed to. Their expressions tinged with hesitation, yet less shrouded in despair. They could sense the strength in Lu Yun's words and vaguely comprehend that, at this moment, their only choice was to uplift one another and survive, rather than waiting for death in despair or resorting to violence over scarce resources. It was far wiser to band together and seek warmth, fighting for a path to life. A young crew member, eyes reddened, hoarsely inquired, "Can we truly survive?" "Indeed." Lu Yun replied with unwavering certainty, his gaze devoid of hesitation, filled only with determination. "As long as we do not give up, seek water together, search for food together, and establish a safe haven, we will surely endure." It is uncertain who nodded first, but soon more followed suit, though some remained lost in despair. Lu Yun's words planted the seeds of hope within their hearts. The air of impending madness gradually dissipated, replaced by a fragile, yet tenacious will to survive. After all, our ancestors thrived in the wilderness. They possessed wisdom and companionship. Why should we not? As dawn's light brightened, it illuminated Lu Yun's resolute face, casting a glow upon the eyes of the crowd that had rekindled a flicker of hope. Lu Yun quietly exhaled, his palms already drenched in sweat. He had succeeded in stabilizing the group's emotions, averting a collapse of humanity. It can be said that, without Lu Yun's intervention, the beach might have transformed into a scene of carnage. Not to mention, the high-value supplies left by Lu Bing would have driven these hopeless souls, regressed to primal instincts, into a deadly struggle. Yet, Lu Yun understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges. All of them must carve out a path to survival on this desolate island. Chapter 64. Future plans. Lu Yun observed as the crowd's emotions gradually settled, the despair on their faces fading slightly, replaced by a calmness sustained by the will to survive. Among the group, several individuals who were close in ordinary circumstances had gathered, whispering among themselves while occasionally glancing toward the distant woods and the others around them. Their intent was unmistakable. They sought to form alliances. After all, in this desolate island, numbers provide a measure of confidence and a greater chance of survival. However, Lu Yun also keenly sensed a subtle wariness lurking in their eyes. Without the singular common goal of returning home as a binding force, the trepidation and wariness inherent in human nature quietly emerged. Each individual was acutely aware that those around them could either be companions in survival or, in times of scarcity, transform into predators. Thus, no one dared to place their trust in strangers. Only those with sufficiently intimate relationships felt emboldened to depart in small groups, contemplating their next means of sustenance. At this moment, the dozen or so crew members who had previously accompanied Lu Yun to the stone house exchanged glances, murmuring quietly among themselves before electing a robust middle-aged man as their spokesperson. He approached Lu Yun with brisk steps, rubbing the blood and grime from his hands, and somewhat awkwardly inquired, "Brother Lu Yun, may we ask if we can continue to follow you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze calm as he replied, "You know my name, yet I do not know yours." The man paused, his initial awkwardness swiftly transforming into a sheepish realization. He scratched the back of his head and sighed. "Ah, I see now. Indeed, we are merely hired hands working alongside you. And we do not even know each other's names, which hardly establishes a foundation for complete trust or partnership in life and death." "Wait." Lu Yun suddenly halted the man who was about to turn away and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke slowly. "Our mutual unfamiliarity indeed precludes us from becoming trustworthy allies. However, you may continue to work for me." He paused, his tone earnest. "Let us pretend Lu Bing's incident never occurred. You will assist me in constructing the house and moving stones, and I shall continue to provide you with ample food, without any deductions. How does that sound? Are you willing?" At this declaration, not only the representative but the crew members standing behind him brightened with enthusiasm. Working alongside Lu Yun was indeed laborious. Lifting stones, mixing mud, and laying bricks left their bones weary by day's end, yet they could sleep soundly each night knowing they would have a stable source of nourishment, free from the anxiety that plagued others who feared for their next meal. Yes, we are willing. The representative quickly nodded, his voice brimming with joy. The toil was a minor concern, as long as they had food to sustain them. Good, Lu Yun nodded in response, his demeanor suddenly sharpening. But I have a condition. Work diligently and harbor no ill intentions. If you commit yourselves to honest labor, I shall ensure you are well compensated. However, should any of you attempt deceit or harbor malicious thoughts towards me, do not expect leniency. As his words lingered in the air, he drew a gleaming short axe from behind him, weighing it lightly in his hand. The blade glinted coldly in the morning light, its substantial weight and formidable presence causing the crew members to instinctively hold their breath. They understood that very few on this desolate island possessed weapons. The axe in Lu Yun's grip served not only as a tool for labor, but also as a means of self-defense. If matters escalated, they were no match for him. Do not dare. The representative hastily waved his hands, a sincere smile spreading across his face. Brother Lu, rest assured. We simply wish to follow you for our daily bread, and would never entertain any ulterior motives. We shall earnestly commit ourselves to our work, without any tricks or deceit. The other crew members echoed their agreement. Indeed, we heed your words and shall labor diligently. Rest assured, we harbor no ulterior motives. Indeed, Brother Lu, what cause do you have for concern regarding us? We have been toiling alongside you for 2 days now. Our industriousness is evident to you, is it not? Otherwise, you would not continue to employ us, would you? Haha, yet Brother Lu treats us well. Working for him at least ensures we have enough to eat, which is quite commendable. As Lu Yun observed the awe and sincerity reflected in their eyes, he gradually lowered his axe, his tone softening. Very well. It is best that you think this way. Let us adhere to the previous arrangements. At dawn, after we have eaten, you shall continue to transport stones, mix clay, and fell trees to construct beams. The stone house must continue to rise, for it is the foundation of our existence on this island. Understood. Rest assured. We shall perform our tasks earnestly. The crowd responded in unison, their faces finally breaking into relieved smiles, the heavy burden on their hearts lightening considerably. Although they still faced arduous labor, at least there was a clear direction, sparing them the despair of aimlessness and the dread of hunger. Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Brothers, follow my lead diligently. This way, not only will you have your fill, but you will also acquire skills for survival. Even if you part ways with me in the future, this craftsmanship will serve you well. Indeed, the crowd shouted in agreement. Lu Yun smiled. All right, let us tidy this place up. Once it is clean, we shall return to work. Yes. Watching them turn to gather their belongings, Lu Yun exhaled softly. He understood that this was merely a temporary measure. The bond of employment could never rival the trust forged through shared trials of life and death. Yet, at this moment of uncertainty, it was the most prudent choice. Retaining these individuals for labor not only stabilized his workforce, but also circumvented unnecessary conflicts. Furthermore, it served as a precaution against other survivors who might suddenly turn hostile. After all, although they had been swayed by his words and had not yet erupted into significant discord, no one could guarantee that a trivial matter would not incite turmoil at any moment. Each survivor's mind was taut with a fragile tension, one that could snap at any instant. Perhaps it was not merely the threat posed by other survivors that loomed over him. The unknown terrors lurking within the forest also cast a shadow over Lu Yun's heart. His strength was still too feeble, but having these dozen individuals join him in communal living offered him a sense of security. The stone house represented the most tangible assurance for Lu Yun and his companions on this desolate island. It was imperative to hasten the completion of the stone house. Once it was finished, the next step would be to enhance the various facilities of the camp: furniture, a cooking stove, a storage area, fencing, walls, external traps, a large pond, sheepfolds, chicken coops, and the cultivation of farmland. If suitable seeds for crops, vegetables, and fruits could be found, they must seize the opportunity to plant as soon as the climate permits. Given the certainty that rescue would not arrive in the near future, preparations for a prolonged existence on the island were essential. Indeed, sustenance and shelter remain the most fundamental of needs. Chapter 65. The rational allocation of resources. Lu Yun directed the dozen or so crew members assisting him to dismantle the tents left by Lu Bing. The filth within the tents was revolting. The group covered their noses and mouths, using branches to carefully dispose of the cans filled with excrement and the soiled packaging, casting them far into the depths of the beach to be buried. A few individuals worked together to remove the soiled fabric curtains, repeatedly rinsing them in the sea. The remaining crew sorted and organized the relatively intact supplies inside the tents. Rows of canned goods, several boxes of compressed biscuits, and half a barrel of unopened fresh water were cautiously transferred to the clean rocks, where they were meticulously counted and categorized. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance. Lu Yun looked up to see the previously scattered individuals returning in droves. They encircled the tents, their complex gazes fixed on the supplies atop the rocks, forming an impenetrable wall of bodies. Lu Yun furrowed his brow, halting his work, and regarded them with vigilance. Choosing silence to observe their intentions, the crowd fell into a brief silence, exchanging furtive glances and murmuring among themselves. Subsequently, a man in a crew uniform, marked by a scar across his face, stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the cans. He bluntly inquired, "Lu Yun, what do you intend to do with these items in the tent? Surely, you cannot claim all this food for yourself?" His words landed like a stone cast into still waters, immediately provoking agreement from the crowd. Yes, these supplies were prepared by the company for Lu Bing. We are all part of the shipping company. Why should you, an outsider, be allowed to dispose of them? You have no right to monopolize these resources. Quickly distribute the food. We are all running low. The supplies should be shared by everyone. The crew members clad in work uniforms rallied together, their earlier survival instincts now wholly supplanted by a fervent desire for the provisions. Their eyes were filled with hostility towards Lu Yun, as if he had become an obstacle to their survival. "Everyone, let us remain calm. Allow me to speak." Lu Yun swiftly gestured with his hands, his voice steady and commanding, overpowering the murmurs of the crowd. "I have never claimed to monopolize these items. The reason I am temporarily managing these supplies is solely for the safety of everyone, so that we can all endure a few more days on this island." "Well said. But why should you have the authority to manage these resources?" the scarred man retorted defiantly. "We can divide them ourselves, each according to our ability to safeguard them. Isn't that better? Is it really that simple?" Lu Yun scoffed, his gaze sweeping across all present. "There are over 100 survivors here. Yet we have only a few dozen cans, and limited compressed biscuits and fresh water. If we divide these supplies equally, how much would each person receive? It may not even suffice for a single meal. It simply cannot be distributed fairly." He paused, his tone growing increasingly grave. "Their essay saying, it is not scarcity that troubles us, but inequality. In a situation where sustenance is scarce, perhaps there would still be a collective effort to survive. However, if some individuals were to receive food while others did not, or if the distribution favored some over others, the disparity and resentment within the group would inevitably surface. On this desolate island, one must consider, would one not fight for a morsel of food? At that moment, who could ensure their own safety?" The crowd fell silent, their initial excitement waning as they began to ponder Lu Yun's words. Then, a voice from within the throng suggested timidly, "Why not split the canned food in half and break the biscuits into smaller pieces, thereby allowing more people to partake?" Lu Yun pointed towards a pale child nestled in his mother's embrace nearby and retorted, "An admirable suggestion, but if I were to give him half a can, can we be certain this child would safeguard it? Unless he were to swallow it whole, it would remain merely a potential meal. Yet, given its scarcity, would he truly consume it immediately? I suspect he would not. He would likely cherish it, savoring it slowly. Do you believe the others would stand idly by, witnessing a child possessing food while they themselves go hungry? Would they not be tempted to seize it?" He then cast his gaze upon several frail individuals within the crowd, their expressions tinged with timidity. "It is not solely the child. There are also the elderly, women, and even among us men, those of slight build. Once they receive their portions, can they ensure their safety? Innocent individuals can find themselves in peril simply for possessing something of value. On this lawless island, having resources might attract lethal consequences. Consider this." Lu Yun's tone softened yet bore an undeniable persuasive strength. "Should I hold these resources, I would allocate them judiciously based on our collective circumstances. Those who are frail and require nourishment, those laboring under heavy burdens needing additional sustenance, and those temporarily without food would all receive thoughtful consideration. Furthermore, I possess the capability to safeguard these supplies, ensuring they do not become the catalyst for conflict. If distributed among everyone, it would merely empower the strong and weaken the vulnerable, inevitably leading to mutual destruction." The crowd fell into a profound silence, their animosity dissipating, replaced by a sense of resignation and understanding. They recognized the truth in Lu Yun's words. The civilized order of society had long since vanished on this island, leaving only the primal law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Lu Yun wielded an axe and held power, with resources in his possession. None would dare covet them lightly. Yet, if one were to grasp those scant provisions, they would only become prey in the eyes of others. After a moment, someone let out a heavy sigh and stepped back, shaking their head. Gradually, more individuals began to disperse, murmuring in agreement. "He makes a valid point. Rather than squabbling and risking our lives, it would be wiser to heed his words. At least it offers a chance for survival. The once tightly knit crowd began to dissolve, each person retreating to contemplate their own path to survival. Lu Yun observed their retreating figures, quietly exhaling a breath of relief. He understood that their acquiescence was not born of genuine faith in him, but rather a reluctant concession to the harsh realities they faced. Nevertheless, he had, for the time being, averted a conflict precipitated by the struggle for resources. Very well, let us return to our tasks, he concluded. Lu Yun turned to the crew beside him and instructed, thoroughly clean the tents, categorize and pack the supplies, and move everything to the stone house for proper storage. Remember, these items are the lifeblood of us all. No one is permitted to hoard anything. In the future, distribution will be according to our established rules. Understood. The crew responded in unison, picking up their tools and continuing their orderly work. As the sun rose higher, the acrid scent of blood and refuse on the beach was gradually dispersed by the sea breeze. Only the neatly stacked supplies on the rocks silently narrated the struggle for survival and humanity. Chapter 66. Eager to build the camp, Fong Ro endured the foul odor within the tent as she meticulously counted the supplies. The inventory list was astonishing. There remained 60 cans of beef, stacked impeccably, 25 packs of unopened compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of red wine, glistening after the dust was wiped away, and 2 packs of mineral water, totaling over 20 bottles, a genuine premium water source. Most remarkable was the tent itself, a true luxury. The fabric was lightweight, yet offered both ventilation and waterproofing, with an outer layer that could be fitted with a thicker cover. The entrance flap could be freely adjusted, and the sturdy frame ensured it would stand firm even against wind and rain, far superior to the rudimentary tents previously used at the seaside camp. Clearly, the supplies allocated for Lu Bing were of the highest standard, with no concessions made, although they ultimately cost Lu Bing his life. At least the provisions arranged on the island were not subpar. In addition, there were even more practical items. 2 fully charged flashlights, capable of solar recharging, felt heavy in hand. A multifunctional Swiss Army knife, with a razor-sharp blade, could open bottles, cut, peel, and serve various other functions. In one corner of the tent lay a set of bedding, its texture soft and delicate, unmistakably valuable, though now marred. Stains of foul and fishy substances covered it. The once golden fabric now marked with mottled spots and dark, sticky grease. Up close, an amalgamation of sweat, blood, and mildew emitted a nauseating stench. However, the quality of the fabric itself was undeniable. Once cleaned, it would undoubtedly be a prized possession. To her surprise, Fong Ro discovered a few risque books hidden beneath a pillow, their covers brazen and the content explicit. Catching a glimpse, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly tossed them to Lu Yun, avoiding eye contact. Lu Yun casually flipped through a couple of pages, his eyes lighting up as he tucked them into his waistband, patting to ensure they wouldn't fall. What do you need these for? Fong Ro gently pinched his arm, her tone a mix of shyness and reproach. Lu Yun chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Just for some learning. Puffed, learning my foot. Fong Ro scoffed, turning her head away, her ears still tinged with red. Once the inventory was complete, the group sorted and packed all supplies categorically. Cans and biscuits were placed into sturdy cloth bags, while mineral water and red wine were carefully handled. The tent was disassembled and carried by 2 individuals. Despite the bedding's dirtiness, it was rolled up and stored separately. Leading the way was Lu Yun, followed closely by Fong Ro, Lin Yu, Lin Shui, Lu Qing, and 2 timid children, along with 12 crew members. A procession of 19 individuals marched resolutely towards the previously established stone encampment. As they passed the chaotic remnants of the once cohesive main camp by the seaside, they were met with a scene of disarray. The camp, once unified, had disintegrated, with individuals dismantling tents, and 2 factions embroiled in a heated dispute over tent materials, shoving each other with flushed faces and flying spittle. Ultimately, an onlooker intervened, suggesting a compromise by cutting the tents in half to appease both parties, thus barely quelling the conflict. Upon surveying the surroundings, it became apparent that the 100 or so unfortunate souls had fragmented into nearly 20 small groups. They scattered in various formations, some heading towards the forest's edge in search of trees for shelter, others moving along the coastline in pursuit of a flatter stretch of sand, while some remained in situ, clearing a small patch of ground to establish a temporary abode. Each face bore a mask of vigilance and bewilderment. The camaraderie that once flourished among them was gradually supplanted by suspicion and estrangement under the duress of survival. The contingent led by Lu Yun stood out strikingly amidst the scattered populace, representing the largest assembly. They bore heavy supplies, advancing in an orderly fashion, under Lu Yun's command. The 12 crew members coordinated seamlessly, their strides synchronized, exuding an air of formidable presence. Many onlookers, upon catching sight of the canned goods, bottled water, and intact tents they carried were instantly ignited by greed. Some could hardly suppress their salivation, their faces reflecting envy and longing, their gazes fixated like hooks on the supplies. However, upon observing the formidable size of Lu Yun's group, the tense expressions of the crew, and the short axe handle protruding from Lu Yun's waist, those harboring ulterior motives refrained from acting rashly. No matter how covetous, it was ill-advised to provoke a disciplined and numerically superior assembly over mere provisions. Ultimately, onlookers could do little but watch as Lu Yun and his entourage, laden with their coveted supplies, assertively traversed the disordered camp, making their way toward the stone house not far ahead, leaving behind a trail of envious yet apprehensive glances. Upon returning to the encampment, the crew meticulously arranged the supplies in the clearing beside the stone house, securely covering them with tarpaulin. Lu Yun clapped his hands, surveying the 12 crew members and the accompanying women, his voice clear and decisive. Everyone, take a breather. Now, listen closely as I assign tasks. Today, we focus on one core objective, preparing stones to construct the stone house. We shall continue as before, maintaining our efficiency. He gestured towards the distant rocky outcrop. Old Joe. Euphor will select stones from the outcrop. Prioritize granite blocks, those that are regular in shape and minimally damaged at the edges, which will be reserved for wall construction. Pebbles should be categorized separately for future use in paving and foundational filling. Discard any hollow, cracked, or excessively small stones. They merely occupy space. Xiao Ma and your trio will assist on the beach, sorting the selected stones by type into piles and aiding in their transport. The remaining individuals will be responsible for the transportation of stones from the outcrop to the beach and then back to the encampment. Pair up for the larger stones, or utilize the woven baskets we crafted earlier. Be mindful of the jagged stones and the waves underfoot. Avoid injury and do not waste energy transporting useless stones. Understood? The crowd responded in unison, each picking up their tools in preparation for departure. Suddenly, Lu Yun called out to the last 2 members of the team. You two, please stay behind. I have a special task for you today. The 2 individuals, named Li Tian and Lu Deqiang, paused in their tracks, looking at Lu Yun with curiosity. Li Tian was the most agile among the crew, while Lu Deqiang possessed skills in carpentry. Both were robust men of considerable strength. Lu Yun approached them, picking up a twig from the ground and sketching the rough outline of a house in the sand. We are to construct a stone house measuring 8 meters in length and 5 meters in width. The walls have already begun to take shape, but merely having stones is insufficient for building. We must first prepare the main beams and timber. Otherwise, if the walls are raised too high, we will have no way to complete the roof. Your primary task today is to venture into the woods and fell trees, gathering sufficient timber according to my specifications. He crouched down, gesturing with the twig. When felling trees, you must first discern the species. Prioritize finding cedar or pine. These 2 types have straight grains, resilient wood, and are resistant to decay, making them ideal for construction in our humid coastal environment. Should you be unable to find them, hardwoods such as oak or birch will suffice, but avoid softwoods like willows, as they lack the strength to bear weight. Additionally, steer clear of hollow, infested, or crooked trunks, as these will not provide stable support for our building. Moreover, the dimensions of the beams must be precise. We require 2 main beams, 1 ridge beam and 1 secondary beam. They must be straight trunks without knots, with a diameter between 22 to 25 centimeters and a length of 9 meters, 1 meter longer than the total length of the house, with each end extending 50 centimeters for overhang, ensuring even weight distribution on the roof. The secondary beams and purlins should number 6, with a diameter of 15 to 18 centimeters and a length of 6 meters, capable of spanning the width of the house. For the door and window frames, as well as the internal support timber, a diameter of 10 to 12 centimeters will suffice, with lengths cut as needed. Approximately 8 to 10 pieces will be necessary. Cut according to this quantity, and prepare a couple of extra pieces as a precaution to avoid any last-minute shortages. Thereafter, Lu Yun meticulously explained the techniques for felling trees. Chapter 67. Had Lu Bing perhaps left behind some valuable items? Lu Yun illustrated the angle of the cut in the sand. When felling a tree, first, on the side facing our camp, make a deep notch at a 30-centimeter height from the ground, at a 45-degree angle, with a depth reaching 1/3 of the trunk's diameter. This will guide the tree to fall in the desired direction, preventing it from striking us and facilitating easier transportation. Once the notch is made, move to the opposite side of the trunk, 5 centimeters higher than the notch, and cut straight down to gradually sever the remaining wood. While felling trees, do not rush. Work in tandem. One person should be the primary cutter while the other observes the trunk's inclination. The moment you notice the trunk beginning to sway, immediately call for a halt and retreat in the opposite direction. Never stand directly in front of or to the sides of the falling trunk to avoid being struck by branches or the trunk itself. He paused, pointing to the tools in their hands. One was a machete previously found in Lu Bing's tent, while the other was a short axe brought by a crew member. The machete is sharp, suitable for notching and trimming branches. The axe is heavy, ideal for chopping hardwood. When encountering a thick tree trunk, do not attempt to chop it down forcefully. Instead, use a machete to carefully peel away a ring of bark around the trunk, exposing the wood beneath, which facilitates a cleaner cut and minimizes tool wear. Additionally, branches require attention. Lu Yun mimicked the motion of pruning with a branch. After felling the trunk, begin by removing the excess branches, leaving only the main stem. Do not waste the branches. The thinner ones can be bundled and taken back as firewood, while the thicker ones can serve as supportive props. When cutting branches, be sure to slice in the direction of their growth to conserve energy and prevent the machete from chipping. Lastly, he emphasized safety and attention to detail. Once in the woods, survey the surroundings and avoid cutting trees in low-lying or damp areas, as the ground can be slippery and prone to falls. Also, refrain from choosing densely packed woods for felling. In thick forests, intertwined branches can entrap fallen trunks. If faced with an exceptionally thick tree that proves unyielding, it is best to abandon the effort. We should seek trees of suitable thickness for efficiency is paramount. Furthermore, the two must not separate, but rather look out for one another throughout the process. Once the branches have been cut, bind them securely with vines, and together they should carry them back. When encountering steep slopes or rocky paths, slow down and do not rush. If they have not gathered enough before dusk, transport the cut branches back first and return the next day. Safety comes first, and no haste should lead to accidents. Li Tian and Lu Daqiang nodded in agreement, committing Lu Yun's words to memory. Lu Daqiang clenched the axe in his hand, grinning. Rest assured, we will follow your instructions and ensure we gather enough wood without causing delays. Lu Yun nodded, patting both their shoulders. Off you go, prioritize safety, and report back immediately if any issues arise. Understood. They chorused, each picking up their tools and heading towards the woods. Lu Yun stroked his chin, his gaze falling upon the stone house that had begun to take shape. The outer wall framework was already well constructed, awaiting further solidifying, heightening, and roofing. After a moment of contemplation, an idea sparked, and he clapped his hands together, a gleam of realization in his eyes. I have yet to arrange something important. Turning to Fong Ro, he spoke decisively. Fong Ro, you will remain at the camp today to ensure everyone has water and meals, managing logistics effectively. His gaze then shifted to the Lin sisters, Lin Yu and Lin Shui, and he smiled. Did you not mention your ability to catch fish previously? Lin Shui immediately raised her hand with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Yes. During the last outing with Brother Lu, we learned quite a bit. Just yesterday, we caught several small fish. Excellent. Lu Yun nodded. Today, you two will be tasked with activities by the sea. Go find crabs, dig for clams, and perhaps gather some seaweed. Utilize the methods I showed you during our last coastal trip. Whatever you manage to gather will be counted as your contribution. Wonderful. Lin Shui exclaimed, jumping up and tugging at Lin Yu's arm in excitement. We love going to the sea. It's so much fun and we can find food. How delightful. Lu Yun gently ruffled her hair, teasing. I assigned you this playful yet productive task precisely because I know how much you enjoy it. This is what we call tailored instruction. Thank you, Brother Lu. Lin Shui joyfully embraced Lu Yun's arm, her cheek inadvertently pressing against him. Beside them, Fong Ro observed the scene with an inscrutable expression, gently stepping forward to extricate Lu Yun's arm from Lin Shui's embrace. She gestured to the two sisters, urging them. Off you go to your tasks. Haha, Sister Fong Ro is feeling jealous. Lin Shui winked mischievously, pulling Lin Yu along as they darted away. In their hands, they carried the fish baskets that Lu Yun had specially woven for them, and slung over their shoulders was a wicker basket they had crafted during their leisure time a few nights prior. Each of them grasped a sharpened wooden spear, brimming with excitement as they raced towards the rocky shore, eager to showcase their skills in fishing and crab catching. Having set them on their way, Lu Yun turned to Lu Qing, their eyes meeting fortuitously. Lu Qing blinked, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she softly inquired, Little Lu, what task do you have for me? Lu Yun responded with an air of mystery. I cannot divulge that just yet. Keep those two children at the camp with Fong Ro, and I shall take you to a special place. A faint blush crept onto Lu Qing's delicate face as she pressed her lips together and nodded subtly, her voice barely above a whisper. All right. Fong Ro, observing their interaction, promptly stepped forward, pulling Lu Yun aside, her voice lowered with urgency. What are you up to? Where are you taking Lu Qing? Leaning closer to her ear, Lu Yun explained in hushed tones. I wish to accompany Lu Qing to the vicinity of Lu Bing's tent to search more thoroughly. Do you recall that heavy metal box in his tent? It was filled with canned goods. Given his hefty frame, he likely didn't dig too far from the tent. I suspect we may have overlooked some treasures beneath the surface. If we can uncover additional supplies, our fortunes may change dramatically. Really? Fong Ro's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She slapped her thigh, exclaiming, how could I have missed that? Lu Bing's physique must have hampered his efforts. He likely took shortcuts while digging. The canned goods from that box are highly coveted in civilized society, let alone on this deserted island. If you can find another box, our lives here will improve significantly. Lu Yun chuckled lightly. Indeed, that's why I want to take Lu Qing along. Leaving the 2 children with you will also bolster your courage. Fong Ro waved her hand dismissively, her expression nonchalant. No need for that. What is there to fear in broad daylight? I'm quite brave. Lu Yun reached out to pinch her cheek, his tone firm with insistence. No, I can't have you staying here alone. What if danger arises? Here, take this. He retrieved the Swiss Army knife he had discovered in Lu Bing's tent from his pocket, placing it in Fong Ro's hand. Hold on to it. If you encounter any peril, don't fight, just run. Your safety is paramount. Fong Ro grasped the cold knife, warmth flooding her heart. She then raised an eyebrow at Lu Yun, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. You've left me at the camp because these crew members are my colleagues, right? We've shared a year or 2 together. So there's a certain camaraderie. They are unlikely to turn against me, which is why you feel assured about leaving me here. Lu Yun gave her a thumbs up. His eyes filled with admiration. Our rower is indeed clever. She guessed it right at once. Need I say more? Fong Ro replied, raising her chin with pride. If you had left Lin Yu, Lin Shui, or Lu Qing here, those rough men who live at sea year-round might have some improper thoughts. Exactly. That's the reasoning behind my choice. That's why I decided to take Lu Qing with me. Letting the 2 sisters team up to gather seafood while you stay back to guard the camp. Lu Yun nodded, pushing the military knife further into her hand. All right, we're off. Keep a close watch at the camp, and come find me if anything arises. Go on, go on. Fong Ro waved her hand playfully, teasingly adding, I thought you were letting your beastly instincts take over, wanting to take advantage of Lu Qing, but it turns out you're genuinely off to seek treasure. What are you thinking? Lu Yun shook his head helplessly. Am I that kind of person? He turned to give a few reminders to the 2 children, instructing them to stay at the camp and keep Fong Ro company. The children were delighted to hear they wouldn't have to work and could stay with Fong Ro, and they readily agreed. With everything arranged, Lu Yun set off with Lu Qing towards the woods. They deliberately chose to traverse through the forest instead of the main road, intending to quietly circle around to the spot where Lu Bing had set up the tent, avoiding detection by others on the beach. Chapter 68. Capturing Lu Qing. Lu Yun and Lu Qing meandered through the woods under the sunlight. The morning was neither too hot nor too cold, the temperature in the forest being just right. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, the birds chirped melodiously, and the air was infused with the freshness of grass and the delicate fragrance of unknown wildflowers, creating an environment so pleasant that one could not help but slow their pace. As they walked, Lu Yun felt a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he met Lu Qing's flustered eyes, which quickly fell to the ground. Lu Yun smiled and asked, What is wrong, Lu Jie? Lu Qing's cheeks flushed lightly, and when she lifted her gaze, a gentle smile graced her lips. She pointed to a nearby large tree with abundant foliage. I'm a bit tired. Shall we take a break? Lu Yun looked at the sky with some confusion. We've only been walking for less than 10 minutes, not far from the camp. And you're already tired? Lu Qing blinked her watery eyes, her tone carrying a hint of playful reproach. The unique charm of a mature woman flowed through her words. But I really am tired. I didn't sleep a wink last night. Just a little rest, all right? Her tone, imbued with a mixture of grievance and dependence, was undeniably powerful. Lu Yun immediately nodded. All right, let us rest for a bit. The 2 leaned against the sturdy trunk of the great tree. Lu Yun closed his eyes, intending to catch his breath when suddenly, a wave of warm fragrance enveloped him. He opened his eyes abruptly to find Lu Qing sitting gently in his lap, her legs spread apart, tenderly cradling his face with her hands. Startled, Lu Yun was about to say something, but before he could utter a word, Lu Qing's soft, rosy lips brushed against his. The kiss of a married woman was filled with familiar tenderness and affection, devoid of youthful hesitance, embodying just the right amount of passion and intimacy. Lu Yun found himself enveloped by this sudden warmth and softness, gradually sinking into the moment. The wind in the forest seemed to come to an abrupt halt, as sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled, yet fervent shadows upon the 2 figures. The fragrant aroma of the vegetation intertwined with the subtle scent emanating from Lu Qing, creating an intoxicating blend that wafted into Lu Yun's nostrils, stirring an irresistible yearning within his heart. Lu Qing's kiss was soft, imbued with an irresistible tenderness. The sensation of their lips brushing against one another sent shivers along his nerves, causing Lu Yun's blood to momentarily slow before it surged with fervor in the next instant. Unconsciously, Lu Yun raised his hand, and as his fingertips grazed her shoulder, Lu Qing gently grasped his hand and pressed it against her bosom. The substantial and supple sensation penetrated through the thin fabric, carrying an exhilarating warmth that quickened his heartbeat. Lu Qing's breath grew increasingly rapid, a delicate yet alluring sigh escaping her lips like a feather stroking the depths of Lu Yun's heart. She tilted her head slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes glistening with moisture and an irresistible allure, her nose brushing against his. Her lips danced teasingly, not rushing to delve deeper, yet exuding a magnetic pull. Lu Yun's heart raced as if it would shatter his ribcage, the only sounds in his ears being their intertwined breaths, heavy yet tender. His Adam's apple bobbed as his fingers instinctively tightened, reveling in the softness and warmth of the person in his embrace. All rational thought began to dissolve in this charged atmosphere, leaving only a profound sense of surrender. He wished to lose himself in this tender entanglement and never awaken. All right, good brother. Let your sister catch her breath, she finally breathed out after their lengthy and intoxicating kiss. Slowly, they parted, the warmth and fragrance lingering between their lips. Lu Qing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her inherently enchanting features now imbued with the vivid hues of spring. Her nostrils flared slightly, a breathless sigh escaping her, while perspiration dampened the wisps of hair at her temples, adhering to her fair skin and enhancing her captivating charm. Lu Yun gazed into her eyes, still shimmering with unspent passion, unable to restrain his curiosity. Lu Jia, what is this? Lu Qing narrowed her eyes, speaking plainly. I know you are attracted to my body. Am I right? Lu Yun made no attempt to conceal his feelings, nodding honestly. Lu Qing smiled, a blend of pride, a hint of testing, and an almost imperceptible fragility coloring her expression. I cannot offer you much else, but I still possess this youthful, well-formed body. If you do not mind, I am willing to serve you well. Lu Yun studied her intently, his gaze profound. What is the prerequisite? Lu Qing did not beat around the bush. I do not ask for you to take responsibility for me. I only wish for you to protect my 2 children. Ensure they are not harmed by beasts, that they do not go hungry, and that they can live well. A knowing smile spread across Lu Yun's face. I understand your intentions. Is it because there is no longer any hope for rescue that you have placed all your expectations upon me? Lu Qing nodded candidly, her fingertips gently tracing the hem of her skirt, her voice soft as the wind in the forest. Yes, my previous actions were not merely to seek your protection. In truth, I have a genuine fondness for you. She raised her gaze to meet Lu Yun's, her eyes reflecting sincere warmth. I truly have feelings for you. Even in the absence of Lu Bing's incident, even if our encounter on this desolate island were merely fortuitous, should you wish to take advantage of me, dear sister would not decline. As she spoke, she raised her hand, her fingertips trailing a cool touch across Lu Yun's cheek, her gesture both tender and audacious. Yet now, we are acutely aware that the likelihood of returning is slim. A man of your robust physique, capable and resourceful, is a prized possession on this forsaken isle. If I do not seize the opportunity to curry your favor, shall I simply await the moment another snatches you away? Lu Yun erupted into hearty laughter, the sound echoing through the woods, infused with a sense of abandon and exhilaration. He wrapped his arm around Lu Qing's waist, drawing her once more into his embrace, and leaned down to kiss her again. As their lips met, Lu Yun's voice, laced with both jest and sincerity, declared, "Then I must take full advantage of this moment." Chapter 69, A Successful Treasure Hunt. Medicines and lanterns. Lu Qing beckoned Lu Yun with a playful gesture. Come here, dear brother. Allow sister to witness your prowess. As their garments slipped away, the sun's rays filtered through the leaves, enveloping them in a warm embrace. They leaned against a grand tree, foreheads touching, breaths entwined, sharing each other's warmth. A rosy hue graced Lu Qing's cheeks, yet her gaze remained soft and watery, her fingertips gently tracing the hem of Lu Yun's clothing. Filled with reliance, Lu Yun clasped her hand tightly, the warmth of his palm seeping through her skin. He could distinctly sense her body relaxing, and the unspoken intimacy that blossomed between them. There were no loud sounds, only the rustle of leaves in the breeze and their gentle inhalations. They sat close, exchanging occasional tender kisses, with Lu Qing nestling further into his embrace, her head resting on his shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Lu Yun's hand glided through her hair, his touch gentle as if to preserve this tranquility, his heart brimming with a sweet contentment. The closeness that transcended hesitation and doubt had already taken root in their hearts. As the sun's position gradually shifted, their shadows intertwined ever more closely, as if they could never be separated. The sweetness of the moment, born from trials and tribulations, brought a sense of stability, a closeness of souls, and a silent promise of companionship that quietly spread through the forest. Half an hour later, the wind remained soft, and dappled light danced upon them. Lu Qing nestled in Lu Yun's arms, her breathing steady, her forehead resting against his shoulder, a faint smile gracing her lips. Lu Yun gently smoothed her wind-tousled hair, his palm gliding down her back in a soothing motion, as if to calm her emotions. Upon brushing against Lu Qing's derriere, Lu Yun playfully squeezed. Lu Qing lightly swatted him, teasing, "A dog never knows when to stop." Lu Yun chuckled softly, his voice rich with warmth and approval. "The sensation is delightful." They exchanged knowing smiles, their gazes imbued with mutual understanding and closeness. Lu Qing rose, retrieving the garments she had carelessly discarded earlier, shaking off the sand and quickly organizing them. She lifted her eyes to Lu Yun, her cheeks still flushed with color, and handed him his clothing, whispering, "Put this on." Lu Yun accepted the garment, donning it while smiling, his fingertips inadvertently grazing her hand. Hand in hand, they ventured deeper into the woods. Lu Qing occasionally glanced around. A hint of trepidation etched on her face. She gently nudged Lu Yun. "You mischievous brother, being with you has made me rather reckless. It is quite embarrassing to engage in such activities here, not to mention the danger. What if someone were to see us?" Lu Yun, with a smirk, playfully pinched her, his tone brimming with confidence. "What is there to fear? Here on this island, my strength reigns supreme. Who would dare to provoke me?" Lu Qing chuckled at his antics, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "That much is true." As their banter subsided, they quickened their pace towards the location where Lu Bing had previously set up camp, burying their tender moments deep within their hearts and focusing on the imminent treasure hunt. Upon reaching the edge of the forest where Lu Bing had pitched his tent, they diligently searched for 3 hours. Initially, they scoured the vicinity of the tent, where the dry grass lay in disarray and tattered plastic flapped against the tree trunks. Lu Yun crouched down, using a short knife to pry open the cracks between the stones and roots, his fingertips becoming marked with crimson as he failed to uncover even a shard of iron. Lu Qing traced the former outline of the tent, but the ground was as hard as stone, revealing no signs of disturbance. They then ventured deeper into the woods, about 20 meters further, in search of any clues. The roots twisted around one another, and the fallen leaves formed a thick layer. Stepping on them sank her foot halfway. Lu Yun struck the ground with the back of his knife, listening for any hollow echoes. After testing a dozen spots, all that met his ears was a dull thud. Lu Qing parted several clusters of waist-high weeds, but beneath lay only damp, decayed leaf litter, devoid of any solid stones. They then circled back towards the tidal line of the beach. The retreating waves had left behind patterns in the wet sand, which clung to their feet as they walked. Lu Yun prodded the shoreline, his knife encountering varying resistance in the sand, occasionally clicking against shells, yet never striking the solid mass of a chest. Lu Qing scrutinized the surface of the sand, attempting to discern any signs of human tampering, but aside from a few scuttling crabs, there were no leads. What a futile morning. Lu Yun straightened, wiping the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with disappointment. Perhaps Lu Bing has already squandered the treasures. We may be toiling in vain. Lu Qing remained silent, biting her lip as she retraced her steps, her gaze drifting across the forest's edge. Upon reaching an ancient banyan tree, she abruptly halted. The layer of fallen leaves at its base was twice as thick as elsewhere, and when she stepped on it, it felt firm, unlike the sinking softness found in other spots. A spark of realization flickered within her. She knelt down and began to clear the leaves. After just a few moments, rich, dark soil emerged. This earth, contrasting sharply with the dry, cracked brown surrounding it, felt hollow to the touch. "Lu Yun, come quickly." Her voice trembled with excitement, her eyes alight with fervor. Lu Yun rushed over, plunging his short knife into the moist earth. The soil yielded easily, and after digging over a foot deep, they uncovered shovel marks on the pit walls, indicating that this spot had been excavated and subsequently filled in. "This rascal." He dug it out, and then covered it back up. "Let us search the vicinity." As they explored the area surrounding the damp soil, Lu Qing's foot suddenly struck something solid. She bent down to part the grass, revealing a rusted iron box caked in wet mud. "We found it." Lu Qing could not help but exclaim, reaching out to move the box, which was exceedingly heavy. Lu Yun hurried over to lend a hand, and together they managed to drag the box to a clear area. Just as they set it down, Lu Qing discovered another identical iron box nestled in the grass nearby. The two exchanged a glance, unable to contain their excitement, and they promptly pried open the first box. A strong, antiseptic odor wafted out, prompting Lu Yun to instinctively furrow his brow. Upon a closer look, his eyes widened in disbelief. Inside lay a perfectly arranged array of medicine boxes. At the top was cold medicine, followed by compound paracetamol, and in the middle were ibuprofen, montmorillonite powder, norfloxacin, and huaxiangjenki water. Beneath these were several rolls of sterile gauze, a bottle of iodine, and even Yunnan Biao powder along with a large box of band-aids. "Wow." Lu Yun couldn't help but utter a curse. These were life-saving supplies. On the island, they had no worries about food or drink. With fish by the shore and fruits and game in the forest, the water stored from the rainy season was sufficient, but they had been lacking in medicine. Previously, when someone accidentally cut their hand, they could only rinse it with clean water, but now with these supplies, they would no longer have to endure such hardships. Lu Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears of joy as she gently caressed the medicine boxes, murmuring, "The children will be safer now." They suppressed their overwhelming excitement and opened the second iron box. This time, the contents left them speechless with delight. Several toothbrushes, dozens of toothpaste tubes, along with soap and shampoo were neatly arranged. Nearby were neatly folded sets of clean clothes, both long-sleeved and short-sleeved, in various sizes. At the bottom lay sturdy bundles of iron wire and a complete set of small solar equipment, solar panels, batteries, power strips, and even 3 compact lamps. All with neatly organized wiring, ready for immediate assembly. "We have lights now." Lu Qing could not contain her joy, her eyes sparkling like they held stars. No longer would they have to fumble in the dark at the campsite. They could use the light to organize their belongings and repair tools. Lu Yun grinned broadly. Unable to contain his happiness, he picked up the solar panel, weighing it in his hands, and felt a profound sense of security wash over him. These supplies were far more valuable than any amount of food. The medicine could save lives, and the lights would illuminate the night. Their life on the island would finally not be so wretched. The frustration and despair from their earlier search evaporated, leaving only a sense of accomplishment and anticipation for the future. The treasures within these 2 iron boxes were truly a divine blessing bestowed upon them. Chapter 70. A future of unfettered play. Lu Qing's cheeks flushed with excitement, her voice trembling with barely contained enthusiasm as she grasped Lu Yun's hand, urging, "Let us hurry and bring these supplies back." Lu Yun glanced down at the 2 iron boxes at his feet, his fingers tracing the rusted surface of the box. His brow furrowed in contemplation. He gently shook his head. He bent down to carefully reorganize the scattered medicines and daily necessities, meticulously stacking the 2 boxes together. With great care, he covered them with damp earth and fallen leaves, slowly placing them into the pit they had previously dug, his movements steady and meticulous, fearful of leaving any trace behind. "What are you doing?" Lu Qing stood by, her face a mask of confusion, her earlier excitement still evident, now tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Lu Yun straightened up, brushed the dirt off his hands, and leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice to say, "Let us return tonight, when no one is watching, and retrieve our belongings." Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat as she instantly grasped his intent. The camp was bustling with people. Aside from the 2 of them, there were also Lin Yu and Lin Shui, the sisters. Along with Feng Rou, these were the individuals Lu Yun truly trusted. The crew members assisting them were merely hired hands, their loyalties uncertain. He wished to keep those precious items hidden from outsiders to avoid unnecessary troubles and covetous eyes. Lu Qing refrained from asking further questions, silently squatting down to help Lu Yun pack the earth tightly around the pit, gathering some dry twigs and fallen leaves to cover it, striving to make the spot indistinguishable from the surrounding ground. Meanwhile, Lu Yun approached an ancient banyan tree and discreetly carved a mark on its trunk with a small knife, serving as a sign for identification later that evening. After completing their tasks, they made their way back to the camp along the same path. As they neared the edge of the camp, Lu Qing suddenly released Lu Yun's hand, which they had been holding tightly, and glanced towards Feng Rou, who was busy organizing supplies nearby. Turning back to Lu Yun, she playfully stuck out her tongue, her tone teasing and somewhat tentative. "Perhaps we should avoid making Feng Rou jealous after all. She is, after all, your girlfriend." Lu Yun observed the cunning glint in her eyes, a reluctant yet indulgent smile gracing his lips as he gently patted her backside. "What shall I do if I miss you?" Lu Qing raised her hand and playfully tugged at his ear, her fingertips warm against his skin, her tone flirtatious and daring. "If you miss me, just whisper it to me quietly, and wherever you wish to go, I shall comply, shall I?" Such bold words made Lu Yun's heart skip a beat. A glimmer of anticipation sparked in his eyes as he unconsciously swallowed hard. Seeing his reaction, Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle, giving his shoulder a gentle push. All right. Let us go. We have many days ahead of us. I promise to indulge you, okay?" Lu Yun nodded earnestly, his gaze serious. "You mean it?" Lu Qing met his eyes, a smile playing on her lips as she softly replied, "I do." They exchanged a knowing smile, a silent understanding shared between them. Together, they walked deeper into the camp, their figures gradually blending into the bustling crowd. Upon returning to the camp, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Feng Rou had prepared a meal, steam rising gently. The camp had amassed a considerable pile of stones, evidently, during Lu Yun and Lu Qing's treasure-seeking venture. Others had busily collected materials. In the distance, The sound of axes striking wood echoed continuously, the thuds resonating through the forest without pause. Lu Yun stood at the entrance of the camp, calling out to the two lumberjacks in the woods. "Hold on for a moment. Come back for dinner." The two responded from afar, their voices carried by the wind. "Coming, coming." With that, they slung their axes over their shoulders and hurried back towards the camp. Fang Rou, upon seeing Lu Yun and Lu Qing finally return, hurriedly approached them, subtly inching closer to Lu Yun's side. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "How did the treasure hunt go? Were there any discoveries?" Lu Yun immediately gestured for silence, his eyes gently signaling her to wait until later to discuss it. He cast a glance at the crew members who were gradually returning to the camp, preparing for dinner, anxious about being overheard. Observing his mysterious yet assured demeanor, Fang Rou's eyes sparkled with delight, her heart fluttering with joy. Given his expression, it was evident that they had made significant gains. With a smile, she handed him a bowl of freshly served rice, saying, "Eat first, and we shall discuss everything afterward." Not far off, sisters Lin Shui and Lin Yu returned alongside the crew, chattering excitedly, their faces brimming with uncontainable happiness. Lin Yu carried a heavy basket on her back, filled with 4 or 5 shimmering fish and several plump shells. Lin Shui's basket was lined with a layer of vibrant green kelp, still damp and exuding the scent of the sea. In just a morning, they had amassed quite a bounty, even catching a few lively crabs. And they animatedly demonstrated the crab-catching technique to the nearby crew members. "This afternoon, we are going to the tidal flats." Lin Yu wiped the sweat from her brow, her tone imbued with exuberance. "We are becoming increasingly skilled at catching fish. Next time, we will surely catch even more." Lin Shui nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Indeed, there is an abundance of treasures by the sea. If we gather more, we can enjoy a variety of seafood." Lu Yun, watching the sisters' jubilant expressions, felt a surge of happiness within himself. After all, the more skills those around him acquired, the greater their chances of survival on the island would be. He wouldn't have to bear the burden of doing everything himself. When teammates learn valuable skills, not only can they sustain themselves, but they can also support the team, ensuring that everyone thrives together. Chapter 71. The stone house is nearly complete. Fang Rou placed the dishes by the stone stove, where a pot of fish soup bubbled invitingly, accompanied by stir-fried kelp and salt-grilled fish. Everyone gathered around, bowls in hand, savoring the warmth of the meal. The two lumberjacks leaned their axes against a tree trunk and drank 2 bowls of soup, exclaiming it was refreshing. The crew members chatted as they ate, with one wiping sweat from his brow and remarking that the stone house was sturdy enough to provide peace of mind for a good night's sleep. Lu Yun took a couple of bites of rice, his gaze lingering on the newly piled stones in the courtyard before sweeping over the weary faces of his companions. The previous night's ordeal with Lu Bing had stretched into dawn, leaving everyone physically and mentally drained. The morning's tasks of moving stones, chopping wood, and foraging at the shore had surely exhausted them. He set down his bowl and cleared his throat, announcing, "This afternoon, let us all take a rest for a couple of hours. We shall resume our work when the sun begins to set." As soon as he finished speaking, the camp erupted with cheers. "All right, wonderful. Finally, a chance to rest." Lin Shui and Lin Yu simultaneously set down their bowls, laughing as they made their way toward the grass shed. The lumberjacks also sighed in relief, seeking a cool spot to sit down. The crew members dispersed in small groups, some lying directly on the grass mats, while others leaned against tree trunks, closing their eyes to rejuvenate. Fang Rou handed the last bowl of soup to Lu Yun, her eyes glimmering with warmth. "This arrangement is best. Everyone is indeed fatigued. No matter how urgent the work, we must attend to our health." Lu Yun accepted the bowl and glanced at Lu Qing, who was winking at him from a short distance away. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After their meal, a tranquil silence enveloped the group. Within the grass hut and beneath the shade of the trees, the rhythmic sound of breathing filled the air. The camp was exceptionally serene, occasionally interrupted by distant bird calls and the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the sea breeze. 3 hours later, as the sun began its descent, shadows stretched long across the ground. Lu Yun roused those still snoring, calling out, "Brothers, have you rested well?" The group sat up, yawning and stretching their arms and legs. Someone chuckled, "That nap was delightful. My bones feel relaxed." Lu Yun clapped his hands. "All right, let us get moving. The sun will soon set. Let us make the most of this time and work a little more before dinner and then rest." Everyone rose in response, engaging in light jogging in place, twisting their waists and stretching their legs to shake off the stiffness from their nap. The 2 men tasked with chopping wood lifted their axes, testing their strength against the tree trunk. Meanwhile, those moving stones draped the hemp rope over their shoulders, gauging their grip. Soon, the camp was once again filled with the sounds of labor, clanging and the muffled thuds of stones rubbing against one another. Lu Yun kept a few crew members with him to construct the house, Approaching the stone structure, he contemplated the next steps. The outer wall had already risen to 3 meters, built from a mix of stones in varying sizes, large stones serving as corner and face stones, while smaller stones filled the core, with gaps packed with gravel and wet clay, achieving a relatively level surface. From the corners to the top, there were horizontal stone bands positioned about every meter to enhance stability. At the corners, flatter stones were used to create steps for easier material handling. The next phase involved constructing the roof and the house's peak. Lu Yun first instructed the 2 men to stretch a level line around the top of the wall, using small stones as weights for calibration, ensuring the height of the wall cap was uniform. They then laid thinner stones horizontally across the top as capstones to secure the wall and prevent rainwater from seeping through the seams. Between the capstones, gravel and clay were used to seal the joints, and a layer of thin mud was applied on the exterior to create a gentle slope, directing water away. The method for forming the roof involved tapering the gable walls upwards at both ends of the house, starting from 3 meters. Each layer added would recede inward by approximately 10 centimeters, creating a natural triangular silhouette. To bear the weight, thicker long stones were used as beams at the ridge of the gable walls, connecting the 2 sides together. Straight tree trunks were employed as purlins, with a layer of fine branches and reeds laid between them, topped with thick earth, which was then compacted to form the earthen roof. The exterior of the roof was coated with another layer of mud and sprinkled with a small amount of gravel to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Each task was clearly delineated. 2 continued to bring suitable stones and slabs from outside the camp. 2 focused on leveling the top of the wall and laying the capstones, while another pair concentrated on tapering the gable walls and positioning the beams. The remaining members passed materials, mixed mud, and sealed the joints. Lu Yun moved about, periodically checking the vertical and horizontal alignment with the level line and plumb bob. Simultaneously, a reminder: the cornerstone must be stable, the distribution of the stones should be even, and the roof should be firmly secured, leaving no significant gaps. The sun gradually descended, casting a warm orange hue across the sky. The coping stones on the outer walls were nearly laid, and the roof ridges at both ends had taken shape, their triangular outlines clearly defined in the evening glow. Although beads of sweat adorned the foreheads of the workers, their movements grew increasingly fluid, and their voices gained confidence. This 3-meter-high stone wall, along with the coping and roof ridges, had begun to resemble a house, providing shelter from the wind at night and protection from rain, bringing a sense of reassurance. Lu Yun glanced at the progress and nodded in satisfaction. "All right, let us call it a day. Gather your tools and prepare for dinner. Let us rest well tonight." The group responded affirmatively, gradually ceasing their tasks, tidying up their tools, and clearing the site, as the campfire smoke once again began to rise. After dinner, everyone dispersed to rest. A couple of individuals, unable to fall asleep immediately, engaged in light conversation by the edge of the camp before soon finding their places to lie down. Lu Yun called upon Feng Rou, Lin Yu, Lin Shui, and Lu Qing, and together they erected the tent. The tent had already been cleaned, and Lu Bing's soiled bedding had been thoroughly washed and hung out to dry. It was summer, the temperatures high, and the freshly dried bedding was now completely dry. The tent had been meticulously cleaned, now transformed and devoid of its previous unpleasant odor. As they rolled up the flaps, a refreshing breeze swept through the night forest, invigorating their spirits. The girls chattered excitedly as they began to spread the bedding. Feng Rou, shaking out the comforter, frowned and remarked, "Just the thought of Lu Bing having slept on this bedding makes me feel nauseous." Lin Shui quickly interjected, "He has gone now. Let us not dwell on the past. We should look forward." Lin Yu chimed in with a smile, "Exactly. Besides, with your delicate hands, Feng Rou, after a wash. This is a brand new comforter, entirely clean, with no connection to him whatsoever." Lu Qing, assisting with the corners of the bedding, playfully joined in, lightening Feng Rou's mood. They soon arranged the bedding neatly inside the tent, which was far superior to the makeshift shelter they had previously occupied. The 2 children settled in the earlier constructed shelter, resting alongside several crew members. Feng Rou, Lin Yu, Lin Shui, and Lu Qing lay side by side in the tent, whispering softly to one another. Lu Yun stepped outside to check the sky. It was getting late, and the night was quietly descending. Crew members began to seek their sleeping spots in small groups. Some found corners in the newly built house, offering some protection from the wind. Others simply laid down on the prepared ground outside the camp, while some squeezed into the makeshift shelter, each finding their own resting place. Taking advantage of the moment when others were distracted, Lu Yun exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Rou and Lu Qing, both of whom understood his intent and nodded silently. He then quietly exited the camp, heading toward the treasure site, intending to retrieve the 2 boxes. Chapter 72. Encountering a monster, the first standoff beneath the cover of night. Lu Yun stealthily maneuvered through the woods, The shadows of the trees intertwined, and the wind rustled through the leaves, creating a delicate symphony of sound. The fallen leaves underfoot were soft yet treacherous, requiring him to tread with utmost caution with each step. As he walked, an unexpected chill crept down his spine, accompanied by an unsettling sensation that unseen eyes were fixated upon him. It felt as though something shadowed his every step, neither too far nor too close, like a phantom. Suddenly, he turned around, and in the dappled moonlight filtering through the tree canopy, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure darting behind an ancient banyan tree not far away. The shadow, hunched and swift as a gust of wind, made his heart lurch, and a shiver ran through him. He couldn't ascertain whether it was merely other survivors scattered across the island or the creatures that Lin Shui had vaguely mentioned lurking in the shadows. Tension constricted his heart as he instinctively swallowed, his fingertips trembling slightly, yet he suppressed his fear and continued toward the location of the buried treasure. His pace remained steady, but his gaze was unyieldingly vigilant, darting sideways to monitor any movement behind him, his ears perked like those of a wary beast, attuned to any hint of abnormal sounds. Initially, the only sounds were his own footsteps and labored breaths. However, it wasn't long before a soft rustling noise emerged from a diagonal rear, akin to someone stealthily treading upon fallen leaves. In an instant, he tightened his grip on the axe, flipping his wrist to retrieve the flashlight from his waist, and abruptly turned to shine the light toward the source of the sound. The beam burst forth, illuminating the direction from whence the noise emanated. The shadow trailing him evidently did not anticipate the sudden brightness. Startled by the light, it hastily retreated, vanishing into the depths of the trees with a flurry of movement. He heard the frantic rustling of branches as the shadow swiftly ascended the trunk. The abruptness of this development startled Lu Yun, causing his heart to race and cold sweat to bead on his palms. He was acutely aware that an ordinary person could not possess such agility, scaling a robust tree in mere seconds with movements so deft they seemed inhuman. The shadows of the trees swayed violently in the night, the sound of branches rubbing together piercingly unsettling, imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. Lu Yun swiftly raised his axe, gripping the flashlight firmly, scrutinizing the trembling tree with utmost caution. The beam danced between the trunk and branches, yet the elusive shadow had vanished without a trace. Silence enveloped the forest, profound and oppressive, broken only by the wind's mournful whistle as it swept through the trees and his own heavy breathing. The sinister atmosphere ensnared Lu Yun like a web, rendering him rigid with tension. At that moment, he could be certain that whatever had been trailing him was no mere human. The entity in the tree remained utterly still, seemingly fused with the ancient trunk, save for the occasional subtle rustle of leaves that served as a reminder of its presence. Lu Yun fixated the flashlight on the tree. Both parties locked in a tense standoff for what felt like an eternity, waves of fear crashing over him. Yet, he understood he could not linger indefinitely. He had tasks yet to accomplish. Ultimately, he summoned his courage, illuminating his surroundings with the flashlight, while cautiously making his way toward the seaside, each step deliberate and heavy, ensuring there were no anomalies with every retreat. The shadow did not pursue him further, and the forest remained hauntingly silent. Lu Yun cautiously retreated until he was certain that all was silent behind him, before quickening his pace and dashing towards the treasure site. Upon arriving, he wasted no time catching his breath, immediately wielding his axe to unearth the dirt and fallen leaves that concealed 2 iron boxes. He first hoisted the lighter medical kit and hastened back towards the camp, his mind singularly focused on one thought: to return swiftly and escape this eerie woodland. Upon reaching the camp, he secured the medical kit and quietly roused Fong Ro, softly expressing his intent to retrieve the other box. Without further inquiry, she followed him back into the woods. As they traversed the path, Lu Yun exhibited signs of heightened paranoia, his nerves taut. Any minor disturbance, whether it be the rustling of leaves in the breeze or the distant chirping of insects, would freeze him in place, his grip tightening around the axe as he scanned the surroundings. Fong Ro quickly noticed Lu Yun's unease, observing his tense profile and the wariness reflected in his eyes. She could not suppress her curiosity. "What's wrong? You seem off today. Have you encountered something?" A heavy weight settled in Lu Yun's heart. He wished to share the unsettling encounter with the strange shadow he had witnessed, something that was undeniably not human. However, he reconsidered, knowing Fong Ro's timid nature. The revelation of such a creature's existence would surely terrify her and diminish their morale. Thus, he stifled his fear, forcing a smile as he replied, "No, it's nothing. I might have just run too fast earlier and feel a bit fatigued and tense." Fong Ro studied his unnatural demeanor, feeling a flicker of doubt, yet refrained from pressing further, simply nodding in agreement. "Just be careful. If you feel unwell, let me know." With a slight acknowledgement, Lu Yun inhaled deeply, once again gripping his axe with resolve. His vigilant gaze swept the area as he and Fong Ro proceeded towards the location of the second iron box, each step feeling burdensome. Before unearthing the box, Lu Yun and Fong Ro surveyed their surroundings, ensuring they were alone, with only the whisper of the wind through the leaves to accompany them, before crouching down to dig. Lu Yun pried open the surface of the damp earth and fallen leaves with his axe, while Fong Ro knelt beside him, her hands braced on her knees, her eyes fixed intently on the excavation site, her breath growing shallow with anticipation. Her heart raced with both anxiety and excitement, her fingertips curling instinctively, her voice trembling slightly. "Hurry, let us see if it's still there." Without a word, Lu Yun quickened his pace, each strike of the axe sending clumps of soil flying. As the pit deepened, the silhouette of the iron box began to emerge. Fong Ro's eyes sparkled with delight. Leaning forward, she whispered in awe, "It's there. It really is." As Lu Yun finally dragged the iron box out, Fong Ro eagerly reached out to lift the lid. Her fingers brushed against the cold rust, sending a thrill through her. The moment the lid swung open, illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy, she caught sight of the neatly arranged toothbrushes and toothpaste, nearly gasping with excitement, her eyes glimmering like two tiny stars. She embraced Lu Yun's arm tightly and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, her voice brimming with exuberance. "Oh dear, I feel quite embarrassed to kiss you now. I haven't brushed my teeth for several days, and I can sense an unpleasant odor in my mouth. But now, we finally have something to wash up with." Lu Yun chuckled and gently held her head, returning her kiss with fervor. However, Fong Ro pressed her lips tightly together, stubbornly refusing to part them, mumbling indistinctly, "No kiss. No kiss." Lu Yun laughed heartily, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "I don't mind you at all." Fong Ro promptly pushed him away, spitting twice in mock disdain. Her cheeks flushed as she declared, "You may not mind me, but I am quite critical of myself. Once I am clean, I will give you a proper kiss." Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with mirth. "All right." With that, they began to tidy up. Lu Yun removed his outer coat and sorted the daily necessities into two distinct bundles, handing them to Fong Ro, carry one in each hand. Fong Ro accepted them, weighing the hefty packages filled with toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, towels, and clean clothes, feeling both secure and elated. Meanwhile, Lu Yun hoisted the iron box containing the power generation equipment. Inside, only the solar panels, batteries, power strips, and 3 small lamps remained. He was able to manage the weight, confidently resting the box on his shoulder. "Let us head home," Lu Yun murmured. Fong Ro nodded, carrying her 2 large bundles in tow, her steps light and buoyant. The night deepened, and the cool breeze danced through the woods, but this time, both felt a sense of assurance, no longer flustered as they had been upon arrival. They moved cautiously, one before the other, navigating through the shadows of the trees, guided by the faint moonlight, making their way toward the campsite. Chapter 73. The recklessly Fong as they retraced their steps, midway through their journey. Lu Yun suddenly sensed movement nearby. A rustling sound emerged from the thicket beside them, as if something were lurking in the shadows. His heart raced, and he halted, carefully placing the box down, retrieving an axe from his waist, gripping it tightly, and casting a vigilant glance around, quietly demanding, "Who is there?" The night thickened, shadows danced, and 2 dark figures approached slowly from the depths of the forest, their footsteps nearly silent. Lu Yun, wary of the situation, swiftly turned on his flashlight, directing the beam toward the figures. The light startled the figures, prompting one of them to shield their face instinctively. Upon hearing human voices, Lu Yun's heart eased slightly, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize. It turned out to be Li Fong, accompanied by an unfamiliar woman. Lu Yun instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Fong Ro, his tone laced with caution and impatience. "It's you?" Li Fong, blinded by the flashlight, waved her hands frantically, exclaiming, "Turn it off. Turn off the flashlight. What are you doing? We can't see a thing." Lu Yun did not comply. Instead, he took a step closer, keeping the beam firmly on them. "What are you 2 doing out here at this hour?" Li Fong shouted in desperation. "Lu Yun, turn off the flashlight. Quickly. Turn it off." Lu Yun gradually tilted the flashlight to avert direct contact with their eyes. Li Fong finally lowered her hands from her face, her expression tinged with defiance and provocation as she pouted and remarked, "Is this your home? I can go wherever I please, and who are you to stop me?" Lu Yun fixed her with a penetrating gaze, his eyes growing colder as he replied in a serious tone, "This may not be my home. But the 2 of you lurking about, it's evident you're up to no good." Li Fong spat dismissively, rolling her eyes dramatically, and retorted sharply, "You are the one without any good intentions. You and your companion are out here gallivanting in the dead of night. Are you seeking some thrill?" As she spoke, her gaze instinctively flicked behind the 2, as if she had detected something amiss. Li Fong's eyes lit up. "Oh wait, there seems to be something behind you." Let me see what it is. No sooner had she uttered the words than she lunged forward, eager to investigate. Lu Yun promptly positioned his axe across his chest, blocking her path with a voice as firm as stone, laden with unmistakable warning. You know my temper. If you dare take another step and provoke me, I assure you, I will not be merciful. The arrogance on Li Fang's face waned considerably. Having faced Lu Yun's reprimands before, she harbored a genuine fear of him. She scoffed, masking her trepidation with bravado. If you don't want me to look, then I want tea. Who cares? What treasures could you possibly have hidden away? With that, she tugged at the unfamiliar woman beside her, her tone growing impatient. Let us go. We shouldn't waste time here with them. We need to find something to eat. Lu Yun let out a scoff, his tone laced with derision. I advise you both to come back for food during the day. It's best you scurry back to your nests at night. Otherwise, you'll find yourselves regretting it. Li Fang shot him an exasperated glance, muttering obscenities under her breath. Quit pretending to be so mysterious with me. If you have something to say it plainly. Lu Yun smiled, though his eyes held no warmth. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I have made myself quite clear. What more do you want me to say? I warned you that it is unwise to be out at night. How much clearer must I be? With that, he casually waved his flashlight through the adjacent woods, signaling for them to depart. Let us go our separate ways and refrain from disturbing one another. He glanced back at Fang Rou, who immediately understood, hastily picking up 2 large bags from the ground. Lu Yun switched off the flashlight and resumed carrying the iron box laden with lighting equipment, hurrying in the direction of the camp, not daring to linger for a moment. Li Fang watched their hurried retreat, muttering curses about their scandalous behavior, her face a mask of resentment and bitterness. She grasped the unfamiliar woman's arm, irritation evident in her tone. Come on, let us find another spot. I refuse to believe we won't find anything to eat tonight. The two ventured deeper into the forest, driven by hunger that made sleep impossible, daring to seek out wild fruits or other edible finds. Little did they know, they had crossed paths with Lu Yun and his companion. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Fang Rou safely transported the hidden supplies back to their camp. Taking advantage of the crew's deep slumber, they quietly stowed the provisions inside the tent. Lin Shui and Lin Yu, upon seeing the supplies, were equally elated. Lin Yu could not help but exclaim, prompting Lin Shui to quickly cover her mouth and whisper, "Shh, do not speak. This is our secret, and we must not let outsiders know." Lin Yu nodded eagerly, her eyes brimming with excitement. I understand, sister. They then proceeded to meticulously organize their belongings, placing each item carefully inside the tent. Lu Yun observed everyone with a serious expression, admonishing them, from now on, this tent is exclusively for the 5 of us. You must safeguard these items and ensure that no one else discovers them. The 4 girls nodded earnestly, their faces reflecting their seriousness. Lu Yun sighed in relief, smiling as he declared, all right, we have accomplished a great deal today. The house has been built, the trees have been felled, and we have gathered quite a bounty. Everyone is tired from the day's work. Let us rest and regain our strength for tomorrow. The group responded softly, their eyes filled with exhaustion yet tinged with satisfaction. Fang Rou glanced at Lu Yun and quietly inquired, where will you sleep? Lu Yun casually pointed to the tent. I will sleep here. You 4 can sleep upright, and I will lie horizontally at the entrance. Lu Qing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, is that appropriate? You'll be sleeping near our feet. Isn't that a bit much? Lin Yu giggled, her tone teasing. Do you have a peculiar preference, brother Lu? Are you perhaps a brother from the porridge bar? Ha ha. Lu Yun laughed heartily, ruffling Lin Yu's hair. You little rascal, you know everything, even about the porridge bar. I have no such inclination. I just think it inappropriate to lie down with you, especially you 2 young ladies. Would you be comfortable with me sleeping alongside you? Lin Shui blushed and lowered her head in silence, while Lin Yu chuckled mischievously, her eyes glinting. We never said we wouldn't be comfortable. Oh, is that so? Lu Yun immediately lay down among them, extending his arms playfully. Then I shall embrace all 4 of you while we sleep, shall I? How rude. Fang Rou pinched Lu Yun sharply, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, her eyes filled with shyness. The atmosphere around them lightened with joy. Lu Yun, regaining his composure, said, all right, let us stop talking and go to sleep. To his left lay Lin Shui and Lin Yu, while to his right were Lu Qing and Fang Rou. The 4 girls rested their heads on Lu Yun's arms, snuggling closely against him. Lu Yun, enveloped in warmth and sweetness, felt a profound sense of security. However, he was too fatigued to contemplate anything else, and before long, all 5 of them drifted into a blissful slumber. Chapter 74, Monster Attack. Li Fang's narrow escape. Meanwhile, Li Fang and her companions stumbled upon a low fruit tree in the woods, adorned with several wild peaches. At last, we have found something to eat. The 2 eagerly plucked the peaches. With their backs to the path they had come, they crouched beneath the tree, engrossed in devouring the fruit. Juices dribbled down their chins as they chattered merrily, completely oblivious to the lurking danger in the shadows. A pair of green, glimmering eyes glinted with a chilling light in the darkness. This peach is quite sweet. Just as her companion took a bite, a heavy, labored breath resonated behind her. As if something was closing in on her. Li Fang's heart sank, and before she could turn around, a dull thud echoed through the air. Her companion, unable to utter a second scream, was abruptly knocked to the ground by an overwhelming force, the back of her head colliding heavily with the tree roots, rendering her momentarily dazed. What was that? Li Fang stood frozen, her wild peach falling from her grasp and rolling to her feet. She swiftly turned her head, and in the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy, she beheld the creature before her. It was devoid of any hair, its skin an eerie pallor tightly clinging to its skeletal frame, emaciated to the point where its ribs stood out prominently, and its collarbones jutted like sharp hooks. Most terrifying of all was its face, featureless save for two dark, hollow sockets that were intently sniffing the ground where her companion lay, emitting an unsettling gurgling sound from its throat. The creature's claws were as sharp as knives. One hand pressed down on her companion's shoulder while the other plunged mercilessly into her throat. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted, staining the fallen leaves beneath them. Her companion's eyes widened in horror, her head tilting at an unnatural angle, locking onto Li Fang with a gaze full of fear and defiance. Yet no sound escaped her lips. Li Fang was paralyzed with terror, her body turned icy, teeth chattering uncontrollably. She could only watch as the creature lowered its head, sinking its teeth into her companion's neck, greedily drinking her blood, crimson droplets cascading down its chin, accompanied by the sickening sound of swallowing. Then, with its razor-sharp claws, it viciously tore open her companion's abdomen, the flesh ripping apart with a chilling sound as blood and entrails gushed forth. The monster reached into the gory mess, ravenously tearing at the organs and devouring them with a crunching sound, the stench permeating the night air, nauseatingly pungent. Help! Oh my God! At that moment, Li Fang finally reacted, unleashing a piercing scream of despair. Her legs gave way, warmth spreading down her thighs as she lost control. She attempted to run, but her feet felt like lead, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. The leaves and mud clung to her clothes as she crawled forward, her nails digging deep into the earth, leaving trails of blood behind, her cries echoing, "Help! Someone save me!" Upon hearing her anguished cries, the creature abruptly lifted its head, its pale face turning towards the direction of her escape. Its eyes, clouded as if veiled in dense cataracts, were entirely white, devoid of any pupils, exuding an unspeakable malevolence. The creature hesitated, glancing back at the unfinished meal on the ground before shifting its gaze to Li Fang, who was desperately crawling away. It emitted a low, guttural growl, as if contemplating whether to pursue. Li Fang stumbled and crawled, nearly toppling over multiple times. Fearful of looking back, she focused solely on moving forward, desperate to reach safety. Her heart raced violently, as if it would burst from her throat, her mind replaying the gruesome scene she had just witnessed. The horrific visage of the creature and the tragic fate of her companion haunted her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, even the act of crying stealing her breath away. Despair engulfed her like a relentless tide, leaving her uncertain if she could escape, unaware if the creature would seize her in the next moment, tearing her apart and consuming her whole. Behind her, the monstrous roars grew ever closer, accompanied by an increasingly pungent stench. Li Fang, terrified to the core, hastened her crawl, her cries becoming more desperate and piercing in the stillness of the night. She was unsure if her wails would summon aid or merely hasten the monster's approach. What had transpired? Nearby, a group of sailors camping out suddenly heard the commotion and rushed out to investigate. They beheld Li Fang stumbling toward their camp, her body caked in mud, hair disheveled by branches, and her face marred by streaks of blood mingled with dirt, presenting a picture of utter disarray. She clawed her way forward, her knees and palms scraped and bleeding, droplets of blood staining the fallen leaves and soil beneath her. At long last, she collapsed at the sailor's feet, curling into a tight ball like a frightened animal. Desperately, she clutched the leg of the nearest sailor, her fingers white with exertion. Li Fang trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering, her voice a broken whisper, exuding a foul odor. Her pants were soaked with excrement, clinging uncomfortably to her legs in a sight too distressing to behold. "Help! Help me!" Her voice was but a fragile thread, laced with sobs, her gaze vacant, filled with terror and hopelessness, as if she had just clawed her way back from the depths of hell. The sailors, startled by her sudden appearance, quickly helped her up. Bathed in the faint moonlight, they beheld her harrowing state, their faces paling in shock. Yet behind Li Fang, that oppressive, heavy breathing and the nauseating stench suddenly vanished. The creature did not dare to follow. The sailors, lacking nighttime illumination, could only rely on the moonlight for feeble visibility. They glanced in the direction from which Li Fong had come, noticing shadows shifting among the underbrush, a dark silhouette slipping into the dense foliage, soon lost to sight. None dared to approach, their eyes fixated on that direction, hearts racing with dread. What happened to you? An older sailor crouched down, cautiously patting Li Fong's back. Didn't you go out to find food with others? Why are you the only one who returned? Where are the others? At his words, Li Fong seemed triggered. Abruptly lifting her head, her face streaked with tears and blood, her eyes brimming with terror. They were eaten. There are monsters in the woods. Run. Quickly. Her words tumbled out incoherently, her head shaking vehemently, her body trembling more violently. The sailors were taken aback, their faces draining of color. Someone could not contain themselves. Pressing for answers. What kind of monster? Clarify yourself. What exactly happened? But Li Fong, now utterly shattered, was consumed by the gruesome and horrifying images that replayed in her mind, the creature's visage and her companion's fate flashing before her eyes, rendering her incapable of articulating a coherent thought. She merely clung to the sailor's leg, weeping uncontrollably, her tremors relentless. Observing the bloodstains on Li Fong's body and her disheveled appearance, the crew members understood all too well that she had undoubtedly encountered something extraordinarily terrifying. They dared not inquire further and hurriedly helped Li Fong to her feet, dragging her toward their makeshift camp. Their camp was exceedingly rudimentary, constructed from a few crooked wooden poles fashioned into an A-frame, carelessly bound with willow branches and vines, and topped with some banana leaves, barely forming a small shelter that scarcely provided protection from the wind and rain. Once Li Fong was brought into the shelter, several crew members gathered around her, trembling and filled with dread and unease. They were too frightened to venture outside in search of others, fearing an ambush by the creature, and thus remained huddled in the shelter, anxiously watching the encroaching night. Li Fong curled up in the corner of the shelter, still shaking uncontrollably, occasionally letting out involuntary whimpers. The foul, metallic odor lingered in the cramped space, yet no one dared to voice their discomfort. They endured the night, beset by apprehension and fear, minute by minute, until the horizon began to lighten, heralding the dawn. Chapter 75. A collective terror, fleeing into the depths of the forest the following morning. Lu Yun summoned everyone to the front of the stone house. His gaze swept across the assembly, and he spoke in a solemn tone. Let us refrain from moving the stones for now. He gestured toward the stone house behind him, continuing. The external walls have been nearly completed. We have enough stones remaining from yesterday for today's work. Our primary focus today will be constructing the interior partitions. With the external framework established, we must ensure the interior compartments are properly assembled for the convenience of future inhabitants. However, we do not require many people for the partitions. He paused, clarifying the division of labor. Only 2 individuals need to remain with me to assist in erecting the framework and walls for the compartments. The remaining 10 shall go and fell trees. He reiterated the original instructions, emphasizing that when felling trees, they must strip the bark clean and cut off the branches, while the trunks should be sectioned according to the previously determined dimensions. Hasten to bring back the felled trees, as we will need them for the roof beams and for constructing doors and windows. We must not delay our progress. After addressing the group, he surveyed their expressions. Is everything clear? Now, let us act swiftly and aim to complete both the partitions and the timber today. The crew responded affirmatively, each taking up their tools, axes at the ready, to commence their tasks. Before they could descend from the elevated platform of their camp, distant footsteps began to echo. A group of over 20 individuals approached. Some carried wooden sticks, while others bore tents, resembling a migration as they made their way toward the camp. Lu Yun furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he observed them with a chilly gaze. As the newcomers neared the camp, they spotted the stone house that Lu Yun and his crew were constructing, their eyes widening in astonishment. One crew member stepped forward, pointing at the stone edifice, inquiring, "Did you build this? When did such a substantial house appear here?" The crew members within the camp puffed out their chests with pride, declaring, "Of course we built it. How do you like it? It's impressive, isn't it? Tall, spacious, and sturdy. How did you manage to construct it so neatly? When did you begin building? How come we knew nothing of this?" The individual pressed further. The crew at the camp curled their lips in disdain. "Nonsense. How would you know if you don't come this way?" Another crew member swallowed hard, his expression grave. "Do you still dare to stay here? Are you unaware of what has happened?" The camp's inhabitants exchanged anxious glances. What has occurred? The man sighed and pulled out Li Fong from behind him. At that moment, Li Fong appeared somewhat deranged, a bizarre smile plastered across her face, as she muttered incoherently, "Ah, the monster is dead, all dead." The crew members were taken aback. What is going on? How did Li Fong end up like this? The man sighed again. Last night, she encountered some creature and was severely traumatized. She seems to have lost her senses. When Li Fong saw Lu Yun, It was as if she suddenly regained clarity. She pointed at him sharply, her voice piercing. Lu Yun, you little brat. Do you know something? Why did you speak to me like that last night? You must have known there was a monster. Why didn't you warn me? I nearly perished because of you. Upon hearing her words, everyone turned to Lu Yun in unison. Lu Yun cleared his throat, his tone indifferent. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's gone mad. Li Fong immediately stomped her foot, bursting into a tirade. You're talking nonsense. I'm not insane. You definitely knew there were monsters on this island. Otherwise, why would you build this house out of the blue? This house is far too large to be constructed in a day. You must have started building it days ago when you discovered the monster, but chose not to say anything, right? You're trying to get us killed. As the crowd processed her claims, they scrutinized the stone house's size and recalled how Lu Yun had already rallied a dozen people to work. Coupled with Li Fong's harrowing experience from the previous night, it indeed seemed as though Lu Yun had been aware of something in advance and had prepared accordingly. Lu Yun clapped his hands and raised his voice. Brothers, my house building has nothing to do with other matters. It's solely for our survival. It has no connection to the monsters you speak of. I have never encountered the creatures you describe. Behind him, Lin Shui was trembling with fear, her recollections of that night flooding back, making her face pale as a sheet. Li Fong was relentless, reaching out to pull people along. Don't listen to his wild tales. I'm not lying. There are indeed monsters here. If you don't believe me, come with me. Saying this, she stumbled forward towards the woods. Everyone was swept up in the commotion, following her in a frenzied rush. Even the crew members who had been preparing to work halted their tasks and dashed into the forest. Lu Yun glanced at those around him and spoke solemnly. You stay here. I will go investigate alone. Fong Ro and Lin Shui nodded in agreement, urging him to be cautious. Understood, Lu Yun responded, turning to join the throng as they plunged into the woods. He too sought to uncover what had transpired after he left the previous night. Li Fong led the group, guided by her memories, until they reached the peach tree. She pointed at the ground around its roots, her voice quivering. Right here, right here. The monster lunged at Xiao Lu, clawing her throat open, then disemboweled her, devouring her innards. The crowd, upon hearing the chilling news, turned pale and could not help but lean down to inspect the ground, which was remarkably clean, devoid of any traces of dismembered limbs. They anxiously glanced at Li Fong, exclaiming, There's nothing here. What could possibly consume a person so thoroughly, and even tidy up the scene? Li Fong's eyes swept across the ground and suddenly pointed towards the grass. Look, there's blood. Following her gesture, they noticed, beneath the peach tree, some viscous dark red stains upon the grass, the metallic scent still lingering in the air. Fear gripped them as they realized the veracity of Li Fong's words. Indeed, someone had perished in the woods, and a monster roamed the island. This was precisely why they had expanded their group to 20 members that day. News of Li Fong's attack had spread among the survivors, prompting everyone to shift from small teams of 4 or 5 to larger groups, seeking refuge deeper into the forest, away from the beach and the lurking creature. Exchanging glances, the group resolved to proceed as initially planned, moving deeper into the woods. Lu Yun intervened, cautioning them. Venturing deeper may not guarantee safety. Undeterred, they retorted, at least it's farther from the monster that attacked last night. Lu Yun chose not to press further. Each person had their own fate. He merely reminded them, this desolate island may harbor fierce beasts or unimaginable creatures. After all, it's an extensive, uncharted land, possibly existing for countless years. It's not surprising to encounter peculiar entities. If you wish to explore, do as you please. I can't say much, just be cautious. The group nodded resolutely and ventured into the depths of the forest. Li Fong cast a glance at Lu Yun before suddenly kneeling before him with a thud. Lu Yun quickly sidestepped. What are you doing? Li Fong, prostrate on the ground, her voice tinged with desperation, pleaded, I beg you, let me accompany you. I will do anything you ask. I know you are the most capable among these men, and only by following you can I survive. I implore you. She began to bow her head repeatedly in supplication. Ignoring her, Lu Yun replied, if you enjoy bowing, then do so. Farewell. With that, he swiftly returned to the camp, leaving Li Fong in tears, aware that such tactics would not sway him. In a fit of humiliation and anger, she began to curse, but Lu Yun did not look back, continuing on his way. Chapter 76. Let us build a new house. Upon returning to the camp, Lu Yun found the crew members who had followed him gradually returning as well. He surveyed the group, his voice steady yet not loud. What are your thoughts? A dozen individuals exchanged glances until one stepped forward, swallowing hard. We plan to work through the night, to construct your house as swiftly as possible. A warmth surged in Lu Yun's heart, though his expression remained calm, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The man leaned in closer, his tone beseeching. But we ask one favor of you. Please help us build a house as well. Lu Yun smiled, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, a wise choice. This is the way to thrive. We shall not rest tonight, working overtime, even alternating shifts if necessary. Another chimed in eagerly. Today, we will first gather the necessary timber and prepare the materials, as well as transport the stones needed for construction. During the day, it matters not if the house remains unfinished. We shall continue our labor into the night. By nightfall, let us ignite torches and arrange several bonfires. For most wild beasts harbor a fear of fire. This will provide illumination while keeping the creatures at bay. Throughout the day, we shall fell trees and move stones. And in the evening, we shall toil to construct the dwelling. What say you? Lu Yun pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. As for the stones, there is no need for haste. I request that 10 individuals proceed to cut timber, while 2 remain behind to assist me in utilizing the stones left over from yesterday to erect partitions. He paused, surveying the group with a determined gaze. As long as you help me expedite the construction of a house, I shall guide you in building new homes of your own. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they responded in unison. Excellent. Let us not linger. Let us hasten. With that, they abandoned their previous languid pace and took off at a run. The emergence of the monster ignited a fire of fear within the hearts of the people, simultaneously fostering an unprecedented desire for survival. These individuals were eager to establish a haven for themselves, which in turn ignited their fervor and motivation for labor. Their efficiency soared to unprecedented heights. Those who previously indulged in sloth now wore expressions of utmost seriousness, wielding their axes with both speed and precision. Each person yearned to assist Lu Yun in completing the house, so that they might, through his craftsmanship, construct sturdy shelters for themselves. Distancing themselves from the lurking creatures of the forest, Lu Yun retained 2 individuals to assist him. He crouched within the structure, picking up a charred piece of wood and swiftly sketching several lines in the earthen floor. The eastern side shall face the sun, designated for 2 bedrooms. The northern wall will shield against the wind, serving as the chimney. The southwestern corner will be designated as a bathing area, with a sloped floor. And the center will serve as a combined living and dining area. Rising to his feet, he pressed the lines firmly with his foot, then selected a flat stone as a ruler, gently tapping out shallow grooves to clarify the outlines. The bedroom walls will not reach the ceiling, leaving gaps for ventilation. The kitchen flue will ascend at an angle from behind the stove, adhering to the wall, with an opening in the roof for a metal cover. The bathing area will feature a sloped floor, with shallow grooves in the corners to direct water outside into a soak pit. The 2 individuals followed his lead, moving stones and mud, aligning the remaining stones from yesterday, stacking them neatly. Lu Yun guided the stones to align with the lines, his wooden mallet ringing with each strike. Imbuing strength into every blow, the gaps must be filled with mud, lest wind and smoke seep through, leaving us shivering in the winter and choking while cooking. As the stove took shape, he reached inside to adjust the angle, his fingertips brushing against the ash. Thus, the smoke will flow freely, avoiding the bedroom even on windy northern days. The openings for the living room windows were positioned on the east and south sides, secured with sturdy wooden slats to allow for air and light while deterring wild beasts. The kitchen counter was constructed with 2 levels, lower in front and higher in the back, with shattered pottery pieces laid beneath for ventilation, ensuring the fire does not smother. A small window was left in the partition wall of the bedrooms to allow a modicum of light, preventing darkness from overwhelming the night. The bathing area was fitted with a door made of thick canvas and a wooden frame, preventing water from splashing while allowing moisture to escape quickly. Sweat trickled down their chins, splattering onto the freshly smoothed mud surface, leaving small impressions. The trio toiled from the slanting sun until twilight descended, laboring tirelessly throughout the day until the partition walls finally stood firm. The kitchen counter had also taken on a respectable form, and the layout of the dwelling had become distinctly clear. Upon entering, one is greeted by a spacious and luminous hall. To the south lies a warm bedroom, basking in the gentle embrace of the morning sun. To the north, the kitchen emanates the rich aroma of culinary delights, and to the southwest, a well-designed bathing area, neatly separating wet and dry spaces. The smoke wafts toward the northern side, while light pours in from the east and south, with humidity dissipating into the outside air. Lu Yun wiped away the sweat from his brow, inadvertently smudging some ash on his face, yet he paid it no mind. Pointing at the stove, he remarked, "Tonight we shall ignite the fire. No longer will we have to make do outside, where the wind extinguishes the flames, and we must remain vigilant against wild beasts." The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement, and their wooden mallets struck with renewed vigor, their breaths becoming steadier. Meanwhile, the tree-felling crew was reaping a bountiful harvest. Divided into 2 groups of 10, one group swung axes to fell the trees, while the other skillfully stripped the bark and trimmed the branches, cutting the trunks into uniform lumber as per Lu Yun's specifications from the previous day. The sound of axes striking the trunks echoed powerfully, branches falling in neat succession. And the peeling of bark was executed with remarkable efficiency. They toiled from afternoon until dusk, successfully felling over a dozen large trees, stripping them of their bark, and neatly stacking the trimmed logs akin to small hills at the edge of the forest. Don't stop. Hurry and transport them to the camp, the leader called out. Instantly, everyone sprang into action, 5 individuals lifting each log, shouldering and supporting their burdens toward the campsite. The timber was heavy, pressing painfully upon their shoulders. Yet no one dared to complain. Instead, their pace quickened. Each individual yearned to return with the materials promptly, eager to labor through the night to construct their dwelling. As they traversed the path, the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot accompanied their labored breaths, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. Yet, no one halted. They persevered, carrying all the timber back to the camp, stacking it neatly in 2 rows beside the stone house. Around the campsite, several bonfires had already been kindled, casting their warm glow upon each face, dispelling the encroaching darkness and alleviating some of the fears lingering in their hearts. Within the stone house, the partition walls gradually rose, and the chimney began to take shape. Outside, the lumber was arranged with care, the crackling of the fire punctuating the air. As a proper home was being meticulously erected on this desolate island, built upon the sweat of the community. Chapter 77. The stone house is complete. The lumber beside the stone house had been meticulously stacked, the trees stripped of bark and cut to size, each log straight and heavy. Lu Yun circled around the pile, tapping his fingers on the wood to discern its quality by sound, then leaning down to inspect the cross-section for growth rings. Excellent. The heartwood was dense, with few knots. Suitable for use. He addressed the group. All of today's timber can be utilized. Let us select 4 logs for the main beams, while the remainder will serve as secondary beams and purlins. Those smaller trees shall be reserved for crafting furniture, window frames, and door sills. Lu Yun established a horizontal reference line on the gable walls of the stone house, marking the locations for the beam supports at regular intervals. The supports must be leveled. Otherwise, the roof would be askew. He adjusted the ink line, creating 4 beam supports on each gable wall and adding 2 internal supports to help bear the weight. Next came the selection of beams. Lu Yun raised one trunk, squinting to follow the wood grain. This one would serve as the eastern main beam. With its straight grain and excellent load-bearing capacity, he instructed 4 individuals to lift it, measuring the lengths of the ends to ensure a proper fit with the walls, then used an axe to bevel the ends for a snug connection at the wall's apex. Subsequently, he drove wooden wedges into the wall seams. Testing the tightness, the wedges must be driven in completely, with no slack. Before raising the beam, he first constructed a rudimentary dragon gate frame outside, with 2 long wooden poles. 4 individuals stood on each side to stabilize the ropes, while 2 others supported the beam in the center. I called the command, and together we lifted. He secured the rope at the beam's center, meticulously checking 3 times to ensure it would not slip, and then raised his hand to signal. 8 individuals exerted force simultaneously. The rope creaked as it tightened, and the main beam gradually ascended from the ground. Lu Yun focused intently on both ends of the beam, making real-time adjustments. Slow down on the left. Apply more force on the right. Keep it level. The beam brushed against the stone wall as it rose, sparks flying from the friction, while everyone held their breath and cautiously advanced. Once the ends of the beam aligned with the beam supports on the wall, Lu Yun shouted, "Stop." 2 individuals swiftly inserted wooden wedges from either side to secure the beam's ends, and then chiseled a notch into the wall to embed the beam head, reinforcing it with wooden nails. Secure it. Lu Yun struck the end of the beam several times with a mallet, discerning the sound to ascertain its placement. The beam head must be flush against the wall, leaving no gaps. He then employed a level line on the beam to correct its position, a little more to the left. Good, that's it. The second main beam, 2 secondary beams, and purlins followed in a similar sequence. With each addition, Lu Yun meticulously verified the level and spacing. The distance between purlins was 80 centimeters for even distribution of roof load. He stretched a line across the purlins, adjusting each one until the entire framework stood tall in the twilight, resembling a steadfast ribcage. With the beam raised, the outline of the roof suddenly emerged within the room. Lu Yun stood in the center, gazing upward, and measured the span on the ground. An 8-meter span. The main beam was not extensive, yet stable. He clapped his hands. Next, we shall lay the roof. The roof was first covered with thin wooden rods arranged crosswise on the purlins, spaced 20 centimeters apart, followed by a layer of reeds or thatch, and finally topped with bark or oilcloth, secured with stones to withstand the wind. The wooden boards had to be firmly nailed down, otherwise a gust could lift them. Lu Yun demonstrated how to drive the nails at an angle, ensuring better load distribution. The group divided tasks. Some passed materials, others laid the wooden boards, and some bundled the thatch, shadows darting back and forth in the firelight. The crackling and hammering sounds intertwining. Once the roof was laid, Lu Yun instructed them to stretch a thick rope along the ridge, anchoring both ends, and then used wooden wedges to secure it. The ridge faced the wind and needed to be firmly held. He circled the house to inspect, pushing against the purlins to confirm there was no looseness, and nodded. The roof can remain as it is for now. We will add the waterproof layer and eaves tomorrow. Next came the finishing touches for the walls and windows. Lu Yun marked the window frame positions on the wall, instructing others to cut small trees to suitable dimensions to assemble the window frames. The frames used mortise and tenon joints, avoiding nails for enhanced stability. He sketched simple shapes for the tenons and mortises, directing two to chisel accordingly. The tenons should have excess material, and the mortises must be chiseled to the correct depth. Perfectly aligned. The door frame was similarly constructed using mortise and tenon joints, leaving space for the threshold, which was slightly elevated above the ground to prevent water and moisture. The interior partition walls continued to rise until an air gap was maintained beneath the beam. Lu Yun had a wooden ring beam constructed at the top of the walls to connect the walls to the beams. The ring beam would encircle the entire structure, providing resistance against wind and seismic activity. He drove wooden wedges into the gaps between the ring beam and the walls, ensuring a tight fit. The completion of the stove platform and flue was carried out under the cover of night. Lu Yun instructed the two individuals to construct a circle of fire barriers around the chimney outlet on the rooftop using stones, which were then secured with iron sheets to guard against wind and rain. The flue needed to rise above the ridge of the roof to prevent backflow. He then lit a small fire in the stove to observe the smoke's direction, adjusting the angle of the flue accordingly. This was deemed satisfactory. The group had a simple meal, and as soon as they finished, someone urged, "Lu Gu, let us seize the moment and finish the roofing tonight." Lu Yun glanced at the sky, the firelight illuminating each face, revealing a mixture of anticipation and tension. He nodded. "All right, let us complete the roofing, door and window frames, and the ring beam tonight. Tomorrow, we shall waterproof, lay the floor, and construct the furniture." As night deepened, the stone house was aglow with lights inside and out. The roof boards were neatly laid, thatch piled in layers, the window frames stood erect, and the door frames were secured. The ring beam embraced the walls and beams, while the smoke from the stove rose straight up the flue. Standing at the doorway, Lu Yun reached out to touch the door frame. Feeling the wood's warmth and grain beneath his fingertips, he turned to the group and said, "Let us pause for the night. We will take turns watching the fire. Ensure it does not extinguish, and keep wild animals at bay. Tomorrow morning, we will apply the waterproof layer, press the roof again, then lay the floor, construct the threshold, window sashes, and door leaves, and finally make a few tables, stools, and bed frames." Someone inquired, "How shall we treat the indoor flooring?" Lu Yun pondered for a moment. "First, we shall level it with gravel, followed by a layer of fine sand, and lastly, a damp-proof surface made from a mixture of clay, smoothed over the top. This will ensure both durability and moisture resistance." He added, "The threshold should be elevated to prevent water ingress during rain. The window sashes must be crafted from thick wood, with a layer of coarse timber added outside for protection against wild animals." The group responded affirmatively, visibly relieved. Despite their exhaustion, their spirits lifted as they witnessed the stone house transform from mere stones and timber into a structured dwelling with beams and a roof. The fire crackled outside, the soup in the pot still steaming, and the shadows of the beams danced in the flickering light, resembling a sturdy vessel anchored on a deserted isle. At dawn the next day, they commenced the waterproofing of the roof. Lu Yun directed the placement of tree bark and oilcloth in sequence atop the thatch, securing the edges with stones, and added a waterproof strip at the ridge, tightly bound with hemp rope. The waterproof layer needed to be seamless, devoid of gaps. He meticulously inspected each section, pressing down with his hands to ensure stability. Next came the flooring. Gravel was laid in layers, compacted with a wooden tamper, followed by fine sand, and finally a coat of lime clay was applied and smoothed with a board, resulting in an increasingly flat and solid surface. The crafting of doors and windows also commenced. Lu Yun assigned 2 individuals to the window frames, 2 to the door leaves, while he led the remaining group in furniture making. The tables were joined with mortise and tenon joints, ensuring sturdy legs. The stools were designed lower for comfort. The bed frames were constructed from robust timber for optimal weight support. He sketched simple designs on the ground, explaining the methods for the joints. The tenons were to be left slightly swollen, ensuring they would fit tighter as they were driven in. The group followed his lead, wood shavings flying in the sunlight, the sounds of axes and chisels echoing in the air. Finally, the threshold was installed. Lu Yun placed a sturdy piece of timber at the entrance, carefully measuring its dimensions. He utilized a chisel to craft tenons at both ends, aligning them with the mortises in the doorframe, and then gently hammered it in with a mallet. The threshold was designed to be level with the ground, slightly elevated on the exterior side to prevent water infiltration. After testing the door leaf, he found it opened and closed smoothly without any hindrance, nodding in satisfaction. By midday, the stone house began to take on a homely appearance. The roof was secure, the walls solid, windows and doors complete, the floor level, and steam wafted from the stove as the table and chairs gradually took shape. Gathered around the newly crafted wooden table, everyone savored hot soup, gazing at their surroundings, their faces illuminated by long-lost smiles. As Lu Yun surveyed the stone house, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. On this desolate island, although fear lingered, a shelter that could shield from the elements, provide warmth for cooking, and offer a restful sleep was slowly being constructed. Chapter 78. Taking residence in the mansion, the final bundle of bark was pressed onto the roof. As the wind pushed thin clouds from the sea, the stone house lay quietly on the high platform like a serene beast. Measuring 8 meters in length and 5 meters in width, the eaves jutted nearly half a meter, while the walls rose straight up to nearly 4 meters beneath the beams, ascending further to a total height approaching 6 meters. Standing at the entrance and peering inside, the stone house appeared remarkably spacious. The walls, built layer by layer with rough stones from the island, were packed with wet mud and crushed grass, producing a solid thud when struck. Windows were left open on the east and south sides, with coarse wooden bars intersecting to allow light while shielding against the wind and claws of wild beasts. The window frames were fitted neatly and flush with the walls, presenting an orderly appearance. The north wall faced the wind, with the stove nestled in the corner. The firebox sloping from low to high, its base lined with broken pottery shards. The flue angled upward from behind the stove, adhering to the wall all the way to the roof, exiting through a metal cover that prevented backdrafts even in strong winds, allowing smoke to drift away with the breeze. Upon entering was the hall, which also served as the dining area, occupying nearly half of the house's central space. The floor was first compacted with gravel, then layered with fine sand, and finally smoothed over with a mixture of clay and ash, pressed flat with wooden boards, creating a surface that was neither sticky nor abrasive underfoot. In one corner, several bundles of dry firewood were stacked, accompanied by an iron pot, its lid securely fastened with metal, ensuring that when cooking at night, smoke would disperse through the flue without blackening the interior. The eastern sunlit area was divided into 2 bedrooms. The partition wall was also constructed of stone, not reaching the ceiling, leaving a hand-width gap beneath the beams for ventilation and sound insulation. The eastern room was slightly larger, with a spacious area of 3 square meters, and the floor was laid uniformly, allowing warm sunlight to stream through the window bars. The western room was slightly smaller, measuring just over 2 meters in width, sufficient for a few individuals to spread out straw mats for rest, with a corner left empty for personal belongings and pottery. A bathing area was designated in the southwest corner, with the floor intentionally sloped and a shallow channel dug in the corner to direct water outside to a drainage pit. The door to the bathing area was crafted from thick canvas and a wooden frame, effectively blocking water while allowing airflow, enabling moisture to dissipate quickly without seeping into the bedrooms or hall. Along the base of the walls, several ceramic jars were placed for water storage. Nearby, a few clean stone slabs were stacked, allowing one to dry their feet after washing before re-entering the house without tracking in mud. The entire framework of the house appeared solid and well-constructed. 4 stout and straight main beams rest upon the gables at either end, their ends beveled and nestled into the grooves at the top of the walls, secured with wooden wedges, and further reinforced with thick timber laid horizontally. When the wind blows, the beams remain steadfast. The secondary beams and purlins are meticulously spaced, the thatching laid evenly, topped with thick layers of reeds and bark, overlapping like fish scales, ensuring that rainwater flows down the roof ridge without seeping inside. The ridge line of the roof is straight, anchored at both ends by stones, providing a robust defense against the wind. The door frame is fashioned from an entire small tree, joined by mortise and tenon without a single nail, yet it stands firm. The threshold rises 15 centimeters, slightly above the ground outside, preventing rainwater from easily intruding. As night descends, a bonfire is kindled outside, its glow outlining the contours of the stone house, casting a warm red hue upon the walls. Inside, torches illuminate the space, their light spilling through the window frames, complemented by the brightness from outside, rendering the entire room bright and cozy. A fire crackles in the stove, dry wood snapping as the water in the pot gradually comes to a boil, the aroma of wild vegetables wafting through the air, mingling with the scent of burning foliage, creating the most comforting atmosphere on this desolate island. Lu Yun stands at the entrance, taking a few steps inside, his gaze sweeping across the hall, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. With an 8-meter length, subtracting the thickness of the walls and partitions, the open space exceeds 7 meters. The 5-meter width offers over 4 meters of clearance. And the nearly 4-meter ceiling height gives the interior a sense of openness, devoid of any oppressive feeling. He reaches out to touch the door frame, his fingertips tracing the wood's grain and warmth. Fong Rou, Lin Shui, Lin Yu, and Lu Qing are tidying up inside, laying down straw mats on the bedroom floor, arranging ceramic jars neatly, and placing iron pots on the stove. The two children curiously move about, their small hands exploring the stone walls, pointing towards the window frames with wide eyes filled with genuine wonder. This house is tall enough to encourage one to stand straight. It is spacious enough for the children to run freely. It is sturdy, with thick stone walls and stable beams, capable of withstanding the sea winds and deterring wild beasts, providing a safe haven for restful sleep at night. Outside, the sea breeze howls, an occasional unknown animal roars echo through the woods. Yet the warmth of the fire and the lingering fragrance within create a long-awaited tranquility on the faces of those inside. This is not a luxurious abode, but on this barren island, it offers them a shelter from the elements, a place to cook, and a sanctuary to breathe easily. Come, Brother Lu. Take a look at the wooden beds we've made. The crew members bring in several bed frames they have constructed, the wood thudding against the stone floor. Lu Yun casually supports one, pressing down and shaking it, the bed frame creaking ominously, the joints loose and precarious, as if on the verge of collapse. He chuckles. How can this be? It's far too fragile. Fong Rou shoots him a disapproving glance. What do you want to break? Lu Yun playfully grabs her, his smile deepening. What do you think I want to break? Laughter erupts among the group, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Lu Yun sobers. These beds need to be redone. They must be stable, durable, silent when turning at night, and capable of bearing weight. He gestures for two individuals to follow him to the edge of the forest to select trees. After circling around a few candidates, Lu Yun claps his hand on a medium-thick hardwood, declaring, "This one. The grain is straight, the heartwood solid, and the density sufficient. It will not wobble when made into a bed." He instructed two individuals to make incisions at the base of the tree with axes, then drive wooden wedges into the cuts. With a resounding crack, the trunk split down the center and toppled over. They removed the branches, trimmed the top, and left a straight section of wood, measuring the desired length. Using the back of the axe, they marked the ends. They would then carry it back, strip the bark, level it, and create mortises and tenons. The crew, upon witnessing this, eagerly offered their assistance, and together they lifted the log back to the camp. The bark was pried off with the axe blade and torn down in large sheets, rolled into several big bundles, and dried to serve as kindling. The branches were cut short and piled in a corner. After 2 days of labor, the firewood in the camp had accumulated enough to last for over half a month. The grass within 4 to 5 meters around the camp was also cleared, and once dried, it was added to the firewood pile. This not only helped to deter mosquitoes, but also prevented snakes, insects, and rodents from emerging from the grass. On a makeshift wooden stool beside the log, Lu Yun took out a saw and began to cut the materials back and forth. Sawdust fell in a flurry, and he occasionally paused to squint along the grain of the wood. He then used the axe to smooth the surface and finally polished it with a rough stone slab, eliminating all the splinters. The bed frame was crafted using mortise and tenon joints, without the use of nails. He marked the positions for the tenons and mortises on the wood, with 2 vertical posts at the head and foot of the bed, and 3 horizontal beams in between. The tenons were designed to fit snugly into the mortises, becoming increasingly tight when driven in. He directed 2 individuals to assist him, one to hold the wood and the other to hand him tools. They began by chiseling the mortises, ensuring the angle was precise and the depth sufficient. The tenons were then shaped slightly larger than the mortises, lubricated with a bit of wet mud, and with a solid thump, they were driven in, causing the wood to tremble slightly and fit seamlessly together. Lu Yun pushed against it with his hand. It did not budge. Satisfied, he nodded. This was the way to do it, solid and sturdy. The bed slats required meticulous attention. He cut the remaining logs into wide planks, smoothing both sides, and then used a wood file to gradually refine the edges until they fit together without any gaps. The planks needed to be tight, with gaps no greater than 2 fingers apart, to ensure comfort during sleep. He arranged the planks and secured them with thin wooden nails at an angle. This was not for weight-bearing purposes, but rather to prevent shifting. Finally, he laid a thin mat of straw on top of the bed slats, ensuring breathability and moisture resistance. He completed 3 beds in one go. In the larger bedroom, to the east, Lu Yun allocated space for Lu Qing and her 2 children. One bed was just enough for the 3 of them to sleep comfortably. In the slightly smaller room to the west, he arranged 2 beds, one for the sisters Lin Shui and Lin Yu, and the other for himself and Fong Rou. The Lin sisters blushed, and Fong Rou felt shy as she lowered her gaze to smooth her clothing. Lu Yun observed this with a smile, shifting the bed frame slightly inward to create some space for movement. Let us make do for now. Once we settle in, I'll build you a wardrobe and a screen. That way, it won't feel so awkward. Outside, the firewood was piled up to waist height, and the bark and dry grass had been sun-dried, ready to ignite with a single spark. Inside the stone house, the 3 beds stood sturdy, the thick stone walls solid, the beam structure reliable, and the window frames secure. At night, the wind blew in from the sea, rustling the bark on the roof, yet the interior remained tranquil. Lu Yun lay on the bed, inhaling the lingering warmth of the burning wood. He reached out to touch the bed frame. The mortise and tenon joints were tight, producing no sound of looseness. Chapter 79. The beauty emerging from the bath. Fong Ro looked at Lu Yun, who was reclining on the bed. The house is all tidied up. Shall we bring in our belongings? Sure, I'll help carry them. The group began to move the tent and bedding into the house. Lu Yun, Fong Ro, Lin Shui, Lin Yu, and Lu Qing busily attended to their tasks with swift and graceful movements. When the crew members approached to lend a hand, Fong Ro raised her hand to signal them. No need, we can manage on our own. Lu Qing also smiled and shook her head. We have personal belongings inside, so it's best not to trouble you. The crew members, understanding their sentiment, stepped back without further inquiries. Lu Yun stood at the doorway, calling out, "Everyone, please go out and grab a bite. There's still warm food by the fire." The group responded and began to exit, unable to resist casting a final glance at the imposing stone house, smiles adorning their faces. Within this dwelling lay their efforts and sweat, and the sight filled them with a sense of accomplishment. Inside, Fong Ro carefully unzipped the tent and began to extract its contents. Let's first store the medicines in the cabinet and lock it. Lu Qing nodded, systematically placing the medicine boxes into the cabinet. Fong Ro organized the condiments in the cupboard, separating the salt and pepper to avoid mingling their flavors. Lin Shui and Lin Yu carried out the bedding, shaking off the dust. Let us prepare Lu Ji's bed first. He needs proper rest. Is that appropriate? Lu Yun had just turned around to see them placing the pillows at the head of his bed. Fong Ro looked up at him. What is inappropriate about it? This bed was made by you. Lu Yun scratched the back of his head and chuckled. All right, I'll defer to your judgment. Once the bedding was arranged, Lin Shui clapped her hands. Let us go gather some flowers to adorn the windows and the entrance, to make it more visually appealing. Lin Yu stood up, adding, and let us collect some banana leaves and mugwort to repel mosquitoes at the door. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. I'll fetch some clean banana leaves. We can use them as makeshift bedding for now. It's firm, but certainly better than the ground. The group stepped outside, searching along the edge of the camp within the forest. The broad and sturdy banana leaves came off easily, while the mugwort emitted a refreshing fragrance. And they gathered a small bouquet of wildflowers in vibrant colors. 2 children chased butterflies nearby, and Lu Qing laughed, calling out, "Slow down, don't wander too far." Upon returning to the house, they first laid the banana leaves on the 2 empty beds, topping them with a layer of dried hay. Let us start with this, and later we can find more bedding. The mugwort was bundled and hung beneath the doorframe and windowsill, releasing a faint smoke to deter mosquitoes. Wildflowers were arranged on the windowsill, their shadows dancing on the wall as the wind blew. Lin Shui and Lin Yu exchanged glances and decided to set up the tent in the corner of the west bedroom. Lin Yu lowered her voice. Let us avoid the beds for now. They're too hard. Not needing further explanation, Fong Ro teased with a knowing smile. It's a bit inconvenient to undress in front of Lu Yun, isn't it? Lin Shui blushed. Yes. At least the tent offers some privacy. Lu Yun glanced at the erected tent, saying little, merely shifting the bed inward to create a passage. Do as you please. Comfort is key. He then pushed the small table closer to the window, placing the water cup and oil lamp there for easy access at night. I'll sweep the floor, Fong Ro said, picking up a broom and meticulously sweeping the surface. The ground, composed of compacted gravel and fine sand, was smooth with clay and plant ash, making it easy to clean. Lin Shui organized the pots and pans on the kitchen shelf, while Lin Yu carefully arranged the ceramic jars and salt containers in the cabinet, and Lu Qing folded the children's small clothes, placing them at the head of the bed. So spacious. Fong Ro stood in the hall, casting her gaze towards the bedroom and kitchen. The space measured 8 meters in length and 5 meters in width, providing ample room to move about without feeling constricted. Lin Yu chimed in, noting the impressive ceiling height, nearly 4 meters, which added to the spaciousness. Lu Yun leaned against the door frame, observing the bustling activity of the women with a smile gracing his lips. As long as it is comfortable to live in, that is what matters. Outside, the bonfire crackled merrily, and the flickering light from within the house spilled through the windows, intertwining with the flames outside, creating a warm ambience. Once the women finished tidying up, they took a moment to rest on the stools, sipping from their cups. The fragrance of wildflowers, the scent of mugwort, and the fresh aroma of wood melded together, forming the essence of this home. Tonight, we shall sleep soundly, Lu Qing remarked, watching the child yawn by the bedside. Fong Rou nodded in agreement. Yes, with walls and a roof, firewood and warmth, and with all of you here. Lin Shui and Lin Yu exchanged relieved smiles. Feeling a sense of security wash over them, Lu Yun rose to his feet, stating, I will step outside to tend to the fire for a while. You all should rest early. He made his way to the entrance, but turned back for one last glance. The bed was stable, the cabinet securely locked. The tent was properly set up, flowers adorned the windowsill, mugwort was placed at the door, and the interior was tidy. Truly, a respectable home had been created. By the bonfire. Upon seeing Lu Yun approach, the crew members hastily made space for him. One crew member leaned closer and asked, Lu Gu, the house is finished. So is it time to build for us tomorrow? Lu Yun shook his head. Brothers, we have one final task to complete. What task? The group inquired in unison. We need to erect a surrounding wall around the house. Lu Yun gestured towards the perimeter, explaining that with only this single structure, they would be ill-equipped to fend off any nocturnal beasts that might approach. Once the wall is up, we can finally feel at ease. After a moment of contemplation, someone nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is essential to complete this final step. Another crew member asked, will the wall be quick to construct? Surely. It is less intricate than building a house. Lu Yun smiled. Certainly, it will be swift. A wall is simply a matter of stacking stones. There is no need for beams or boards. We build it from the ground up, ensuring it is straight, tall, and sturdy, no complexities involved. The group let out a collective sigh of relief. Can it be finished in a day? More likely in a day or two, Lu Yun pondered aloud. The materials are not readily available. We must first lay the foundation and transport the stones. This will take some time, but once the materials are prepared, erecting the wall will be quick. It took us 4 to 5 days to construct the house with nearly 20 people. The wall should take just a day or two. Very well, let us continue our work. The crew responded enthusiastically, the atmosphere lightening. As night fell, the crew members instinctively refrained from entering the house, choosing instead to lay around the bonfire at the campsite, leaving only 2 individuals to keep watch. Inside, Fong Rou poked Lu Yun's arm. Feeling a bit shy, could you gentlemen take a stroll by the seaside? Lu Yun looked at her curiously. What purpose would that serve? Fong Rou lowered her voice. We wish to wash up. We now have toiletries and need to clean ourselves properly, lest we become unbearable. We are concerned about being seen while bathing. Lu Yun nodded. Going to the seaside is not advisable. The creature in the forest appears quite intelligent. It knows that men can be formidable adversaries and tends to attack solitary women. If we leave, you would be at risk in the camp. He pondered for a moment before turning to the outside, calling out, Brothers, finish your meal and take a stroll nearby before returning. Upon hearing his words, the crew understood his intent and rose with smiles, saying, All right, Lu Gu, let's take a stroll. One of them jokingly remarked, Make sure to clean yourselves well, don't worry. We won't peek. Laughter ensued as they made their way to the side of the camp. Lu Yun called out to those inside, I'll keep watch outside. You all go ahead and wash. All right, thank you, replied Fong Rou, Lin Shui, Lin Yu, and Lu Qing, who quickly busied themselves. A small boy, cradling a puppy named Cici, sat at the doorway, playing and teasing with Lu Yun, as Cici barked and the boy giggled joyfully. Meanwhile, the women in the kitchen boiled water and fetched clean water from the bathing room's ceramic pots, mixing it to a comfortable warmth before carrying it into the bathing area. The floor of the bathing room sloped gently, with shallow drains in the corners allowing water to flow away, preventing any accumulation within. Should we wash our hair first or bathe? Lin Shui asked Fong Rou. Let's wash our hair first, while the water is still warm, otherwise it will cool down soon. Fong Rou suggested, hanging a cloth on the wooden rack and picking up the soap pods, which were quite effective for a thorough cleanse. Lin Yu, already stripped down to her undergarments, cheerfully urged, hurry up and wash. Don't dawdle, they'll be back soon. Lu Qing, holding her daughter, first wiped the child's face and hands before removing her own clothing, saying, once the child is done washing, she can play outside, but don't run around. I know. Mommy, I'm not silly. Where could I run in the dark? The girl's words elicited laughter from everyone. The steam gradually filled the bathing room, creating a hazy atmosphere. The women chattered and laughed merrily. Fong Rou stood tall with a well-proportioned figure. Lin Shui was petite with delicate features. Lin Yu had fair skin and slender arms. Lu Qing possessed a touch of fullness, exuding warmth. They passed cloths and soap pods among each other, taking turns to scrub backs and massage hair. Splashing water that glimmered in the light filtering through the window, creating a cozy ambience. This water is truly delightful. Lin Yu tilted her head back, allowing the hot water to cascade over her hair, finding it far more convenient than washing in a pit. Indeed, Fong Rou agreed, rubbing her arms. Recalling how they used to bathe discreetly, always rationing water. Now we have such a spacious bathing area, and there is plenty of water. Lu Qing added with a smile. Once we have time, let us gather some flower petals to soak in the water. That would make it even more fragrant. Absolutely. Lin Shui chimed in. The flowers we picked today are still on the windowsill. Let us gather more when we head to the forest next time. They reveled in their bathing. Their voices just the right volume to be heard by Lu Yun outside. Leaning against the doorframe, he listened to the laughter and splashing sounds from within. A smile gracing his lips. He played with Cece, yet his gaze occasionally drifted toward the woods, vigilant for any lurking dangers. The little boy tugged at his shirt, asking, Lu Dage, when will mommy and the others finish? I want to bathe too. Lu Yun gently patted the boy's head, replying, once they're done, I'll wash you. All right. Okay. The little boy nodded obediently, returning to his playful antics with the puppy. After a while, the sounds of water ceased, and the women began to dress. Chattering animatedly, this piece of clothing has dried nicely. It's perfect to wear. My hair is still wet. I need to wrap it in a cloth. Don't wear too little. Be careful not to catch a chill. Lin Yu playfully slapped Lu Qing on the backside, exclaiming, Sister Lu Qing, your derriere is quite ample. If I were a man, I would surely perish beneath it. So large, round, and fair. Lu Qing chuckled. Oh, you mischievous girl. Yours is no smaller. How dare you speak of me? Lin Yu turned to Lin Shui and asked, what do you think? Is it not rather large? Lin Shui shook her head in resignation. What can I say? I can only affirm that Lu Yun is indeed fortunate. Laughter erupted, a splendid analogy. You young ladies ought not to tease the older generation. Lu Yun and I are innocent. There is nothing salacious as you might think. Very well, if you say you are innocent, then you are innocent, came the reply, as the room filled with lively chatter. Moments later, the bathroom door swung open, and the women emerged. Some had their hair wrapped in cloth, while others let their damp tresses cascade over their shoulders. Their faces glowed with a rosy hue, exuding vitality and freshness. All done? Lu Yun inquired without turning. Yes. Fong Rou nodded. There is still some water left. Do you wish to wash up? No, I shall wait a while, Lu Yun replied, glancing toward the camp's edge, anticipating the return of the others. No sooner had he spoken than laughter and chatter from the crew echoed from a distance, drawing nearer. The women hurriedly disposed of the bathwater, tidied their cloths and soap pods, and returned to the bedroom to arrange their garments. As the crew returned, smiles adorned their faces. Some carrying a few seashells, I found some shells for the children to play with. Lu Yun accepted the shells and handed them to a little boy. Here. Take these and enjoy. The boy gleefully accepted and scampered away to play with Cece. The crew did not inquire much about the happenings inside the house. Instead, they gravitated back to the bonfire, some reclining, others engaging in conversation. Lu Yun addressed the two individuals tending the fire. Let us switch shifts. You two rest, and I will keep watch for a while. All right, Brother Lu, they replied, rising to lie on the grass mat by the fire. Inside, the women had dried their hair and changed into fresh clothes. Lin Shui and Lin Yu slipped into the tent, while Fong Rou and Lu Qing sat at the bedside, arranging the bedding. Today has been delightful, Lu Qing remarked, gazing at the children. In this perilous wilderness, we have a roof over our heads, can bathe comfortably, and sit here chatting so peacefully. It is quite a rare blessing. Fong Rou nodded in agreement. Indeed. Previously, we lived in a dilapidated hut, constantly anxious about storms and wild beasts. While dangers still linger, with Lu Yun here and this house standing, I feel considerably more secure. Yes, Lu Qing concurred. Yet I wonder when we shall return home. Fong Rou patted her hand reassuringly. We will return. Lu Yun is so capable, he will surely find the way back. Lin Yu poked her head out of the tent. Do not dwell on it too much. Focus on resting. Tomorrow, we must help the brothers build the wall. So let us recharge. Indeed, Fong Rou agreed. Let us retire early for the morrow. They extinguished the torches in the room, leaving only a small oil lamp on the living room table. Inside the tent, Lin Shui and Lin Yu spoke softly to one another, beside the bed. Fong Rou and Lu Qing lay down, with the child nestled against Lu Qing, quickly drifting off to slumber. Outside, the campfire crackled softly, while Lu Yun leaned against the doorframe, safeguarding the house and its inhabitants. The sea breeze wafted in from the ocean, carrying a hint of brine, as the bark on the roof rustled gently. Inside, a serene silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the rhythmic sound of breathing. He understood that on this night, they would all enjoy a peaceful slumber, for the morrow would usher in a day of toil. The construction of the protective wall, their final bastion, must be completed with utmost urgency. Chapter 80. I will transform you into a woman before dawn broke, the sea breeze still imbued with moisture. Lu Yun roused everyone from their slumber. The embers of the campfire still radiated warmth as he extinguished the last flicker of flame and gestured to the open ground surrounding the house. Today we commence the construction of the wall. It must be finished within 2 days. The wall needs to be high and thick, topped with sharp stones, impenetrable to beasts and insurmountable for men. The crew responded in unison, swiftly grasping axes and pry bars as they made their way towards the forest. Stones were to be transported from the seashore, and sturdy timber was to be felled for the gate and scaffolding. Feng Rou and Lin Shui busied themselves alongside their companions. Lu Qing organized firewood with the children at the campsite, while Feng Rou and the sisters bundled the dried mugwort from the previous day into small bundles, preparing to hang them halfway up the wall to deter mosquitoes and mitigate dampness. The foundation required thorough compaction, otherwise it would lean askew mid-construction. Lu Yun crouched down, using his foot to firm the loose soil, digging a half-foot deep trench along the house's perimeter, filling it with gravel and coarse sand, and then compacting it with a wooden mallet to ensure a stable base. The crew divided into two groups. One dug trenches and transported stones, while the other cut timber for the framework. The rhythmic sounds of shovels slicing through the earth, axes striking tree trunks, and mallets thudding against the ground intertwined to create a symphony of industriousness upon the desolate island. Lu Yun patrolled the site, occasionally calling for pauses. The trench on the left is too shallow. Dig down another 5 inches. Do not pile the gravel too densely. Leave gaps for sand, or it won't hold firm. Feng Rou approached with a bowl of water. Take a break and have some water. Lu Yun accepted the bowl, tilting it back to drink deeply before wiping his mouth. Don't just stand there. Help me sort out those sharp stones. Once the wall reaches its pinnacle, we shall insert them all. These sharp stones, pried from the coastal rocks, had edges as keen as blades. Lin Shui and Lin Yu knelt on the ground, categorizing the stones by size. Larger ones set aside for the wall's top, while smaller ones were prepared to be embedded in the lower section to thwart beasts from clawing at the wall. These stones are indeed sharp. We must be cautious not to cut ourselves. Lin Yu picked up a shard and inadvertently grazed her fingertip, quickly retracting it. Feng Rou produced a cloth, wrapping it around Lin Yu's finger. Take your time, there's no rush. As midday approached, the foundation was finally compacted satisfactorily. Lu Yun stood at the trench's edge, giving it a firm kick with his foot, nodding in approval. Good, the foundation is solid. Let us commence the wall as construction. The wall would be built using the island's rough stones, varying in size, requiring manual placement, one by one. They began at the corners, laying larger stones at the base and filling gaps with smaller ones, applying wet clay and grass to secure them even more firmly. Lu Yun demonstrated, positioning a hefty stone at the corner and adjusting it with a pry bar until it was stable. The crew followed suit, pairing up, one lifting stones while the other steadied them, gradually stacking them upwards. The walls continued to rise, necessitating the construction of scaffolding for further progress. Sturdy wooden poles interlaced in a simple framework allowed one to stand atop, reaching the wall's summit with ease. Watch your step, don't misplace your footing. Lu Yun called down from the scaffold, cradling stones in his arms, meticulously placing each piece against the wall, ensuring alignment for a smooth surface. Feng Rou and the others climbed up to assist, passing stones and moistening the clay. Lu Qing, holding her child, stood below, supplying water and tools. The child gazed curiously at those atop the wall, waving their small hands, asking, Mom, are they building with blocks? Lu Qing smiled and nodded yes. They are constructing a grand wall to protect us. As dusk fell, the enclosure had reached over 2 meters in height, taking shape. Lu Yun descended and walked around the wall, pushing against it with his hands. It stood firm and unwavering. Not bad. We've made good progress today, he remarked. Clapping his hands, he decided to leave 2 people on watch for the night, instructing the others to retire early, aiming to complete the wall by noon the following day and construct the door in the afternoon. That night, the crew slept by the campfire while Lu Yun and Feng Rou stayed in the house. Before drifting off, Feng Rou nestled against him, whispering, once the wall is up, we'll truly be safe. Lu Yun held her tighter. Yes, once the door is done and the warehouse and restroom are set, the courtyard will be orderly. As he spoke, his hands wandered inappropriately. Feng Rou's breath gradually grew heavier. Hey, that is annoying. Be gentler. In the tent, Lin Shui and Lin Yu were sharing jokes in hushed tones. Hearing commotion outside, Lin Shui peeked out, her face flushing as she quickly retreated, the tent's entrance trembling slightly. It's all your fault. How embarrassing. Feng Rou, blushing, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, her head shrinking into it, revealing only the tips of her hair. Lu Yun chuckled and lifted the corner of the blanket. Feng Rou clutched it tighter, mumbling, go wash up, you smell terrible. Lu Yun felt a stir of anticipation and whispered, wait for me. Feng Rou remained silent, merely responding with a soft He turned and entered the bathing area. The lingering fragrance from Feng Rou's previous bath filled the air, the steam dissipated, leaving the floor dry and clean, water flowing away without pooling. He washed his face and hands with fresh water, then used a cloth to scrub his body. ensuring even the spaces between his fingers were clean. After a long journey, he realized he hadn't felt this clean in quite some time. Once finished, he dried himself, feeling a sense of expectation. Tonight marked the first time he and Fong Ro would share the same bed so closely. Outside, the crew called out, "Lu Gu, is everything all right for the night? Can we sleep?" Lu Yun responded from the doorway, "All good, brothers. Good night." Laughter ensued, followed by playful banter. But soon quiet enveloped the night, broken only by the crackling fire and the rhythmic sounds of snoring. Returning to the bedside, Lu Yun rubbed his hands together before attempting to lift the blanket. Fong Ro still held on tightly, glaring at him with flushed cheeks. "Stop it. I'm not causing trouble." Lu Yun chuckled softly. "I just want to be close to you for a moment." Gently, he pulled back a corner of the blanket. Fong Ro struggled briefly but ultimately released her grip, shifting over to make room for him. Lu Yun cautiously slipped beneath the covers, maintaining a respectful distance. Merely holding her hand gently, Fong Ro's hands felt slightly cold, and upon his grasp, she trembled ever so slightly, yet she did not withdraw. Instead, she tilted her head towards him. "You must be exhausted today," Lu Yun inquired softly. "Not too bad," Fong Ro replied, her voice as delicate as a feather. "You seem more fatigued." "Not at all," Lu Yun chuckled. "Seeing your smile dispels my weariness." Fong Ro remained silent, merely leaning closer into his embrace. Lu Yun gently wrapped his arms around her, his touch tender as if cradling something fragile. He lowered his head and pressed a gentle, warm kiss upon her forehead. Fong Ro's face flushed crimson, and she nestled closer into him, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips. Laughter from Lin Shui and Lin Yu drifted from the tent, only to quickly fade into silence. Within the room, only their breaths remained, accompanied by the soft rustle of the wind brushing against the roof. Lu Yun held Fong Ro, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, feeling an unparalleled sense of tranquility. He mused, "This is what it means to feel at home, not in grandeur, but in the presence of someone who awaits you, who shares your space, breathing softly beside you." Fong Ro murmured in his arms, "We still have to build the wall tomorrow. Please don't trouble me." "All right," Lu Yun nodded. "Once the wall is complete, my heart will feel even more secure." He tightened his embrace slightly, leaning down to softly brush his lips against hers, like a gentle breeze caressing the surface of water. Fong Ro's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing, her hand reaching up to grasp his collar, burying her face in his shoulder, her voice barely a whisper, "Don't tease me." "I want tea," Lu Yun whispered close to her ear. "I like you." He pressed a longer, tender kiss upon her lips, gentle yet sincere. Fong Ro's breath hitched, her eyelashes fluttering, but she did not pull away. Instead, she held him even tighter. The laughter from the tent had completely dissipated, leaving only the rhythm of their heartbeats intertwined with the sound of the wind outside. Lu Yun gently began to unfasten Fong Ro's clothing. She quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "No." Lu Yun sighed, "Do you not like me?" Fong Ro shook her head again. "It's not that. I'm just shy." Lu Yun chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her smooth, delicate form. "What is there to be shy about? There's no one else here. Shall I help you embrace womanhood?" Fong Ro gazed at him earnestly. "You little rascal. Will you always treat me well?" Lu Yun nodded fervently, "Absolutely." Fong Ro sighed contentedly, resting her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, soon finding peace. "You're a bit too gentle. It makes me a little afraid." Lu Yun felt a surge of joy within. That night, there were no storms, no monsters, only the warmth of each other and a secure roof overhead. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, everyone resumed their labor. The remaining sections of the wall were swiftly completed. The top of the wall was smoothed down, and Lu Yun instructed that large, sharp stones be densely embedded atop it, their jagged edges glinting ominously in the light, enough to instill fear in any who dared approach. "With this, not even a beast, or a human, could breach our defenses," one of the crew jested. Next, they set to work on the courtyard gate. Lu Yun selected 2 of the stoutest tree trunks, cutting them to 3 meters in length as the gate's pillars, flattening their bases and driving them deep into the earth at the wall's foundation, compacting it with gravel. The crossbeam, made from a slightly thinner trunk, was secured at both ends atop the pillars with mortise and tenon joints. The gate needed to be robust enough to withstand any forceful impact. Lu Yun meticulously smoothed the door panel with an axe. The panel was constructed from 3 thick wooden boards, joined together and secured at the edges with sturdy wooden nails, while wet mud filled the seams. The latch was crucial. Lu Yun carved grooves into the door panel and the post with a resilient wooden stick, allowing the latch to fit snugly and securely lock the door. With the latch engaged at night, safety was assured. He tested it, and the latch held firm, rendering the door immovable. By afternoon, the door was finally installed. Lu Yun pushed it open and closed several times, reveling in its seamless operation. "Perfect." He clapped his hands and turned to the others, stating that next, a warehouse, a toilet, and enclosures for chickens and dogs were to be constructed in the yard. The warehouse would be situated on the eastern side, close to the kitchen for convenience, the toilet in the northwest corner, distanced from the house and kitchen, and the chicken and dog enclosures adjacent to the door to assist in guarding the premises. The crew nodded in agreement and began preparing materials. The foundation for the warehouse was quickly excavated, compacted with gravel and coarse sand, mirroring that of the house. Lu Yun, accompanied by several men, erected the warehouse framework using the remaining rough timber, while the roof was fashioned from thatch and tree bark, ensuring both rain protection and ventilation, akin to the house's roof. The warehouse door was crafted simply, made from a single wooden board with a wooden latch for easy access. The warehouse was to be divided into 2 levels, with the upper section designated for grains and dry goods, and the lower for tools and miscellaneous items. Lu Yun sketched a partition within the warehouse, suggesting the use of slender wooden rods. The crew, following his directives, swiftly completed the partition, and the initial structure of the warehouse emerged. The construction of the toilet was relatively straightforward. A pit 1 meter deep was dug in the northwest corner, surrounded by a half-meter-high stone wall, topped with a wooden board featuring an opening and a simple thatched roof to shield it from rain. The toilet must be kept clean, or it will become odorous. Fong Ro reminded. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. We will arrange for daily cleaning and sprinkle some ash to neutralize odors. The chicken enclosure, constructed from stone, was furnished with a layer of straw for the chickens to nest and rest. The doghouse was built from rough timber, also lined with straw and equipped with a small window for ventilation. Cici, this will be your home from now on, Lu Yun said as he placed the puppy into the doghouse. Cici barked twice, rolled in the straw, and appeared quite content. As the yard gradually took shape, the girls felt a sense of joy. Lin Shui tugged at Lu Yun's arm, playfully asserting, Brother Lu, we would like to build a grape arbor in the yard and place a table underneath it, so we can enjoy the cool shade and snacks in the summer. Lin Yu chimed in, yes, and let us plant some wildflowers to beautify the space even more. Lu Yun smiled and nodded, all right, that sounds good. The grape arbor would be positioned in the center of the yard, close to the warehouse where sunlight abounded. He selected several sturdy tree trunks as the pillars for the arbor, securing them to the ground, and intertwined slender wooden rods to create the framework. Once grape seedlings were procured, they would soon climb the structure. The table would be placed beneath the arbor, crafted from a thick wooden plank for the tabletop and 4 robust wooden legs, joined with traditional mortise and tenon joints for durability. Fong Ro and Lu Qing began planting wildflowers in the yard. They planted the seedlings gathered from the forest around the grape trellis and along the walls, watering them and feeling a surge of anticipation as they watched the vibrant green sprouts. In just 2 days, the walls, gates, warehouse, restroom, chicken coop, doghouse, grape trellis, and table were all set up. Standing at the entrance of the yard, one could see the house, measuring 8 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Nestled in the center of the courtyard, enclosed securely by towering walls topped with sharp stones. Beside the doghouse at the entrance, Cici lay alertly, keeping a watchful eye on the outside. Inside the yard, the grape trellis stood neatly constructed, with a table placed beneath it, surrounded by a profusion of wildflowers. The warehouse and restroom occupied the corners, and everything was in perfect order, brimming with vitality. The crew gazed at the yard before them, smiles of satisfaction spreading across their faces. Brother Lu, this yard is truly impressive, exclaimed one crew member. With a house, a yard, a warehouse, and even a chicken coop and doghouse. Even if we can't return, we can settle down here. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, this is our home now. In the future, we will also cultivate crops and raise cattle and sheep, leading lives that grow ever better. Fong Ro and Lin Shui stood beneath the grape trellis, observing everything in the yard, chattering excitedly. In the evenings, we can relax under the grape trellis, enjoying the fruits we grow. How delightful that would be. Yes. And if we raise a few chickens, we can collect fresh eggs every day. Cici now had its own home too. It would become our watchdog. Seeing their joyful expressions, Lu Yun felt a swell of happiness within him. They had all worked tirelessly over the past 2 days. Their hands blistered and their bodies caked in dirt, yet no one complained. Every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree in this yard bore witness to their dedication and toil, embodying their hopes for survival on this deserted island. As night fell, the bonfire blazed once more, illuminating the entire yard. The group gathered around the table beneath the grape trellis, sharing a simple meal and engaging in conversation. Fong Ro leaned against Lu Yun's shoulder, gazing at their surroundings, and softly remarked, it's truly wonderful to have you here. Lu Yun clasped her hand tightly, smiling as he replied, it is your presence that makes it all worthwhile. That night, they slept especially soundly. The towering walls sheltered them from the sea winds and wild beasts, and within the warm house, they found companionship in one another. Everything in the yard radiated vitality and hope. They understood that future days would bring difficulties and challenges, but as long as they stood united, they would surely thrive on this island, leading lives ever more prosperous.